the young and promising gentleman, Ye Kun tragically falls victim to a deceitful woman who exploits him for both his wealth and affection. Ding, congratulations on binding the omnipotent billionaire system worth trillions. Ding, you are awarded a diligent and capable personal female secretary. Ding, you have received a group valued at over 100 billion. Ding, you have acquired a piece of nano battle armor. Ding, you have obtained a quantum divine weapon. Ye Kun's life unfolds like a grand spectacle, filled with triumph and exuberance. He is the emperor of billionaires, the sovereign of the underworld, the war god of the military, and a master of his craft. Chapter 1. The initial reward is a personal female secretary. Put in more effort, just a bit harder. Almost there, just a little more push. In an upscale private dining establishment, Ye Kun struggles to uncork a bottle of wine. If you can't even uncork a bottle of wine swiftly, we should part ways. Annie wears a sour expression, as if Ye Kun owes her money. Over a trivial matter, she clamors to break up with her boyfriend. Stop it. Ye Kun feels somewhat exasperated. His girlfriend is prone to threatening breakups, which is rather dramatic. If his instincts are correct, Annie is about to ask him for money. What excuse will she conjure this time? If we're not breaking up, then today is Labor Day. You must send me a substantial red envelope. Indeed, Annie once again demands a red envelope from Ye Kun. The breakup is merely a facade. Her true intention is to extract money. He chuckles bitterly to himself. This time, her excuse is Labor Day. Today, have you engaged in labor? Do you dare to demand a red envelope from me? Do you expect a red envelope for Labor Day? And haven't I already gifted you a Prada bag worth 16,000 and Dior high heels exceeding 8,000? Not to mention a meal costing 2,000 per person? Ye Kun furrows his brow. Although he is young and accomplished, destined for great wealth like the other handsome fellows who've added this book to their shelves, he cannot withstand such demands from his girlfriend. It is unclear when it began, but almost every holiday has become a celebration for women. This is utterly bizarre and profoundly ironic. The moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Whether it's Children's Day, Women's Day, Christmas, New Year's Day, Spring Festival, or National Day, Double 11, Double 12, Arbor Day, on every occasion, his girlfriend seeks a holiday red envelope from Ye Kun. Initially, Ye Kun refused, but unable to withstand her incessant pleas, he began sending her red envelopes. Once he started, he could not stop. To supposedly express his affection, he sends her red envelopes on almost every holiday. Moreover, the amounts have grown increasingly lavish. From the initial sum of 13.14 yuan to 52 yuan, then to 131.4 yuan, followed by 520 yuan, then 666 yuan, ascending to 888 yuan, and finally reaching 1,314 yuan. Do you truly believe that the sum of 1314 was the largest red envelope he ever sent? In reality, it was not. He has also bestowed a red envelope containing 88888. When he is unable to send a generous red envelope, he resorts to direct transfers. Whenever the amount falls below 500 yuan, it is met with her disdain. This has left him with psychological scars concerning various holidays. Yet, these red envelopes are merely trifles. Ye Kun must take her on a trip at least once a month, sometimes within the country and other times abroad. The minimum accommodation standard must be a 5-star hotel, and in Dubai, it is not uncommon to stay in 6-star or even 7-star establishments. Travel is not simply about the journey. It must also be accompanied by extravagant shopping. Each month, Ye Kun is obliged to purchase handbags priced over 10,000 yuan, shoes exceeding 5,000, along with clothing and even pricier women's watches. His girlfriend's appetite grows insatiably, resembling an unfathomable black hole that is never satiated. Within just a year of their relationship, he has already spent over $1 million on her. Ye Kun is not a wealthy heir. He is merely an unremarkable, handsome young man. He has only made some modest profits from prior investments. Much like those charming readers who have bestowed 5-star reviews, as long as one strikes the right opportunity, one can easily earn several million or even a modest fortune. Such matters are trivial. When fortune arrives, it cannot be obstructed. Although Ye Kun earns swiftly, his girlfriend spends even more rapidly. Is she a gold digger? Is she engaging in psychological manipulation against him? Is she perpetually deceiving him for money? If she were merely a woman he had recently met, Her insatiable greed would be intolerable. He would have long since slapped her for such behavior. He simply cannot endure it. Ye Kun has always treated Annie as his first love, which is why he continuously fulfills her various demands. Yet, she only grows more avaricious. Are you going to send a red envelope or not? Annie, noticing Ye Kun's delay, became impatient, wearing a displeased expression. Then let me send you a 520, Ye Kun replied, his face devoid of emotion. At that moment, he was indeed quite displeased, feeling as if he were being held hostage by the prospect of red envelopes. 520? Are you jesting? Nowadays, a girl can easily spend more than 520 on a mere cosmetic or lipstick. Annie rolled her eyes, expressing her dissatisfaction. You can only offer a 520 red envelope? One bowl of toxic chicken soup had already been poured down her throat. To her, the measure of her boyfriend's love is quantified by how much he spends on her. The more he spends on her, the more he loves her. Everything else is insignificant. Haha. The irony is that all of your cosmetics were purchased by me. Ye Kun could not help but chuckle. From the smallest lipstick to an entire skincare set, all of Annie's cosmetics were acquired at Ye Kun's expense. The skincare products he bought for her were luxurious La Mer sets, each costing over 10,000. Yet, she still finds room for complaint, feeling unfulfilled. Ye Kun felt profoundly disheartened. When everything is measured in monetary value, this relationship has entirely soured, resembling more of a transaction. And since it is a transaction, one must assess whether the other party is worth the price. Even purchasing items at the supermarket requires clear pricing and comparison. Everyone has their own scale of worth. One should not treat the other as a fool. I don't care. If you truly love me, then send me a red envelope of 5,200. Oblivious to the change in Ye Kun's expression, Annie once again made an exorbitant demand. Another bowl of toxic chicken soup was consumed. She believes that if Ye Kun loves her, he should send her grand red envelopes. Otherwise, he does not love her at all. Time and again, she incessantly demands more, never feeling satisfied. Yet she never contemplates what she has contributed in return. Does she think that her beauty and body entitle her to limitless extraction? No. This time, Ye Kun firmly declined. He felt that his boundaries had been crossed one too many times, and he could no longer tolerate it. He is not unwilling to spend on women, but when one actively demands money, it diminishes his sense of value. What sickens him is that she is never content, taking all of his efforts for granted. He has not found a girlfriend to share his life with, but rather a vampire. Greedy and insatiable, she relentlessly demands, akin to a vampire, draining him of his vitality. Just as Ye Kun began to refuse, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! A prodigious wealthy seed has been detected, binding the infinite millionaire system. Ding! Binding complete. Host Ye Kun. Strength 8. Agility 7. Constitution 8. Spirit 7. Charm 7. The pinnacle attributes of an ordinary person are set at 10. Wealth reserve. Infinite Huaxia currency. Ye Kun, having read countless books and being a discerning connoisseur of novels, quickly accepted the reality of the binding system after his initial astonishment. Ding! The host has rejected a gold digger's unreasonable request, rewarding a diligent and capable personal secretary. Note, to become a millionaire and reach the pinnacle of life, one must start by rejecting gold diggers. Chapter 2. Slapping the face of the materialistic green tea bitch, rewarding a trillion-dollar corporation. Ye Kun paid no heed to the reward of the personal female secretary. Instead, his attention was drawn to the glaring term slut. A slut. It turned out that Annie was indeed a shameless woman. Previously, Ye Kun had been reluctant to entertain such thoughts, but the system had verified it. She was undoubtedly a slut. How foolish he had been to dote on her, as if she were his first love. What? You won't send me a red envelope? You earn tens of thousands daily. Yet you are unwilling to send me a 5,200 red envelope. You do not truly love me. Annie began to throw another tantrum, revealing her ugly countenance. As if it were her birthright for Ye Kun to give her money. Failing to provide funds equated to a lack of love. Another bowl of toxic chicken soup was poured into her mind. Was she brainwashed by the pastoral female wood, or was this her true nature? Ding! A green tea bitch is detected attempting to morally blackmail the host. Option 1. Be a sycophant and send the green tea bitch a 5,200 red envelope. Reward. A titanium alloy dog chain worth 99 yuan, shipping included. Option 2. slap the face of the materialistic green tea bitch, and be rewarded with a corporation valued at over $1 trillion. Holy moly! Truly, the billionaire system delivers, offering a corporation worth trillions at a single stroke. The contrast between a 99 yuan dog chain and a $1 trillion corporation is astounding. What should one choose? Those handsome individuals who left 5-star reviews managed to make the right choice. No longer will I be subjected to moral coercion in the name of love. Ye Kun rose, gazing at Annie with cold disdain. I will not send you a 5,200 red envelope. Not only will I not send you one this time, but I will never send you another red envelope again. Sluts only know how to take advantage, becoming arrogant on the basis of affection. They regard your kindness as their entitlement. Even the slightest dissatisfaction is met with a tantrum. Such a woman should not be indulged. It was high time to refuse her outright. Annie was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing Ye Kun's words. She stood there, frozen, as if turned to stone. Previously, Ye Kun had showered her with affection, granting her every wish and never refusing her. This had led her to develop the delusion that she was a queen, taking the kindness of others for granted and demanding endlessly, with no sense of gratitude whatsoever. Ye Kun, if you dare not send me a red envelope, I will break up with you immediately. After her initial shock, Annie resorted to her ace in the hole, threatening to break up. In the past, whenever she mentioned breaking up, Ye Kun would plead with her to stay, indulging her whims. This had fostered a false belief in her that Ye Kun could not live without her. Break up if you wish. I have treated you like my first love. Yet you have schemed against me at every turn, deceiving me for money and affection. You are nothing but a slut, a green tea bitch. Ye Kun exploded. He had finally seen through the true nature of this woman. She was merely playing tricks, deceiving him for wealth and intimacy. Having poured his heart out and treated her like his first love, he was met only with betrayal. I didn't genuinely want to break up. I was just joking. Let's not break up. Annie panicked upon realizing that Ye Kun was serious about ending things. She was bewildered. She had intended to use the threat of breaking up to coerce Ye Kun into giving her money, never truly intending to part ways. However, Ye Kun was no longer following her script. Haha, are you worried that after the breakup, you want to find another fool like me who treats you well and is willing to spend money on you? Ye Kun sneered, having seen through the facade of this green tea bitch. Do not think your tricks are so ingenious, treating others as fools. If I love you, you are the queen. If I do not love you, you are nothing. Ye Kun fixed his gaze on Annie, his voice icy. The man had awakened, becoming rational, and would no longer fall for the schemes of a green tea bitch. The reason he had been deceived by this woman was that he had given her his genuine affection. Meanwhile, some scoundrels exploit the sincere feelings of others, demanding endlessly and shamelessly. No, I do not want to break up. Please, do not break up with me. Annie, dazed, grasped Ye Kun's hand, pleading desperately, refusing to part ways. The one proposing the breakup was her, yet she was the one terrified of it. Such a woman is a paper tiger. Did she not want to break up because she loved Ye Kun? Of course not. She was enamored with his money, loving only herself. Get lost. Ye Kun spat out a single word, forcefully shaking off Annie's hand. He had seen through this woman's true colors and would no longer be deceived by her. She was nothing but an exceedingly selfish green tea bitch, employing every means to extract money from men. No, I do not want to break up. Ye Kun, you will not simply cast me aside like this. Annie, seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, resorted to tantrums, her true nature exposed. Haha, still hoping to swindle me for a breakup fee? In less than a year, I want to even mention the over $1 million I spent on you. You also swindled over $1 million in cash and a Porsche. If I report you, you will have to return all that money in the car. And you could even face imprisonment for fraud. Think wisely. Ye Kun glared at Annie, his voice as cold as ice. He had discerned this woman's essence. She was simply a fraudster. The reason he had been deceived was not that her methods were so clever, but because he had treated her with sincerity. What an absolute disgrace. Annie, realizing that Ye Kun had completely seen through her, was rendered speechless, her face contorting in disbelief, struggling to find her voice. If Ye Kun truly reported her, she would have to return everything she had swindled. Yet, she was unwilling to accept that. Ye Kun, you must be bluffing. I tell you, if you do not give me a breakup fee, you will not simply cast me aside. Annie fully revealed her ugly side, raising her voice, drawing the attention of others in the restaurant. Ultimately, she was unwilling to give up Ye Kun, her cash cow, hoping to extract one last sum in the form of a breakup fee. Ye Kun felt a chill in his heart. Millions could have sufficed to feed a dog. This green tea bitch was insatiably greedy. After having her true nature exposed, she still had the audacity to demand a breakup fee. You are a disgrace. This woman is utterly shameless. Madam, you are suspected of fraud and extortion. Please return the money you obtained through deceit immediately and apologize to my employer, or I will sue you. Within 3 days, you will receive a letter from my lawyer. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in professional attire approached, her gaze sharp as she issued a warning to Annie. "Who are you?" Annie exclaimed, astonished, gazing at the young woman whose poise and stature surpassed her own. "I am Mr. Ye Kun's private lawyer. He is my employer," the woman replied, exuding confidence and composure. "Private lawyer? Why was I not aware that Ye Kun had a private lawyer?" Annie regarded the woman with suspicion. "That is of no concern to you. Please return all the money obtained through fraud to my employer and apologize, or I will initiate legal action against you. You will face a sentence of 3 years to 10 years in prison." The woman spoke, her tone firm and resolute. Ye Kun, you cannot possibly be serious about suing me, can you? How can I say that I have been with you for a whole year? A year of youth must surely be worth a few million, right?" Anne's face turned pale with fear as she pleaded with Ye Kun, her words laced with a series of justifications, the theory of a gold-digging woman. "Get lost. Just the sight of you makes me feel nauseous," Ye Kun replied coldly, utterly disillusioned with her. "Fine, I'll leave. I'll leave right away," in a panic, and grabbed her Prada bag and the keys to her Porsche, ready to flee. "Hold on, you can take the bag, but leave the car keys. That Porsche belongs to me. How dare you take it?" Ye Kun retorted icily. This woman was utterly shameless, attempting to drive away in his Porsche, with gritted teeth, and tossed aside the Porsche keys and fled with her bag in hand. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of slapping the face of a gold-digging green tea bitch. You have been rewarded with a conglomerate valued over 10 billion. Chapter 3. The 9 trillion Kunpeng Group. Company name, Kunpeng Group. Registered capital, 9 trillion Huaxia Yuan. Company address, Kunpeng Building, Lujiazui, Magic City. Bonus, a security team and a luxury convoy. Wow. Slapping the face of a gold-digging green tea bitch has rewarded me with the 9 trillion Kunpeng Group. Over 10 billion. It turns out to be 9 trillion. I absolutely adore this extravagant system. Kunpeng Building, the tallest building in the Magic City, consisting of 136 floors. Just this building alone is worth more than 10 billion and is also part of the Kunpeng Group's assets. Now, the entire Kunpeng Group belongs to me. This is the beginning of soaring like a Kunpeng, reaching heights of 90,000 miles. This truly is a super-rich system. Incredible. Moreover, not only have I become the owner of a group company valued at 9 trillion, but the security team has also been arranged for me. How considerate of this system. Ye Kun silently applauded the extraordinary super-rich system in his heart. At that moment, the beautiful woman who had come to his aid approached him. "Hello, boss. I am Chen Wenwen, your newly hired personal secretary." Chen Wenwen smiled, bowing respectfully to Ye Kun, her demeanor exceedingly courteous. Her voice was melodious, speaking softly and gently. In stark contrast to her previous sharp retorts towards the green tea bitch, she seemed like an entirely different person. She was a woman who could be both adorable and commanding. Ding. The host's personal secretary has officially reported for duty. Ye Kun was slightly taken aback. He could view Chen Wenwen's personal information. It turned out that this beautiful woman who stood up for him was the personal secretary rewarded by the system. She possessed the looks of a campus belle and a devilishly alluring figure. Her graceful silhouette was both voluptuous and curvaceous, clad in OL attire paired with black stockings, showcasing long, seductive legs, as though she had stepped out of a video game or manga. The key point? 36D. No explanation needed. Those who understand know. This girl was simply breathtaking. A personal secretary? Ye Kun felt a twinge of confusion. He understood what a secretary was, but was not entirely clear on the notion of being personal. "Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. In addition to assisting you with daily work tasks, I will also provide personal care for your daily life." Chen Wenwen adjusted her blouse, flashing Ye Kun a charming, healing smile. This casual gesture almost burst the 2 buttons of her white shirt. The astonishing contours on display were simply mesmerizing. Such grandeur. And her identity was, in fact, Ye Kun's 24-hour personal secretary. What bliss! Ye Kun silently commended the generous assets of his secretary in his heart. She was a woman capable of great things. "You handled that beautifully." Ye Kun praised Chen Wenwen. Had she not stepped in earlier, he would have continued to be harassed by that gold-digging green tea bitch. He felt quite satisfied with Chen Wenwen's earlier performance. Such a secretary is what every boss desires. "You flatter me. It is my duty and honor to alleviate your troubles." Chen Wenwen replied with a smile, appearing very humble. "By the way, what is your salary?" Ye Kun inquired. He was still unaware of how much he would be paying this personal secretary. This was something he needed to know, especially since he would be the one issuing her salary. "Boss, I am your 24-hour full-time personal secretary, and my salary is 10 million annually," Chen Wenwen responded. 10 million a year. She was quite fond of this job. Even in the international metropolis of Magic City, that would allow her to live quite comfortably. From now on, your salary is doubled," Ye Kun declared. He was now a super-rich individual with assets exceeding 9 trillion. Doubling the salary of his personal secretary was hardly unreasonable, right? Just being indulgent, just being extravagant. You're so generous, boss. I will continue to work diligently and wholeheartedly serve you. Chun Wonwon exclaimed, her excitement causing her to radiate joy. Such a magnificent sight. With just one sentence from the boss, her salary jumped from 10 million to 20 million. The surprise was utterly unexpected. Ding. The host has astonished the personal secretary, increasing her favorability rating and earning a cash reward of 10 million. The funds have been deposited into the super rich black gold card. Wow. Increasing the secretary's salary also earned him a 10 million reward. What a delight. Truly, the super rich system is remarkable. Extravagant. As Ye Kun prepared to settle the bill, Chun Wonwon called over a waitress from the private dining establishment. Sir, including drinks, your total expenditure is 800. The waitress informed him. The meal cost 4,000. And the bottle of wine cost 4,800. A single meal totaled over 8,000. Previously, Ye Kun might have felt a twinge of pain at such expenses. However, for someone like him, now possessing assets exceeding 9 trillion, this was merely a trifle. As Ye Kun swiped his card to pay, the system's notification sound chimed again. Ding. The host has spent 800 yuan and received a tenfold cashback card. Fantastic. Although he spent 800, he received a cashback card worth 10 times that amount. What value? Yet, the surprises kept coming. Soon, the system triggered a new task. Ding. Task triggered. Bid farewell to the past and embark on a new life as a super rich individual. A small trial task. Embark on a super rich shopping spree. Spend 10 million within 3 hours. Description: a qualified super rich individual should understand the importance of investing in oneself, transforming into a tasteful and high-quality super rich person. Requirement: the entire 10 million must be spent on oneself. Task reward: Charm 1, a duplex mansion worth over 500 million. Spending money comes with rewards. How delightful. Whether it's charm points or a mansion, both are valuable assets. Especially charm points, which money cannot buy. Of course, a duplex mansion worth over 500 million is something he yearns for as well. Spending 10 million within 3 hours seems rather easy. The key point of this task is to spend the money solely on himself. As long as it's for himself, there are no restrictions. This is quite right. Why should one have to please others just because they have money? Isn't it delightful to indulge oneself? Is it not worthwhile to reward oneself? He should have invested his money in himself long ago. Previously, Ye Kun had lavished all his good fortune upon that green tea bimbo. He purchased garments worth thousands for her, while he contented himself with mere trinkets from street vendors. He bought her luxury handbags worth tens of thousands, yet hesitated to spend a few thousand on himself. He acquired exquisite women's watches for her, while denying himself even a single timepiece. Given his financial prowess, he could have lived a life of elegance and distinction, yet for the sake of a worthless woman, he reduced himself to foolishness. He would no longer be a fool. Investing money in himself to elevate his taste and image to attract high-caliber women is indeed far more appealing. Wonwon, accompany me to the Global Financial Center for some shopping. Ye Kun commanded, gesturing towards Chun Wonwon with an air of authority. Shopping alone could be rather tedious, so he summoned his devoted female secretary to join him. Of course, boss. Chun Wonwon replied with a smile, obediently acquiescing. As Ye Kun's personal secretary, she adhered to his every instruction. Chapter 4. A fleet of Rolls-Royces, fine wine, and beautiful women. Upon exiting the private restaurant, Ye Kun retrieved the key to his Porsche, intending to drive his Kian. However, he was taken aback to behold 2 rows of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside, their grandeur dazzling the eyes of countless passers-by. Goodness, who could be so ostentatious? Such an array of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Seeing the 6 Phantoms meticulously aligned before him, Ye Kun felt a jolt of astonishment. 1 or 2 Rolls-Royces might not be remarkable, but 6 Phantoms presented together created a striking visual impact. Notably, one of the Phantoms was an exceptionally elongated version, significantly broader than the standard model, exuding opulence and sophistication. It was evident that such a vehicle belonged to a person of immense stature, who might possess such a fleet of Rolls-Royces. Boss, please step into the center vehicle. The specially crafted extended Phantom. At that moment, Chun Wonwon respectfully addressed Ye Kun, pointing to the most luxurious of the Phantoms. No way. Could it be that all 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms are my rides? It turns out I am the one who commands this entire fleet. How astounding. However, upon reflection, Ye Kun quickly came to terms with it. Now that he had ascended to the status of a 900 billion yuan tycoon, possessing a few Rolls-Royces seemed entirely justified. This fleet of Phantoms was indeed a gift from the system. If even the complementary fleet was so impressive, the other tycoons must pale in comparison. Internally, Ye Kun was astonished, but he maintained a composed exterior. Steady, steady. He needed to swiftly acclimate to his new identity as a super tycoon. With the Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet at his disposal, he found himself disinclined to drive his Porsche Cayenne. Ultimately, nothing could compare to the comfort of lounging in the back seat of a Phantom, especially with a stunning personal secretary by his side. "Boss, please enter the vehicle." A driver dressed in a black suit and white gloves, with a robust physique and piercing gaze, respectfully opened the door of the Phantom for Ye Kun. Ding. The host's security captain, Zhao Hu, has completed his report. Name, Zhao Hu. Height, 190 centimeters. Appearance, 65. Loyalty, 95. Proficient in various martial arts, firearms, reconnaissance, and tracking. This imposing driver was, in fact, his security chief. Quite reassuring indeed. With a 900 billion yuan conglomerate, having a bodyguard, secretary, and chauffeur service was exceedingly gratifying. Ye Kun nodded slightly to Zhao Hu and then elegantly settled into the back seat of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen Wenwen took her place beside him, the subtle scent of her femininity wafting through the luxurious interior. Seated upon the spacious, comfortable leather seats, with a lavish starry ceiling overhead and the company of a captivating personal secretary, life felt utterly sublime. Yet, it also seemed somewhat monotonous. So, Ye Kun opened the wine cabinet of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, casually selecting a bottle of wine for a small toast. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself momentarily stunned. The wine in his hand was a 1990 vintage Romanée-Conti. It must be noted that this particular bottle alone was worth over $1 million. Furthermore, such a wine is not readily available to just anyone. It is offered in limited quantities to select esteemed individuals. A 1990 Romanée-Conti is typically a prized possession among the wealthy, reserved for only the most significant occasions. Yet Ye Kun, with casual nonchalance, instructed his secretary to uncork the bottle for him. Today marked the first day of his transformation into a super tycoon, and he must celebrate with a glass of Romanée-Conti. Reclining in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with an alluring secretary by his side, savoring a glass of Romanée-Conti, he truly embraced the essence of a tycoon. Most notably, the back seat of the Phantom ensured absolute privacy. With the curtains drawn, they created their own intimate space. Regardless of what Ye Boss and his secretary engaged in within the rear, the driver remained oblivious. The fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 2x2, made their way toward the global financial center in Magic City. Ye Kun sat in the most luxurious extended Phantom at the center of the procession. 2 Rolls-Royces led the way, while 2 followed closely, with another providing protection alongside. The display was nothing short of extraordinary. It rivaled the grandeur of a presidential convoy. An impressive sight, it commanded attention and awe from all. This spectacle far surpassed any flashy sports car parade. While the dashing youths drove their sports cars, true tycoons favored the Rolls-Royce. Who on earth could this affluent magnate be? How extravagant. 6 Rolls-Royces, all Phantoms. Remarkable. Each Phantom is worth tens of millions. Can you believe it? The central Phantom is a custom-made extended version, unparalleled in luxury and grandeur. Along the way, the fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms captivated the attention of countless pedestrians and drivers alike. Ding! The Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet has astonished onlookers, rewarding the host with a domestic Hongqi supercar valued at $30 million. Hongqi Tang, a conceptual supercar featuring dual W16 engines, constructed entirely from carbon fiber materials, achieving acceleration from 0 to 100 in just 1.9 seconds, with a maximum speed of 360 kilometers per hour, limited to a singular unit globally. Truly one of a kind. The Hongqi Tang supercar has been deposited into the system space and can be retrieved by the host at any time. Incredible. A Hongqi Tang supercar as a reward. Ye Kun was astounded. The Hongqi Tang is a newly unveiled conceptual supercar from the domestic Hongqi brand. Its design and performance rival those of legendary cars like the Ferrari LaFerrari. With a top speed of 360 kilometers per hour, it even surpasses the Porsche 918. A true national treasure, it deserves high praise. While other tycoons flaunted their Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Pagani Huayras, and Bugattis, those had become commonplace. A true gentleman should drive a domestic supercar. The Hongqi supercar is truly a delight. At present, he cannot yet extract the red flag Tang supercar, for now. He shall indulge in the opulence of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ye Kun, while embracing Chen Wenwen's slender waist, savors a glass of Romanée-Conti. It is rather monotonous. The vehicle maintains a remarkably steady pace. Seated within the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Ye Kun feels not a single jolt. Come, Wenwen, join me for a drink. He invites his secretary. Chen Wenwen, how can one drink alone? Sharing a drink with a beauty is infinitely more delightful. Very well, boss. Chen Wenwen smiles, pouring herself a modest glass of Romanée-Conti. This exquisite wine, from the esteemed 1990 vintage, costs several tens of thousands for just a sip. Many affluent individuals never have the opportunity to enjoy such a renowned wine. She is fortunate to partake in it thanks to her employer. They gently clink their glasses and drink together, experiencing a unique flavor. Chun Wenwen's posture while holding the wine is remarkably elegant. She savors each sip slowly, exuding an air of grace. With fiery red lips, luxurious cars, and fine wines. After consuming 2 glasses of red wine, Ye Kun suddenly feels a hint of dizziness. If you're feeling lightheaded, boss, you can lean on me for a moment. I shall call you when we arrive at the International Financial Center. Chun Wenwen says with a gentle smile, her tone thoughtful and considerate. Very kind of you. Ye Kun nods, setting down his glass and softly leaning against Chun Wenwen's supple, delicate form. At this moment, he truly yearns for comfort. The wounds inflicted by a callous woman do not heal easily, unless there is a gentle and obedient girl willing to wholeheartedly soothe him. With her tender hands, she could mend the scars within him. With her vast embrace, she could offer him a warm refuge. Boss, may I give you a massage? Chun Wenwen, ever attentive and understanding, begins to massage Ye Kun. She comprehends that he needs solace more than ever at this juncture. A girl who understands is truly the most endearing. Chapter 5, A Shopping Spree. Boss, we have arrived at the International Financial Center. Upon reaching their destination, Chun Wenwen leans forward, speaking softly. Is this where we've arrived? Ye Kun is slightly taken aback, feeling as though time has flown by while seated in the Rolls-Royce. The International Financial Center is one of the most prestigious luxury shopping centers in the metropolis. Here, one can find stores for Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, Prada, Dior, Gucci, Armani, Van Cleef Arpels, among others. Unlike the bustling atmosphere of an ordinary mall, the International Financial Center presents a somewhat desolate ambience. Within the extravagantly decorated stores, there are surprisingly few patrons. This is because few possess the means to shop at the International Financial Center, primarily catering to a select group of so-called elite individuals. Those without a sufficiently filled wallet may find it daunting to enter. This luxurious shopping arena is designed for a limited number of high-end customers. Common folks seldom wander into the International Financial Center aimlessly. Gazing at the opulent items while facing their meager wallets can be a torturous experience, leading to a significant psychological disparity. Ye Kun, having been youthful and ambitious, previously frequented the International Financial Center for shopping. However, he had always purchased items for his ex-girlfriend, bags, shoes, clothing, and jewelry, never once indulging himself with a fine outfit. This time, Ye Kun seeks to please no one but himself. From this day forth, he shall live for himself, embracing a carefree existence. He aspires to be a dashing, unconstrained man, leading Chun Wenwen into a luxury store. They are met with exceptionally attentive service. There is no scenario of disdain or ridicule as often depicted in novels. In fact, as long as one strides confidently into a luxury store, the sales staff will eagerly approach, treating you like royalty, their words as sweet as honey, and their service exceptionally considerate. Regardless of wealth, one must exude confidence upon entering such lavish establishments. Even if one's pocket holds only a single coin, one should envision themselves as a magnate with billions at their disposal. This way, their aura will rise, effortlessly commanding the attention of the sales staff, who will greet them with warm smiles. Of course, possessing actual currency is essential for true confidence and a straightened posture. Ye Kun and Chun Wenwen first enter a lavishly decorated Gucci boutique. Prominently displayed are several rows of the latest fashionable women's bags that recently debuted at an international fashion week. Each bag here costs several tens of thousands. Sir, your girlfriend is truly stunning. Are you selecting a bag for her? We have just received the latest arrivals. A female sales associate approaches with great enthusiasm. Although Ye Kun is dressed rather plainly, he stands tall, radiating vitality and exuding confidence, accompanied by a breathtaking beauty. Generally, those who bring a beauty to a luxury store are likely genuine customers ready to spend lavishly. Such patrons, eager to impress the beauty, often splurge extravagantly. Moreover, some may even endure months of instant noodles in silence after splurging to please their goddess. Nevertheless, many willingly embrace the role of the devoted admirer. The sales associate, noticing the exquisite beauty accompanying Ye Kun, instinctively assumes he is there to purchase a gift for her. I'm not buying a bag. I'm looking at sunglasses. Ye Kun states nonchalantly. Defying expectations, he enters the store not to buy a women's bag, but to select a stylish pair of sunglasses for himself. He no longer seeks to please any woman. He is solely focused on treating himself. How liberating. A charming man is the most alluring. In contrast, a devoted admirer is but a humble figure. Oh, very well. Our Gucci sunglasses are also quite trendy. The sales associate's expression betrays a hint of awkwardness. As her flattery seems misplaced, she steals a glance at Chun Wenwen, a strikingly beautiful and alluring young woman. Could it be that this campus queen is not the gentleman's girlfriend, but rather a mistress? Yet, even if they were involved, it would be customary for the man to buy gifts to win her favor. However, Ye Kun remains unfazed, exuding a sense of nonchalance, entirely devoid of any intention to appease the beauty. This only serves to enhance his allure. A man who can maintain such composure in the presence of an exquisite beauty is certainly not an ordinary individual. The sales associate mentally labels Ye Kun as a distinguished gentleman. A true gentleman does not grovel before women. Their aim is to find a partner of equal stature. Women who exhibit childishness or possess a princess complex typically attract only devoted admirers and scoundrels, while quality men overlook them. Chen Wenwen is a paragon of beauty, and Ye Kun does not strive to impress her. Clearly, in their relationship, Ye Kun holds the reins. The sales associate, perceptive in her observations, promptly shifts her focus to serve Ye Kun with great attentiveness. Chen Wenwen, noticing the sales associate's gaze, merely smiles and offers no explanations. She follows Ye Kun dutifully, assisting in the selection of sunglasses. This further validated the judgment of the female sales associate, who became even more attentive to Ye Kun's needs. Ultimately, Ye Kun selected a pair of fashionable sunglasses with blue lenses, a modest expenditure of 600 yuan. No other items in the Gucci store managed to capture his interest, and after completing the transaction, the two departed. Following this, Ye Kun entered the Armani store and embarked on a shopping spree. While he was no longer financially constrained, he did not indulge in impulsive purchases like a nouveau riche. Instead, he opted solely for items that appealed to him. The female sales associate enthusiastically recommended several trendy pieces of the season, while his secretary, Chen Wenwen, expertly curated complimentary attire, demonstrating remarkable attentiveness. Despite her role as merely a secretary, Chen Wenwen possessed a discerning eye and a keen fashion sense, ensuring that her selections were to Ye Kun's satisfaction. Indeed, she was a secretary of considerable substance, and Ye Kun had ample authority to affirm this. Ultimately, he spent over 1,000,000 yuan at the Armani store, much to the delight of the sales associate, who treated him as if he were a deity, bowing deeply as he departed. Such high-spending clientele like Mr. Yi, who could casually part with millions, were precisely the coveted customers that luxury sales associates sought to retain. Mr. Yi, here is my business card. Please do notify me on your next visit to Armani, and I shall be at your service. The sales associate intentionally lowered her collar to reveal a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage as she handed him her card, which bore her personal phone number and WeChat ID. Ye Kun accepted the card without a glance, immediately passing it to Chen Wenwen. This left the sales associate, who fancied herself quite attractive, feeling disheartened, as she had hoped that someone of Ye Kun's stature might contact her privately. However, the presence of the striking beauty at his side rendered her aspirations seemingly futile. Setting aside other considerations, the allure and figure of Chen Wenwen eclipsed her own. She rated a respectable 7 out of 10, perhaps an 8 with makeup, and possessed a sizzling physique, embodying the ideal in the eyes of many. Yet, to Ye Kun, she was utterly lacking, merely a superficial pretender. Chapter 6. The Green Tea Confrontation with the Pseudo-Rich Scoundrel Boss. Your outfit is truly dashing. Chen Wenwen gazed at Ye Kun with starry eyes. Successful men exude charisma, especially someone as handsome as Ye Kun. Once adorned in fashionable streetwear, his charm was unmistakable. He was indeed as striking as those handsome figures who graced the shelves of this book, or those who received 5-star reviews for their wealth and appeal. Are you suggesting I wasn't handsome before? Ye Kun feigned a stern expression. No. Even in flip-flops and beach shorts, you are the most handsome. Chen Wenwen quickly amended her statement, even resorting to playful antics. No matter the occasion, the boss is always the most handsome. Now that's more like it. Ye Kun affectionately ruffled her hair. This devoted secretary was both charming and capable, a delightful combination. Boss, let me handle those bags. Noticing Ye Kun struggling with multiple shopping bags, Chen Wenwen offered her assistance. Ye Kun said nothing, simply handing her a few bags, as carrying so many was quite cumbersome for him. Wow, that guy is making such a delicate beauty carry his bags. How utterly ungracious. A few envious onlookers remarked. If I had a girlfriend as stunning as that, I'd be eager to help her with her shopping and buy her everything. Exactly. Girls are like little princesses. How can one expect them to carry bags? Such individuals were nothing but typical straight men, lacking any semblance of chivalry. Witnessing Chen Wenwen, a paragon of beauty, dutifully following Ye Kun with an array of shopping bags, a group of envious spectators felt a pang of bitterness. Just then, four bodyguards clad in black suits approached Ye Kun. Let's get the items to the car first, Ye Kun instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. The bodyguards promptly took the various bags from Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen. Wow. Shopping with a cadre of bodyguards. This is the real deal, something I've only seen on television. What a lavish display. Unfazed by the astonishment of the bystanders, Ye Kun led Chun Wenwen into the Hermes store. Suddenly, Chun Wenwen leaned closer, affectionately linking her arm with his wrist. Just as Ye Kun was taken aback by her unexpected boldness, he spotted his ex-girlfriend, the manipulative green tea type, accompanied by a portly young man who appeared to be prematurely balding. "Lu Bai, today I'm giving you a chance to make it official. If you buy me the latest Hermes handbag, I will agree to be your girlfriend," Annie declared, her demeanor haughty as she pointed to a luxurious bag. Lu Bai, a wealthy heir and one of Annie's backup options, had been summoned to the luxury store after being discarded by Ye Kun. Annie sought to prove her desirability, asserting that even if Ye Kun rejected her, many others would eagerly vie for her affection and shower her with gifts. "This bag is far too expensive, costing 20 to 30,000. Is there any way we can skip this?" Lu Bai frowned, shaking his head in reluctance, unwilling to be taken advantage of. He had always favored replicas over genuine high-end items. Today, Annie had lured him under the pretense of a romantic date, only to bring him to the shopping center with the expectation that he would foot the bill. Such a cunning trap, he thought, realizing he had been ensnared by her manipulative tactics. "Weren't you claiming to be a wealthy heir? Can't you afford a 20,000 yuan handbag? Clearly, you do not love me." Annie's eyes narrowed suspiciously, her expression demanding compliance. Moreover, she resorted to the familiar manipulative rhetoric of the green tea archetype. "If you love me, you must spend on me. Only by demonstrating your willingness to invest can you prove your affection." For her, love was entirely quantified in material terms. However, she failed to comprehend the insatiable nature of her desires, fixated solely on self-gratification while neglecting the principles of mutual respect and reciprocal giving. In essence, she was nothing more than a self-serving opportunist. "My monthly allowance is only 30 to 50,000. Spending over 20,000 on a handbag for you is utterly irrational." Lu Bai, astute and shrewd, recognized her manipulative game and resolutely refused to part with his money. Though he could be classified as a wealthy heir, with family assets amounting to several million, his disposable income was limited. Living off a modest allowance, he merely wore the facade of affluence while pursuing women, maintaining an ostensible glamour. The prospect of purchasing a handbag for over 20,000 yuan was out of the question. Whenever a woman requests gifts exceeding 3,000, he promptly categorizes her as a manipulative gold digger, ensuring he incurs no losses. These affluent second-generation individuals have encountered numerous such women and are exceedingly astute. They can effortlessly dispense sweet nothings without any financial commitment. Yet, when it comes to parting with genuine currency to indulge a woman, they draw the line. Unlike the naive, these wealthy playboys are not easily deceived. The honest ones exhaust their resources to satisfy deceitful women, only to find themselves devastated, both financially and emotionally, often left with nothing. Even worse, they may lose their wealth without ever having gained the affection they sought. "Didn't you profess your love for me? Yet, you hesitate to purchase a bag that costs over 20,000. You are utterly disappointing. I misjudged you. Bah, scoundrel." Upon hearing Lu Bai's refusal to buy her a bag, Annie was filled with rage. Previously, Lu Bai had professed his love fervently, making grand promises and sweet declarations, asserting he would do anything for her, even face perilous challenges. Yet, when it came to purchasing a bag, he turned his back on her. This wealthy second-generation heir was remarkably unreliable. Was it too much to ask for a bag costing a few tens of thousands? How could he even think of courting women without being willing to spend? Annie immediately labeled Lu Bai a cad. Although he indeed had the traits of a scoundrel, he had not yet unleashed his fury. He merely refrained from spending his hard-earned money on her whims. "Huh, what grand promises. Do you actually believe such empty words? With over 20,000, I could enjoy a night out with several beautiful models at a club instead. Why waste it on you? Who knows if you are merely a recycled piece of trash?" Lu Bai, feeling the sting of Annie's words, chuckled coldly, displaying a look of disdain as he prepared to retaliate. This woman, who had yet to experience his true charm, dared to attempt to swindle him out of a 20,000 bag. Impossible. He would not fall for such tricks. Even if he succeeded in seducing her, he would refuse to acknowledge her afterward. There was no way he would acquiesce to her demands for financial generosity. "You scoundrel." Annie's face turned pale with fury upon hearing Lu Bai's blunt words. This Lu Bai flaunted luxury cars and lavish residences on social media, traveling frequently and dining in five-star establishments, spending tens of thousands on meals. She had presumed him to be a wealthy heir of substantial means. After being jilted, she sought to give Lu Bai a chance at redemption. Little did she expect Lu Bai to be so ungrateful, refusing even to buy her a bag worth over 20,000. Indeed, she deemed him ungrateful, unable to afford a mere bag. He was nothing but a pretender, a pauper, a cad. Enraged and humiliated, Annie raised her hand and slapped Lu Bai's face. Slap. The blow landed firmly, igniting a fire of anger within Lu Bai. How dare this gold digger attempt to strike him after failing to ensnare him in her deceit? He could not tolerate such insolence. Both were players in this game of deception, a scoundrel to a scoundrel. They were equally matched. Why should he indulge this deceitful woman? Slap. Lu Bai retaliated, delivering a resounding slap back to Annie, causing her to stagger. This blow was not light, leaving 5 red imprints on her face. Bah! This gold digger wishes to play games with me. After striking Annie, Lu Bai spat at her. He had encountered many gold diggers before, but this was his first experience with one who so audaciously attempted to strike him. You fat pig, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Annie, known for her fiery temper, refused to accept any slight. After being struck, she became hysterical, launching herself at Lu Bai with wild scratches and claws, leaving him bloodied. Damn it, you lunatic. Lu Bai, equally unwilling to concede, retaliated with a flurry of punches, and the two engaged in a public brawl. In Chapter 7, the mission was accomplished, and the reward was at hand. Boss, your gold-digging ex-girlfriend is fighting with her backup. Should we intervene? Chen Wenwen wrapped her arm around Ye Kun's, clearly relishing the spectacle. Why had such a promising and handsome young man fallen for the tricks of that gold digger? Surely, with his charm, he could have any woman he desired. There were plenty of quality women available. It was unfortunate he had entangled himself with such a manipulative character. Fortunately, the boss had awakened to the truth about her true nature. Intervene? Perhaps to give her a few kicks? Ye Kun remarked, bemused. He was no saint. Witnessing a dogfight between a gold digger and her backup, he felt no sympathy. He hadn't expected to witness such a farce while shopping. Annie had indeed shown her true colors, quickly seeking a wealthy backup after being dumped. Much like the scoundrels, these gold diggers often have numerous suitors. They flaunt their glamorous lives on social media, checking in at opulent hotels and dining in upscale restaurants, all while pretending to be independent women, merely to attract suitors. They spend money obtained through deceitful means, yet strive to present themselves as paragons of independence. They wish to ascend the social ladder through unscrupulous methods, believing there is no wrongdoing in their actions. Even if exposed, with a tarnished reputation, they can still survive, seeking out naive individuals to take the bait. The previous reports of a woman notorious for deceiving men for money and affection, only to be publicly shamed in a 66-page presentation, serve as a stark reminder. Gold diggers rarely acknowledge their wrongdoings. They are determined to live lavishly and seek a higher status through any means necessary. They believe that the money they extract from men is justified, as they are merely using their wits and charms. Even if their actions lead to disgrace, they continue to search for unsuspecting victims. However, should one encounter a formidable adversary, the outcome would be mutual destruction, presenting an entirely different narrative. It is paramount to embody kindness as a virtue. A touch more sincerity and a tad less cunning are essential. Boss, what I mean is, give it another go? Such duplicitous individuals are the most contemptible. Chen Wenwen displayed a mischievous grin, tinged with a hint of malice. Nevertheless, while I harbor no sympathy for such schemers, I shall not revel in their downfall, Ye Kun remarked, shaking his head. Where are the security personnel? Where's the security? The rotund man and Annie were engaged in a fierce brawl within the Hermes store, drawing the mockery of a gathering crowd. Yet, the two were so engrossed in their chaotic struggle, clawing and striking with fervor, that they paid no heed to the onlookers. Their clash resulted in mutual injury, a veritable farce unfolding before all. Soon, a store attendant intervened, summoning security. As Annie was forcibly escorted away, her gaze fortuitously met Ye Kun's within the crowd. Her expression one of shock. Remarkably, she managed to break free from the grasp of the security guard and rushed towards Ye Kun. Ye Kun, let us not part ways. Shall we? I shall no longer be troublesome. I implore you, do not break up with me. I have learned my lesson. I will cease my antics. She clung to his leg, pleading desperately. In that moment, her disheveled hair, myriad handprints and footprints adorning her attire, and her torn clothing rendered her a pitiful sight. Akin to a specter, without Ye Kun, she was truly nothing. No one would indulge her as he did. She was never a queen, lacking the grace of a princess, yet burdened with the afflictions of one. We have already parted ways. There is no returning. Please maintain your dignity, Ye Kun replied, unyielding. Having discerned her true nature, there was no possibility of retreat. Just as Annie sought to persist in her entanglement, 2 towering bodyguards stood resolutely before her. Ultimately, both Annie and the rotund man were ejected from the shopping center by the security personnel. Upon exiting, it remained uncertain whether they would engage in another confrontation. The clash between the scheming temptress and the pretentious rich scion was evenly matched. Boss, shall we continue shopping? Chen Wenwen inquired, noticing Ye Kun's somewhat altered demeanor. Indeed, we shall continue our shopping spree, Ye Kun replied with a smile. He was determined to bid farewell to the past and embark on a new chapter of lavish living. Subsequently, Ye Kun procured a men's wallet and a bottle of men's fragrance from the Hermes store. Following that, he led Chen Wenwen on a shopping spree through the luxury boutiques at the International Finance Center, purchasing anything that caught their eye without concern for the price. The experience was utterly exhilarating. After more than an hour, Ye Kun had transformed his entire wardrobe, adorned in fashionable designer attire from head to toe. From the sunglasses perched atop his head to the shoes on his feet and the wallet in his pocket, he was entirely renewed. A man's style lies not in quantity, but in quality. Ye Kun had acquired merely 3 to 5 outfits, totaling less than 2 million. The true splurge was the exquisite timepiece adorning his wrist, a Patek Philippe valued at over 8 million. They say the impoverished indulge in cars, while the affluent invest in watches. This timepiece was equivalent to a Lamborghini. In truth, Ye Kun held little fascination for watches. He was not enamored with luxury timepieces. His sole aim was to swiftly fulfill the system's tasks to reap the rewards. Clad in his fresh ensemble, Ye Kun exuded vitality and style, effortlessly embodying the allure that could captivate countless admirers. He resembled those handsome gentlemen who received 5-star reviews, strikingly attractive and immensely wealthy. Ding. Congratulations, host, on investing 10 million in yourself. Ding. The host utilized a tenfold cashback card, receiving 100 million in funds. Ding. Host's charisma value increased from 1 to 8. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a top-floor duplex villa in the Confronting complex at the Bund, valued at 880 million. The series of reward notifications flooded in, igniting a fervor of excitement. Chapter 8. The Confronting Luxury Residence. A reward of 100 million. That alone was exhilarating. Not to mention the additional reward of an 880 million luxury duplex. The Confronting residence, situated at the Bund, boasts an unparalleled location, offering breathtaking panoramic views of the city's skyline, surpassing even the opulence of the Thompson Riviera. Most importantly, his charisma had also elevated. Charisma is an intrinsic quality that cannot be purchased. It emanates from an innate aura and charm. Naturally, men with financial prowess possess heightened allure. Let us return to the Confronting. Ye Kun declared to Chen Wenwen, eager to explore his new abode. The Rolls-Royce Phantom whisked Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen into the underground garage of the Confronting. The subterranean level was a veritable showcase of luxury automobiles. Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Aston Martins, Maybachs, and a plethora of supercars dazzled the senses. It felt akin to stepping into an expansive luxury car exhibition. The scale of the vehicles housed in the garage attested to the economic prowess of the Confronting residence. Each luxury residence within the Confronting commands a price exceeding 200 million. Those privileged enough to reside here are either immensely wealthy or of noble standing. Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen ascended to the top floor, the 66th level, via the elevator. Upon entering the opulent living room, they were greeted by colossal floor-to-ceiling windows offering a 270-degree view, complemented by an array of top-tier luxurious furnishings. A grand piano graced the living area, while the entire residence exuded a contemporary and tasteful design, epitomizing extravagance. Wow, how stunning! The view is unparalleled. Directly across is the Oriental Pearl Tower. From the comfort of home, one can behold the splendid nightscape of the Bund. Chen Wenwen exclaimed, her excitement rivaling Ye Kun's. This was her first encounter with such a lavish, supersized residence. This is the pinnacle of luxury in the city, unmatched, Ye Kun remarked, without considering standalone villas. The Confronting stands as the most elite luxury property in all of Shanghai. To become the owner of such a residence is indeed gratifying. The view is truly unrivaled. Whether in the living room or bedroom, one can relish the beauty of the Bund. In the high-stakes real estate market of Shanghai, possessing such an expansive luxury residence feels like reaching the zenith of life. Chen Wenwen accompanied Ye Kun as they explored every corner of the residence, including the expansive rooftop garden and the private outdoor swimming pool. The entire top floor served as Ye Kun's private domain, with ample space to land a helicopter. Ye Kun was already contemplating the purchase of several helicopters. For a super wealthy individual like himself, driving luxury cars had become rather mundane. Boss, may I also reside in the Confronting? After perusing the residence, Chen Wenwen still seemed to be in a daze. It's beyond luxurious. Only a true tycoon could inhabit such a place. And Ye Kun was indeed that tycoon, and she basked in his glory. Of course, you are my personal secretary. You are more than welcome to stay. Feel free to choose any room, Ye Kun replied with a smile. With a loyalty rating of 96 and being a campus beauty, Chen Wenwen was attentive and caring, making Ye Kun more than willing to have her reside in the Confronting. In such a grand mansion, how could one not find it utterly dull without the company of a beautiful woman? Through their brief interactions, he found himself quite pleased with Chen Wenwen, his personal secretary. Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. Chen Wenwen flashed a charming smile. Her beauty was striking, her figure alluring, and every smile and gesture exuded enchantment. Little secretary, Ye Kun asserted as he playfully pinned Chen Wenwen against the wall, displaying his dominance. Chen Wenwen, undeniably a stunning beauty with a score of 92 for her looks, possessed exquisite features, fair skin, and a complexion that seemed almost flawless. Boss, you must be hungry, right? How about I prepare something for you? Chen Wenwen said. Her demeanor suddenly flustered as she hurriedly excused herself. Ye Kun chuckled, amused by her audacity to tease him. Have you ever had a boyfriend? He inquired. And no, I have never dated. I've been single since birth, Chen Wenwen replied honestly. Ye Kun was taken aback. Who would have expected that this captivating, sultry secretary was still a blank slate? Truly, she was the pure and pristine personal secretary the system had assigned him. Chapter 9. The entire Confronting Yipin belongs to Ye Kun. You look quite adorable when you're flustered, Ye Kun remarked, gently pinching Chen Wenwen's delicate face, eliciting a smile. She was indeed a delightful blend of cuteness, elegance, and sensuality. Let's go eat. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Ye Kun suggested. Yes, boss, I'll make you something delicious. Chen Wenwen replied, relieved. However, upon checking the refrigerator, she discovered it was completely bare, devoid of any ingredients, not even a grain of rice. Tomorrow we can buy some groceries. For now, let us dine out, Ye Kun decided. Acknowledging that he had only just moved into Confronting Yipin and had yet to stock up on supplies, he contemplated whether to hire a few maids, as managing such a vast mansion with just Chen Wenwen would be quite challenging, especially since her role was that of a personal secretary, not a maid. The Confronting Yipin community boasted a high-end clubhouse, gym, and restaurant. Ye Kun had yet to explore these amenities and thought it would be a perfect opportunity to accompany Chen Wenwen and familiarize himself with the facilities. They approached the lobby on the first floor and encountered the community's female steward, who donned a blue uniform, her figure graceful and her appearance youthful, reminiscent of a flight attendant. In fact, the stewards of Confronting Yipin were selected based on the standards for flight attendants and underwent rigorous training before taking on their roles. Excuse me, could you direct us to the community restaurant? Ye Kun casually inquired. The name tag on the steward read Wang Jingtong. She stood at least 172 centimeters tall, exuding poise and charm. May I ask which floor you reside on, sir? Wang Jingtong queried, noticing Ye Kun's unfamiliarity. The top floor, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. The top floor. Wang Jingtong's voice quivered in astonishment upon hearing Ye Kun's response. You are the chairman of Confronting Group, the boss, she exclaimed, her body trembling with excitement as she gazed at him. The top-floor duplex of Confronting Yipin was reserved for the boss and not for sale, meaning Ye Kun was indeed the enigmatic big boss of Confronting Group. She had finally encountered the legendary young and handsome boss. Ye Kun nodded slightly, acknowledging his identity. Upon seeing the name Confronting Yipin, he had already deduced that this opulent community was part of Confronting Group's assets. Chairman, I will notify the management to welcome you, Wang Jingtong stammered, her excitement palpable as she quickly adjusted her attire, anxious about her makeup. That's unnecessary. Just point me to the restaurant, Ye Kun replied coolly. He preferred to keep things low-key, not wanting to create a fuss over a simple meal. Oh, all right. She hastily indicated the direction of the restaurant. Thank you, Ye Kun acknowledged before proceeding with Chen Wenwen to the dining area. Wow, the boss is so handsome, so young, and so approachable, Wang Jingtong gushed, still captivated by his retreating figure. The restaurant at Confronting Yipin was on par with five-star standards. Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen enjoyed a discreet meal together. Later that evening, at around 9, Ye Kun received a call from Lin Su, a college friend. They had all remained in the city after graduation and occasionally gathered for drinks. Kun Gu, long time no see. How about we grab a few drinks tonight? I know a newly opened upscale nightclub. It's quite large, and with the holidays approaching, we should go out and have some fun, Lin Su proposed enthusiastically. This friend, a second-generation rich kid, was well off but not arrogant, being generous and sociable, with a fondness for nightlife. He was familiar with all the lively bars in the city. Sure, let's meet up. Which bar are we going to? Send me the location, Ye Kun replied. This new bar is called TX Bar, and even Principal Wang and many celebrities frequent it. It's quite the hot spot, and there are loads of beautiful women. Tonight, my treat, Lin Su excitedly responded. After hanging up, Lin Su promptly sent Ye Kun the location of TX Bar, which was not far from the Bund. Chapter 10. Extraordinary Driving Skills, Confronting Short Videos. In the underground parking lot of Confronting Yipin, a stunning blue supercar gracefully opened its butterfly doors, capturing everyone's attention. This is the domestic Hongqi Tang concept supercar, one of only one in the world. It belongs to you, boss, Chen Wenwen exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the Hongqi Tang supercar. The car's design was striking, filled with a sense of advanced technology. even more eye-catching than a Ferrari LaFerrari. As the butterfly doors opened, it resembled a blue butterfly spreading its wings, instantly captivating all who beheld it. It's absolutely gorgeous, surreal, and incredibly cool. Are you familiar with this Hongqi Tang supercar? Ye Kun asked, amused, as he had assumed Chen Wenwen, being a woman, might not be interested in cars. Of course, it was showcased for 3 days at the last international auto show in the city, creating quite a stir, Chen Wenwen replied. The official price for the Hongqi Tang was set at 30 million Huaxia coins, making it a unique masterpiece. At the auto show, wealthy individuals vied to purchase the Hongqi Tang supercar, with offers reaching as high as 80 million, yet none succeeded in acquiring this divine vehicle. It is said that a certain enigmatic tycoon has taken possession of it. It turns out that this tycoon is none other than the boss. Chen Wenwen gazed at Ye Kun with admiration. It appears the boss has a penchant for domestically produced marvels of engineering. Ding. Gained admiration points from female secretary Chen Wenwen, 99. The admiration points serve as the currency of this tycoon system, which can be exchanged for goods and used in lotteries. Come, let me take you for a ride in our domestic marvel. Ye Kun chuckled as he settled into the driver's seat of the Hongqi Tang. Chen Wenwen gracefully took her place in the passenger seat. At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly echoed. Ding. Detected a campus bell sitting in the passenger seat of the Marvel, rewarding the host with divine driving skills. Instantly, an abundance of driving knowledge flooded Ye Kun's mind, granting him mastery over divine driving skills. Wow. The presence of this campus bell, Chen Wenwen, in the passenger seat has directly awarded me divine driving skills. This is astonishing. It is worth noting that while he considered himself an experienced driver, he was still leagues away from divine driving prowess. He was utterly thrilled as Ye Kun started the Marvel and gripped the steering wheel. A remarkable sensation of unity between man and machine enveloped him. At that moment, he was a god of the road. Hold on tight. The boss will take you flying. Ye Kun gently pressed the accelerator, and the Marvel surged forth like a nimble cheetah, remarkably agile. Upon exiting the Kunping Epine residential area, the Hongqi Tang transformed into the most striking vehicle on the streets of the magical city. Ye Kun navigated the Marvel at breakneck speed, swiftly arriving outside the TX bar. The exterior of the bar was adorned with a plethora of luxury cars, particularly an abundance of Porsches, Ferraris, and Lamborghinis. However, the moment Ye Kun's Hongqi appeared, it captivated the entire crowd. Wow, is that the Hongqi Tang concept supercar from the car exhibition? There's only one in the world, priced at tens of millions. Incredible. This car is truly stunning. Who would have thought domestic vehicles could look this good? Not only visually appealing. The Hongqi Tang had outperformed even the Porsche 918 in track testing, undeniably a domestic marvel. In no time, the Hongqi Tang supercar became the focal point of the gathering, drawing admiration and awe from the onlookers. Ding. Admiration points, 66. Ding. Admiration points, 88. Ding. Admiration points, 99. After a brief spin in the domestic marvel, Ye Kun amassed a significant amount of admiration points from the crowd. Hey, Kun, have you arrived yet? Just as Ye Kun parked the car, his friend Lin Su called. I've just parked, Xiaolin, where are you? Ye Kun replied. During their university days, Lin Su was his follower, and Ye Kun affectionately referred to him as Xiaolin. Although Lin Su was a wealthy second generation, he exhibited no airs in front of Ye Kun. I just got here. Right at the bar entrance, Lin Su responded, standing next to a stunning influencer. Soon, Ye Kun, accompanied by Chen Wenwen, reached the bar entrance and spotted Lin Su. Wow. Kun, this beauty beside you is absolutely breathtaking. Did you just get yourself a new girlfriend? Lin Su exclaimed upon seeing Chen Wenwen, whose beauty was already at campus belle level, and with her striking figure, she could dazzle any crowd. She is my female secretary, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. A female secretary? Kun, you're incredible. You truly are my idol. I'm in complete awe of you. Lin Su was taken aback, then gave Ye Kun a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. In less than a year since graduation, Kun already has a female secretary, and a stunning one at that. Kun is indeed remarkable. Although he was a rich second generation, he didn't have a female secretary himself. Recently, he had spent hundreds of thousands on a live streaming platform just to date a female streamer, only to be disappointed when the reality didn't match the video. Instantly, he felt that the influencer beside him paled in comparison to Chen Wenwen. Ding. Gained Lin Su's admiration points, 666. Unsurprisingly, Lin Su contributed a substantial amount of admiration points to Ye Kun. Call him Kun, quickly. Lin Su instructed the influencer beside him. My Kun earned millions in the capital market during university solely through his own abilities. He is truly capable. All my pocket money throughout college was thanks to him. Lin Su held Ye Kun in high regard. While most students were engrossed in romance or gaming, Ye Kun had already ventured into the capital market, amassing wealth. Moreover, he was not a rich second generation. He had built his fortune from the ground up. Hello, Kun. I'm Wu Dan, a female streamer from Confronting short video live streaming. Please take care of me, Wu Dan said, eager to introduce herself upon hearing of Ye Kun's impressive accomplishments. Ye Kun was not only handsome, but also financially successful, making him a prime target for female streamers seeking to align with influential figures. Confronting short video live streaming? Ye Kun expressed mild surprise, realizing that this was likely a subsidiary of the Confronting group. This meant it was also part of his enterprise. Just how many companies does the Confronting group encompass? Even Ye Kun was unsure. Perhaps he would visit the Confronting group headquarters when he had the time. Yes, Kun. This Confronting short video live streaming has only recently emerged. Although it cannot yet compete with the three major giants, Magic Sound Short Video, Shark Live, and Tiger Live, it is swiftly rising due to the backing of the Confronting group. Lin Su added. He frequently watched short video streams and was quite knowledgeable about the platform. Is that so? I might just download the Confronting short video app. Ye Kun chuckled, realizing that as the head of Confronting group, he had yet to download his own platform. Can you believe it? I must download it. There are so many interesting videos and beautiful streamers on Confronting short video, Lin Su insisted. After a brief exchange, the group made their way toward the TX bar. Chapter 11. The most opulent bar in the magical city. The bar street along the Bund in the magical city was a riot of lights and colors. At this moment, nightlife was just beginning. Kun, let me tell you, the TX bar is the largest, most expensive, most extravagant, and most prestigious bar in the entire magical city. As Lin Su spoke of the TX bar, he became animated, clearly excited. The TX bar even has celebrity endorsements, and many top wealthy second-generation individuals, including Principal Wong, are regulars here. Oh, it sounds quite impressive. What are the minimum consumption levels for the booths? Ye Kun inquired, as he seldom frequented bars and was unfamiliar with the TX bar's consumption rates. At the TX bar, the most basic booth has a minimum consumption starting at 30,000. The first area has a minimum of 100,000, while the zero area requires a minimum of 300,000. The Supreme area demands a staggering 1 million minimum. Lin Su explained. With such exorbitant prices, starting at 30,000, ordinary urban white-collar workers would indeed struggle to afford it. Most patrons here were wealthy second-generation individuals or affluent people. Oh, the most extravagant bar in the magical city doesn't seem too pricey, Ye Kun remarked nonchalantly. Now that he was a tycoon worth 900 billion, such expenditures were hardly significant to him. Even before he had the system, he could have afforded it. Kun, you are truly a big shot. My monthly allowance barely amounts to a few 100,000. Lin Su scoffed, aware that Ye Kun could potentially earn tens of thousands in mere minutes within the capital market. Even he, a wealthy second generation, envied Ye Kun's remarkable ability to generate wealth. So, which section did you reserve? Ye Kun deftly shifted the conversation. Brother Kun, I managed to book a seat in Area 1. This bar is absolutely bustling. Lin Su replied, noting that apart from the VIP section, nearly all other spots were consistently packed and had been reserved well in advance. It took considerable effort for him to secure a table in Area 1. Unlike other bars where marketing teams beg customers to book tables, at TX Bar, patrons must cultivate good relationships with the marketing staff to successfully reserve a spot. It was indeed a hot spot. The bar attracted a plethora of affluent second-generation patrons, and the presence of stunning women only added to its allure, further boosting business. One could only surmise that the owner of TX Bar was reaping substantial profits. Suddenly, commotion erupted ahead, as if a prominent internet celebrity had arrived, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Wow, that's Principal Wong, Wong Tsong. I heard he recently started dating another internet celebrity. Lin Su exclaimed, pointing at a figure ahead. He had heard that Principal Wong frequently visited TX Bar, and encountering him in person was unexpected. Principal Wong was not only a top-tier second-generation rich kid, but also a super internet celebrity. His presence invariably sparked attention and discussion. Ye Kun glanced forward and saw a man clad in pajamas striding toward the entrance of TX Bar, accompanied by a strikingly attractive, scantily dressed companion. Many gathered around to gawk. Ye Kun merely cast a cursory glance before diverting his gaze. Although Principal Wong was undeniably one of the wealthiest second-generation individuals in the country, to Ye Kun, he was merely ordinary, just average. Indeed, Ye Kun's own wealth, represented by the 900 billion valuation of the Confronting group, eclipsed that of old Wong, let alone young Wong. Unbeknownst to him, what seemed extraordinary to the average person had become commonplace in his eyes. As the group entered TX Bar, they were greeted by the pulsating sounds of electronic music. The venue was expansive, divided into several distinctly themed areas. Numerous scantily clad beauties danced amidst the thrumming beats. The higher the price of the section, the more attractive and scantily clad the women seemed to be. Lin Su led his companions toward Area 1, only to be approached by a marketing staff member whose expression was far from cheerful. "Young Master Lin, I'm afraid your reserved table has been taken," the staff member said apologetically. "What the hell? Who dares to snatch my reserved seat?" Lin Su's anger flared instantly. He had invited Brother Kun and a female internet celebrity to join him, and now someone had the audacity to take his spot. "I'm sorry, young Master Lin, but it was young Master Xiao who took the table." "There's nothing I can do," the staff member replied, his face etched with discomfort. Some individuals were simply beyond his capacity to offend, leading him to choose to upset Lin Su instead. It was evident that these nightlife marketers assess their clientele based on status. "I don't care who Xiao is. Taking my seat is absolutely unacceptable." Lin Su was not one to be trifled with. As a wealthy second generation himself, he had a notoriously short temper. He had no intention of provoking others, but he could not abide being disrespected. Soon, Lin Su stormed toward his table in Area 1, only to discover it occupied by several young men and women engaged in revelry. One notably rotund individual bore scratches on his face and neck, some of which were adorned with band-aids, creating a rather comical sight. "Isn't that the backup guy for that green tea BTCH?" Ye Kun recognized the rotund man instantly, the very same one who had fought with his ex-girlfriend at the Guijin shopping center. Fate had brought them together once more, much to Ye Kun's amusement. "Hey, Lu Bai, you pathetic loser, how dare you steal my reserved seat?" Lin Su shouted at Lu Bai, who was also familiar with him. Although Lu Bai was a second-generation rich kid, he was of a lesser pedigree. He often flaunted his wealth, yet his family's assets were quite modest. It was important to note that even among second-generation wealthy individuals, there were hierarchies. "Lin Su, this table was reserved for me by young Master Xiao. If you have a problem, take it up with him," Lu Bai retorted, showing no intention of relinquishing the seat. Although he belonged to the lower tier of the affluent circle, he associated with young Master Xiao. Having just had a quarrel with the green tea BTCH, he sought solace in drink. "I don't care about your young Master Xiao. You need to get out of my seat," Lin Su shot back, exasperated at Lu Bai's refusal to budge. "Oh, if it isn't young Master Lin, are you really disregarding my young Master Xiao's authority?" At that moment, a young man adorned with earrings strolled over from the VIP section. His name was Xiao Tianyuan, the heir of the Xiao Group, boasting an impressive family fortune in the billions. A well-known spender, he was accustomed to lavishly throwing money around in bars, cultivating a wide circle of acquaintances. "Young Master Xiao, I had reserved this table long ago," Lin Su replied, his demeanor growing tense. The Xiao family's influence spanned numerous industries, and they held substantial connections in the city, making Lin Su hesitant to offend them. However, he was unwilling to accept the humiliation of having his seat taken without protest. That would be far too degrading. Chapter 12. The Skill of Indomitable Spirits. "I want to take over the whole venue." Lin Su felt a deep-seated resentment at having his table commandeered by Xiao Tianyuan. "Young Master Xiao, I reserved this table for my friends tonight. Could you please show me some consideration?" Lin Su implored. Ye Kun stood nearby, feeling that allowing his seat to be taken would be an affront to his dignity. Xiao Tianyuan's gaze drifted over Ye Kun, noting that he appeared unfamiliar and clearly not a member of the elite second-generation circle. Those within the wealthy elite often operated within their own social strata. Members of the same circle or similar status would afford each other respect, while those of lesser standing were frequently dismissed or belittled. As a top-tier second-generation individual, Xiao Tianyuan discerned that Ye Kun was not of his caliber, thus he felt no obligation to extend any courtesies. However, upon catching sight of Chun Wanwen beside Ye Kun, he was momentarily captivated. Stunning, absolutely stunning. This is a true beauty. Her exceptional figure was surely enough to entice any man. "Beautiful lady, I am Xiao Tianyuan, heir to the Xiao Group. I have a reserved table in the VIP section. Would you care to join me for a drink?" He boldly directed his attention toward Chun Wanwen, attempting to charm her. Typically, women frequenting bars were quite open and often materialistic, seeking to attract wealthy second-generation men. By revealing his identity as the Xiao heir and mentioning his VIP reservation, few women could resist such an enticing offer. Ye Kun's expression hardened. Xiao Tianyuan had the audacity to flirt with his secretary right before him. Such audacity was indeed audacious. However, his attempts to flirt with Chun Wanwen were destined to be in vain. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in you," Chun Wanwen replied coldly, decisively rejecting Xiao Tianyuan's invitation. What was the significance of being the young master of the Xiao family? Compared to Mr. Kun, he was merely a lesser figure among peers. The disparity between a wealthy second-generation scion and an elite first-generation magnate was insurmountable. Xiao Tianyuan was visibly taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the rejection from such a beautiful woman after revealing his identity. Such occurrences were rare in his experience. Nevertheless, being the heir of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. He refrained from pursuing Chen Wenwen further after her refusal. Lin Su, don't say I, Xiao Tianyuan, am bullying you. I am a distinguished guest in the Supreme Zone, privileged with the right to select a table of my choosing. Unless you also have a reservation in the Supreme Zone, this table cannot be relinquished to you. Xiao Tianyuan remarked to Lin Su. Chen Wenwen's merciless rejection had left him feeling humiliated, making it all the more impossible to yield the table to Lin Su. Otherwise, what face would he have left as a scion of the Xiao family? A reservation in the Supreme Zone? Lin Su furrowed his brow, aware that the minimum expenditure there was 1 million. While he was a wealthy second generation, he had yet to inherit his family's fortune, leaving him with limited disposable income. What? Can't afford the Supreme Zone? Then you ought to save yourself the embarrassment at TX Bar. It would be wiser to leave. Xiao Tianyuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Su and Ye Kun. He was a second-generation rich kid who reveled in flaunting his wealth. Yet he would concede when faced with someone wealthier and more imposing. Conversely, he would often trample on those beneath him in both wealth and status. At that moment, Ye Kun heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Random mission triggered. Slap Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Mission reward. 1. Skill of indomitable intoxication. 2. A card for tenfold cash back on beverage purchases. Wow. The skill of indomitable intoxication. Ye Kun felt a flicker of joy. Was this an invitation to become a wine sage? Though the skill might seem inconsequential at times, it had its merits in critical moments. For instance, possessing the skill of indomitable intoxication would allow him to navigate the nightlife of bars with ease. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself. TX Bar isn't suited for you. Xiao Tianyuan noticed Lin Su reddening in silence and revealed a look of contempt. He waved his hand, preparing to leave the table with a sense of nonchalance. Hold on, it's just the Supreme Zone. Lin Su was incensed. Was it merely the Supreme Zone with its minimum consumption of 1 million? Today, he was determined to uphold his dignity and not lose face before Kun Go. Wait, I've reserved the entire venue for tonight. Ye Kun interjected, preemptively speaking up. What? Reserve the entire venue? Everyone present assumed they had misheard. TX Bar was the most extravagant bar in the city, and reserving it for an evening would cost no less than 10 million. Kun Go, don't act impulsively. I know you want to stand up for me, but reserving the venue is unnecessary and far too expensive. Lin Su was both shocked and touched. Kun Go must have seen him being bullied and couldn't help but intervene. However, it truly wasn't necessary. 10 million could buy a Lamborghini, after all. Did I hear you right? You said you want to reserve TX Bar? Xiao Tianyuan halted in his tracks, staring at Ye Kun in astonishment. Spending over 10 million to reserve TX Bar was a venture even he would not dare to undertake. Reserving the entire bar was far more impressive than merely booking a table in the Supreme Zone. Ye Kun disregarded Xiao Tianyuan and addressed the marketing staff beside him, saying, Tonight, I'm reserving TX Bar. I will cover all customers' beverage expenses. However, I have conditions. First, everyone at this table must leave. I do not wish to see them at TX Bar tonight. He pointed at the overweight Lu Bai at the table. Leave? Do you have that much money? Do you dare to reserve TX Bar? Lu Bai was also taken aback, recognizing Ye Kun as the ex-boyfriend of Annie, the green tea girl who had sought him out only after being rejected by Ye Kun. However, he found it hard to believe that Ye Kun could truly reserve TX. Sir, are you certain you wish to reserve the entire TX Bar? The marketing staff appeared equally astonished. Ye Kun was not a regular patron, and they were unsure if he was joking. Enough with the nonsense. Call your boss. Ye Kun waved his hand, speaking with an air of authority. As he raised his hand, he inadvertently revealed his Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. The marketing staff was instantly dumbfounded. To develop his discerning eye, he had specifically studied high-end luxury cars and watches. The watch on Ye Kun's wrist was unmistakably the $8 million Patek Philippe diamond watch. Even Xiao Tianyuan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. A person capable of wearing an $8 million Patek Philippe watch was certainly of his caliber. Sir, allow me to escort you to the Supreme Zone while I notify the general manager to attend to you shortly. The marketing staff's demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect. However, he could only notify the bar's general manager. The enigmatic owner behind TX Bar was someone he had never encountered and had no authority to summon. Chapter 13. The goddess-level beauty, Chang Yuetong. Ye Kun and Lin Su were respectfully escorted to their seats in the Supreme Zone by another staff member. This was the most coveted area in TX Bar, offering not only the finest seats, but also the best view. Young Master Yi, young Master Lin, please wait a moment. Our general manager will be here shortly. The staff member said respectfully. Let us order some drinks, Ye Kun said nonchalantly. Now that they had settled into the Supreme Zone, it was impossible to wait idly. They certainly had to start with a drink. Certainly, young Master Yi. What would you like to drink? The marketing staff inquired respectfully. Little Lin, you choose something. Ye Kun suggested to Lin Su. How about we start with a God Dragon set? Lin Su hesitated before asking Ye Kun. The so-called God Dragon set consisted of a champagne set featuring the Ace of Spades. The God Dragon set included 6 bottles of champagne in black, gold, pink, and violet. Priced at $888. Regardless of the bar, ordering this set would ignite a display of lights and cheers, making one the center of attention. The God Dragon set. Wu Dan, standing beside Lin Su, couldn't contain her excitement upon hearing the order. This was the 888 yuan God Dragon set. Just posting a picture of it on her social media would be enough to fuel her bragging for a while. 1 God Dragon set isn't enough? Be confident. Let us start with 10 God Dragon sets. Ye Kun patted Lin Su on the shoulder, smiling. A single God Dragon set only consisted of 6 bottles of champagne. It was hardly sufficient for a celebration. 10 God Dragon sets. The marketing staff was both astonished and delighted. 1 God Dragon set cost 888 yuan, making 10 of them a staggering 888 yuan. Only a true magnate would dare to indulge in such extravagance. Kun Gu, you're too extravagant. Starting off with 10 God Dragon sets. Lin Su was stunned, gazing at Ye Kun with admiration. He is the scion of a wealthy family, yet he does not dare to indulge in such extravagant displays. Wu Dan was utterly astonished. Today, she truly witnessed what it means to be a tycoon. Initially, she thought that ordering a single divine drink was impressive, but when young Master Yi casually requested 10, without a hint of trepidation, it became apparent what a genuine magnate looked like. She resolved to capture several photographs to flaunt later. Sharing a drink with young Master Yi today would be sufficient to boast about for an entire year. Young Master Yi. The black gold edition of Ace of Spades is globally limited to just a few thousand bottles, and RTX bar still has some in stock. Exclusively for our most esteemed guests. I shall have the divine drinks brought forth immediately, the bar staff eagerly announced. The black gold edition of Ace of Spades is a rarity in most establishments, but TX bar possesses it, reserved only for select distinguished patrons. Naturally, young Master Ye's decision to reserve the entire TX bar places him in the highest echelon of esteemed guests. On the other side, Xiao Tianyuan sat on the sofa in the Supreme area, his expression somewhat grim. Young Master Xiao, that young Master Yi is attempting to expel me from TX bar. This is a blatant affront to you, an attempt to slap your face. Lu Bai lamented, his face a picture of despair. Being ousted would be utterly humiliating. He, as Xiao Tianyuan's most devoted sycophant, could only seek refuge under Xiao Tianyuan's protection. Today had been particularly unlucky for him, having fought with that scheming woman during the day. He now faced the prospect of being driven away from the bar at night. All of this trouble stemmed from that woman. Lu Bai's animosity towards Annie had reached a boiling point. It was as if he had attempted to be unfaithful and ended up covered in shame. Silence. As long as you remain by my side, no one can cast you out, Xiao Tianyuan replied coldly. Even if Ye Kun had reserved the entire bar, he could not expel everyone present. Moreover, he was also a supreme VIP at TX bar. Who would dare to remove him? Just then, the 10 divine drinks ordered by Ye Kun were brought over by staff members adorned with glowing spectacles and eccentric attire. A throng of individuals followed, brandishing dazzling signs and sparklers, pushing a transparent champagne cabinet, creating quite the spectacle. The commotion drew countless gazes and incited waves of applause and astonishment. Wow, 10 divine drinks. That's the hallmark of a true tycoon. Incredible. If only I could sneak over to that tycoon-esque side for a quick picture. The supreme area where Ye Kun and Lin Su resided became the focal point of the entire venue. 6 bottles of Ace of Spades in varying colors were uncorked, and Ye Kun and Lin Su sipped leisurely. The taste of Ace of Spades was somewhat superior to ordinary champagne. However, to claim it was exceptionally delightful would be a stretch. Ultimately, they were merely consuming solitude and monotony. Ye Kun was still awaiting the bar owner to arrive, eager to humiliate Xiao Tianyuan. At that moment, a stir arose in the crowd. A stunningly beautiful woman, slender and graceful, approached the supreme area, flanked by numerous bodyguards. She walked with an air of confidence, exuding an icy elegance that instantly captivated the entire venue. Who is she, with so many bodyguards? She must be extraordinarily beautiful, like a goddess. Did you see? The general manager of TX Bar is following her closely. Could she be the rumored mysterious owner of TX Bar? I've heard that the enigmatic figure behind TX Bar is an incredibly beautiful woman. Amidst the astonished gazes, the stunning beauty made her way to the supreme area. Chang Yushi, the female president of the Chang Group? Xiao Tianyuan stood up from his seat in the supreme area, his expression filled with surprise. Chang Yushi was indeed the elusive owner of TX Bar. However, Xiao Tianyuan was aware of her other identity as the president of the Chang Group and the eldest daughter of the Chang family. She was captivating, enigmatic, and astute. Under her stewardship, The Chang group flourished rapidly. Xiao Tianyuan frequently visited TX Bar, often spending lavishly, partly in hopes of getting closer to this heiress. Yet, he had never encountered her at TX Bar before. Miss Chang, I am Xiao Tianyuan, the heir of the Xiao group. I have admired you for quite some time. Upon seeing Chang Yushi approach, Xiao Tianyuan rushed to greet her, immediately adopting a sycophantic demeanor. However, Chang Yushi didn't even spare him a glance, walking right past him. Her demeanor was frostily aloof, entirely disregarding the young master of the Xiao family, leaving Xiao Tianyuan utterly embarrassed and momentarily paralyzed. Chang Yushi proceeded directly to Ye Kun's side, extending a delicate hand. I am Chang Yushi, the owner of TX Bar. I hear you wish to meet me? Her expression remained strikingly cool. Beep. A goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Chang Yutong. Attractiveness, 97, goddess level. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 88, 60, 92. Bust, 30, 60. Affinity, 10. Personality, charming, gracious, and bold. Ye Kun was taken aback. The woman before him was the most beautiful he had ever encountered. Her attractiveness rating was an astonishing 97, qualifying her as a goddess. And her physique was nothing short of perfect. However, why did she refer to herself as Chang Yushi when her name was clearly Chang Yutong? Furthermore, while she appeared exceptionally cold, the system's assessment described her as charming, gracious, and bold. Something was amiss. This was indeed perplexing. Chapter 14. Hold the goddess's hand for 10 seconds without letting go. Despite Chang Yutong's efforts to maintain an icy demeanor, the allure evident in her brow and expression was impossible to conceal. Yes, her cool exterior was a facade, and Ye Kun had seen through it all. The similarity between Chang Yutong and Chang Yushi's names suggested a potential sisterly connection. Chang Yutong was rather playful. However, Ye Kun had no intention of exposing her true identity. Gazing at Chang Yutong's exquisite beauty, he gently grasped her outstretched hand. So soft, so smooth. I am Ye Kun, planning to reserve the entire TX Bar tonight. Ye Kun spoke, a charming smile gracing his lips. He exuded confidence and composure, unaffected by Chang Yutong's beauty or status, unlike Xiao Tianyuan, who immediately adopted a sycophantic posture upon encountering her. Such men exuded greater appeal. As Ye Kun held Chang Yutong's delicate hand, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Beep. Random task triggered. Hold the goddess Chang Yutong's hand for 10 seconds without letting go. Reward, 5 points of constitution. Wow. Hold Chang Yutong's hand for 10 seconds and receive a reward of 5 constitution points. System, you are quite cheeky. However, this reward is undeniably enticing. Mind you, his constitution totaled only 8 points, with the pinnacle of human constitution barely reaching 10 points. Completing this task of holding the goddess's hand would yield a remarkable reward of 5 points. Quite thrilling. This task must be accomplished. Thus, Ye Kun firmly clasped Chang Yutong's delicate hand, refusing to release it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chang Yutong gently tugged at her hand, realizing it wouldn't budge. Her brows knitting slightly. Yet, having only passed 3 seconds, she could not ascertain whether he was intentionally holding on. I wish to reserve the entire TX Bar, but I have certain stipulations. Ye Kun noticed that Chang Yutong was attempting to withdraw her hand, and could not help but speak up. He aimed to divert her attention by articulating his demands. Just 3 seconds had passed. He needed to persist. He could not let go. The customer is king. Since Mr. Yi wishes to reserve the TX Bar, he is certainly entitled to make requests. Please, do share. Indeed, Chang Yutong's focus was successfully redirected, and she endeavored to maintain an air of a female CEO. For seconds, 5 seconds. Another 2 seconds slipped by. This evening, all drink expenses for patrons at the TX Bar will be covered by me, Ye Kun declared, still holding onto Chang Yutong's delicate hand. Furthermore, he intentionally slowed his speech. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Time seemed to stretch, yet it afforded Ye Kun an additional 3 seconds. At that moment, Chang Yutong again made a move to withdraw her hand, for a customary handshake should not exceed 5 seconds. Their clasp had already lingered too long. I demand that portly man and Xiao Tianyuan vacate the TX Bar. Ye Kun finally voiced his request, simultaneously displaying a semblance of agitation and gripping Chang Yutong's hand tighter. He would not relent. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. KO. Success. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of holding the goddess-level beauty Chang Yutong's hand for 10 seconds. Ding. Reward. 5 points of constitution. Congratulations, host. Your constitution has been elevated to 13. In an instant, Ye Kun felt as though a wondrous energy coursed through his body, instantly enhancing his vitality. It was exhilarating. A robust constitution signifies true strength. Ye Kun felt invigorated, brimming with life and energy. He sensed that even if he were to leap for 3 days and nights, he would not tire. Most importantly, with his enhanced constitution, his combat capability had significantly increased. Upon seeing Ye Kun reveling in the grip of her hand, Chang Yuetong felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Fortunately, Ye Kun released her hand just in time to prevent her from losing her temper. At that moment, Xiao Tianyuan, who had been observing the situation from the sidelines, overheard Ye Kun's words. "What? You want me to leave the TX bar as well?" Xiao Tianyuan rushed over, his face betraying disbelief. He had been quite displeased to see Ye Kun holding on to his goddess's hand so firmly, and now Ye Kun was attempting to expel him as well. This made him feel humiliated in front of his goddess. "Other patrons may remain, but we must leave. I've reserved the entire TX bar. Is it unreasonable to make this request?" Ye Kun ignored Xiao Tianyuan and instead addressed Chang Yuetong. "Indeed, it seems quite reasonable." Chang Yuetong expressed a contemplative demeanor, then nodded in agreement. She was not the owner of the TX bar and lacked experience in handling such matters. However, she found Ye Kun's reasoning sound. After all, he had spent over 10 million to reserve the entire TX bar. What was wrong with wanting to expel a few bothersome individuals? It was a perfectly justifiable request. Moreover, she was aware that Xiao Tianyuan had instigated the trouble first, and Ye Kun's retaliation was not unwarranted. Instead, she found Ye Kun to have a commanding presence. "Chang, I am the distinguished heir of the Xiao family, a regular patron of the TX bar, and a VIP in the Supreme area. You cannot expel me," Xiao Tianyuan urged, desperation creeping into his tone. If he were to be expelled today, it would be a significant loss of face, and his standing among the elite in the Magic City would undoubtedly diminish. "Today, your expenses in the Supreme area will be waived, but you must leave the TX bar at once and are forbidden from re-entering tonight." Chang Yuetong adopted a frigid demeanor, emulating her sister, and made a decisive ruling, offering no leniency to the Xiao family heir. At that moment, Ye Kun's mind was graced with the delightful sound of the system's prompt. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of slapping Xiao Tianyuan's face. Reward 1. The skill of inebriation immunity. Reward 2. A cash card for tenfold returns on beverage expenditures." Exhilarating. The task of humiliating Xiao Tianyuan was accomplished with such ease. This was all thanks to Chang Yuetong, the owner of the TX bar. She executed her role splendidly, and Ye Kun found himself quite fond of her. He was thoroughly smitten. "No, I refuse to accept this. Is reserving the TX bar all it takes? I, Xiao Tianyuan, can do the same." Hearing Chang Yuetong's intent to expel him, Xiao Tianyuan grew increasingly anxious. However, merely reserving the bar was not beyond his means as the esteemed heir of the Xiao family. Isn't it just a matter of throwing money around? Who's afraid of whom? Chapter 15. A billion to reserve. A resounding slap in the face. Xiao Tianyuan relished the act of throwing money around. As the heir of the billion-dollar Xiao group, he was the most extravagant spender whenever he visited nightclubs and bars, always the one to splash the most cash. Thus, he had amassed a following of many young elites in the Magic City. Indeed, it was merely a matter of reserving the bar, just throwing money around. Our young master Xiao can also reserve the TX bar and offer an even higher price. Xiao Tianyuan's top lackey, Lu Bai, chimed in. Spending money was never a concern for young Master Xiao. "Yes, young Master Xiao can reserve the TX bar." Several wealthy second-generation followers of Xiao Tianyuan echoed their support. This Ye Kun was evidently an outsider, likely unaware of the wealth disparity within the elite circles of the Magic City. How naive. They speculated that Ye Kun might be a second-generation heir from some small place. The strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Only upon arriving in the Magic City would these second-generation heirs realize their financial inadequacies. "Indeed, I am willing to offer 20 million to reserve the TX bar for one evening. The condition is that they must vacate." Xiao Tianyuan smirked, extending 2 fingers and casting a disdainful glance at Ye Kun. At that moment, he rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of flaunting wealth. 20 million. He was willing to spend that sum to showcase his bravado. He believed that at this moment, he was the most eye-catching figure in the room. Surely, Miss Chang Yuetong would be impressed by his audacity. Chang Yuetong remained silent, her beautiful eyes turned towards Ye Kun. At present, Ye Kun had yet to finalize any payments. Theoretically, Xiao Tianyuan could indeed offer a higher price to reserve the bar. Previously, Ye Kun had exuded strong confidence in his intention to reserve the entire TX bar. Now, how would he respond to Xiao Tianyuan's provocation? So what will it be? Our young Master Xiao is willing to offer 20 million to reserve the bar. Do you dare to outbid us? If you lack the funds, then vacate the TX bar. You little pauper, daring to compare wealth with young Master Xiao? If it's about throwing money around, you are not even qualified. The sycophant Lu Bai leapt forward, eager to taunt. Previously, Ye Kun had threatened to reserve the bar and expel him, which had left him resentful. Now, with young Master Xiao in the ascendancy, he jumped forward like a clown, as if he were the one capable of reserving the entire bar. "You fat fool, who are you calling a little pauper? Be careful lest I tear your foul mouth apart." Lin Su pointed angrily at Liu Bai's nose. This pathetic fool had little capability but excelled at being a lackey, and his tongue was as sharp as a dagger. "What? Daring to act tough without money? You are the little paupers I speak of, and I am referencing you." Liu Bai strutted about, exuding the demeanor of a petty schemer who relished in his petty authority. "Please maintain a civil demeanor and refrain from causing disturbances in the TX bar," Chang Yuetong said coldly, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The burly bodyguards behind her stepped forward, poised to intervene should any trouble arise. Upon noticing that Chang Yueshi appeared to be on the verge of anger, Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. With a resounding slap, he struck Liu Bai on the head, reprimanding him. "You foolish glutton, refrain from crude language. We are civilized individuals." That foolish glutton was utterly lacking in perception. With the esteemed female CEO Chang Yueshi standing beside them, how dare he speak indiscreetly? Such behavior tarnished his grand persona. He resolved never to invite that glutton along again. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. I won't do it again." Liu Bai quickly bowed and retreated to the side. "What do you think? I'll offer 20 million to reserve the entire TX bar. If you dare to bid higher, I shall match you. Whoever backs down is a coward." Xiao Tianyuan provocatively challenged Ye Kun. Today, he was determined to showcase the prestige of a top-tier heir from the magical city, using wealth to subdue Ye Kun. When it came to spending, he never flinched. He was indeed the most formidable tycoon in the entire TX bar. Beep. Random task triggered. Slap Xiao Tianyuan's face once more. Task reward, strength 3. Damn. He had just felt the thrill of slapping Xiao Tianyuan, and now he was presented with yet another opportunity to do so. Although the reward was somewhat meager, merely 3 points of strength, even the smallest of victories must be claimed. Calmly, Ye Kun took a sip of the ace of spades champagne, then slowly extended a single finger. What could this signify? 10 million? Unlikely. It surely couldn't be that. Could it be 100 million? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Was Ye Kun truly prepared to bid 100 million to reserve a bar for a night? Impossible. "I'll bid 100 million, Ye Kun declared. He intended to reserve the TX bar for that staggering sum because he possessed a tenfold drink consumption rebate card, meaning that spending 100 million could yield a return of 1 billion. Moreover, it would serve as a stinging rebuke to Xiao Tianyuan. Why not seize the opportunity? The atmosphere erupted in shock. Stunned silence followed by an uproar. Insanity. He was indeed insane. To spend 100 million to reserve the TX bar for a single night. 100 million could purchase numerous supercars. In this prime real estate of the magical city, it was more than sufficient to buy a luxury mansion. Yet here was Ye Kun, casually throwing down 100 million to reserve a bar. The crowd had expected a traditional bidding escalation, but Ye Kun had shattered all expectations with his audacious offer. If he was not deranged, then he was a true tycoon. At that moment, Xiao Tianyuan was left utterly flabbergasted. Although he was a top-tier heir in the magical city, with family assets exceeding 100 billion, most of that wealth comprised real estate and stocks, virtual assets, not cash. He simply could not afford to throw down 100 million for a reservation. Nor could he readily procure such an amount. Of course, if he truly needed the funds, he could raise them, but he was merely a second-generation wealthy heir, not a first. His father would undoubtedly break his legs and confine him for months if he attempted such a reckless gamble. Thus, Xiao Tianyuan backed down. "Xiao Xiao, perhaps we should pool our resources and increase the bid?" suggested several of his companions. "Yes. Xiao Xiao, don't back down. Let's fight." Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Ye Kun and, seeing his calm and composed demeanor, shook his head. Ye Kun could easily part with 100 million. Who could guarantee he wouldn't go for 200 million? What would pooling their resources achieve? The very air of superiority had already shifted in Ye Kun's favor. Reluctantly, Xiao Tianyuan admitted, "Ye Xiao, I concede. If you can truly produce 100 million, I shall accept my fate. Encountering someone more formidable and imposing than oneself is not shameful." Such top-tier heirs are typically adept at being flexible. They do not stubbornly engage in feudal battles, especially when faced with a more imposing figure. They often concede decisively. Nonetheless, he wanted to see if Ye Kun could indeed produce that monumental sum. Ye Kun smiled nonchalantly, producing a black gold card and handing it to the bar's manager. This card contained precisely 100 million. Had Xiao Tianyuan increased his bid earlier, Ye Kun might have had to concede. However, by boldly offering 100 million, he had immediately intimidated the wealthy heirs. The bar's manager accepted the black gold card with utmost seriousness. The card's material was exceptionally unique, feeling weighty in his hands. Crafted from an unknown substance, he had never encountered such a black card before. However, what mattered was whether it held any funds. Soon, the bar staff confirmed the transfer of 100 million from the black gold card. Yi Xiao, please take care of your bank card. The bar's manager respectfully returned the black gold card to Ye Kun. You are now the most esteemed guest of TX Bar, and the entire venue is at your disposal tonight. The bar's manager beamed with enthusiasm. Someone capable of effortlessly spending 100 million to reserve a bar was undoubtedly a significant figure he needed to befriend. Chang Yuetong regarded Ye Kun with newfound respect. Curiosity piqued. Beep. Goddess-level beauty, Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Beep. Favorability increased by another 10. Beep. Favorability has risen to 30. Chang Yuetong's favorability towards Ye Kun surged by 20 points. You truly possess remarkable boldness, Yi Xiao. Do visit often. I shall treat you to drinks, she said, flashing him a charming smile. Certainly, as long as you are at TX, I shall return, Ye Kun replied with a smile. After a mere 10 seconds of handshake with the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong, he had already gained 5 points in vitality. If their relationship were to deepen further, would there be additional rewards? Perhaps an embrace? A kiss? What could such rewards entail? You will see me again, Chang Yuetong remarked, leaving those words behind as she elegantly departed with her bodyguards. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, the music ceased. Then, the electrifying voice of the DJ resonated throughout the bar. Ladies and gentlemen, I have thrilling news to share. The TX bar has been reserved by the esteemed Yi Xiao from the Supreme Zone. Tonight, all beverage expenses will be covered by Yi Xiao. Let the festivities commence. Let loose. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. Incredible. Yi Xiao from the Supreme Zone has reserved the entire venue. What the hell? This is what they mean when they say all expenses will be covered by Yi Gongzi. Unbelievably extravagant. Absolutely astonishing. Countless adoring gazes were directed towards Ye Kun in the Supreme Zone, accompanied by incessant screams, particularly among the alluringly clad beauties in the TX bar. Their eyes burned with an intense fervor as they looked at Ye Kun, yearning to throw themselves into his embrace. This kind of affluent individual, if he were to cast even a fleeting glance their way, would send them into a frenzy of excitement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for astonishing the entire venue. Reward, 5 spirit points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for elevating spirit to 12, surpassing the limits of an ordinary person. In an instant, Ye Kun felt invigorated, radiating vitality. Moreover, his observational skills and perceptive abilities had evidently enhanced. It was exhilarating. At this moment, Ye Kun beckoned to the general manager of the TX bar. Is there anything else you require, young Master Yi? The manager inquired respectfully, having spent a staggering 1 billion to reserve the venue. It was expected that Ye Kun would have additional requests. The manager felt compelled to personally attend to him. Send out a message. Any beauty with a score of 80 or above in looks may enter the TX bar for free tonight. As for the men, they need not be admitted. Ye Kun spoke nonchalantly, establishing a new rule for the bar. From this point forward, only beauties scoring 80 or above in appearance would be permitted entry into the TX bar, aside from the patrons already present. The task of screening these eligible women would be left to the TX bar. Understood, young Master Yi. I will make the arrangements, the manager nodded. An entirely free night. Without this regulation, the TX bar would surely be overwhelmed tonight. By instituting this rule, high-caliber beauties would be able to enjoy themselves free of charge. Tonight, the stunning women of the Magic City would undoubtedly flock to the TX bar in droves. Chapter 17. Conceding with heart and soul. Ye Kun turned his gaze to Xiao Tianyuan, regarding him with a teasing glimmer in his eye. He awaited this young master's capitulation, eager for his contribution of spirit points. Young Master Yi, you are truly formidable. I, Xiao Tianyuan, concede and shall self-impose 3 drinks as penance, Xiao Tianyuan declared, procuring a glass and filling it with a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne. Today, he acknowledged defeat. Ye Kun was indeed richer and more imposing than he. Hold on. If you are to admit your fault, it must be done with sincerity. Ye Kun interrupted Xiao Tianyuan before he could drink the champagne. Turning to the bar manager and commanding, bring me 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Very well. The manager nodded and instructed the staff to fetch the liquor. Louis XIII is a highly expensive spirit in bars, with a single bottle costing several tens of thousands. Typically, when someone wishes to flaunt their wealth at a bar, they would order a bottle of Louis XIII to place on their table, merely for show, without even opening it, to impress potential romantic interests. Ye Kun's casual demand for 10 bottles of Louis XIII was as effortless as ordering a beer for an ordinary person. Young Master Yi, isn't this a bit excessive? Xiao Tianyuan frowned, his expression darkening. It was clear that Ye Kun was unwilling to let him off the hook, insisting on a toast with the expensive liquor. Indeed, you are going too far. Young Master Xiao has already acknowledged defeat. Why must you persist in pressuring him? We are all prominent second-generation heirs in the Magic City, not to be trifled with. Do not push us too hard, or we will leverage our connections to ensure you find no footing in the Magic City. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan's sycophant, Lu Bai, jumped in to make a ruckus. Ye Kun disdainfully glanced at the overweight Lu Bai, then his gaze turned icy as he addressed Xiao Tianyuan. Is this also your sentiment? He truly did not regard this group of wealthy second-generation heirs with much respect. Lu Bai, the corpulent sycophant, was nothing but a nuisance, unworthy of even conversing with him. Xiao Tianyuan seemed to possess some awareness, barely qualifying to engage in dialogue. Should Xiao Tianyuan prove ungrateful, Ye Kun would have no qualms about dealing with him as well. A shiver ran down Xiao Tianyuan's spine as he met Ye Kun's gaze. A figure capable of casually spending $1 billion to reserve a bar was clearly of a higher echelon than he. He dared not offend him lightly. That gluttonous fool Lu Bai had evidently lost his mind, daring to threaten someone of Ye Kun's stature. Was he not merely inviting trouble? Slap. A sharp sound echoed. Xiao Tianyuan forcefully slapped Lu Bai, causing him to stumble. When young Master Yi is speaking, when do you get to interject? Slap. Xiao Tianyuan delivered another blow, causing Lu Bai's mouth to bleed. You foolish sycophant, utterly lacking in awareness, get lost. With a kick, Xiao Tianyuan sent Lu Bai sprawling to the ground. The more he observed Lu Bai, the more despicable he found him. Such a clueless sycophant was better off kept at a distance. I'm sorry, young Master Xiao. I was wrong. Lu Bai pleaded from the ground, tears streaming down his face. He had misstepped multiple times today, inviting Xiao Tianyuan's wrath. Cursing at me is pointless. You should apologize to young Master Yi. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai again. Had it not been for this gluttonous fool, he would not have faced Ye Kun's humiliation today, nor would he have lost face in front of the goddess. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Thus, Xiao Tianyuan unleashed a flurry of kicks on Lu Bai, venting all his frustrations upon him. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Lu Bai curled up on the floor, wailing for mercy. Scram. Ye Kun waved his hand, dismissing the wretched sycophant. This rotund individual was not to be taken lightly. He was a mere backup for Ye Kun's ex-girlfriend, and this served as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you for your mercy. Lu Bai scrambled to his feet and fled in a panic. He was nothing more than a sycophant who thrived on others' power. Now that Xiao Tianyuan had conceded before Ye Kun, he dared not provoke him further. At this moment, the 10 bottles of Louis XIII had been delivered by the hotel staff. Young master, you truly expect me to toast with this expensive liquor? Xiao Tianyuan's expression was far from pleasant. He had already acknowledged defeat multiple times and lowered his stance. Why was Ye Kun still unwilling to relent? Young Master Xiao, I know you submit with your words, but not with your heart. Do not accuse me of bullying you. Whatever amount you drink, I shall match. I will drink solo against all of you. Do you dare? Ye Kun surveyed Xiao Tianyuan and his companions, speaking with commanding authority. The system's rewards had yet to arrive, indicating that the extent of smiting Xiao Tianyuan remained insufficient. This young master must be made to submit wholeheartedly today. What? You alone against all of us? Are you serious? Xiao Tianyuan was taken aback. Ye Kun was actually claiming he would drink against 7 or 8 of them alone. Even the legendary wine gods would not boast such a challenge. It was known that they were regulars at nightclubs, each with commendable drinking capacities, some even being exceptionally heavy drinkers. Brother Kun, you drinking against so many of them is too much. Count me in. Lin Su stepped forward. Though he did not understand why Ye Kun would propose such an evidently disadvantageous request, he trusted that Ye Kun would not undertake something without confidence. Boss, include me as well. Chen Wenwen also came forward. Despite being a woman, she could not stand idly by while her boss took the lead. She was determined to lend her support. Count me in too, Brother Kun. Even Wu Dan stepped up, volunteering her participation. Today, Ye Kun had shown her what a true magnate looked like. Now, there lies an opportunity to shine before the affluent, and how could she possibly let it slip away? Ye Kun's gaze shifted toward Chen Wenwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The 4 of them had arrived together, forming a makeshift camaraderie. Thus it was only fitting they faced challenges together. Though he could easily overpower the entire opposing team single-handedly, there was no need for him to take the spotlight alone. What do you say? 4 of us against your 8, do you dare? Ye Kun quipped, lifting a bottle of Louis XIII and casting a playful glance at Xiao Tianyuan. He intended to engage in a drinking contest, ready to best these affluent second-generation heirs. Chapter 18. 8,000 cups without intoxication. The affluent truly know how to play. We have 8, you have 4. How about it? Xiao Tianyuan chuckled, surprised at such a delightful proposition. He had anticipated Ye Kun would compel him to drink alone, which would have certainly displeased him. Instead, Ye Kun suggested a contest of spirits, and with fewer participants on their side, it was clearly to their advantage. Xiao Xiao. Let us take them on and show them what we've got. The other wealthy heirs surrounding Xiao Tianyuan rubbed their hands together, perceiving this as an excellent opportunity to retaliate against Ye Kun. With 8 capable drinkers facing 4, they had no reason to fear defeat. Very well. Let us engage in a drinking contest. Yi Xiao, you dictate the rules. Xiao Tianyuan declared, resolutely clenching his teeth. In such a scenario, to back down would mean they could no longer hold their heads high in the elite circles of the city. It's simple. Fill the Louis XIII to the brim and let us toast. Ye Kun instructed, pouring the exquisite spirit into his glass and signaling the bar staff to fill each glass to the top. Let us toast with Louis XIII. Xiao Tianyuan's lips twitched at the thought. To use such pure, unadulterated Louis XIII for toasting was no trivial matter. However, retreat was no longer an option. They had to face the challenge head-on. Yi Xiao, I'll toast to you first. Xiao Tianyuan, exhibiting a degree of bravado, raised his glass of Louis XIII and downed it in one go. Halfway through, his face turned crimson, yet he gritted his teeth and finished it. I'm done. It's your turn, Yi Xiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Kun raised a full glass of Louis XIII and downed it in one swift motion. His ability to drink without intoxication rendered the luxurious spirit as effortless as water to him. A trivial matter, indeed. Following suit, Chen Wenwen, Lin Su, and Wu Dan took turns toasting with the affluent heirs, while Ye Kun continued to drink from more glasses, one for each of the opposing heirs. During the second round, he allowed Chen Wenwen to take a breather and drank on her behalf. By the third round, 2 of Xiao Tianyuan's companions had already succumbed, and Lin Su was nearing his limit. Cup after cup, round after round, they continued until someone collapsed or withdrew voluntarily. It wasn't long before all of Xiao Tianyuan's affluent companions had been bested by the drink, while Ye Kun remained unfazed, as if he had merely sipped water. His ability to withstand alcohol truly was formidable. Yi Xiao, I concede. I am but a humble servant. Spare me. After several retches, Xiao Tianyuan finally admitted defeat. His words barely coherent. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of humiliating Xiao Tianyuan once again. Reward, Strength 3. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your strength has been elevated to 11, surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. In that moment, Ye Kun felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through him, invigorating his muscles and enhancing their firmness. With a strength rating of 11, he had transcended the pinnacle of human capability. It meant that with a single punch, he could now deliver the force of a champion. Delighted, he proceeded to check his foundational information. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 11. Agility, 7. Constitution, 13. Mentality, 12. Charisma, 8. Note: the pinnacle attributes for ordinary individuals are rated at 10. Wealth of the affluent, trillions of Huaxia currency. Discretionary affluent funds, 1,000,000,000,000. Skills, God-tier driving skills, 1,000 cups without intoxication. Items, none. Affluent points, 1. Note: every expenditure of 1 billion funds grants 1 affluent point. Affluent points may be utilized to enhance strength, constitution, agility, and mentality, but not charisma. System: allocate my affluent point to agility, Ye Kun mentally commanded. He had originally intended to enhance his charisma, but alas, it was not permissible. Choosing to bolster his agility was a strategic decision to avoid leaving any weaknesses. Presently, his strength, constitution, and mentality had all exceeded the peak of human limits. Yet his agility still lingered below 10. Beep. Congratulations, host, for spending 1 affluent point, elevating agility to 8. Simultaneously, news spread rapidly among the youth of the city. Rumor had it that the most expensive bar, TX, had been fully booked by a wealthy patron. Goodness. The booking fee was rumored to be a staggering 1 billion. This is what true affluence looks like. It was said that beautiful women with a score above 80 could enter TX for free drinks and entertainment. Wow. The affluent truly know how to have fun. In the dormitory of the prestigious Film and Drama Academy, several lovely ladies clad in pajamas and shorts were engrossed in short videos, scrolling through social media. Suddenly, one exclaimed, "Everyone look! The most expensive TX bar has been booked by a wealthy patron tonight. Any woman with a beauty score above 80 can enjoy free drinks and entertainment. There will even be celebrities present. It's going to be a blast." The TX bar is notoriously expensive. With minimum spends in the tens of thousands, it's impossible to afford without a special invitation. If we can just show our faces, we can enjoy it for free. Sisters, what are we waiting for? Let us go. I'm not too keen on drinking and dancing. I mainly want to meet the affluent patron. Chapter 19. Campus Beauty. Yang and I and Tangro. Tonight, TX bar was abuzz with excitement, and the venue was teeming with stunning women. Ye Kun was destined to be the most captivating presence in the room. As he settled in, Countless beautiful gazes converged upon him, each one seemingly yearning to leap into his embrace. However, a formidable line of security guards clad in black stood at the periphery of the Supreme area, exuding an aura that ordinary folk could not breach. Affluence was not something that mere flirts could approach at will. Ye Kun established a rule. Only campus beauties were permitted to approach the Supreme area to raise a toast. Women below that standard were strictly unwelcome. Brother Kun, your extravagance is unparalleled. You've decisively bested Xiao Tianyuan and his ilk through sheer strength. You are my lifelong idol, Lin Su exclaimed, raising his glass and gazing at Ye Kun with admiration. Xiao Tianyuan was indeed a prominent second-generation heir in the magical metropolis, known for his ostentatious demeanor. However, he was thoroughly subdued by Brother Kun, ultimately yielding in submission and, after indulging in drink, was carried out by others. Ye Kun's astonishing capacity for alcohol, seemingly immune to inebriation, left everyone astounded. Ding! Acquired 666 admiration points from Lin Su. Presently, Lin Su had unmistakably become Ye Kun's most devoted admirer. Young Master Ye, you have truly shown me what a genuine tycoon is. I raise my glass to you. Wu Dan also toasted to Ye Kun, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. She was a female streamer with millions of followers, regarded as a goddess by the masses. Yet, in the presence of Ye Kun, she dared not assume an air of superiority, but rather sought to endear herself to him. With nonchalance, Ye Kun raised his glass, clinking it gently with Lin Su and Wu Dan before taking a small sip of the Ace of Spades champagne. Meanwhile, several beautiful women from the Drama Academy had been covertly stealing glances at the exclusive area where Ye Kun resided. They had learned through social media that the TX bar had been entirely booked by a wealthy patron, allowing any beauty rated above 80 in attractiveness to enter for free. Thus, the four of them from the same dormitory hastily made their way over, as they were all stunning enough to qualify. Upon entering the TX bar, they were indeed greeted by the sight of complimentary drinks and an abundance of beautiful women, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Is that handsome man in the black shirt the tycoon who rented out the entire TX bar? He is so charming, so cool, and so youthful. One exclaimed. Look at the table, it's filled with Ace of Spades champagne and Louis XIII cognac. The mere cost of those beverages exceeds $1 million. They mused about the prospect of stepping into the exclusive area to take a few photos for their social media. Let's go meet this tycoon. However, upon approaching, they noticed the presence of bodyguards. These bold girls, realizing the youthful and handsome nature of the tycoon, resolutely advanced towards the exclusive area. Such a young and dashing patron was a rare encounter. Yet, as they neared, they were intercepted by several bodyguards clad in black. Apologies, but young Master Yi has specified that only beauty of a campus queen level or above may pass. The bodyguard's gaze swept over the four young women. Only campus queens are allowed. The girls were taken aback. The standards of this tycoon seemed exceedingly high. Instantly, two of the girls displayed a look of dejection. While they were indeed class beauties, they fell short of the campus queen status. In the eyes of the average person, they were undoubtedly exquisite. Yet they lacked even the qualification to meet the tycoon. It was shocking. Nevertheless, two of the girls stood tall and proud, resembling elegant swans. Don't worry. Once we get in, we'll convince young Master Yi to let you in as well. If he refuses, we'll just snap a few photos and leave. The two campus queens reassured their companions. Please wait a moment. I must inform young Master Yi. One of the bodyguards stated seriously before approaching Ye Kun. Young Master Yi, there are two campus queen-level beauties who wish to toast you. The bodyguard whispered in Ye Kun's ear. Are you sure they are campus queens? Ye Kun raised an eyebrow. Previously, these bodyguards had brought forth some rather ordinary women, casting doubt on their taste. Young Master Yi, I assure you, this time they are truly campus queens. They are stunning. The bodyguard pledged earnestly. Very well, bring them over for me to see. Ye Kun nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, two shapely, fashionably dressed beauties approached. Hand in hand, one exuded confidence in her revealing attire, while the other, dressed modestly, trailed behind with a shy demeanor. Young Master Yi, we are first-year students from the Magic Metropolis Drama Academy. May we take a few photos here? The more alluring girl asked after gazing at Ye Kun for a moment. She appeared composed, yet internally she was a bundle of nerves, for the handsome man before her was a tycoon who had spent a fortune to reserve the TX bar. Oh, what are your names? Ye Kun inquired, instantly captivated by their presence. They were not the usual ordinary girls. Their appearances undoubtedly qualified them as campus queens. I am Yang and I, the alluring girl introduced herself. Ding. Detected a campus queen-level beauty. Name, Yang and I. Attractiveness, 94, campus queen level. Ye Kun nodded slightly. Assessing Yang and I, her beauty was indeed remarkable, with a figure that boasted enticing curves, accentuated by her captivating peach blossom eyes. I am Tangro. a first-year student in the dance department. The other girl, embodying a pure and gentle charm, spoke up, her voice tinged with shyness. Name, Tangro. Attractiveness, 96, goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 85, 60, 90. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 30. Traits, delicate and graceful. Tang Ro's beauty, rated at an impressive 96, indeed reached goddess status, and her delicate form was a testament to her training as a dancer. Ding. Random task triggered. Invite Yang Ni and Tang Ro to sit and drink. Reward, agility 5, 1 chance for a random lottery draw. The task had been activated, affirming Ye Kun's suspicions that encountering beauties of campus queen status or above would likely yield tasks and rewards. With Yang Ni as a campus queen and Tang Ro as a goddess, their allure was undoubtedly exceptional. However, the bar's dim lighting rendered their features somewhat hazy, casting an ethereal beauty over them. Ye Kun fixed his gaze on Yang Ni and Tang Ro, patting the seat beside him with a smile. Of course. We can take photos. Please, sit down and join me for a drink. He was acutely aware that since Yang Ni and Tang Ro had approached him, they likely desired more than just a quick photo opportunity. They wished to enjoy the moment with the Tycoon. Certainly, young Master Yi, Yang Ni exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pulled Tang Ro to sit beside him. In their school, they were elevated to goddess status, surrounded by admirers. Yet, an encounter with a true Tycoon of Ye Kun's caliber was a rarity. Typically, they only encountered second-generation wealthy heirs flaunting their family's wealth, which paled in comparison to genuine affluence. Yang Ni's eyes gleamed with fervor as she gazed at the array of colorful Ace of Spades champagne on the table. Each bottle was worth a staggering 888 yuan. The exquisite champagne, typically a rare sight, seemed casually displayed here, akin to ordinary beer. This was the epitome of opulence. This was what it meant to be a tycoon. Ye Kun noticed the gaze of Yang Ni and casually grabbed a bottle of pink Ace of Spades champagne, pouring 2 glasses which he handed to Yang Ni and Tang Ro. This champagne is rather delightful. Do indulge, Ye Kun remarked with a casual smile. To you, Yi Xiao? Yang Ni, unfazed, lifted her glass to toast Ye Kun. Tang Ro hesitated momentarily before also raising her glass. No need for a formal toast. Just enjoy, Ye Kun chuckled. They clinked their glasses lightly and took a small sip. At that moment, a melodious prompt echoed in Ye Kun's mind from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of inviting Yang Ni and Tang Ro to sit down for drinks. Ding. Reward, agility 5. Congratulations, host, your agility has increased to 13, surpassing the limits of an average person. Reward, 1 random draw opportunity. Completing this task so effortlessly was exhilarating. The system truly felt like a cheat. System. I wish to draw, Ye Kun silently thought, intending to immediately utilize this draw opportunity. Instantly, a massive wheel appeared in his mind, adorned with dazzling rewards. 1 beauty card, 1 health card, 1 luck talisman, 1 misfortune talisman, 1 peach blossom talisman, 2 personal maids. Skill, indestructible. 1 wealth point. Wow, wow, wow. The colossal wheel was filled with treasures that could not be bought with money. A beauty card was unnecessary for someone as handsome as him. He was already striking and financially capable. However, the beauty card could be used by women, a coveted item that could drive any woman mad with desire. The health card was appealing as well. Ye Kun was currently as robust as an ox, in excellent health. Yet, winning the health card meant he could gift it to his parents, an invaluable asset. The luck talisman needed no explanation. Acquiring it would make one exceptionally fortunate. The misfortune talisman, on the other hand, could be used against foes, a delightful way to inflict bad luck on those one disdained. The peach blossom talisman was also a wonderful item, ensuring a flood of romantic opportunities. Personal maids were delightful, especially 2 at once. The indestructible skill. Now that was splendid. Every handsome man yearns for such a divine ability. Besides these prizes, the wheel contained countless other treasures, each more dazzling than the last, igniting a sense of longing within Ye Kun. Host, would you like to begin the draw? The system prompted. Commence the draw. Immediately. The grand wheel in Ye Kun's mind began to spin leisurely before accelerating rapidly. Stop. As Ye Kun called for it to halt, the wheel gradually slowed, finally landing on a prize. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 health card. Prize description. Once used, minor ailments are dispelled, and major illnesses are averted. 1 health card can maintain a year of health benefits. The health card can be used by oneself or others. Although he didn't secure the indestructible skill, a tinge of regret lingered, yet the health card was still a commendable prize, especially for gifting to his parents. In today's world, many people suffer from suboptimal health, plagued by various ailments. With the health card, one could ensure robust health. Yi Xiao, Our dormitory originally had 4 girls coming together, but the other 2 couldn't enter the Supreme Zone. Could you allow them to join us? After sipping her drink, Yang and I mustered her courage to ask. I realize this may be somewhat presumptuous, and if it's not possible, she added, a hint of anxiety creeping into her tone. She initially thought, if it was not feasible, so be it. After all, Yi Xiao had already graciously invited her and Tang Rou, which was quite generous. Why should he also extend an invitation to her 2 classmates? Yi Xiao had set the rule, allowing only beauties of campus flower status or above into the Supreme Zone, indicating his discerning taste in women. Not every pretty face caught his eye or qualified to partake in his drinks. Regret washed over her as soon as the words left her lips. Fearing she might have overstepped, what if Yi Xiao became displeased? She certainly did not wish to leave the Supreme Zone so soon after arriving. However, Ye Kun maintained an amiable disposition, unaffected by her request. You have 2 classmates as well. Then let them come, Ye Kun said with a smile. After all, the Supreme Zone is quite spacious. 2 more won't make a difference. Yang and I and Tang Rou had already contributed to his rewards, so fulfilling this minor request was certainly within reason. Chapter 21, Kunpeng Livestream, starting with a Kun. Ye Kun signaled to a bodyguard, instructing them to allow Yang and I and Tang Rou's roommates to enter. Yi Xiao, you're truly kind, Yang and I exclaimed with delight upon hearing Ye Kun's acquiescence, her tone taking on a hint of playfulness. Yi Xiao is indeed generous and approachable. Ding. Campus flower level beauty Yang Ni's favorability towards the host has increased by 10, bringing it to 40. Oh, favorability has risen already. It seems that for a wealthy individual like him, elevating the favorability of campus beauties is not particularly challenging. With his handsome visage and financial prowess, he was quite unstoppable. Are you handing me a good person card? Ye Kun chuckled. Not at all. Yi Xiao is genuinely approachable, without an ounce of arrogance typical of the wealthy. Yang and I replied with a charming smile. Initially, she had expected someone of Ye Kun's stature to be haughty, temperamental, and difficult to engage with. To her surprise, he was amiable and easygoing. Ye Kun merely smiled in response. His good nature was contingent upon whom he interacted with. Soon, Yang and I and Tang Rou's 2 female classmates were ushered into the Supreme Zone, all being, at least class flower-level beauties. Ye Kun greeted them, signaling for them to join him, leaving them feeling pleasantly surprised by the attention. Yi Xiao, may we take some photos and post short videos? Yang and I inquired. Sharing moments with a wealthy individual in the Supreme Zone could attract considerable traffic online. Of course, which short video platform do you intend to use? Ye Kun nodded and asked. On Kunpeng Short Video, of course. This platform has gained immense popularity lately and even supports live streaming. All 4 of us from the dormitory use Kunpeng Short Video, and occasionally we go live, Yang and I explained. They were students at the Shanghai Drama Academy, having amassed a decent following through short videos. Moreover, live streaming could be quite lucrative, though they were merely freshmen. They had already earned enough for tuition and living expenses through advertisements and live streams, experiencing the sweetness of this new venture. The rise of short videos and live streaming represented a burgeoning trend in self-media. With the right momentum, even a pig could soar, especially since they were all beauties. Their gathering tonight at TX Bar was also to shoot short videos and gain followers. Go ahead and film. I will download a Kunpeng short video and follow your account. Ye Kun chuckled. The Kunpeng short video platform belongs to the Kunpeng group, of which he is the mastermind behind the scenes. It is imperative for him to download a Kunpeng short video to explore its features. Really? Yi Xiao wishes to follow our Kunpeng account. That's simply fantastic. Yang and I and Tang Rou exclaimed in delight upon hearing that this wealthy benefactor was interested in their account. It is well known that a generous patron has the power to elevate their status instantaneously. Yi Xiao, who can spend $1 billion to reserve the TX bar, is undoubtedly a figure of immense wealth. The girls, brimming with excitement, took out their phones to snap pictures and record short videos. Meanwhile, Ye Kun launched an application to download the Kunpeng short video software. In no time, he successfully installed the app and followed Yang and I and Tang Rou's Kunpeng short video accounts. Yang and I's account was named NI, while Tang Rou's was called Xiao Rou. As Ye Kun enjoyed drinks with the beautiful ladies, he casually browsed through Yang and I and Tang Rou's short videos. Yang and I opted for a sultry aesthetic, showcasing fiery dance routines and dramatic skits. As a student from the Shanghai Drama Academy's performance department, her acting skills were commendable, displaying a remarkable versatility. In contrast, Tang Rou embraced a pure and innocent image, primarily sharing videos of her classical dance performances. In her videos, she danced gracefully, her movements fluid like that of an ethereal sprite, displaying astonishing flexibility with various splits and contortions. Suddenly, Yang and I exclaimed, "My short video has gone viral." She noticed that her recently uploaded video had garnered thousands of likes and numerous comments. Wow, this is the TX bar in Shanghai. rumored to have been reserved by a mysterious tycoon for $1 billion. Incredible. Just look at the table. 10 bottles of Louis XIII, the price of which exceeds $1 million. Only those with a beauty score of over 80 are allowed entry for free, and I was rejected. Can you believe it? NI is drinking with the tycoon. Is that for real? I need to watch the live stream. I want to see the tycoon. Ding. Worship value 10. Ding. Worship value 10. Ding. Worship value 10. As the short video gained popularity, the system prompted a continuous increase in worship value. Ye Xiao, may I go live? Many fans are urging me to stream. They want to see the tycoon. Yang and I inquired of Ye Kun. Live streaming is permissible, but I will not be on camera. Ye Kun replied. He had no intention of becoming a public figure. Maintaining a low profile was the way to go. All right then. Yang and I felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of going live, though she felt a twinge of regret that the wealthy benefactor would not appear on screen. Before long, Yang and I activated the Confronting live stream. Hundreds of viewers flooded in. Hello, everyone. I'm live from the TX bar. To my left is my dear friend Xiao Ro, and to my right is Ye Xiao, the tycoon who reserved the TX bar for $1 billion tonight. However, he prefers to remain anonymous. Yang and I spoke animatedly in front of the live camera. Ding. Mission triggered. Become NI's top supporter. Mission reward. Charm value 1. Note, the maximum charm value is 10. Once it reaches 9, the beloved by all charm halo will be activated, rapidly enhancing the affection of beautiful women towards the host. Wow. This reward is for enhancing charm. It's worth noting that charm cannot be elevated using tycoon points, and the maximum is only 10. Beloved by all, I must secure this charm halo. Ye Kun quickly entered the Confronting short video live software and created an account named starting with a Kun. Why such a name? Because he had just received the system reward of the Confronting group at the outset. Confronting Live was his company, reflecting the Kun character, and his name also contained the character Kun. He felt a profound connection with this Kun. Starting with a Kun, embracing all sizes, transforming into a Pong, soaring to great heights, a journey of endless possibilities. It felt exhilarating. In Chapter 22, the lavish platform, $1 million gift. Ye Kun entered NI's live stream and witnessed a flurry of gifts being showered upon her. I want a hug. I want a hug. The hug was the smallest gift on Confronting Live, costing 1 diamond. The conversion rate was 11 diamonds to 1 Chinese yuan. Some viewers sent extravagant gifts, while few offered gifts exceeding 100 diamonds. NI, let that tycoon show his face, and I will send you a lightning supercar. A viewer with the noble title of Regent Manager commented. A lightning supercar costs 1888 diamonds, and to obtain the Regent title on Confronting Live, one must spend 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God level Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. God, 300 million. Phantom God, 500 million. War God, 1 billion. Tycoon War God, 10 billion. Wow, that's astonishing. A Tycoon War God requires a staggering expenditure of 100 billion. As the behind-the-scenes mastermind of Confronting Live, Ye Kun was taken aback. I'm sorry, but the tycoon refuses to appear on camera, and I apologize to the Regent Manager. I will send you 10 runaway to the moon gifts if you get the tycoon to show his face. The Regent Manager insisted again. 1 runaway to the moon gift costs 5,000 diamonds, totaling 50,000 diamonds, or 50,000 yuan. The Regent Manager was indeed audacious. We want to see the tycoon. We want to see the tycoon. Some viewers joined in the clamor, eager to glimpse the benefactor who reserved the TX bar for $1 billion. Ye Xiao, they want you to appear on camera. Is that all right? Yang and I looked at Ye Kun with pleading eyes. However, Ye Kun shook his head. What a joke. Just because they want to see the tycoon doesn't mean he will appear. If they want him to show up, they must spend 50,000. And he is not that easily swayed. I'm sorry, but the tycoon refuses to appear on camera, Yang and I reiterated in the live stream. With Ye Kun unwilling to show his face, she felt powerless. Would she have to resort to seducing Ye Xiao for a mere 50,000 gift? Is this tycoon even real? Yeah, why isn't he sending gifts to NI? Uft, he's not even the top supporter. What kind of tycoon is he? As the audience saw that the tycoon would not appear, they began to jeer. Everyone, please refrain from making wild accusations. I just met the tycoon, and he only recently followed my Confronting account. Yang and I quickly clarified, anxious to avoid upsetting Ye Kun. Wow, the tycoon has followed NI's account. Let's get the tycoon on the leaderboard. Only by ascending to the top of the leaderboard will I believe he is indeed a true tycoon. The number 1 position is held by an emperor who has already bestowed over $1 million on NI. Meanwhile, Ye Kun is backstage recharging his account on the Confronting short video live streaming platform, where one can recharge up to 10 million at a time. After 10 transactions, he finally managed to load 100 million. I have set my sights on NI's number 1 spot. If you dare, Come and challenge me. The game begins with a Kun. Ye Kun sent a message in Nano's live stream, proclaiming that he currently possesses 100 million diamonds, exuding an air of unassailable confidence, eager to challenge any rival tycoon. What? This Kun at the start is merely a level 0 commoner, audaciously claiming to take the #1 spot. Little Kun, cease your boasting. The true top player is an emperor. Indeed, little Kun. Come back to compete for the #1 spot once you have ascended to emperor status. The viewers in the live stream began to mock the newcomer, considering him a mere level 0 account. How dare you call me little Kun? I shall not tolerate this. Ye Kun then opened the gift menu and began to explore the options. 50, 520 diamonds. Super 666, 666 diamonds. Love you for 10,000 years. 1, 314 diamonds. Lightning Supercar. 1, 888 diamonds. Elopement to the Moon. 5,000 diamonds. Royal Cash Gun. 6, 666 diamonds. Grand Spade Ace. 7, 777 diamonds. Royal Straight Flush. 8, 888 diamonds. Dream Home. 9, 999 diamonds. Heart Rocket. 10, 000 diamonds. Divine Rocket. 100, 000 diamonds. Netherworld Rocket. 500, 000 diamonds. Super Battleship. 1, 000 diamonds. Cupid. 3, 000 diamonds. Heart of Eternity. 5, 000 diamonds. Pinnacle War God. 9, 990, 000 diamonds. Ye Kun was astonished. The gifts on the Confronting platform were indeed of such staggering value. A Pinnacle War God gift costs 9, 990, 000 diamonds, which translates to 9, 990, 000 Chinese yuan. Incredible. This is truly extravagant. Yet, I relish it. The Confronting platform is precisely where a true tycoon belongs. It is no surprise that it is a product of his Confronting group. The more gifts he sends, the more he earns. It feels exhilarating. How can this Kun not ascend to the top? Is he going to flee? Kun, rise to the top so we can witness this spectacle. As the viewers noticed the silence from the newcomer, they began to stir up excitement. In the next instant, an incredibly stylish super battleship gift filled the entire screen. This super battleship, valued at 1, 000 diamonds, equates to 1, 000 Chinese yuan. Ye Kun was not one for pretense. He launched straight into sending a 1, 000 gift, embodying the true essence of a tycoon. Instantly, the atmosphere was electrified, stunned, petrified, exploded. What? This Kun initiated the spectacle with a super battleship. A gift worth 1 million. Unbelievable. After presenting a battleship, his noble rank surged to that of a regent king. Wow. A 1 million gift sent out. Broadcast across the entire platform. Truly impressive. It turns out that this Kun is indeed a genuine big shot, a true tycoon. After Ye Kun spent 1 million diamonds on a battleship, it caused an uproar. The entire platform erupted. Countless users rushed into Nano's live stream simultaneously. In under a minute, the number of viewers skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Ding. Worship value crit hit 666. Ding. Worship value crit hit 888. Ding. Worship value crit hit 999. In an instant, the worship value surged uncontrollably. Gratitude to the grand super battleship gift presented by the esteemed Kun. And I was utterly astonished. Someone had actually gifted her 1 million. The most expensive gift she had ever received was a divine rocket valued at 100, 000. A super battleship worth 1 million was something she had never encountered before. She was both astonished and overjoyed. Chapter 23, Loved by All, Blossoming Beauty. Wow. Is this Kun really going to claim the #1 spot? The top player had already gifted Nano over 1 million, and if Kun sends another battleship, he could easily dethrone the #1. What? A super battleship costs 1 million yuan. Is it that simple? Kun swiftly dethroned the #1. Nano's live stream was ablaze with excitement. Countless viewers were eager to see if Kun could indeed surpass the top player. The 1 million super battleship lit up the entire stream. However, Ye Kun had lost interest in the super battleship, for the Confronting platform had gifts that were even more extravagant than the super battleship. Let's continue to electrify the crowd. This time, I shall present the most expensive Pinnacle War God gift, shocking everyone. Ye Kun's gaze fell upon the Pinnacle War God gift, valued at 9, 990, 000 diamonds. A Pinnacle War God is worth 9, 990, 000 Chinese yuan. It is akin to a Lamborghini. Unbelievably opulent. This is a super gift tailored for tycoons. An emblem of prestige for the elite. As Ye Kun's finger glided smoothly, in the next instant, A majestic pinnacle war god descended from the heavens, dazzling and imposing, filling the screen and blinding the eyes of all. What? The pinnacle war god. A gift worth 9,990,000 yuan. My eyes are dazzled. This is beyond extravagance. I bow before you, esteemed Tycoon. Mr. Kun, I could send my sister to your bed. Will you gift me a war god? Someone upstairs is delusional. Does that Tycoon fancy Lolis? My sister can be quite adorable. Ding. Worship value super crit. Hit 6666. Ding. Worship value super crit. Hit 7777. Ding. Worship value super crit. Hit 8888. Super crit hits abounded. The entire live stream erupted. Sending a pinnacle war god resulted in a 3-minute broadcast across the platform. In that moment, countless netizens and streamers flooded into NI's live stream. What fortune has befallen NI? A tycoon just gifted her a pinnacle war god worth 9,990,000. The last time a tycoon gifted such a war god was a month ago, when the illustrious Shi Tong made waves with it. NI, having caught the eye of the esteemed Kun, was destined for greatness. Other streamers looked upon her live stream, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Soon, many female streamers began to follow Ye Kun's account and discreetly sent him private messages. Yang NI was utterly taken aback. She had received a pinnacle war god gift from Kun. This was a tycoon exclusive gift worth 9,990,000. Just from this one gift, she would earn nearly 5 million, instantly elevating her to the status of a petite, wealthy woman. Moreover, she gained countless followers overnight, enveloped by immense surprise. Yang NI stared blankly at the war god effect on her screen. Tang Rou and her 2 roommates were filled with envy, then erupted in joyous screams. In merely 2 gifts, Kun had catapulted himself to fame. One was a super battleship valued at 1 million, and the other was the pinnacle war god worth 9,990,000. The sheer extravagance is utterly spine-chilling and breathtaking. At the outset, a single gift of a colossal fish, known as a Kun, was bestowed, amounting to over 10 million in gifts, instantly elevating his noble status to that of a super emperor, marking him as a newly minted tycoon on the platform. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming Yang Ni's #1 supporter. Task completed. Ding. Reward. Charm value increased by 1. Congratulations on elevating your charm to 9. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the charm halo of beloved by all. Flowers bloom for you. Note, you will be the most striking figure in the crowd. As beautiful women, influenced by your charm halo, will have an initial affinity of 30 towards you, and others will also greatly enhance their first impressions of you. Wow. This charm halo of being beloved by all, flowers bloom for you, is truly remarkable. It feels exhilarating. At this moment, Tang Rou's gaze fell upon Ye Kun, inadvertently glancing at him. Ding. Tang Rou glanced at the host and was mesmerized by the host's charm, affinity raised to 30. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Tang Rou's affinity towards the host has risen to 60, rewarding 5 points in physique. Ding. Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 18. Wow. Just a single glance from Tang Rou elevated her affinity by 30 points. Indeed, it was influenced by the charm halo of being beloved by all. Flowers bloom for you. This charm halo is extraordinary. Furthermore, with the goddess-level beauty's affinity reaching 60, a reward of 5 points in physique is simply splendid. Subsequently, Yang NI also lifted her gaze towards Ye Kun. Ding. Yang NI glanced at the host and was captivated by the host's charm, affinity raised to 30. Ding. The campus belle Tang Rou's affinity towards the host has risen to 70, rewarding 5 points in strength. Ding. Congratulations, the host's strength has increased to 16. Yi Xiao, the tycoon who gifted me the supreme battle god gifts is you, right? Yang Ni's beautiful eyes fixated on Ye Kun. Today, only Ye Kun, this tycoon, had shown interest in her Kunping account. Who else would shower her with over 10 million in gifts? It couldn't be mere coincidence. It had to be him. At this moment, Ye Kun appeared infinitely charming in her eyes, stirring a fluttering sensation within her heart. Indeed, it was I who gifted you the super battleship and the tycoon battle god. Ye Kun nodded slightly, directly admitting it. He had no need to perform good deeds anonymously. He also aimed to garner some goodwill from Yang NI. Ding. Yang Ni's affinity towards the host, 10. Ding. Yang Ni's affinity towards the host, 10. Ding. Yang Ni's affinity towards the host has risen to 90, rewarding 10 points in physique. Ding. Congratulations, the host's physique has increased to 28. Ding. Once a beautiful woman's affinity towards the host exceeds 90, she will actively pursue the host, launching fervent advances and will be very willing to engage in intimate physical contact with the host. Wow. An affinity reaching 90 will prompt beautiful women to chase after him. Incredible. This is akin to having cheat codes. What is it like to be pursued by beautiful women? Oh wow, Ye Kun is so handsome, so charming. My heart races. Is this the electrifying feeling of falling for someone? At this moment, Yang and I suddenly felt an electric thrill coursing through her, and her gaze towards Ye Kun softened, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. She longed to draw closer to Ye Kun. If not for the presence of others, she would have leapt into his arms without hesitation. In that instant, she had already fallen for Ye Kun. Love seems like a whirlwind, arriving unexpectedly, catching one off guard. Ye Kun's gifts totaling over 10 million must indicate he harbors feelings for her as well. Ye Gu, shall we dance in the dance floor? Yang and I took the initiative to grasp Ye Kun's hand, leading him toward the center of the dance floor. In the dance area, Yang and I's delicate form pressed against Ye Kun as they engaged in an electrifying dance, pulsating with fervor. Conversely, Ye Kun felt somewhat restrained. Ye Gu, don't be so shy, place your hand on my waist, Yang and I whispered in his ear, her body pressing closely against him, her impressive curves firmly against him. However, amidst the throng of dancers, no one seemed to notice this detail. Ye Kun was merely aware of the astonishing softness and elasticity pressing against his chest. Soon enough, they parted, not wishing to overwhelm him with sensation. Well, since the beautiful woman had boldly made her request, Ye Kun felt no embarrassment. He gently wrapped his arms around Yang Ni's soft waist, swaying to the explosive electronic music of the bar. Come on, let us sway together. Ye Kun, lacking experience in dancing, appeared somewhat awkward. However, it mattered little. No one was concerned with how well one could dance here. It was all about moving to the rhythm of the music. The essence lay in the liberating feeling of self-expression. Moreover, having the campus belle Yang and I by his side, engaging in lively interaction was far superior to dancing alone. Observing others dance felt like watching a chaotic spectacle. Yet stepping onto the floor oneself would easily ignite one's enthusiasm. This was largely dependent on the ambience of the venue. The crowd was electrified. The DJ knew how to create an atmosphere. The lights were dazzling, and the music was explosive, swaying. Let us sway together. However, it wasn't long before Ye Kun sensed something amiss, as an increasing number of beautiful women began to converge upon him. They writhed around him, casting flirtatious glances, eager to capture his attention. Many of them were stunningly attractive, with their looks rated above 80, including sexy, sophisticated urban professionals and slightly naive young students. They had been eyeing Ye Kun, the Tycoon, for quite some time, previously blocked from entering the Supreme Zone by bodyguards. Now that they saw Ye Kun step down, they were determined to catch his eye. Moreover, with Ye Kun activating the charm halo of being beloved by all, flowers bloom for you. He possessed an irresistible allure for them. Before long, Ye Kun felt compelled to escape the dance area, primarily due to the overwhelming enthusiasm of the beautiful women. Having such high charm was not always advantageous. He nearly found himself engulfed by a sea of beautiful faces. Retreating to the Supreme Zone seemed wiser, where he could enjoy some peace. At that moment, Tang Ro was engaged in a PK battle in the Confronting live broadcast room, and she was being utterly dominated. The opposing live broadcast room featured a top-tier emperor, a tycoon whose total gift contributions exceeded 100 million. Regent, 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. God-tier Emperor, 50 million. Top-tier Emperor, 100 million. Ye Kun's gifts totaling over 10 million only qualified him as a Super Emperor. The Confronting platform was awash with an abundance of tycoons. It was said that the mysterious first female tycoon had surpassed a total gift contribution of 1 billion, holding the noble title of Battle God. The platform even established a unique noble title of Battle God for her, requiring a staggering 1 billion. This was nearly an unattainable goal, designed to incentivize the first female tycoon to continue bestowing gifts, as she had no rivals. The Confronting platform featured a leaderboard showcasing the top 30 tycoons based on their total gift contributions. Ye Kun clicked on the leaderboard to peruse the rankings. He seeks to comprehend the illustrious figures populating his Confronting platform, particularly the affluent individuals who reign supreme. First, Shitong 1, 8 billion, noble title, God of War. Second, Mima, 800 million, noble title, Illusion God. Third, Tianyachitsi, 600 million, noble title, Illusion God. Fourth, Longzi, 400 million, noble title, Deity. Fifth, Dashifu 3, 5 billion, noble title, Deity. Sixth, Shangguang Shanu, 300 million, noble title, Deity. Seventh, Xinxing Tianyuan, 200 million, noble title, Top Emperor. Eighth, Moming Beishang 1, 5 billion, noble title, Top Emperor. Ninth, Xiaogui Dongjia, 100 million, noble title, Top Emperor. 10th, Mumu, 88 million, godlike emperor. The affluent on the Confronting platform truly embody wealth. Shitong, the foremost among them, has lavishly bestowed gifts totaling 1.8 billion. It is said that this goddess of wealth, feeling isolated due to her unmatched prowess, has immersed herself in the platform for over a month, seeking worthy competition. On her last appearance, she astonishingly showered 10 God of War gifts, amounting to 99 million, leaving the entire online community astounded and earning her the title of the #1 goddess of wealth. Since that moment, she has remained elusive, for she is invincible. Oh, Ye Kun, have arrived. This goddess Shitong shall not remain lonely any longer, he mused. As the clandestine proprietor of the Confronting platform, he could not allow Shitong to experience solitude due to her supremacy. He intended to transform the initial Kun into the mightiest figure on the Confronting platform. Ye Kun clicked into Tang Rou's live stream. Immediately, the spectacular entrance effect of the Super Emperor captivated the audience's attention. Wow, the illustrious Kun has entered Xiaorou's live stream. Is he here to assist her in a PK battle? Across the way is a top emperor, possessing a nobility title that surpasses even Kuns. The individual in the opposite live stream, Xinxing Tianyuan, ranked 7th on the wealth leaderboard, had already bestowed gifts totaling over 200 million. It seemed unlikely that Kun could best him. As the illustrious Kun entered Xiaorou's stream, a wave of discussion ensued. After all, he had just astonished the entire platform by showering a God of War gift earlier that evening. His popularity had soared, garnering him numerous fans and admirers. Upon noticing Kun's entrance, Tang Rou's heart raced. She glanced at Ye Kun, then shyly averted her gaze. Ding! Random task triggered. Assist the goddess-level beauty Xiaorou in winning the PK battle. Task reward: 3 spirit points, 1 random lottery chance. Oh dear. I merely intended to observe the live stream, yet I have inadvertently triggered a random task, he thought. Indeed, tasks seem to manifest easily in the presence of goddess-level beauties. Moreover, this reward included a chance at a lottery draw, which held the promise of many desirable items. Previously, he had drawn a health card and other coveted treasures, and he longed for more, particularly that divine skill. As the PK time dwindled to its final minute, Xiaorou faced off against a renowned beauty influencer known as Dajia, who boasted millions of followers. The competition was fierce. Dajia's stream was bolstered by a guardian brother, Xinxing Tianyuan, placing Xiaorou at a significant disadvantage. Illustrious Kun, please assist the goddess Xiaorou, the audience implored. Kun, we beseech you, confront Xinxing Tianyuan. Yet, spectators were skeptical. After all, the illustrious Kun was merely a super emperor, while Xinxing Tianyuan was a top emperor, 2 tiers above him. The audience eagerly anticipated a thrilling PK battle, yearning for Kun to teach Xinxing Tianyuan a lesson. However, the majority doubted that Kun could triumph over the esteemed Xinxing Tianyuan, who had bestowed gifts amounting to 200 million. At that moment, the PK scores reflected 188 versus 66666. With Xiaorou utterly overwhelmed, Ye Kun wasted no time. He promptly opened the gift menu and dispatched 10 grand black spades. Each grand black spade was worth 777 diamonds, totaling a staggering 777 diamonds. Instantly, Xiaorou's PK score surpassed that of Dajia. Since this is a PK, it must be a back-and-forth affair for it to be enjoyable. Ye Kun reasoned, thus allowing an opportunity for the opponent to retaliate. Wow, the illustrious Kun has made his move. 10 grand black spades right off the bat. Impressive. The audience erupted in cheers, rallying behind Kun. Unyielding, Xinxing Tianyuan responded with 10 royal straight flushes, each worth 888 diamonds, reclaiming the lead. A smile graced Ye Kun's lips as he unleashed 50 heart rockets, each valued at 10,000 diamonds, totaling 500,000 diamonds. The screen was soon filled with the dazzling display of heart rockets soaring into the sky. Not to be outdone, Xinxing Tianyuan followed suit, showering the stream with heart rockets. Maintaining pressure on Xiaorou. Intrigued, Ye Kun released 10 holy rockets, each worth 100,000 diamonds, an investment of 1 million diamonds. The screen was illuminated by the majestic ascent of these colossal rockets. Wow, the illustrious Kun is phenomenal, unleashing 10 holy rockets, another gift valued at 1 million. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, with onlookers fervently commenting as if they were partaking in the gift-giving frenzy. Evidently, Xinxing Tianyuan, undeterred, launched 2 nether rockets, each worth 500,000 diamonds, putting Dajia back in the lead. The excitement surged, and Dajia was visibly exhilarated, her excitement evident as she swayed before the camera. It was time for a decisive blow to seal the victory. Ye Kun, unwilling to engage in a tug-of-war any longer, directed his finger towards the most extravagant god of war gift. Suddenly, a magnificent god of war descended from the heavens. gleaming with golden radiance and exuding an aura of majesty, filling the screen and dazzling all onlookers. Wow, the God of War has made its appearance once more. Incredible. A gift worth 9.99 million. With the God of War unleashed, who can rival him? The illustrious Kun has boldly slapped Xinqing Tianyuan in the face. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted, with countless spectators fervently cheering. Simultaneously, the arrival of the lavish patron, the God of Wealth, triggered a platform-wide announcement, causing throngs of viewers to flock to Xiao Rou's live stream. Wow, President Kun has once again summoned the God of Wealth, exclaimed one admirer. President Kun is magnificent. From now on, I shall be your devoted little fan. Could the esteemed Xinqing Tianyuan possibly back down? The opposing live stream was thrown into disarray by the emergence of this extraordinary benefactor. Wow. The game commenced with a staggering Kun, instantly summoning the God of Wealth. Shouldn't it be a gradual display of generosity? How can one compete against a direct invocation of the God of Wealth? This is utterly devoid of sportsmanship. Xinqing Tianyuan, do not falter. Bring forth the God of Wealth as well. The opposing Master Sisters live stream also erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, in an opulent villa within the magical city, Xiao Tianyuan sat, flushed and leaning against his bed, engrossed in the live stream while showering gifts. Indeed, he was the very individual who had lavished a total of 2 billion in gifts, the online magnate known as Xinqing Tianyuan. Earlier, he had attempted to display his prowess at a bar, only to be thoroughly humiliated by Ye Kun, ultimately being carried out of the TX bar in a drunken stupor. A sight both pitiful and disgraceful. Upon returning home, he felt dizzy and nauseous, having vomited several times. As he sobered, the humiliation gnawed at him increasingly. This affluent second-generation heir of the magical city, notorious for his extravagant spending, had been utterly crushed in his own domain. Moreover, he couldn't even outdrink Ye Kun. Such frustration. Thus, he sought solace and confidence in the Kunpeng livestream. He ranked 7th on the Kunpeng livestream's list of wealthy patrons, amassing over 2 billion in gifts. Apart from the 6 preceding magnates, he was the most distinguished figure on the platform. Whenever he entered a live stream, it was always met with thunderous applause, and countless spectators would rally for him, providing immense satisfaction. As per usual, he entered the Master Sisters live stream, ready to assist in a PK battle. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. He effortlessly dominated the opposing streamer, as he always did. Suddenly, a challenger known as Opening with a Kun emerged, matching him in gift-giving. At first, he dismissed this rival, for after all, the opponent was merely a super emperor, while he was a top-tier emperor, 2 levels apart. However, when Opening with a Kun unexpectedly summoned a God of Wealth, he was taken aback. A gift worth 9.99 million from the God of Wealth was something he rarely bestowed, save for during grand events when engaged in PK battles. Xinqing Tianyuan, do not hesitate. Summon the God of Wealth and vanquish your opponent. The audience in the live stream began to rally once more, igniting a fervor within Xinqing Tianyuan. Yes, he could not show weakness. After being slapped in the face by Yi Xiao at the bar, he could not concede defeat online. He yearned to reclaim that exhilarating sensation of extravagant spending. Thus, he also summoned a God of Wealth. Instantly, the Master Sisters PK bar surged ahead once more. Xinqing Tianyuan is incredible. Xinqing Tianyuan is formidable. The opponent is nothing but a trifling foe, unworthy of such a great figure. Yet, before Xinqing Tianyuan could savor his triumph, the opponent swiftly deployed another God of Wealth. A radiant God of Wealth descended, flooding the screen with brilliance and once again shaking the entire room. What the heck? A second God of Wealth. The audience gasped. Majestic. The God of Wealth is too overwhelming. President Kun is astounding, having already gifted over 20 million. When Ye Kun summoned his second God of Wealth, the live stream erupted with excitement. This was a 9.99 million gift, a feat only true magnates would dare to attempt. This opening with a Kun is undoubtedly a wealthy patron in real life. An increasing number of viewers flocked to the live stream, eager to witness this epic PK battle. Would Xinqing Tianyuan dare to respond? If he matched with another God of Wealth, the Master Sisters PK bar could surpass the opponents. As the countdown dwindled to the final 10 seconds, the spectators urged, Xinqing Tianyuan, you are a top-tier emperor. Crush your opponent. Do not falter. The audience began to rally once more, for after all, it was not their own money being spent. Watching the wealthy patron shower gifts was exhilarating. Let it fly? Aye. Xinqing Tianyuan, fear no battle. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tianyuan summoned yet another God of Wealth. The 9.99 million gift stung a bit, but it was not crippling. Clenching his jaw, he proceeded. The key was to not lose the PK and tarnish his reputation as Xinqing Tianyuan. Meanwhile, in Xiao Rou's live stream, Viewers were astonished to witness Xianxing Tianyuan summon yet another god of wealth. Truly, he was worthy of his rank as the 7th super magnate on the wealth leaderboard, having consecutively summoned 2 gods of wealth. Over 20 million had been expended in this manner. President Kun, go for it. Do not hold back. The audience clamored, eager to witness an even fiercer battle among the wealthy patrons. Ye Kun smiled, knowing he was enhancing his platform's visibility and revenue. Though he was spending real money, the platform was also profiting, and ultimately, the earnings would find their way into his pockets. It was a win-win scenario, boosting both his satisfaction and the platform's popularity. With that, he placed his finger upon the god of wealth gift and gently tapped, sending yet another god of wealth soaring onto the screen. Once again, a dazzling god of wealth descended, flooding the screen and sending shockwaves across the room. What the heck? This is the 3rd god of wealth that opening with a Kun has summoned. Over 30 million in gifts had been lavished. President Kun was indeed magnificent. A new wealthy patron was on the verge of emergence. The live stream erupted, with countless viewers in a frenzy. Xiao Tianyuan, upon witnessing the 3rd god of wealth summoned by opening with a Kun, was equally astonished. This challenger was far too extravagant. For a mere ordinary PK, over 30 million had been spent. Having been crushed by Ye Kun in reality, would he also face humiliation in the online realm? He refused to accept it. He was unwilling to concede. Having already expended over 20 million, he could not give up. He could not show weakness. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan's determination surged, caught in a dilemma. Thus, he once again reached for the god of wealth gift in the gifting panel. However, a prompt appeared, indicating insufficient balance. What the heck? He had spent over 20 million and now lacked the diamonds. There was no time for a recharge now. Moreover, even if he did recharge, he might still not be able to surpass opening with a Kun. As the PK countdown continued, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Opening with a Kun triumphed over Xianxing Tianyuan, securing victory for Xiao Rou in the PK battle. What the heck? Opening with a Kun has defeated the 7th-ranked magnate, Xianxing Tianyuan. A mere ordinary PK had amassed a total of over 50 million in gifts. Incredible. Opening with a Kun had summoned over 30 million, heralding the birth of a new wealthy patron on Kunpeng Live. The illustrious Kun exudes an aura of dominance. I humbly submit my knee, dear Kun. Kun, might you shower me with gifts as I don women's clothing and act adorably? The live stream erupts once more, a cacophony of excitement. Ding. Super admiration value critical hit 6666. Ding. Super admiration value critical hit 8888. Ding. Super admiration value critical hit 9999. The admiration value escalates rapidly with a series of frenzied critical hits. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and aiding the goddess-like Beauty Tang Rou in winning the PK competition. Ding. Reward, Spirit 3. Congratulations, host. Your spirit has risen to 15. Ding. Reward, 1 chance for a random draw. In an instant, Ye Kun feels invigorated, brimming with vitality, his mental acuity heightened. System, I wish to draw. Ye Kun silently murmurs. It is once again the exhilarating moment for the lottery. Suddenly, a colossal spinning wheel materializes in his mind, adorned with an array of wondrous gifts. A like increases 1 point of favorability. A love letter increases 1 point of favorability. A cup of bubble tea increases 3 points of favorability. A charm increases 5 points of favorability. An inspiration capsule increases 9 points of favorability. A character summoning card increases 19 points of favorability. Goodness. The gifts on the wheel have transformed into marvelous items that enhance favorability. Anything that boosts favorability is undoubtedly precious. I desire them all. Ooh, handsome, I want them all. Ooh, host, do you wish to commence the lottery? Begin. As Ye Kun gives the command, the enormous wheel in his mind begins to spin, gradually accelerating into a whirlwind. Stop. The wheel's speed slows, finally coming to a halt. The pointer landing on an inspiration capsule. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn an inspiration capsule. Note, if the recipient consumes this capsule, their favorability towards the host will increase by 9 points. The inspiration capsule is only effective for individuals with favorability below 90. If favorability has reached 90, it will have no effect. Goodness, I've actually drawn an inspiration capsule. Consuming one will send favorability soaring. How delightful. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host is 10. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host is 10. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has risen to 80. Reminder, once the favorability of the goddess-like beauty reaches 90, she will embrace the host and reward him with 20 points of physique. Goodness. With Tang Rou's favorability at only 80, even with the inspiration capsule, it would only reach 89. Quite the minor disappointment. I shall save the inspiration capsule for later. Next, Ye Kun reviews his basic information. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 16. Agility, 13. Physique, 28. Spirit, 15. Charm, 9. Note, the peak attributes for an ordinary person are 10. Wealth, trillions of Huaxia currency. Available wealth, 900,000,000. Skills, divine driving skills, impervious to intoxication. Aura, adored by all, blooms like flowers, charm aura. Items, a health card, an inspiration capsule. Wealth points, 1. At this moment, the music in the venue abruptly ceases, and from the high stage, a voice filled with excitement proclaims, "Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen of this bar." Let the audience scream. Chapter 27. Drinking and discussing life with the goddess Chang Yuetong. As the crowd erupts into a frenzy of cheers, a seductive and alluring female DJ ascends the stage. Exquisite beauty, illuminating the entire venue. Is that not the bar's owner, Chang Yuetong? How has she become the DJ queen? Ye Kun is equally astonished. The DJ beauty on stage is indeed the goddess-like Chang Yuetong he encountered before. It turns out she has another identity as the DJ queen. Subsequently, Chang Yuetong begins to spin records with graceful movements and an enchanting demeanor, her sensuality igniting the crowd. The audience is engulfed in a continuous wave of cheers and applause. The atmosphere is electrifying. At this moment, Chang Yuetong is the focal point of the venue. The undisputed star, the DJ queen. Ding. Random task triggered. Invite DJ Queen Chang Yuetong to the Supreme Emperor's private room for drinks and conversation. Task reward, Strength 5. Another random task has been triggered with the goddess-like beauty Chang Yuetong. How exhilarating. Ye Kun beckons the general manager of TX Bar over. Do you have a Supreme Emperor's private room? Ye Kun inquires. He is currently seated in the Supreme VIP booth, yet there should be even more extravagant rooms within the bar. Young Master Yi. The most expensive room in our bar is indeed the Supreme Emperor's private room, costing 5 million for a night. However, since you have booked the entire TX bar, you are entitled to use this Supreme Emperor's private room. The bar's general manager respectfully replies. Ye Kun has spent 1 billion to reserve the entire TX bar, naturally granting him access to the finest Supreme Emperor's private room. Very well, please escort me to the Supreme Emperor's private room, Ye Kun states. Certainly. Young Master Yi. The bar's general manager respectfully leads the way. Ye Kun bids farewell to Lin Su and Chun Wenwen before following towards the Supreme Emperor's private room. The Supreme Emperor's private room is the most lavish in the entire bar, accommodating at least 50 individuals for raucous revelry, and boasts the best location. Merely 3 to 5 steps away from the DJ. Seated within the opulent confines of the Supreme Emperor's private room, Ye Kun savors a glass of Ace of Spades champagne, closely admiring DJ Queen Chang Yuetong as she spins. She is breathtakingly beautiful, exuding sensual allure, with delicate collarbones, a slender waist, fair skin, and an extraordinary aura. Moreover, she possesses a unique charm, imbued with mystery, allure, and dynamism, compelling one to draw near, to understand, to explore her. She is stunning, truly stunning. Chang Yuetong undoubtedly deserves her praise as a goddess-like beauty, rated 97 for her looks. Ye Kun cannot help but marvel. He then gestures to the bar's general manager and says, once she finishes her set, please invite DJ Queen to the Supreme Emperor's private room for a drink. Understood, young master. The general manager nods before exiting the Supreme Emperor's private room. Ye Kun continues to sip his champagne while watching Chang Yuetong perform. Not only is she beautiful, but her DJing skills are equally impressive, electrifying the crowd. Moments later, Chang Yuetong completes her set and is invited into the Supreme Emperor's private room. Upon seeing Ye Kun, her beautiful eyes sparkle with intrigue. Ye Kun radiates a sense of mystery and special charm, evoking a sense of fondness within her. Quite delightful. Ding. The goddess-like beauty, Chang Yuetong, cast a glance at the host, and under the enchanting influence of her irresistible charm, her affection level rose to 30. Ding. Congratulations. The affection level of the goddess-level beauty Chang Yuetong towards the host has increased to 60. Ding. You are rewarded with 10 spirit points. Congratulations. Your spirit has increased to 25. In that fleeting moment, Ye Kun felt invigorated, an undeniable sense of joy and ease washing over him. Young Master Yi, it's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chang Yuetong, she said with a smile, extending her delicate hand gracefully. Upon their reunion, her fondness for Ye Kun had significantly grown, perceiving him as an undeniably charismatic man. Indeed, it's wonderful to see you again. My name is Ye Kun, he replied, gently shaking her hand with a smile. I had no idea Miss Chang was such an exceptional DJ, truly electrifying. DJing is both my passion and profession. Feel free to call me Yuetong, she responded with a cheerful grin. As the second daughter of the Chong group, she had a twin sister named Chong Yueshi. Unlike her aloof and domineering sister, she was vivacious and generous, relishing the company of friends. Very well, Yuetong, you needn't call me young Master Yi. Just Ye Kun will suffice. Please, have a seat, Ye Kun invited, gesturing for her to join him for a drink. Chong Yuetong's every smile and frown radiated allure. Captivating and enchanting. Especially at such proximity, there was a palpable spark that stirred one's heart. Subsequently, Ye Kun poured a glass of champagne for her, and they gently clinked their glasses. Ye Kun, it seems you have quite the tolerance for alcohol, managing to outdrink all of Xiao Tianyuan's entourage, while you appear utterly unaffected. Chong Yuetong remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. She was well aware that Ye Kun had toasted with Louis XIII alongside Xiao Tianyuan and his companions, who had all succumbed to the effects of alcohol, while Ye Kun remained vibrant. Haha, I possess the skill of being impervious to intoxication. Ye Kun chuckled, revealing his extraordinary ability. 10 Xiao Tianyuans would not stand a chance against him. Have you not yet joined the Supercar Club of Modu? I have never encountered you before. Chong Yuetong inquired. Ye Kun seemed somewhat enigmatic, his name not echoing within the circles of the affluent, yet he could afford to reserve the entire TX bar. I haven't joined any clubs, Ye Kun replied, having just acquired a Hongqi supercar that very day. Then you should consider joining the Moda Supercar Club. I am a senior member and can recommend you for membership. We could enjoy some time racing together, Chong Yuetong suggested with a smile. Sounds great, Ye Kun nodded, for he was indeed a masterful driver. Xiao Tianyuan is also a member of the Modu Supercar Club, having recently spent over 70 million on a Pagani Huayra. He will likely seek a rematch with you, Chong Yuetong added. Xiao Tianyuan, known for his ostentatious nature and penchant for extravagance, would undoubtedly attempt to regain his pride after being humiliated by Ye Kun at the TX bar. These second-generation affluent individuals were quite sensitive to their reputations and would not easily concede defeat. Only by completely overpowering them could one earn their respect, even leading them to submit in admiration. Racing? He is no match for me, as I am a driving god. Ye Kun laughed confidently. With his exceptional driving skills, no one in the entirety of Huaxia could surpass him. Is that so? Then I am eager to witness your driving prowess, Chong Yuetong responded, her charm radiating. Special thanks to the handsome CYGDY for presenting 2 character summoning tokens and inspiration capsules. Your generosity is greatly appreciated, and characters will be arranged accordingly. Chapter 28. Young Master Yi takes the stage as a DJ, igniting the crowd. As Ye Kun and Chong Yuetong enjoyed their drinks and engaged in deep conversation within the luxurious VIP room, their bond grew significantly closer. Chong Yuetong was not only stunning and alluring, but also possessed a magnanimous personality, making her delightful to be around. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task of inviting Chong Yuetong for drinks and conversation. Ding. Reward. Strength 5. Congratulations, your strength has increased to 21. In that instant, Ye Kun felt a surge of mystical energy coursing through him, rendering him even more powerful. He felt invigorated. His strength now surpassed the peak of human capability. Capable of delivering a punch strong enough to fell a bull, he could easily lift a girl with one hand and twirl her around. Excuse me for a moment. I must return to the stage to DJ, Chong Yuetong announced as she rose from her seat. Just then, Ye Kun heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Substitute for the goddess-level beauty Chong Yuetong and DJ once, igniting the entire venue. Reward, god-level DJ skills. Wait, by substituting for Chong Yuetong as a DJ, I am rewarded with god-level DJ skills. DJing is indeed a rather niche talent. Through their earlier discussion over drinks, Ye Kun learned that DJing encompasses various technical levels: novice, amateur, intermediate, advanced, elite, god-level, and the ultimate DJ queen. Receiving god-level DJ skills is already a remarkable reward. With such abilities, he could perform at large-scale tours, commanding the attention of thousands. This DJing expertise would undoubtedly electrify the crowd. Yuetong, how about I take the stage and DJ for you? Ye Kun called out to Chong Yuetong. You can DJ too? Chong Yuetong exclaimed, astonished. DJing was a relatively rare skill, not commonly possessed by many. Even those who could DJ typically lacked the finesse to control an entire crowd. Haha, I possess god-level DJ skills, and I assure you, I can electrify the crowd. Ye Kun declared with a smile. He was a versatile talent, proficient in every skill imaginable. Really? I shall eagerly anticipate your performance, Chong Yuetong replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. If Ye Kun could indeed DJ, it would surely leave a lasting impression on her. Prepare for an explosive performance. Ye Kun grinned confidently. Soon, the exuberant voice of the MC echoed from the bar's high stage. Please welcome the most handsome DJ, young Master Yi, to the stage. Let the crowd roar. Amidst the deafening cheers, Ye Kun made his dazzling entrance. Wait, isn't he the wealthy young Master Yi who reserved the entire TX bar? Incredible. Young Master Yi can DJ too. Amazing. My idol is truly capable of anything. The crowd erupted with excitement as they witnessed Ye Kun's entrance. Their cheers growing even louder, particularly from the female professionals and students who screamed in delight. Ye Kun placed his hands on the DJ equipment, taking a deep breath. Ding. Reward, God-level DJ skills. In an instant, Ye Kun found himself imbued with a plethora of DJing techniques and experiences, his proficiency reaching an unparalleled zenith. The crowd was left in awe. Can young Master Yi actually DJ? Why hasn't he begun yet? Surely he is not just here to play around. Devoid of any real DJ skills, the dazzling lights illuminated Ye Kun, and all eyes in the venue were fixated upon him, eagerly anticipating an electrifying performance. In that moment, he stood as the center of attention. The very next moment, his fingers began to move, dancing over the turntables with remarkable agility. His swift movements were nothing short of mesmerizing. His technique was sublime, leaving onlookers utterly spellbound. With an intense focus and an undeniable charm, he captivated the audience, embodying the essence of the most dashing figure in the room. As his fingers danced rapidly, a cascade of exhilarating electronic beats erupted, sending the crowd into a frenzy. The enchanting melodies and pulsating rhythms sent shivers down their spines. Wow, young Master Yi truly can DJ, and his moves are incredibly cool. Amazing. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, their excitement palpable. This is exhilarating. Young Master Yi, I adore you. Love you. Love you. The venue buzzed with continuous screams and cheers, reaching a euphoric crescendo. At that moment, everyone was swept up in a wave of exhilaration. Ding. Gained 666 points of admiration. Ding. Gained 777 points of admiration. Ding. Gained 888 points of admiration. Ding. Gained 999 points of admiration. In an instant, Ye Kun reaped a whirlwind of admiration points, leaving him exhilarated. Chang Yuetong gazed in astonishment at Ye Kun's graceful and masterful DJing, utterly taken aback. He can really DJ, she thought, amazed at his unparalleled skill. Ding. Goddess-level beauty, Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host is now 10. Ding. Chang Yuetong's favorability towards the host has risen to 70. In that moment, Chang Yuetong's admiration for Ye Kun deepened, her curiosity piqued. He exuded an irresistible charm, as if capable of anything, drawing her in completely. She yearned to know more about this enigmatic and captivating man, finding him utterly intriguing. With her enchanting eyes fixed on him, she revealed a charmingly seductive smile. It was rare for her to take an interest in any man. Yet Ye Kun's allure left her with a unique feeling of attraction. It was not quite love, but an undeniable curiosity. Chapter 29. A billion transferred home for the centennial celebration. Through his extraordinary DJing, Ye Kun had ignited the crowd, amassing a considerable amount of admiration points. He was the most dashing figure of the night, eliciting frenzied screams from countless beautiful women, including the goddess Chang Yuetong, who now viewed him with newfound respect and intrigue. Subsequently, Ye Kun exchanged contact information with Chang Yuetong, arranging to go off-road racing together in the future. He then returned to the VIP area. Boss, your DJ skills are incredible. The entire venue was cheering for you, exclaimed his secretary, Chen Wenwen, gazing at him with admiration. She was slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed. Not only was he a master behind the wheel, able to drink without losing composure, but he also possessed an extraordinary talent for DJing that electrified the entire venue. Such a boss was undeniably handsome, exuding an irresistible charm. What could he possibly lack in skills? Kun Go, it turns out you're quite the hidden gem. DJing like that, setting the place ablaze, it's simply fantastic. Lin Su remarked, equally astonished. They had been classmates for 4 years. Yet he was unaware of Ye Kun's remarkable versatility. First, he spent $1 billion to rent out the entire TX nightclub, then demonstrated an incredible ability to drink, leaving the top-tier second-generation elites of Modu utterly incapacitated, before showcasing his masterful DJing skills that set the venue on fire. Lin Su felt as though he was seeing Ye Kun anew, completely shocked. Ye Go, you're incredibly handsome, radiating charm that surpasses even stars. I was cheering for you the entire time. Yang and I exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Ye Kun's, visibly excited. After a night of brief encounters, she found herself utterly captivated, her head spinning from his charm. Her favorability towards him had reached 90, signifying her willingness to actively pursue him. You're truly amazing. So impressive. Tang Ro, who had been relatively quiet, became bolder after a few drinks, her favorability towards Ye Kun reaching 80, indicating a strong liking, nearing the threshold of pursuing him. To her, Ye Kun was incredibly charismatic, exuding masculinity that stirred her heart. These are merely basic skills, nothing to boast about. Ye Kun chuckled, knowing he possessed a multitude of talents. Just standard operations, nothing extraordinary. However, being surrounded by various beautiful women also posed its own challenges. At that moment, Yang Ni's delicate, sultry figure pressed closely against him, her softness and allure tantalizingly brushing against his arm, igniting a sense of yearning within him. Yang Ni was like a little enchantress, perpetually enticing him with her proximity and allure. Although Tang Rou was not as bold as Yang Ni, she too made subtle advances. Engaging in slight physical contact with Ye Kun. As a dance student, her body possessed an astonishing grace that captivated him. The group continued to revel until the early hours of the morning, with everyone but Ye Kun feeling the effects of the alcohol. Particularly, Chun Wenwen, his secretary, was thoroughly intoxicated, already resting her head on the table, while Lin Su was nearing unconsciousness after their heavy drinking session. Consequently, Ye Kun took the initiative to suggest leaving the TX nightclub. Upon exiting, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms awaited them. Ye Kun arranged for a Phantom to take Yang Ni, Tang Rou, and the other two ladies back to their school. This left Yang Ni and Tang Rou feeling both surprised and a touch disappointed, as Ye Kun had not suggested taking them for a late-night meal or offered to escort them home, opting instead to send them back to campus. Once outside, Lin Su regained some clarity and was capable of managing on his own, so Ye Kun did not need to arrange for him. Ye Kun and Chun Wenwen settled into a Rolls-Royce Phantom, returning to the Kunping Epine mansion. As for his red flag supercar, a bodyguard would drive it back to the underground parking lot. Chun Wenwen, heavily intoxicated, was briefly revived before Ye Kun guided her to a guest room to sleep. Meanwhile, Ye Kun enjoyed a sound sleep in the main bedroom. Around 9 o'clock the following morning, he received a call from his university beauty counselor, Chen Jinghua. It turned out that today was the centennial celebration of his alma mater, Modi University of Finance and Economics. The school intended to invite some distinguished alumni to participate in the celebration. Ye Kun, having earned his first bucket of gold during his university days, was considered one of the outstanding graduates of his cohort, which prompted Counselor Chen Jinghua to reach out to him. Previously, she had already sent him a notification via text. However, Ye Kun had simply forgotten. Subsequently, he made a phone call to his family, inquiring about his parents' health and engaging in casual conversation. Upon hearing that his father's chronic cervical pain had flared up again, Ye Kun decisively utilized his health card for his father's benefit. When he learned that his mother intended to purchase a spacious residence in the East New Town, he generously transferred a staggering 100 million to her. Problems that could be resolved with money were no problems at all. During his freshman year, Ye Kun was already earning his own tuition. By his sophomore year, he had amassed his first million. By his junior year, he had acquired a Porsche through his own efforts. With sufficient capital at his disposal, his ability to generate wealth in the capital market accelerated. Thus, even after transferring 100 million to his parents, their astonishment was entirely manageable. After rising from bed and enjoying the breakfast prepared for him by Chen Wenwen, Ye Kun set off in his flamboyant Hongqi supercar towards the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Chapter 30. The First Campus Bell, Unyielding Skills. As Ye Kun drove his Hongqi supercar into the campus of the Finance University, a wave of astonishment ensued. Wow! This is the domestic marvel, the Hongqi Tang supercar, which made an appearance at the Shanghai Auto Show. It was rumored that this vehicle had a starting price of 30 million and was limited to a single unit globally, truly one of a kind. The domestic marvel was indeed impressive. During this alumni celebration, numerous esteemed seniors had returned to campus. Who could have imagined that a senior from a previous cohort would arrive in a Hongqi Tang supercar? The students of the Finance University gazed at the supercar with envy and admiration. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 55 admiration points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 66 admiration points. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 99 admiration points. The admiration points surged rapidly. After parking the Hongqi supercar in the school parking lot, Ye Kun contacted his beautiful academic advisor from his university days, Chen Jinghua. Ye Kun, over here. The beautiful advisor. Chen Jinghua waved at him. Today, she was responsible for welcoming the distinguished returning students. Ye Kun looked ahead and saw a graceful beauty with flowing hair standing not far away, beckoning him. It was indeed the beautiful advisor, Chen Jinghua. Ding! A campus bell level beauty detected. Name, Chen Jinghua. Appearance, 94, campus bell level. Height, 166 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 62, 88. Bust, 34C. Affinity level, 50. Personality, gentle and generous. Chen Jinghua was already renowned as the campus belle of the Finance University, and after graduating, she remained at the school as an advisor. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, But her gentle and generous nature made her the object of admiration and secret affection for many male students. Ye Kun had harbored a fondness for Chun Jinghua during their university days. Jinghua. Ye Kun approached her with a smile. During their time at university, he would often tease her, affectionately calling her Jinghua. However, she never took offense, always maintaining her pleasant demeanor. Wow, Ye Kun, you've become even more handsome. And you exude a unique charm, Chun Jinghua remarked, her eyes widening in surprise as she assessed him. Ye Kun appeared more mature than during his university days, radiating a distinctive allure that was inexplicably captivating, making those around him instinctively drawn to him. She found herself glancing at him longer than intended, her heart fluttering unexpectedly. Ding. Campus belle-level beauty Chun Jinghua gazed at the host, influenced by the charm aura that captivates all. Affinity level increased by 30. Ding. Campus belle-level beauty Chun Jinghua's affinity level with the host has increased to 80, granting a boost of 10 agility. Ding. Congratulations, the host's agility has increased to 23. In an instant, a surge of extraordinary energy coursed through Ye Kun's body. He felt his muscle definition becoming more refined, his physique more athletic. This was the direct benefit of the agility boost. Elevating a beauty's affinity resulted in rewarding enhancements to basic attributes, a delightful experience indeed. Jinghua, only now do you realize my allure? Regretting not pursuing me back then? Here is your chance to chase me now. Ye Kun teased her, enjoying the playful banter. Such vanity. You still haven't changed. Chun Jinghua rolled her eyes at him playfully. Ye Kun had always been diligent and accomplished during his university years, albeit with a somewhat irreverent personality and a penchant for jest. Come, many outstanding alumni are gathering in the auditorium. Let us join them. Chun Jinghua said as she walked alongside Ye Kun towards the grand hall of the university. Their striking pair attracted the attention of numerous students. Upon entering the grand hall, Ye Kun observed groups of alumni chatting and laughing together. Notably, those who had achieved significant success in their careers were surrounded by admirers. Prominent figures such as business magnates, heirs to family enterprises, and executives from major corporations were at the center of attention, akin to stars encircled by their admirers. Suddenly, Ye Kun spotted a familiar stunning figure in the crowd. It was Yang Yijuan, the campus belle renowned as the most beautiful woman at the finance university. At that moment, she was surrounded by many successful men and elite individuals, much like a flower drawing all the bees. However, when she caught sight of Ye Kun, her eyes sparkled with delight. She swiftly navigated through the crowd, making her way toward him with long strides. Her action caused a stir among the successful individuals nearby, all eyes turning toward Ye Kun. What kind of man could elicit such a hurried response from Yang Yijuan? Ye Kun, you're here too, Yang Yijuan exclaimed, her enchanting smile illuminating her exquisite features. Ding, a goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Yang Yijuan. Appearance, 96, goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 61, 90. Bust, 34D. Affinity level, 80. Traits, alluring, dominant, passionate in love and hate. Yang Yijuan held an affinity level of 80 towards Ye Kun, a fact that surprised him not in the least. This was because Ye Kun had once inadvertently saved her life. It happened at the indoor swimming pool of their school when she nearly drowned due to a cramp. Ye Kun, noticing her distress, immediately jumped into the pool to rescue her and performed CPR in front of numerous students and faculty, reviving her against all odds. From that moment on, Yang Yijuan had become attached to Ye Kun, while he, in turn, became a target of envy among the male students. During their university years, Ye Kun was preoccupied with making money, oblivious to Yang Yijuan's multiple hints and advances. He had chosen not to engage in romantic relationships, believing that they would only hinder his financial pursuits. Now that he was financially secure, he found himself more open to the idea of love and romance. Yijuan. Ye Kun greeted her in return. Yang Yijuan was indeed a person of remarkable character and capability. She had served as the president of the student council during their university days. After graduation, she resolutely declined to join the family business, opting instead to align herself with an innovative company. It is said that she has now ascended to the position of general manager, hinting at her potential to become a formidable female CEO. Yang Yijuan beamed with delight upon seeing Ye Kun greet her warmly without any attempt to evade her presence, revealing her enchanting smile. At the same time, she noted a significant transformation in Ye Kun's demeanor and appearance. He appeared even more handsome and charismatic than before. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan cast a lingering glance at the host, influenced by her charming aura that captivates all, resulting in an increase of 10 in her favorability rating. Beep. Congratulations. Goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan's favorability towards the host has risen to 90, granting a reward of 30 in physical attributes. Beep. Congratulations. The host's physical attributes have increased to 58. What extraordinary ability is this unstoppable prowess? He had only heard of being undefeated, but never of being invincible. Could it be that his combat prowess in that realm has reached an unassailable level? What a delightful surprise. Little did he expect that an enhancement in his physical attributes would bestow such a unique ability upon him. Ye Kun, who is this person? Will you not introduce us? At that moment, a young man, impeccably dressed in a bespoke high-end suit and tie, exuding the aura of a successful individual, approached young Ye Kun. His name was Ding Yan, an alumnus of the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, who subsequently earned a Master's degree from Stanford before returning to inherit the family business. Chapter 31. Is a donation of 100 million a lot? Ding Yan, a man of immense wealth, was the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome archetype, a diamond bachelor, and a figure of success in the eyes of many. However, his gaze towards Ye Kun was tinged with a hint of hostility. For young Ye Kun had never shown such eagerness towards any other man. He felt a pang of jealousy, seeing Ding Yan interrupt her reunion with Ye Kun. Young Ye Kun felt quite displeased. Nonetheless, she spoke up. Allow me to make the introduction. Pointing at Ding Yan, she stated, "This is Ding Yan, an outstanding graduate from our university." Her tone was rather dismissive, as if she could not be bothered to elaborate further. Then, she directed a gaze filled with tender affection at Ye Kun. To the astonishment of all present, she boldly embraced Ye Kun's arm and introduced him. "This is Ye Kun, the one I secretly admired and liked during my university years." At this proclamation, the room fell into stunned silence. Gasps of disbelief echoed around them. The daughter of the Yang family, the most beautiful woman at the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, had openly declared her affection for someone. In that moment, the hearts of those who admired, secretly loved, and coveted young Ye Kun shattered like glass. Among them were company presidents, heirs to family businesses, affluent second-generation elites, and successful entrepreneurs who had risen from humble beginnings. They all found themselves overshadowed by Ye Kun, a man who seemed rather ordinary aside from his good looks. What right did he have to win the affection of the goddess young Ye Kun and even be the object of her pursuit? At that moment, the gazes directed at Ye Kun were filled with deep envy, jealousy, and resentment. Feeling young Ye Kun's embrace, Ye Kun sensed the unfriendly stares from the crowd and felt somewhat helpless. Young Ye Kun was still as bold and passionate as ever, announcing before everyone that he was the one she liked and had secretly admired. Wasn't he that inviting animosity? Well, he had once again become the target of collective disdain. Yet, at this moment, Ye Kun stood as a super-rich individual, brimming with confidence, poised and unperturbed by the opinions of others. So what if he had become the public enemy? He was unafraid. Oh, Mr. Yi must be an exceptionally accomplished individual to have captured Ye Kun's affection. I wonder if you are the heir to a family business or the CEO of a listed company. Ding Yan's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Ye Kun. Filled with jealousy, he and young Ye Kun had known each other since childhood. Their families were longtime friends. He considered their relationship akin to childhood sweethearts and had even envisioned young Ye Kun as his own. Now, with young Ye Kun suddenly announcing her affection for another, it felt like a thunderclap had struck him, leaving him utterly bewildered. As snowflakes danced and the north wind howled, Ye Kun replied with a tranquil smile. "I am neither an heir to a family business nor the CEO of a listed company." He was, in fact, the behind-the-scenes mastermind of Confronting Group, which had yet to be listed, thus not qualifying him as a CEO of a publicly traded company. In truth, he was anything but ordinary. With immense wealth, exceptional talents, unrivaled driving skills, an ability to remain unfazed by alcohol, an enchanting aura that attracted admiration from all, and an invincible prowess, he was truly remarkable. Ding Yan, upon hearing that Ye Kun was neither an heir nor a CEO, could not help but display a hint of disdain. With such ordinariness, how can you be so confident? What makes you worthy of the goddess young Ye Kun's favor? However, his cunning nature kept his true feelings well hidden. "You must be an excellent graduate to have been invited by the school to attend the centennial celebration," Ding Yan began, complimenting Ye Kun. Then he shifted his tone, feigning curiosity, and inquired, "I wonder how much you have contributed to the school? How much did you donate for this centennial celebration?" Seeing Ye Kun, who appeared to be quite young, it was evident that he had recently graduated. Even if he were an excellent graduate, without a solid background, how much could he possibly achieve? Even if he managed to secure a position at a large company, he would likely only earn a meager salary. What contributions could he possibly make? His words were undoubtedly aimed at undermining Ye Kun's standing. Indeed, for this centennial celebration, Mr. Ding generously donated 100 million. Mr. Ding truly lives up to the title of a young talent, a role model for our generation, making a grand gesture of 100 million. Young Master Yi, being an outstanding graduate of the university, surely you must contribute something to your alma mater as well? The crowd of so-called elites began to chime in, rallying in support of Ding Yan while mocking Ye Kun, eager to witness his embarrassment. 100 million. Ding Yan had donated that substantial amount to the school. Could Ye Kun possibly match that? Ding Yan's expression reflected pride, basking in the admiration of the crowd, feeling as if he were the center of attention. In university, a handsome appearance might attract beautiful women, but in the professional world, looks alone would not suffice. One must possess true capability. For instance, Ding Yan's donation of 100 million immediately garnered him widespread acclaim, even from the school officials who treated him with utmost respect. What right did Ye Kun have to compete for the affection of the goddess Yang Yijuan? Did he have 100 million to offer? Yang Yijuan furrowed her brows slightly and defended Ye Kun. Ye Kun is quite exceptional. He earned his tuition through his own efforts during university and even bought a car. Yang Yijuan was fiercely protective of Ye Kun, speaking highly of him, which only fueled Ding Yan's jealousy further. Earning tuition fees on one's own, purchasing a vehicle, or even amassing hundreds of millions. What significance do these accomplishments hold? They are mere trifles when compared to those who, having been born at the finish line, can inherit family enterprises upon graduation. The illustrious Yi Xiao, one wonders how generously he intends to contribute to his alma mater this time. Ding Yan fixed his gaze on Ye Kun, a smirk dancing upon his lips. He seemed intent on fixating on the donation issue, seeking to embarrass Ye Kun. Ding. Random task triggered. Donate to alma mater. Thoroughly humiliate Ding Yan. Task reward. Celebrity aura. Note. This donation will be fully funded by the unparalleled wealth of the divine Tycoon. No one can afford to flaunt before such a titan. By all that is holy. Humiliating Ding Yan while earning a celebrity aura. What a delightful proposition. An aura, after all, signifies something extraordinary. The effects of a charm aura alone reveal the formidable power it bestows. Is a donation of 100 million excessive? Ye Kun chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, exuding an air of superiority. Chapter 32. A donation of 100 billion, celebrity aura. Is 100 million a considerable sum? The question reverberated through the crowd, eliciting shock and astonishment. An amount that would take countless lifetimes of toil to accumulate was spoken of with such nonchalance by Ye Kun. Surely, he could not be one to indulge in boastful exaggerations. How could someone like him be invited to partake in the centennial celebration of the school? The onlookers regarded Ye Kun with a mixture of disdain and derision. Such audacity. 100 million is trivial. One wonders just how much Ye Xiao intends to donate to his alma mater. Ding Yan sneered, perceiving Ye Kun as nothing more than an arrogant upstart. Such a character could hardly be considered his rival. The goddess Yang Yijuan should rightfully belong to him. 100 million? I'm afraid I cannot present such an amount. Ye Kun shook his head. To spend 100 million for a single night at a bar was within his realm of experience. To donate merely 100 million for his alma mater's centennial celebration would be a source of embarrassment for him. Let it be known. I shall contribute 1 billion to my alma mater. Ye Kun nonchalantly declared a figure. The reaction was another wave of astonishment. Stunned silence enveloped the room. 1 billion? Ye Kun had just proclaimed his intention to donate 1 billion to his school. While many successful individuals were present, none could pledge such a staggering amount. Most could not even fathom conjuring 100 billion, let alone relinquish it to the school. What a tasteless jest. 1 billion. Can you truly afford such a figure? Ding Yan scoffed, certain that Ye Kun could not possibly muster 1 billion for donation. Although his family assets exceeded 1 billion, they would never part with such a sum for the school. Am I jesting? 1 billion is merely a trifling matter, hardly deserving of such uproar. Ye Kun chuckled. Huh. I possess the unfathomable wealth of the divine Tycoon. 1 billion is but a drop in the ocean. Were it not for the fear of overwhelming you all, I would donate it outright. The old principal stood in the auditorium. If Ye Kun could indeed make such a contribution, he would undoubtedly earn the esteem of the principal and be regarded as a paragon of outstanding students. Ding Yan sneered. 1 billion. I do not believe Ye Kun can truly donate such a sum. Just then, the esteemed principal caught wind of the commotion surrounding Ye Kun and, intrigued, approached amidst a throng of school leaders. What has transpired here? Such excitement. The principal inquired, a smile gracing his face. Having served as principal for a decade, his hair was tinged with gray, yet he still radiated vitality. Ah, principal, you have arrived at the perfect moment. We have a remarkable student here who is willing to donate 1 billion to the school. Ding Yan quickly informed the principal, casting a provocative glance at Ye Kun. Humph. Should he fail to produce 1 billion, he will surely be humiliated before the entire faculty and student body. Oh, which exemplary student intends to donate 1 billion to the alma mater? The principal's expression mirrored his astonishment. 1 billion. Such a figure had never been witnessed in the school's history. His gaze swept over several elder, successful individuals nearby, searching for a candidate capable of such a grand gesture. These individuals were CEOs of publicly listed companies, heirs to family enterprises, and promising young entrepreneurs. Yet, none seemed capable of donating 100 billion. The few successful figures who met the principal's glance displayed expressions of discomfort. 1 billion. They would not dare to utter such a sum. Nor would they directly contribute to the school. Principal, this is Ye Kun, a remarkable junior who has just boasted of his intent to contribute 1 billion to the school. Ding Yin pointed at Ye Kun with a cold smile, eagerly anticipating his impending embarrassment. Oh, the principal regarded Ye Kun with a mix of intrigue and incredulity. This young man appeared vibrant, handsome, and full of spirit. He maintained his composure despite the scrutiny. However, could such a youthful figure truly possess the means to donate 1 billion to the school? This was 1 billion, not merely a million. It necessitated substantial economic prowess. Principal, Ye Kun was merely engaging in light-hearted banter with a few seniors. Please do not take it to heart. Yang Yijuan interjected, anxious to defend Ye Kun. Despite his undeniable talent, 1 billion was a sum that a recent graduate, still less than a year out of school, could hardly command. Even she believed Ye Kun's claim was born of youthful bravado. Given the enormity of the figure, it seemed too grand to be earnest. Yijuan, are you still defending him? Ye Kun explicitly stated his intent to donate 1 billion to the alma mater. We all heard him clearly and can attest to it, Ding Yin retorted, his frustration mounting as jealousy brewed within him. Why? Why does Ye Kun deserve the affections of the goddess Yang Yijuan? I am not jesting. I speak sincerely. Ye Kun smiled at the principal. Are you certain you wish to donate 1 billion to the school? The principal gazed at Ye Kun in disbelief. Indeed, principal. For the centennial celebration of the school, I am at a loss as to how else to contribute. So I shall donate 1 billion to express my sentiments. Ye Kun replied, his demeanor light and carefree. 1 billion is merely a small token of my appreciation. His nonchalance left the audience in stunned silence once more. Ye Kun had dared to boast before the principal, a serious matter indeed. The expressions of the school leaders mirrored their incredulity. Very well. The school must have a dedicated donation account. Please provide me with the account details, and I shall make the donation immediately, Ye Kun asserted. Knowing that mere words would not suffice to convince these skeptics, he sought tangible proof. The principal, still skeptical, instructed a director responsible for the centennial activities to furnish Ye Kun with the school's independent donation account. In a swift motion, Ye Kun, before the assembly, transferred a staggering sum of 100 billion to the school's account, using his lavish reserve. 100 billion. Indeed, it was a donation of 100 billion. The director stared in astonishment and delight at the sudden influx of funds into the school's account. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present transformed into sheer amazement. 100 billion. Ye Kun had truly donated 100 billion to the school. Ding. Acquired a super-critical admiration value of 6,666. How could this be? He is merely a freshly graduated student. How does he possess the capacity to donate such an immense sum? Ding Yin wore an incredulous expression as well. Yet the reality before him was an undeniable slap to his face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating 100 billion to the alma mater, thus completing the task of slapping Ding Yan's face. Ding. Reward, Celebrity Halo. Note, the Celebrity Halo enhances the host's reputation and elevates their prestige. Chapter 33. To be the most extravagant and exhilarating super tycoon. Ding. The host's donation of 100 billion to the alma mater has significantly elevated his prestige among alumni. He has gained the esteemed reputation of the Shanghai Financial University. Ye Kun was slightly taken aback. Not only had his prestige soared, but he had also earned the admiration of the financial university. This 100 billion was undoubtedly well spent. Possessing such financial prowess was indeed exhilarating. Simultaneously, the alumni in the grand auditorium gazed at Ye Kun with a mix of shock and reverence. The fact that he could donate 100 billion to his alma mater left no room for doubt about his capabilities. Moreover, influenced by the celebrity halo, their gazes toward Ye Kun were imbued with an air of admiration. No one dared to consider him merely an ordinary handsome youth any longer. He was not just handsome. He radiated an aura of distinction. Ye Kun, we are profoundly grateful for your generous donation of 100 billion to the school. This is an extraordinary contribution and the finest gift you could offer for your alma mater's centennial celebration, the old principal exclaimed, shaking Ye Kun's hand with such fervor that he nearly shed tears of joy. 100 billion. This was the largest donation the financial university had ever received since its inception. With this 100 billion, the possibilities were endless. From constructing new buildings and renovating dormitories to providing financial aid for underprivileged students and scholarships for outstanding scholars. This was a monumental boon for both the institution and its students. A small token of my appreciation, truly insignificant. I merely hope the school will utilize these funds wisely, should there be further needs in the future. I am more than willing to contribute again. Ye Kun replied with a nonchalant smile. Rest assured, the school will establish a foundation in your name with this 100 billion. The new building will also bear your name, the old principal declared excitedly. Particularly after Ye Kun's monumental donation, the implication of his willingness to continue contributing was astonishing. Extravagance personified. Such a remarkably generous student deserves the utmost sincerity from the school. Establishing a foundation is an excellent idea. However, it need not be named after me. Let this foundation and the teaching building be named after Confronting. Ye Kun suggested with a smile. Naming it after himself seemed a tad ostentatious. Confronting was a more suitable choice. Excellent. Confronting carries auspicious connotations, soaring to great heights. The old principal responded enthusiastically, affirming the need to maintain a good relationship with Ye Kun. The Confronting Foundation will be established, managed by professionals, and we welcome you. Ye Kun, to appoint a trustworthy individual to oversee the Confronting Foundation, the old principal continued with palpable excitement. Appointing a reliable individual to manage the Confronting Foundation? Ye Kun scanned the crowd, and his gaze settled on the beautiful counselor, Chen Jinghua. Then let teacher Chen Jinghua be in charge of the Confronting Foundation. Ye Kun declared with a grin. Teacher Chen Jinghua will be responsible for this 100 billion scale foundation? The old principal expressed his astonishment. Immediately, all eyes turned toward the beautiful counselor. Was it a bit hasty to entrust such a vast foundation to a mere counselor? Even Chen Jinghua bore an expression of surprise. Today, Ye Kun had profoundly shocked her by donating 100 billion. Furthermore, the fact that he specified her to oversee the Confronting Foundation left her feeling both flattered and bewildered. Teacher Chen Jinghua possesses not only a commendable character, but also exceptional organizational skills. She is someone I trust immensely. I believe she is perfectly suited to manage the Confronting Foundation. Don't you agree, Principal? Ye Kun inquired with a smile directed at the old principal. His donation of 100 billion to establish the Confronting Foundation granted him the authority to choose its leader. It would be a shame for Chen Jinghua to remain merely a counselor. She deserved a grander stage. Indeed, teacher Chen Jinghua is diligent and capable. She is exceptionally suitable to oversee the Confronting Foundation. The old principal nodded fervently in agreement. Instantly, every teacher and leader at the school regarded Chen Jinghua with envy. Despite her youth, she had become the head of a foundation worth 100 billion. Her status within the school would skyrocket. Chen Jinghua herself was taken aback, struggling to believe the turn of events. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Ye Kun was now imbued with a blend of gratitude and affection. Ding. Chen Jinghua is moved by the host. Affection level 10. Ding. Congratulations. The affection level of the campus beauty Chen Jinghua towards the host has risen to 90. Reward, strength 20. Ding. Congratulations. The host's strength has increased to 41. Strength, 41. Agility, 23. Constitution, 58. Spirit, 25. In an instant, a surge of mystical energy coursed through Ye Kun, augmenting his strength and invigorating his entire being. It felt exhilarating. The affection level of the beautiful counselor Chen Jinghua had remarkably escalated to 90, something he had not anticipated. However, it was not surprising. His charm was now unparalleled. Bolstered by financial prowess and various auras, no woman could resist his allure. Yang Yijuan looked at Ye Kun with not only admiration, but also a newfound sense of curiosity and reverence. She realized that her understanding of this man was still far from profound. She yearned to discover more. Ye Kun's monumental donation of 100 billion to his alma mater rapidly spread, creating a tremendous stir among faculty, students, and alumni alike. Concurrently, he reaped a significant harvest of admiration value. During the upcoming school anniversary celebrations, Ye Kun became the focal point of everyone's attention. Even a beautiful editor from a magazine sought to interview him. Mr. Ye Kun, I am Wang Yuhui, an editor from the Rising Stars magazine. May I conduct a brief interview with you? Wang Yuhui gazed at Ye Kun with palpable excitement. Ding. Detected a campus beauty level individual. Name, Wang Yuhui. Appearance, 92, campus beauty level. Height, 167 centimeters. Measurements, 86-62-89. Bust, 34C. Affection level, 60. Personality traits, gentle, intelligent. Oh, yet another campus beauty, Ye Kun chuckled. Ever since he had ascended to the realm of the super tycoon, beautiful women had flocked to him. Perhaps this was the allure of being a tycoon. Congratulations to the stunning campus belle, Wang Yuhui, for her affinity towards the host reaching 60, granting a reward of 10 agility. Ding. Congratulations, the host's agility has now been elevated to 33. Strength, 41, agility, 33, constitution, 58, spirit, 25. In an instant, a miraculous energy surged within Ye Kun, enhancing the contours of his muscles and rendering his physique even more agile. The sensation was utterly delightful. He discovered that whenever a campus belle's fondness for him reached 60 or 90, he would receive a reward to his fundamental physical attributes. This served as an encouragement for him to engage with and conquer more enchanting women. However, it also brought him a sense of annoyance and monotony. Nevertheless, in pursuit of evolving into an extraordinary being, he could reluctantly embrace this challenge. He aspired to become the most extravagant and exhilarating super tycoon. Chapter 34. The enigmatic campus belle, Wang Xingyue. Mr. Ye Kun, may I conduct an exclusive interview with you? Wang Yuhui inquired again upon noticing Ye Kun's silence. Influenced by the aura of fame, her gaze towards him was tinged with admiration and reverence. The celebrity magazine? Ye Kun expressed mild surprise. This magazine appeared to wield considerable influence in Huaxia, with its flagship publication, Celebrity Weekly, akin to the renowned Time magazine abroad. Those gracing the cover of Celebrity Weekly were undoubtedly figures of genuine prominence. I am merely an ordinary individual. An exclusive interview seems unnecessary, Ye Kun chuckled, feeling rather unremarkable and believing that it was premature for him to be featured in such a publication. Mr. Yi is far too humble. Your generous donation of 10 billion to your alma mater has already caused quite a stir. How can you consider yourself ordinary? You must be a low-profile, invisible tycoon, Wang Yuhui remarked. Today, she had initially intended to interview other prominent figures from the financial university. However, Ye Kun's sudden donation of 10 billion overshadowed the accomplishments of others. Coupled with his youthful charm and an air of mystery, she deemed him an intriguing subject worthy of an exclusive feature. You mentioned that I am a low-profile, invisible tycoon. Therefore, I do not intend to grace the magazine at this time. Ye Kun politely declined with a smile. Revealing his identity prematurely was not advisable. Then, Mr. Yi, may I ask you a few questions? Wang Yuhui persisted, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. How could she let a hidden tycoon escape her grasp? You may pose 3 questions. Ye Kun acquiesced, deciding to respond to her queries in light of the 10 agility points she had bestowed upon him. Wonderful! Wang Yuhui exclaimed with delight, promptly asking, Mr. Yi, with your donation of 10 billion to your alma mater, do you feel any pressure? 10 billion is no small sum. Many billionaires cannot readily access that amount in liquid cash, as most of their wealth is tied up in real estate or virtual assets like stocks and bonds. Not at all, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. With his vast reserves as an extraordinary tycoon, the sum of 10 billion posed no challenge whatsoever. Wang Yuhui was taken aback. If he could part with 10 billion without a second thought, then his net worth must exceed hundreds of billions. How long do you think it will take you to earn back that 10 billion? She inquired next. How long? Ye Kun closed his eyes, contemplating. With his 900 billion worth Kunping Group, regaining 10 billion should be a trivial task. However, his most formidable asset was not the Kunping Group, but rather the extraordinary tycoon system. With his immense reserves, 10 billion was merely a fleeting moment. I've already earned it back. Ye Kun opened his eyes, grinning. What? You regained 10 billion so quickly? Mr. Yi, you truly have a sense of humor. Wang Yuhui was astonished, interpreting his response as a playful way to avoid revealing too much information. May I ask a more personal question? Do you currently have a girlfriend? She ventured, curious about his private life. None, Ye Kun replied coolly. Just as Wang Yuhui was about to continue her inquiries, he turned and walked away. He had stated he would answer only 3 questions, and he had upheld that promise. What a unique and cool man, Wang Yuhui mused as she watched his handsome silhouette depart. Despite being a campus belle herself, accustomed to the attention of many admirable suitors, Ye Kun's nonchalant demeanor left her captivated. However, as Ye Kun turned to leave, he suddenly felt a soft collision, finding himself enveloped by the embrace of a long-haired beauty. Instinctively, he steadied her, revealing a sweet-faced girl with a serene demeanor. Ding! Detected a campus belle. Name, Wang Xingyue. Attractiveness, 95, top-tier campus belle. Age, 18. Height, 168 centimeters. Measurements, 86-61-90. Bust, 34C. Affinity, 30. Personality traits, tranquil, gentle. Another campus belle. Ye Kun marveled at the sight of Wang Xingyue, whose beauty reached an impressive 95, placing her among the elite. Yet, to his astonishment, her affinity towards him was a negative number. This baffled him greatly. They were strangers. How could her affinity be negative? Did their brief collision somehow diminish her feelings by 30 points? Are you all right? Ye Kun quickly regained his composure and asked, noting that Wang Xingyue appeared to be a first-year student, thereby his junior. At that moment, Wang Xingyue looked up and met his gaze. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and both were momentarily captivated. Ye Kun was entranced by the beauty of her eyes. which seemed to hold the essence of the cosmos, while Wan Xingyue was taken aback by his striking looks and undeniable charisma. Ding. Campus belle Wan Xingyue gazed at the host. Influenced by his irresistible charm, her affinity rises to 30. Ding. Campus belle Wan Xingyue's affinity towards the host has increased from 30 to 0. Okay, Ye Kun thought. Under the influence of his charm, Wan Xingyue's affinity had merely returned to 0. This was an unprecedented occurrence for him. Could it be that Wan Xingyue simply did not favor men? That was the only conclusion he could draw. Otherwise, any normal woman would be unable to resist his allure. I am fine. Wan Xingyue's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly extracted herself from his grasp, her mind racing. Who is this guy? Although somewhat handsome, he is not to my taste. I hope our paths do not cross. Wan Xingyue found herself somewhat astonished that she did not harbor any aversion towards the man before her. It is well known that she has an intense dislike for any form of physical contact with men and is psychologically averse to them. Yet, Ye Kun is an exception. He does not evoke dislike in her, though it cannot be said that she harbors any affection either. The mere fact that he does not repulse her is a miracle in itself. Consequently, her beautiful eyes could not help but linger on Ye Kun for an additional moment before she ran away. Chapter 35. The mysterious chairman of Confronting Group. What a rather peculiar girl. Ye Kun shook his head as he observed Wan Xingyue's graceful figure vanish into the distance. He then dismissed the thought and continued on his way. At that moment, one of Wan Xingyue's friends approached her. Oh wow, Senior Ye Kun is so handsome. Radiating charm. Xingyue, it seems you just bumped into Senior Ye Kun. Tell me, did he ask for your contact information, our school beauty? Her friend grasped Wan Xingyue's small hand, her face filled with envy and curiosity. They were both freshmen, selected for their beauty and poised to volunteer for the school's anniversary celebration. Is he really that handsome? He is just a bit more attractive than the average person. Possessing a rather unique charm, Wan Xingyue replied nonchalantly. However, it was indeed the first time she had encountered a boy she did not dislike. His name is Ye Kun? Is he quite renowned? Wan Xingyue inquired of her friend, feeling a flicker of curiosity regarding this seemingly illustrious figure she had yet to hear of. Senior Ye Kun didn't seem very notable before, but during the anniversary celebration, he donated a staggering 1 billion to the school, causing quite a sensation. Her friend exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Now, even the principal treats him with utmost respect. I heard he is being recognized as an outstanding alumnus by the finance department, with his name recorded in the school's history. Senior Ye Kun is so daring, donating 1 billion directly to the school. The key point is, he is so young and exceptionally handsome, exuding tremendous charm. If I were a school beauty, I would surely take the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Such an extraordinary and handsome senior cannot be overlooked. Oh, he donated 1 billion to the school. Wan Xingyue was momentarily taken aback. There are many billionaires, which is not particularly rare. However, those willing to donate such a sum to their alma mater are exceedingly few. Ding. Wan Xingyue's affection for the host has increased by 10 points. Her current affection level is now 10 points. Ye Kun, while exiting, suddenly received a system notification indicating an increase in Wan Xingyue's affection for him. However, a mere 10 points of affection is still pitifully low and yields no rewards. Ye Kun, we are now heading to Confronting Hotel. Yang Yijun approached, casually linking her arm with Ye Kun's. She had harbored a crush on Ye Kun since university, and her affection had now surpassed 90, making her quite bold and proactive. To Confronting Hotel? Ye Kun inquired with curiosity. This hotel is, of course, under the Confronting Group, of which he is the concealed proprietor. Yes, the school is hosting a banquet at the Confronting Hotel's banquet hall for guests, and many social elites and outstanding students will be attending. We should hurry, Yang Yijun said, pulling Ye Kun toward the parking lot. Ye Kun, what car did you drive here? Is it still that Porsche? Yang Yijun asked as they arrived at the parking lot, knowing he had purchased a Porsche during college. It's a Hongqi, Ye Kun replied with a smile, producing a key for the Hongqi vehicle. Hongqi? Yang Yijun was slightly astonished, not expecting Ye Kun to have changed his taste and now drive a domestic car. However, Hongqi has also made significant strides in recent years, with some flagship models rivaling imported luxury vehicles. Soon, a stunning blue supercar came into view. Ye Kun gently pressed a button on the key, and the car's dazzling butterfly doors slowly opened, resembling a beautiful blue butterfly unfurling its resplendent wings, a breathtaking sight filled with technological sophistication and design elegance. This is the Hongqi Tang supercar. It's gorgeous. I want to sit in the passenger seat today, Yang Yijun exclaimed, awestruck. She put away her Porsche key and gracefully made her way toward the passenger seat of the Hongqi. Meanwhile, Ye Kun settled into the driver's seat, expertly starting the car and smoothly exiting the school. Along the way, the Hongqi supercar drew gasps of admiration from numerous students, accruing a significant amount of admiration points. Ye Kun, I never imagined you were hiding such depth. Even I was deceived by you. Yang Yijuan, seated in the passenger seat, gazed at Ye Kun's striking profile. Lost in thought. What have I been concealing? Ye Kun asked, puzzled. You are usually so low-key. Yet suddenly you made headlines by donating 1 billion to the school and driving a Hongqi supercar worth over 30 million. Surely, you must have inherited a family fortune after graduation? Yang Yijuan remarked, her eyes fixed on Ye Kun, smiling. She assumed he, like her, was a super-rich second-generation heir, inheriting the family business to afford such extravagance. If that were the case, he had no reason to hide it from her. She had worried that perhaps his family background was the reason he had chosen to pursue her. I have no family fortune to inherit. I simply come from an ordinary family, just fortunate enough to have some opportunities. Ye Kun chuckled, his opportunity being the acquisition of the godly rich system, which allows his life to continuously ascend and take flight. By the way, which company did you join after graduation? Ye Kun asked, knowing that Yang Yijuan had not returned to the family business but had instead taken a position elsewhere. I work at Confronting Group now, responsible for the Confronting short video live streaming, holding the position of general manager. Yang Yijuan said proudly. Confronting Group is a remarkably young company, rising with astonishing speed, and its owner is shrouded in mystery. Due to her outstanding abilities, she had rapidly climbed the ranks in the arena of short video streaming to become the general manager. You work at Confronting Group, and you oversee the short video live streaming business? Ye Kun was surprised. It turns out Yang Yijuan has now become an employee of his company and is even the general manager of the short video business. What a coincidence. Yes. Isn't that surprising? Unfortunately, despite working at Confronting Group for a while, I've yet to meet that enigmatic chairman, Yang Yijuan said, revealing a look of regret. Why? Do you wish to meet the chairman of Confronting Group? Ye Kun smiled, amused. The chairman of Confronting Group is, after all, sitting right beside you. Clearly, Yang Yijuan remains unaware of his true identity. Of course, the chairman is extraordinarily mysterious, rarely seen, yet capable of strategizing and controlling everything. They are the person I admire most. Yang Yijuan expressed her admiration for the elusive chairman of Confronting Group. Ding. Received a critical hit of 999 admiration points from Yang Yijuan. Perhaps you have already met the chairman of Confronting Group. Ye Kun chuckled. Given that Yang Yijuan had just contributed a wave of admiration points, he felt inclined to give her a hint. The enigmatic chairman you idolize is seated right beside you. Chapter 36. Even goddesses take the initiative. Have I encountered that mysterious chairman? How could I be unaware of it? Yang Yijuan displayed a look of astonishment. She truly did not remember having met that enigmatic figure. You will meet him sooner or later. Ye Kun responded with a smile, not in a hurry to reveal the truth. He was on the verge of heading to the headquarters of Confronting Group. Soon, his identity as chairman would be officially announced to the public, and at the very least, some executives would be aware of his existence. Yang Yijuan's expression would surely be intriguing once she learned of his identity. By the way, Ye Kun, why did you name the school's foundation the Confronting Foundation? Are you also working at Confronting Group? Yang Yijuan's beautiful eyes fixated on Ye Kun, voicing her curiosity. Previously, when Ye Kun named the foundation Confronting, she assumed it was merely a coincidence. However, the more she pondered, the more she felt that Ye Kun must have some connection to Confronting Group. Indeed, I also work at Confronting Group, Ye Kun replied with a smile. Yang Yijuan had struck upon a crucial point. It seemed she had begun to suspect something. You can't possibly be the mysterious chairman of Confronting Group, can you? Yang Yijuan gazed at Ye Kun in astonishment. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Ye Kun nodded slightly, openly acknowledging the truth. Yang Yijuan was indeed clever, deducing his true identity so swiftly. Of course, he had no intention of deliberately concealing it. His position as chairman of the group was nothing to be ashamed of, nor did he aim to play the part of a humble individual. Thus, he admitted it quite candidly. You are the chairman of Confronting Group. Despite Ye Kun's own admission, Yang Yijuan still found it difficult to believe. She had thought the chairman would be someone at least in their 30s or 40s. Ye Kun was far too young. It was utterly shocking. The man she had secretly admired and adored turned out to be the mastermind behind Confronting Group. How astonishing. Ding. You have gained the favor of the goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan. 5. Ding. Congratulations. The favor of the goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan towards the host has increased to 95. Ding. Once a beauty's favor towards the host reaches 95, she will take the initiative to approach, even reverse the roles. Please be mentally prepared. Ding. Reward. Host Spirit 20. Ding. Congratulations. The host spirit has increased to 45. Strength. 41. Agility. 33. Constitution. 58. Spirit. 45. In an instant, Ye Kun felt as though a surge of miraculous energy coursed through him, invigorating him and enhancing his radiance. Yang Yijuan's favor towards him had remarkably climbed to 95. She was indeed the first goddess-level beauty to reach that level of affection for Ye Kun. And what would happen once the favor reached 95? Approaching, reversing the roles. Ye Kun couldn't help but glance at Yang Yijuan out of the corner of his eye, only to find her gazing at him with a look full of affection. Her lips slightly parted, exuding a captivating charm. Suddenly, Yang Yijuan leaned closer to Ye Kun, planting a swift kiss on his cheek, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. Ye Kun felt a waft of floral fragrance brush against his nose, followed by a moist peck on his cheek. "What are you doing while I'm still driving?" Ye Kun exclaimed softly, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yang Yijuan would be so bold, launching a surprise attack while he was behind the wheel. "Which is more attractive, the car or me?" Yang Yijuan teased, tossing her hair and casting a flirtatious glance at Ye Kun. Am I being flirted with?" Ye Kun looked between the car and Yang Yijuan, responding, "Of course, you are more beautiful than the car." Yang Yijuan was, after all, a goddess with a striking beauty score of 96. Today, she wore a black off-shoulder gown that was both alluring and stunning. "Do you like me?" Yang Yijuan asked with a charming smile, her allure captivating. With a favor of 95, even a goddess would take the initiative. "I do," Ye Kun replied, not shying away from her question. Suddenly, Yang Yijuan boldly gave Ye Kun another kiss. "We should head to the banquet," Yang Yijuan said, her face flushed, her voice soft. "All right," Ye Kun replied with a smile. He savored the taste of her luscious lips before fastening his seatbelt and starting the red flag supercar. Yang Yijuan resumed her goddess-like demeanor, though a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. She had secretly admired and pursued Ye Kun for 2 years, and now she felt a sense of glee in her heart. With a roar, the engine roared as Ye Kun switched the red flag supercar to sports mode, speeding towards Confronting Hotel at breakneck speed. Chapter 37. The arrival of the elegant female CEO at Confronting Hotel. Confronting Tower, located in the bustling heart of Lujiazui, is comprised of the twin towers Kun and Peng, soaring to a height of 136 stories, making it the tallest building in all of Asia. The exterior of Kun Tower resembles a mythical beast, poised to leap from the depths of the northern sea, exuding an air of grandeur. This building is one of the most prestigious office towers globally and also serves as the headquarters of Confronting Group. Meanwhile, Peng Tower's design resembles a majestic bird spreading its wings, and it is the only 7-star hotel in all of China. As Ye Kun drove into Lujiazui, he was overwhelmed by the imposing sight of the 2 towering Confronting buildings. Confronting Tower was nothing short of a miraculous architectural wonder, a testament to human ingenuity. The majestic Confronting-inspired structure surpassed even the Burj Khalifa in its grandeur. This was his Confronting Group, simply extraordinary. Ye Kun soon parked his car in front of Confronting Hotel. After ensuring her appearance was in order, Yang Yijuan accompanied Ye Kun into the hotel. Confronting Hotel, renowned as China's only 7-star hotel, boasted an opulent lobby filled with elements of Chinese mythology, creating an enchanting atmosphere that melded modern technology with ancient legends. Upon entering Confronting Hotel, Ye Kun's presence immediately stirred the hotel's upper echelons. The mysterious chairman of the group had personally arrived at Confronting Hotel. Yang Yijuan gracefully linked her arm with Ye Kun's as they entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 88th floor, the location of the Confronting Banquet Hall. This ultra-fast elevator ascended like a cloud ladder, swiftly reaching the 88th floor of the hotel. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan intimately holding Ye Kun's arm as they entered the banquet hall, his face turned a deep shade of crimson, nearly choking on his own bitterness. Yang Yijuan had once been his childhood sweetheart, the goddess he had set his sights on first. Yet she was now pursuing Ye Kun so openly. He couldn't accept it. He was handsome, a prestigious university graduate, and had inherited a family business worth billions at a young age. How could he possibly be inferior to Ye Kun? Why did Yang Yijuan not fancy him and instead choose Ye Kun? Though his heart ached, he maintained a facade of indifference. For being chosen as the heir of the family business demanded a depth of character. He believed that as long as he could overpower Ye Kun, he still had a chance to win back the goddess Yang Yijuan. This was the grand soiree celebrating the school's centenary, attended by distinguished alumni from the university's illustrious history. Among them were luminaries from academia, the business world, and the arts, representing a myriad of fields. They often formed small clusters of 3 to 5 individuals, congregating to sip red wine and engage in spirited conversation. This alumni network served as an indispensable social circle. However, Ye Kun found such soirees rather tedious. Most of the alumni were a decade or 2 his senior, leaving little common ground for meaningful dialogue. Nevertheless, having donated a staggering 10 billion to his alma mater, coupled with the halo of celebrity that surrounded him, many prominent figures approached him to raise a toast and forge connections. Ye Kun indulged them to some extent. Yet he remained largely uninterested. Particularly, the so-called successful businessmen tended to boast excessively. Many bragged about securing billion-dollar deals in mere moments, while others claimed to have acquired prime real estate. Some even lamented that their luxurious homes were insufficiently spacious, boasting of less than 500 square meters, or declared their indifference to wealth altogether. Indeed, the propensity for ostentation is a universal human trait. Unfortunately, their displays of bravado failed to pique Ye Kun's interest. Then, it was Ding Yan's turn to boast. He took a unique approach, claiming a close friendship with the enigmatic chairman of the Confronting group, asserting they were the best of buddies. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback, murmurs of astonishment circulating. Ye Kun and Yang Yijuan exchanged bewildered glances. Mr. Ding, do you truly know the chairman of the Confronting group? I've heard that the elusive mastermind behind Confronting is rarely seen, with few having had the privilege of meeting him. The 7-star Confronting Hotel is owned by Confronting, valued at over 100 billion. The group also encompasses Confronting Capital, Confronting Short Video, Confronting Entertainment, Confronting Real Estate, and Confronting Healthcare. The audience buzzed with fervent interest. The mysterious figure behind the Confronting group was indeed an enigma, never having made a public appearance. Presently, the group was ostensibly managed by a formidable female CEO who was already a figure of significant repute, making the hidden owner even more intriguing. To be honest, just last week I dined with CEO Qin of the Confronting group to discuss a multi-billion-dollar collaboration, Ding Yan boasted, exuding confidence. Mr. Ding, you are truly remarkable, dining with the beautiful CEO of the Confronting group. The crowd gazed at Ding Yan with envy. Many present lacked even the opportunity to meet the CEO, let alone share a meal with her. Ye Kun found Ding Yan's claims rather amusing, realizing that he and the CEO had become mere props in Ding Yan's performance. At that moment, a stir rippled through the crowd. A strikingly elegant woman, exuding an aura of authority and grace, entered the banquet hall, flanked by admirers. It was CEO Qin of the Confronting group. How could she be here? In addition to her role as the CEO of the Confronting group, she also presided over the Confronting Hotel, which she managed personally. The successful individuals present were visibly thrilled by her arrival, eager to make her acquaintance. Yet, her commanding presence left them hesitant to approach. At this juncture, Ding Yan noticed the CEO making her way towards him, his surprise evident. He smiled, adjusted his attire, and adopted a composed demeanor as he stepped forward to greet her. CEO Qin, it's a pleasure to meet you, he said, flashing what he deemed a charming smile and extending a hand in greeting. However, the CEO, aloof and imperious, did not spare him a glance and simply walked past him, leaving Ding Yan utterly ignored. Yet, no one paid him any mind as the crowd looked on in stunned silence. The CEO approached Ye Kun. Chairman, I did not expect you at the hotel without prior notice, she said, her demeanor exuding utmost respect. Chapter 38. The unexpected appearance of 3 goddess-level beauties. Ding detected a campus beauty of goddess caliber. Name, Qinlan. Appearance, 96, goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 88-62-91. Bust, 36D. Loyalty, 99. Favorability, 20. Personality traits, cold, dominant, loyal. Ye Kun glanced at Qinlan and nodded slightly. The CEO possessed a graceful figure, alluring curves, and an air of cold dominance, categorizing her as a goddess-level beauty. With an impressive loyalty rating of 99, he found this highly satisfactory. At that moment, Qinlan's beautiful eyes lingered on Ye Kun for a moment longer. Observing him up close, she realized that not only was he youthful and handsome, but he also carried a unique charm. Ding. CEO Qinlan has looked at the host again, influenced by the charm aura that makes one beloved by all. Favorability increased to 30. Ding. CEO Qinlan's favorability towards the host has risen to 50. Ding. Acquired a critical hit of admiration points, 999. The favorability had not yet reached 60. Thus no attribute points were awarded, which left Ye Kun feeling a tad disappointed. However, as CEO of the Confronting group, elevating her favorability would not be too challenging. Ye Kun remained patient. Today marks the centennial celebration of my alma mater, and I happen to attend an alumni gathering at the hotel, he remarked. Surprised by the CEO's direct presence, he had initially planned to visit the Confronting group's headquarters to meet the CEO, since these individuals are alumni and school leaders. How about a discount on tonight's banquet expenses, perhaps a 50 reduction? Qinlan proposed, displaying her adeptness in handling matters. Ye Kun waved his hand dismissively, smiling. How could we settle for such a pittance? That would be rather petty. Let us cover the entire expense tonight, and also provide some of the finest red wine. Such generosity from the chairman. We shall arrange it as you wish, Qinlan replied with a smile, naturally complying with Ye Kun's directive. This brief exchange left the surrounding successful individuals and industry elites in a state of shock and admiration. What? Ye Kun is the mysterious big boss behind the Kunping Group. In other words, he is also the proprietor of this Kunping Hotel. Although the Kunping Group had yet to go public, its market valuation had already surpassed 900 billion. And Ye Kun was merely in his 20s, wielding control over a conglomerate worth over 900 billion. Truly astonishing. Ding. Acquired a critical hit of admiration points. 666. Ding. Acquired a critical hit of admiration points. 888. Ding. Acquired a critical hit of admiration points. 999. In an instant, the elite individuals present showered Ye Kun with a wave of admiration points. To the astonishment of many, it turns out that the enigmatic head of Kunping Group is none other than their esteemed alumnus. If they could seize the opportunity to establish a rapport with Ye Kun, the benefits would be immeasurable. Meanwhile, Ding Yin was utterly flabbergasted, rendered almost statue-like in disbelief. To think that Ye Kun is the clandestine owner of Kunping Group. Just moments ago, he had been boasting before Ye Kun about his supposed camaraderie with the group's illustrious leader. What a fool he must feel. The embarrassment is monumental. Moreover, he had previously harbored thoughts of competing for Ye Kun's affections, a truly foolish endeavor. With a mere stomp of Ye Kun's foot, Ding Yan's family enterprise could find itself on the precipice of ruin, perhaps even facing bankruptcy. The realization sent a chill of perspiration cascading down his spine. Fortunately, he had refrained from any rash actions, leaving room for the possibility of mending this relationship. Otherwise, he would have been left to rue his folly. With no remedy in sight, President Qin, is there something of great importance that you wish to discuss with me? Ye Kun inquired of Qin Lan. Director Ye. This evening at our Kunping Hotel, there will be a most significant auction, featuring an important item, the bronze statue of the dragon head from the 12 Zodiac National Treasures, which was lost overseas many years ago. Would you like to attend this auction? Qin Lan replied with a serious demeanor. If it were merely an ordinary auction, she would not have troubled her superior. However, given the esteemed nature of this event, particularly with the auction of national treasures, she deemed it necessary to inform him. Beep. Random task triggered. Attend the auction and acquire the 12 Zodiac Dragon Head statue as a gift to the nation. Reward. Prestige for the Dragon Nation will reach the level of respect. Note. Prestige can range from indifferent, neutral, friendly, respectful, revered, to adored. The funds required for this auction will be deducted entirely from the luxurious reserve. Oh. The Dragon Head statue from the 12 Zodiac is indeed up for auction. Acquiring it as a gift for the nation would elevate our prestige. I must participate in this auction, regardless of the cost. Ye Kun declared emphatically. Lead me to the auction hall. Under the guidance of the esteemed President Qin Lan, Ye Kun entered the auction hall situated on the third floor of the Kunping Hotel. This space, originally the largest and most opulent banquet hall of Kunping Group, was being repurposed for the auction. It could comfortably accommodate 3,000 guests without a hint of overcrowding. Notably, super-rich individuals from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and other countries had gathered, all in pursuit of precious items. Naturally, seating at this auction was determined by status, with the most affluent and powerful figures occupying the front rows. As the chairman of Kunping Group, Ye Kun was accorded a prominent seat in the front row, with President Qin Lan seated to his right. Barely had Ye Kun settled into his seat when he noticed two goddess-like beauties gracefully approaching the first row. The simultaneous appearance of these two enchanting figures captivated him, evoking a sense of awe. One, exuding an air of proud elegance, donned a black evening gown that accentuated her ethereal beauty and formidable presence. She took a seat just one position away from Ye Kun, her name displayed as in Yubai. She was none other than the stunning CEO of a pharmaceutical group, her wealth in the billions. The other radiant beauty, with a gentle smile, seated herself to Ye Kun's left. Her exquisite visage shone like spring blossoms and autumn moons. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, clad in a striking red evening gown that highlighted her graceful figure. Her skin, smooth as jade, and her delicate hands conveyed an aura of nobility and sophistication. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hu Yuqi, she greeted Ye Kun warmly, her demeanor friendly rather than aloof. Beep. A goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Hu Yuqi. Attractiveness, 97, goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 86-61-90. Chest, 34C. Favorability, 0. Personality traits, Sundara. Those seated in the first row of the auction hall possessed remarkable backgrounds, typically comprising influential figures of considerable wealth. Yet, Hu Yuqi had never encountered Ye Kun before, sparking her curiosity about him. Chapter 39, National Treasure. A century-old wild ginseng. Hu Yuqi gazed at Ye Kun, irresistibly drawn by the charm he exuded, and found herself captivated by his extraordinary handsomeness. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi gazed at the host again. Influenced by the charm that attracts admiration from all, favorability increased to 30. Beep. Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has risen to 30. No woman could resist the allure of Ye Kun's charm. Consequently, after merely a glance, Huyuchi's interest in him had peaked, though it remained in the realm of curiosity rather than affection. She simply wished to learn more about him. Hello. I am Ye Kun, he responded with a polite smile. Though Huyuchi was indeed a goddess-like beauty, he had encountered many striking women before and, after the initial astonishment, maintained his composure. Huyuchi, observing Ye Kun's calm demeanor, felt a flicker of surprise. She was a goddess-like beauty herself, possessing unparalleled grace. Having dressed meticulously for this prestigious auction, she radiated brilliance and allure. Typically, young men would be immediately captivated by her presence, showering her with attention and flattery. Yet, Ye Kun remained unfazed, offering only a courteous introduction without delving further. This unexpected response ignited her prideful nature, prompting her to seek his attention even more. As more significant figures entered the auction hall, business tycoons, social elites, heirs of prominent families, and numerous billionaires from the Forbes list, the room buzzed with anticipation. While several first- and second-tier celebrities were present, they paled in comparison to the wealth and status of the attending magnates, relegated to the back rows. The auction hall was filled with names and faces typically only seen in newspapers and magazines, all converging for this event. Once the auction formally commenced, a fierce competition was anticipated, with certain prized items expected to fetch astronomical sums. Shortly thereafter, an elegant female host took to the stage. A popular figure from a television network. With her radiant image and articulate speech, she delivered official remarks and enlivened the atmosphere before introducing the professional auctioneer. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and clad in a Zhongshan suit, took the stage, and staff promptly presented the first item for bidding. All auction items would not only be displayed on stage, but also showcased on a large screen with detailed descriptions. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, the first item to be auctioned tonight is a true spectacle, a century-old wild ginseng, a national treasure. The auctioneer's voice resonated with excitement as he unveiled the evening's premier lot. The mere utterance of these words sent shockwaves throughout the audience. An astonishing century-old wild ginseng. No less. Behold, this remarkable specimen measures 66 centimeters in length, with its longest root extending a staggering 666 centimeters, indicating it has reached the venerable age of 100 years. Observe closely. This wild ginseng boasts 3 main stems and 4 sets of leaves, culminating in a total of 66 leaves. These leaves, clustered together, resemble not a ginseng, but rather a wild herb akin to mountain celery. Furthermore, it has not borne any ginseng fruits. This very trait serves as a form of self-preservation, allowing it to remain undetected from a distance of several meters. Had it borne fruits, it would have long been discovered and could not have persisted for so many years. As the saying goes, 7 tails of ginseng are considered ginseng. 8 tails are deemed treasure. Ginseng weighing 7 or 8 tails is indeed a once-in-a-century find. In the 1980s, a century-old wild ginseng weighing 9 tails and 2 chien was unearthed and subsequently exhibited at the People's Great Hall in Longjing as a national treasure. This wild ginseng, weighing 9 tails and 9 chien, is truly an unparalleled masterpiece, a genuine national treasure. This century-old wild ginseng is unique in the world, with a starting bid of 80 million. As the auctioneer's words faded, the crowd erupted in astonishment, collectively gasping. Here lies a century-old wild ginseng, a rare and priceless gem. The wealthy attendees, particularly the older magnates, gazed at the ginseng with fervent intensity. As the adage states, rarity begets value. A century-old wild ginseng is a treasure to be sought, yet seldom found. Historically, it has been said that ginseng is worth 10 times its weight in gold. This century-old wild ginseng is valued far beyond that. As a singularly extraordinary specimen on a global scale, there will undoubtedly be affluent bidders willing to secure it at any cost. The determination among many tycoons to acquire this century-old wild ginseng was palpable. Ye Kun, too, fixed his gaze on the remarkable ginseng, recognizing its unparalleled rarity among wild ginsengs. Such an extraordinary treasure was destined to be his, a super-wealthy individual. 100 million. After a brief pause, a wealthy bidder could no longer contain their eagerness and began to raise the stakes. 120 million, 130 million, 150 million, 180 million. The bids for this century-old wild ginseng escalated rapidly. Numerous ultra-wealthy individuals joined in the fray. While jewels and jade are easily obtained, a century-old wild ginseng is exceedingly rare. As time progressed, the bidding prices soared even higher. 220 million. A female tycoon boldly announced a bid exceeding 200 million, exuding an air of confidence. Just for a single ginseng, someone dared to bid over 200 million, an unprecedented occurrence. This had shattered the historical record for wild ginseng auctions. However, this was not the highest bid of the evening. 500 million. Ye Kun raised his bidding paddle with a nonchalant demeanor. With those words, the room fell into stunned silence, followed by an uproar. 500 million. A magnate had offered 500 million for a single wild ginseng. This was an unprecedented sum, an absolute fortune. Huyuchi cast a surprised glance at Ye Kun, astonished by his audacity to spend 500 million on a mere ginseng. Such bravado was truly remarkable. Yet, Ye Kun was not a well-known figure among the elite in Magic City. She had never heard of him before. Could he be a mysterious, invisible magnate? Her curiosity about Ye Kun intensified. Special thanks to Shi Yin Mu Rongchong from Huangquan Dao Palace for the generous support of the Flower Explosion gift. The author will hasten to deliver more updates in gratitude for such support. Chapter 40. A 10 billion price, shocking the audience. Mr. Yi in seat number 1 has bid 500 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer inquired, surveying the crowd. Ye Kun had elevated the bidding for the century-old wild ginseng from over 200 million to an astonishing 500 million, effectively silencing the room. Many wealthy bidders shook their heads in dismay, reluctantly withdrawing from the competition, while the rarity of the century-old wild ginseng made it highly sought after. The staggering figure of 500 million deterred numerous affluent individuals. Good grief. 500 million. How many would dare to spend such a fortune on a single wild ginseng? Unless one has more money than they know what to do with, to possess such an extraordinary rarity for their collection. Nevertheless, the medicinal value of the century-old wild ginseng remained compelling, and some magnates were unwilling to concede. 550 million. A young female tycoon in the second row bit her lip and called out a higher bid. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Mr. Yi had already bid 500 million. Yet someone still dared to compete. This auction was becoming increasingly thrilling. Remarkably, this was merely the first item, and the bidding was already so intense. As the auction progressed, the competition would likely intensify further. Ye Kun was slightly taken aback, his gaze shifting towards the bidding young woman. She was an exceptionally young and beautiful lady, likely in her early 20s, perhaps the daughter of a wealthy family. Simultaneously, the young woman directed a glance at Ye Kun, her expression somewhat unfriendly, seemingly resentful that he dared to contest her for the century-old wild ginseng. Ding. Detected a campus beauty-level female. Name, Lu Yuxuan. Beauty rating, 95, top-tier campus beauty. Height, 169 centimeters. Measurements, 86-62-89. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 20. Personality traits, brave, competitive. It seemed that the affluent Lu Yuxuan harbored negative feelings towards him, likely due to the intense bidding. Ye Kun chuckled, unperturbed. They were strangers, and he would not hold back. A bid was a bid. Ding. Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan glanced at the host again in the crowd. Influenced by the charm aura that draws admiration from all, favorability increased to 30. Ding. Campus beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has risen to 10. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of Ye Kun's charm aura. Favorability would inevitably rise. From Hong Kong Island, Ms. Lu bid 5 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer inquired. He had not anticipated that this century-old wild ginseng would fetch such a staggering price of 5 billion. 1 billion. Ye Kun raised his paddle once more, announcing another astronomical bid. Silence. The room fell into complete silence. Someone had just bid 1 billion for the century-old wild ginseng. Moreover, it was a direct leap to 1 billion. This was simply outrageous, a display of extravagant wealth. While this was a national treasure-grade century-old wild ginseng, the price of 1 billion was astonishingly high. Shock, uproar, explosive excitement. All eyes in the room were irresistibly drawn to Ye Kun. Even in Yubai, the aloof female president of a pharmaceutical group seated in the front row displayed a look of astonishment. While the century-old wild ginseng was undeniably precious, it hardly warranted a valuation of 1 billion. And Yubai shook her head slightly, resolute in her refusal to spend such an exorbitant sum on a single root of ginseng. It was simply irrational. Unless, of course, the individual was wealthy enough to indulge whimsically. It seemed likely that only a super-rich tycoon would dare to engage in such extravagant bidding. Ye Kun had successfully piqued her interest. Nevertheless, she maintained her cold, elegant demeanor, refraining from glancing in his direction. This was the essence of an ice queen. Few could stir her emotions. Mr. Yi in seat number 1 has bid 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer's gaze swept across the room, his tone becoming increasingly fervent. 1 billion. The first item had fetched an astronomical price of 1 billion. Undoubtedly, tonight's auction would be a resounding success. Simultaneously, he shifted his attention to Liu Yuxuan in the second row, the daughter of the Liu family from Hong Kong. Would she be inclined to bid even higher for this century-old wild ginseng? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Good heavens, who would dare to bid that astronomical sum? A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to call out a higher bid. Even Liu Yuxuan, the wealthy heiress from Hong Kong, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Unable to muster the courage to continue the bidding, 1 billion had far exceeded her mental budget. 1 billion, 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel fell decisively, determining the final ownership of the century-old wild ginseng. The first item of the evening had astonishingly fetched a price of 1 billion, surpassing all expectations. Ye Kun instantly became the focal point of attention, basking in an unparalleled spotlight. Mr. Yi was exceptionally audacious, almost extravagantly so. Who was this Mr. Yi? The affluent circle seemed unaware of his name. Could he be an invisible magnate? Seated in the first position, flanked by the strikingly beautiful president of Confronting Group. It was likely that this Mr. Yi was indeed the true mastermind behind Confronting Group. Indeed, only the hidden leader of Confronting Group could possess such daring. It was astonishing to discover that the enigmatic head of Confronting Group was so young and charming, exuding an irresistible allure. The wealthy and renowned individuals in the auction hall whispered among themselves, speculating on Ye Kun's identity. Swiftly, they deduced his true identity. Who else but the mysterious backer of Confronting Group would dare occupy the first seat? Moreover, he had the esteemed company of President Qinlan. Ding. Acquired a critical admiration value of 666. Ding. Acquired a critical admiration value of 888. Ding. Acquired a critical admiration value of 999. In an instant, the attendees showered Ye Kun with waves of admiration. It turned out he was indeed the mysterious head of Confronting Group. Yuchi wore an expression of astonishment, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Kun beside her. Confronting Group had recently emerged as a colossal powerhouse, and its elusive owner had never made a public appearance. Little did anyone expect that the mysterious leader of Confronting Group was Ye Kun, and so strikingly youthful and charismatic at that. His debut had taken the room by storm, leaving everyone in awe. In Yuchi's eyes, Ye Kun suddenly took on an air of mystery and legend. Ding. Goddess-level beauty, Yuchi's affection for the host is at 10. Ding. Goddess-level beauty, Yuchi's affection for the host is at 10. Ding. Goddess-level beauty, Yuchi's affection for the host has risen to 50. A man's status undeniably serves as a crucial criterion in a woman's evaluation, directly influencing her perception of him. Even an ordinary-looking man would see his desirability soar if he were the son of a billionaire. Such is the power of status. Upon learning that Ye Kun was the elusive owner of Confronting Group, Yuchi's affection for him surged by 20 points. Chapter 41. The Halo of Identity. Competing for the Circle of Heaven Jade Bracelet. Ding. Due to the influence of the host's identity as the owner of Confronting Group on multiple campus beauties, their affection has increased. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the dominant CEO identity halo. Note, with the dominant CEO identity halo, various beauties' affection for the host will increase by 10-30 points. Incredible. He had unexpectedly acquired a dominant CEO identity halo. This was a rhythm towards invincibility. With charm halos, celebrity halos, identity halos, and monetary prowess, he could almost conquer all obstacles effortlessly. It felt exhilarating. Ye Kun seized the opportunity to glance at his personal information. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Physique, 58. Mentality, 45. Charm, 9. Note, the peak attributes for ordinary individuals are 10. Wealth reserve, 99999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. Discretionary wealth, 800000000. Skills, God-level driving, immune to intoxication, invulnerable to defeat. Halos, charm halo, celebrity halo, identity halo. Items, 1 inspiration capsule. Wealth points, 2. With only 2 wealth points, it was evident that spending from the wealth reserve did not increase wealth points. Only expenditures from discretionary wealth would augment the wealth points. Nonetheless, Ye Kun felt satisfied with his attributes and abilities. His physical attributes were several times that of an ordinary person, making him a veritable superhuman. Moreover, he possessed a myriad of extraordinary abilities. It was simply splendid. Ladies and gentlemen, the second item for auction this evening is the Circle of Heaven Jade Bracelet. The auctioneer announced. Simultaneously, a fully green jade bracelet was presented on the stage. The natural, vibrant jade bracelet immediately captivated everyone's attention. Its color was exceptionally pure, with brilliant transparency, radiating an exquisite green hue. This jade bracelet was breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting all present. Good heavens! The second item of the day is actually the Circle of Heaven jade bracelet. At this moment, the auction hall erupted into a flurry of excitement, with numerous affluent individuals and socialites buzzing with chatter. Oh my, it's truly the Circle of Heaven jade bracelet. If any man buys this bracelet for me, I will immediately agree to marry him. One socialite exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The Circle of Heaven bracelet was appraised at 100 million, a collector's piece of unparalleled prestige. What? Is this bracelet quite renowned? Ye Kun slightly turned to inquire of President Qin Lan beside him. Boss, this jade bracelet, renowned for its exceptional quality, is aptly named the Circle of Heaven. The celestial ring jade bracelet made its grand debut on April 3, 2018, at the Sotheby's auction in Hong Kong, where it was valued at a staggering 80 million to 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, marking it as one of the most exquisite jade bracelets encountered by Sotheby's in recent years. President Qin Lan gazed intently at the celestial ring jade bracelet displayed on the pedestal, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. This collectible-grade jade bracelet is breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting all who behold it, and any woman would inevitably be captivated by its allure. Aside from President Qin Lan, Yang Yijuan, seated in the back row, was equally enamored with the jade bracelet. Hu Yuqi and In Yubai, sitting beside Ye Kun, also expressed significant interest in the celestial ring jade bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, rest assured, you are not mistaken. This celestial ring jade bracelet is indeed the piece de resistance of the exquisite jewelry and jade jewelry section at Sotheby's spring auction of 2018. This is a rare collectible-grade jade bracelet, poised for continuous appreciation, with an opening bid set at 88 million. The auctioneer announced, 88 million is merely the starting price. And to secure this collectible-grade full-green jade bracelet, the final price is expected to soar much higher. 90 million. After a brief moment of silence, bids began to emerge from the audience. 95 million, 100 million, 110 million, 120 million, 130 million. The price began to ascend rapidly, soon surpassing the 100 million mark. 3 years prior, at the Sotheby's auction, the final sale price for the celestial ring bracelet had been less than 100 million. Now, the premium had exceeded 30 million. Yet bidding continued unabated. 150 million. This bid came from Hu Yuqi, seated next to Ye Kun. She was indeed a true heiress, deeply enamored with the celestial ring jade bracelet, seemingly determined to secure it at any cost. When she announced her bid of 150 million, a hush fell over the room, as no one appeared willing to counter her offer immediately. Even as a collectible-grade jade bracelet, this was already a staggering price. Any further increase in the price might risk it becoming a burden. However, the condition was that it was being purchased for collection purposes. Madam, who has bid 150 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer scanned the audience. While this price was already substantial, it still paled in comparison to the first item in the century-old ginseng auction. 180 million. At this moment, another wealthy woman began to raise her bid. She too was seated in the front row, clearly of considerable means. Huang Yueying. How could it be her? Hu Yuqi's brows knitted in concern. Huang Yueying was the president of the Huang Group, the mastermind behind Yueying Jewelry. She owned the Huang Group, Yueying Jewelry, and numerous shopping centers, showcasing formidable financial power. 190 million. Hu Yuqi, unwilling to concede, raised her bid once more. 200 million. Huang Yueying, unyielding, promptly countered with a bid of 200 million. 210 million. Hu Yuqi, refusing to back down, increased her offer yet again. She was genuinely infatuated with the celestial ring jade bracelet. 220 million. Huang Yueying once again escalated her bid, showing no signs of retreat. The two wealthy women were fiercely competing for this jade bracelet. As Hu Yuqi contemplated raising her bid once more, and Yubai discreetly cautioned her. The price is getting exorbitant. Huang Yueying is deliberately inflating the bids. Don't fall for it. And Yubai, Hu Yuqi, and another close friend, Chang Yueshi, had been rivals with Huang Yueying in the business arena for many years. This time, Huang Yueying was clearly targeting Hu Yuqi, intentionally driving up the price. Yubai? Should I simply concede and let her bully me? Hu Yuqi still felt a sense of reluctance. 220 million is already a historic price at the jade bracelet auction. Even if secured, it would take years to turn a profit. There's no need to compete with her. And Yubai responded, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke. As the president of the In Group, she possessed the ability to calmly analyze the situation and maintain her composure. Listening to In Yubai's advice, Hu Yuqi refrained from raising her bid further, though she remained deeply dissatisfied. Madame Huang has bid 220 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer turned his attention to Huyuchi. 220 million once. 220 million twice. Huang Yueying cast a challenging glance at Huyuchi, exuding the demeanor of a victor. This incited Huyuchi's anger, her face flushing as she clenched her delicate fist. The auctioneer raised his gavel. Just as Huang Yueying believed she had successfully secured the bid, a familiar, commanding voice resonated through the auction hall. 300 million. Ye Kun stated calmly. Chapter 42. Dominance in the Auction House. 300 million. Ye Kun's bid sent shockwaves throughout the room, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Mr. Ye has offered 300 million for the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet, a price that exceeds the 2018 Sotheby's auction value by more than threefold. What extravagance! What audacity! Yet Huang Yueying furrowed her brows slightly. She intended to acquire the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet for her jewelry store as a centerpiece. Now, with Ye Kun entering the fray, she found herself in a challenging predicament. This mogul had just secured a century-old wild ginseng for a staggering 1 billion, showcasing his formidable financial capabilities. However, she was resolute in her desire to possess the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet. Mr. Yi in seat number 1 has bid 300 million. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer surveyed the entire room before casting a glance at Huang Yueying. I bid 310 million. Huang Yueying gritted her teeth, raising her bid. To offer 310 million for a jade bracelet, even if one, would serve merely as a decorative piece for years to come, devoid of any profit potential. Nonetheless, for the sake of her newly opened jewelry store and to secure a centerpiece, she was determined to acquire the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet. 500 million. Ye Kun raised his bidding paddle, instantly elevating his offer to 500 million. Gasp. Every affluent individual, socialite, and prominent figure in the room collectively inhaled sharply. Mr. Yi was indeed extravagant, increasing the bid by several millions without affording others an opportunity. Who would dare to compete with him? Mr. Yi, there's no need to deliberately target me, is there? Huang Yueying, her face displaying irritation, turned to Ye Kun. She was bidding on the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet to utilize it as a centerpiece for her store, and thus was willing to bid high. What was Ye Kun's motivation? Was it merely that he had more money than he knew what to do with? Purely out of whim? She did not share that sentiment. Observing that Ye Kun was seated near Huyuchi, she believed he was deliberately targeting her to defend the goddess-like beauty that was Huyuchi. At that moment, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Detected a campus beauty level character. Name, Huang Yueying. Beauty score, 88, campus beauty level. Height, 164 centimeters. Measurements, 82-64-88. Bust, 32B. Favorability, 40. Personality traits, cold, dominant, shrewd. Hey system, what is going on? Why has the standard suddenly dropped? Just a campus beauty level. And you dare to promote her to me? Ye Kun found himself speechless. Recently accustomed to the allure of campus beauties and goddesses, he found it utterly unacceptable when the system suddenly introduced a class flower level beauty. Perhaps this is akin to the adage. It is easier to transition from frugality to opulence than from opulence to frugality. The same principle applies to one's taste in beauty, having gazed upon campus level and goddess level beauties. One's palate has become discerning, rendering the class flower level quite difficult to accept. Moreover, Huang Yueying's figure paled in comparison to his own, resembling a barren landscape, which only further diminished his interest. Ye Kun dared not pursue Huang Yueying, fearing entanglement with her would lead to complications. Fortunately, her affection for him was decidedly negative. Mr. Huang, to claim that I am deliberately targeting you seems rather unfounded. Since this is an auction, it is only natural that the highest bidder prevails. If you can outbid me, then the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet shall belong to you, Ye Kun stated nonchalantly. His intention to auction the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet was not aimed at Huang Yueying. It was merely a matter of wealth and whimsy. Wishing to acquire this exquisite jade piece, Huang Yueying felt a wave of frustration, a tightening in her chest. Damn it, you've already bid 500 million. How can anyone possibly raise the stakes further? The auctioneer proclaimed, Mr. Yi has bid 500 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 500 million once. 500 million twice. Huang Yueying refrained from escalating her bid. 500 million had already surpassed her internal threshold for bidding. As a businesswoman, she would not engage in ventures devoid of profit. Ultimately, she chose to concede. 500 million, 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel decisively determined the final ownership of the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet, which now belonged to Ye Kun. Having previously acquired a national treasure-level century-old wild ginseng for 10 billion, he secured the Celestial Ring Jade Bracelet at the staggering price of 500 million. An act of extravagance that was truly awe-inspiring. Ding. Acquired admiration points, 666. Ding. Acquired admiration points, 777. Ding. Acquired admiration points, 888. Huyuchi cast a grateful glance at Ye Kun. His triumph over Huang Yueying, acquiring the celestial ring jade bracelet at such a high price, was immensely satisfying for her. Although she felt a twinge of regret for not securing the bracelet herself, she was relieved that Huang Yueying did not succeed. Once again, she witnessed Ye Kun's prowess, leaving her deeply impressed. Subsequently, Ye Kun also acquired a Qinghua porcelain antique and a calligraphy piece by the ancient calligrapher Zhang Su at elevated prices. Whenever he placed a bid, no other wealthy patrons dared to compete against him. Ye Kun swiftly established a commanding presence at the auction. He was indeed the most extravagant, the most formidable man present. Consequently, he garnered a considerable amount of admiration points. Naturally, he did not bid on every item. When faced with objects that did not pique his interest, he graciously allowed others the opportunity to bid. After several rounds of intense bidding, there was a brief intermission, transitioning into entertainment time. Now, let us welcome the popular singer Wang Jingtong to perform a song for us, the host announced. Oh wow, the enchanting goddess Wang Jingtong is making her entrance. Wang Jingtong was a super A-list singer, typically avoiding commercial performances, only holding concerts. Who would have thought she would be invited to sing at an auction? The atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became lively. Attendees of this elite auction were all affluent individuals, socialites, and various luminaries. Numerous first and second-tier stars were invited to the event, but only Wang Jingtong graced the occasion as a super A-list celebrity. Soon, Wang Jingtong took the stage to perform. She possessed a graceful figure, exuding sensuality, while her face bore an innocent charm. Her voice was melodious, showcasing the vocal prowess of a diva. As Ye Kun sat in the front row, the closest to the stage, he observed her performance. Chapter 43. On the surface, it appeared to be titanium alloy. Yet it was, in fact, a suit of nanotechnology armor. The diva Wang Jingtong was alluring and captivating, truly a goddess in her own right. However, perhaps due to the lack of direct interaction, Ye Kun did not receive any system notifications regarding her. Before long, after finishing her song, the diva gracefully descended the stage, flashing a charming smile as she passed by Ye Kun. He merely smiled in return, unperturbed. Given his current status and the strength he had demonstrated, it was only natural for female stars to seek his acquaintance. Those goddesses and renowned stars, once seemingly untouchable to ordinary folk, had become commonplace in his eyes. The auctioneer, clad in a Zhongshan suit, soon returned to the stage, resuming the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bidding is a most peculiar object. A piece of titanium alloy, the auctioneer began. At that moment, a fist-sized peculiar metal appeared on the display stand. The surface of the metal was pockmarked and unremarkable, resembling something carelessly discarded in a garbage heap. This piece of scrap metal is up for auction? The wealthy attendees exchanged skeptical glances. After high-tech analysis, this special metal has been determined to have an age exceeding 500 million years. We suspect it could be a remnant from prehistoric times or an artifact left behind by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. The auctioneer continued unperturbed. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as curiosity and astonishment rippled among the attendees. Over 500 million years old. A prehistoric artifact? An advanced product left by aliens? Such a curious object might have been heard of, but never before seen. This titanium alloy was incredibly dense and remarkably hard, impervious even to the world's hardest diamond, leaving no trace upon its surface. Its specific applications remained a mystery. Aside from its extraordinary hardness, it appeared devoid of any other utility. Hence the original owner entrusted us with its auction. The highest bidder shall prevail. The starting bid for this titanium alloy is 100 million. Bidding is now open. The auctioneer scanned the room, eager to see if anyone would place a high bid for this otherwise unremarkable piece of metal. At that moment, a notification chimed in Ye Kun's mind. Ding! A peculiar metal has been detected, containing a set of nanotechnology armor. Conditions for wearing the nanotechnology armor. Awakened individual. Holy moly! Within this piece of titanium alloy lies a suit of nanotechnology armor. This is cutting-edge technology. But what does it mean to be an awakened individual? Does this world truly possess supernatural powers? I must secure this prehistoric titanium alloy, he thought. After the auctioneer's opening bid, a silence fell over the room for several seconds, with no one daring to place a bid. Despite the curiosity surrounding this peculiar titanium alloy, the price of 100 million intimidated many. Spending 100 million for a seemingly useless piece of metal was evidently not a sound investment. 100 million, Ye Kun declared. Since no one else had bid, he decided to initiate the bidding himself. A titanium alloy over 500 million years old, with a suit of nanotechnology armor concealed within, remained unknown to all present regarding its true value. 120 million. With Ye Kun's bid, more affluent individuals joined the bidding fray. Although they were unaware of the true utility of the titanium alloy, acquiring it for their collection seemed appealing enough. After all, this is an antique with a history spanning over 500 million years. 300 million. Ye Kun raised his bidding paddle nonchalantly, with an astronomical reserve of wealth. He was unfazed by the competition. Come on, let the bidding commence. The fiercer the competition, the more exhilarated he felt. 350 million. Indeed, a wealthy bidder dared to raise the stakes. What if this titanium alloy was an extraterrestrial treasure? Acquiring it would be akin to finding a hidden gem. This reflected the thoughts of the affluent attendees. 500 million. Ye Kun spoke calmly. Raise it. Continue to increase the bid. 600 million. Another wealthy contender boldly escalated the price to 600 million without hesitation. 1 billion. Ye Kun lifted his paddle once more. Gasp. The crowd erupted in astonishment. President Yi had actually quoted 1 billion for a seemingly useless piece of metal. This was sheer extravagance. Yet, some affluent individuals did not share this sentiment, believing it to be a rare find. Perhaps this titanium alloy possessed extraordinary properties, compelling President Yi to bid such a high price. 1 billion, 100 million. The auction attracted many affluent bidders. A coal magnate in the back row directly quoted 1 billion, 100 million, competing fiercely with Ye Kun. Spending billions on a prehistoric titanium alloy might just yield a tremendous bargain. Haha, 20 billion. Ye Kun chuckled, unfazed, as he continued to raise his bid. When it comes to wealth, he felt no fear. Even the world's richest could not hold a candle to him. Let them kneel and call him daddy. Upon hearing Ye Kun's 20 billion bid, the coal magnate faltered, too intimidated to continue. President Yi has bid 20 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? The auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. No one anticipated that this titanium alloy could fetch such an astronomical sum. This was now the highest bid of the evening. I bid 21 billion. At that moment, a tycoon in the front row spoke up. He was a super-rich individual ranked quite high on the Forbes list. The higher Ye Kun's bids climbed, the more the other wealthy individuals perceived it as a rare treasure. 100 billion. Ye Kun directly raised the bid to 100 billion. For a piece of nanotechnology armor, 100 billion was not exorbitant. When he announced this staggering amount, the audience collectively gasped. Silence ensued. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Then, chaos erupted. Insanity. Has he lost his mind? President Yi was actually willing to spend 100 billion on a nondescript, useless piece of metal. Is this a case of having too much money to spend? Are the super rich this reckless? Haha, President Yi truly possesses remarkable audacity. I concede defeat. I shall not compete with President Yi for this titanium alloy. That tycoon felt inferior and dared not continue bidding against Ye Kun. My goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Directly bidding 100 billion. Even as a top-tier billionaire on the Forbes list, he would not dare to play such a game. It was too extravagant. For the first time, he felt overwhelmed by someone throwing money around. Ye Kun merely smiled indifferently. 100 billion is nothing to him. Even 1 trillion would be but a drop in the ocean. He was determined to acquire this nanotech armor. 100 billion once. The auctioneer no longer inquired whether anyone wished to raise their bid and began counting down. 100 billion twice. 100 billion thrice. Sold. With the auctioneer's final gavel, Ye Kun secured the unremarkable piece of metal for a staggering 100 billion. Most attendees believed Ye Kun had lost his sanity. However, many others displayed expressions of fervent admiration. Spending 100 billion on an unknown metal, now that is the hallmark of a super-rich individual. Ding. Gained 6,666 admiration points. Ding. Gained 7,777 admiration points. Ding. Gained 8,888 admiration points. Chapter 44. The Battle for the New Land King of Magic City. Ding. Goddess-level beauty, Huyuchi's affection for the host, is at 10. Ding. Congratulations, goddess-level beauty, Huyuchi's affection for the host has increased to 60. Ding. Rewarding the host with 10 agility. Ding. Congratulations, the host's agility has increased to 43. Strength 41, agility 43, constitution 58, spirit 45. Ye Kun felt a slight thrill within. His agility had increased by 10 points. Now he had no shortcomings in his 4 fundamental physical attributes. Progressing in tandem was quite satisfying. As his body continued to evolve, he would inevitably become a superhuman. Simultaneously, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Huyuchi. She was gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features. With an affection level of 60, she had developed a slight fondness for him. Ye Kun returned her smile gently before straightening up again. Next, the main event was to auction a piece of land located in Magic City. This plot lies on the eastern bank of the Suhui Riverside Financial Port, covering an area of 485 acres, with a starting bid of 20 billion. The auctioneer announced. This piece of land was the highlight of the evening, with the potential for a new land king of Magic City to emerge. Meanwhile, the large screen on the exhibition stage began displaying relevant information about the land. The Suhui Riverside Financial Port plot is adjacent to the inner ring elevated road of Magic City and near the Long Museum. The Suhui Riverside Financial Port land will primarily feature Grade A office spaces, complemented by first-rate services such as commercial spaces, luxury hotels, rental housing, and exhibition cultural tourism. It aims to create a central activity area integrating business, commerce, residence, leisure, culture, and ecology, accelerating the development of Suhui Riverside into a global city's distinguished waterfront. President Qin, does our Confronting group qualify to bid for this land? Ye Kun inquired of Qin Lan beside him, feeling a tinge of interest in the plot. This is not residential land. Rather, it is commercial land located in the city center, intended for constructing office buildings and hotels. Of course, our Confronting group subsidiary, Confronting Real Estate, has already deposited over 20 billion as a guarantee, securing our eligibility to bid on this land. Qin Lan, the female president, replied with a smile. Besides Ye Kun, many other bigwigs present displayed keen interest in this property. Several large real estate companies had come specifically for this land auction, eagerly preparing for the bidding. The starting price for this plot is 20 billion, and the bidding is now open, the auctioneer announced, commencing the bidding war. 230 billion. The first to bid was none other than the beautiful president of the In Group, and Yubai. She had not participated in any previous auctions, remaining silent and reserved. She surprised everyone by opening with a bid of 230 billion. Truly, she was one to watch. The In Group possessed formidable financial strength, directly targeting this prime location in the heart of Magic City. 240 billion, 250 billion, 260 billion. Various corporate groups joined the bidding fray, and the competition was fierce. The staggering price of 26 billion has already eclipsed the previous record of 84.85 billion set a few years ago in the Magical City. Once the bid reached 26 billion, the pace of the auction began to slow, with those companies lacking sufficient strength withdrawing from the competition. 27 billion. And Yubai raised her small bidding card once more, exuding an air of determination. With this bid, she once again set a new record for the most expensive land in the Magical City. A brief silence enveloped the auction hall. 30 billion. Ye Kun lifted his card, making his move. When he finally decided to act, he propelled the price to the monumental figure of 30 billion, yet again breaking the record for the most expensive land. And Yubai furrowed her brow upon recognizing that the challenger was the formidable Ye Kun, feeling the situation had become quite precarious. Ye Kun was ruthless. His dominance was undeniable. Essentially, anything he had set his eyes upon, regardless of the cost, would invariably fall into his hands. He played by no conventional rules. This man was a veritable super-rich individual, treating money as if it were inconsequential. He had spent 1 billion on a single century-old wild ginseng and 5 billion on a piece of celestial jade bangle. Even more baffling was his expenditure of 100 billion on an enigmatic piece of metal, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Such extravagance, combined with his unpredictable bidding style, made him a formidable opponent, eliciting a sense of caution from her. Mr. Yi, are you also interested in this parcel of land? And Yubai slightly turned, addressing Ye Kun across a seat, her tone icy yet remarkably pleasant. Beep. Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, and Yubai. Attractiveness, 97, goddess level. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 86-60-90, perfect figure. Cup size, 34C. Affinity, 0. Personality traits, cold, taciturn, succinct in speech. Ye Kun briefly scanned in Yubai's information, shaking his head slightly. Although she was indeed a goddess-level beauty with stunning looks and an impeccable figure, her icy demeanor and reluctance to engage in conversation were rather off-putting. Moreover, her affinity towards him was a mere 0, which felt rather excessive. Beep. Goddess-level beauty and Yubai glanced at the host. Influenced by the charm aura that draws admiration from all, affinity increased by 10. Beep. Goddess-level beauty and Yubai's affinity increased to 20, influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura. Something was amiss. This was highly unusual. Under the charm aura that typically elevates affinity by 30 points, why had it only increased by 10? Ye Kun had never encountered such a situation before. Previously, whether it was a campus belle or a goddess-level beauty, the influence of his charm aura had always resulted in a 30-point increase in affinity. Could it be that In Yubai was impervious to his charm aura? Perhaps her inherently cold nature made it exceedingly difficult for her affinity to rise. Nevertheless, Ye Kun did not dwell on it. Currently, he was not lacking in goddess-level beauties around him. Mr. Ye, and you buy, noticing his silence, gently parted her lips to call out again. Indeed, I have a keen interest in this plot of land. Ye Kun responded with a smile, unwilling to relinquish the bidding for the land simply because the opponent was a goddess-level beauty. 31 billion. At that moment, another real estate group raised the stakes. Clearly, there were more than just one or two companies vying for this parcel of land. 32 billion. And you buy, unwilling to back down, declared a staggering bid of 32 billion, demonstrating her strong resolve to secure the land. 35 billion. Ye Kun spoke nonchalantly, raising the price to the 35 billion threshold. A hush fell over the room. Was a new record for the magical city about to be established? And Yubai refrained from further bidding, instead leaning closer to Huyuchi to whisper a secret. Chapter 45. Collaborating with Yubai, finances are not a concern. After confiding in Huyuchi, she inched her body closer to Ye Kun. Huyuchi's red lips brushed against Ye Kun's ear, her breath fragrant as she softly spoke. Mr. Ye, Yubai would like to inquire if it would be possible for the Yin group and the Kunping group to collaborate on the development of this land. Her gentle tone made Ye Kun's ears tingle with delight. Collaborating with the Yin group? Ye Kun directed his gaze towards Yubai. It is quite common for multiple companies to unite as joint entities to invest in the development of a project. For instance, purchasing this land would cost over 30 billion. And the subsequent investments for constructing buildings, shopping centers, hotels, and other facilities would require at least 1,000 billion. It is challenging for a single company to undertake such a massive investment project alone, often necessitating collaborative efforts from several companies. However, this scenario applies to ordinary businesses. The Kunping Group, with its formidable financial resources, could easily develop this project independently. 1,000 billion is merely a trifling sum for them. If additional funds were required, he could always tap into his reserve of wealth. Thus, there was no need for him to share this lucrative opportunity with anyone. And Yubai, visibly anxious, awaited Ye Kun's response. This land was crucial to the Yin group's commercial strategy and held significant strategic importance. If Ye Kun declined her proposal for collaboration, she would have to rely solely on fair bidding. In the presence of Ye Kun, she felt uncertain about her chances of securing the land. His immense power and unpredictable bidding style left her feeling unsettled. Just as Ye Kun was about to coldly refuse Yubai's request for collaboration, a sudden prompt from the system resonated in his mind. Beep. Random task triggered. Choice 1. Accept Yubai's request and collaborate with the Yin group to develop the land. Reward 110 affinity with Yubai. Reward 2. 1 chance for a random lottery draw. Choice 2. Decline Yubai's request and independently develop the land. Reward 100 yuan. Punishment -30 affinity with Yubai. Goodness. Accepting the collaboration request would only increase Yubai's affinity by 10 points, while rejecting it would decrease her affinity by 30 points. That seemed rather harsh. The goddess-level beauty in Yubai's affinity was indeed difficult to cultivate. However, considering that the system also offered a chance for a lottery draw, Ye Kun ultimately decided to acquiesce to Yubai's request for collaboration. After all, he was not short on funds. Whether he earned a little more or a little less was of little consequence. On the other hand, enhancing the goddess's affinity was of paramount importance to him. Thus, Ye Kun nodded at Yubai, signaling his agreement to collaborate with the Yin group. This prompted a sigh of relief from Yubai, her exquisite features blossoming into a faint smile, utterly enchanting. Mr. Yi has bid 35 billion. Will anyone offer a higher price? The auctioneer glanced towards the heads of several major domestic conglomerates. 36 billion. In the front row, a real estate magnate, unwilling to concede, escalated the bid to an astounding 36 billion, exuding an air of determination. 38 billion. Ye Kun replied nonchalantly, raising the stakes once more without the slightest hint of pressure. This auction was entirely funded by the vast reserves of his wealth. With his immense fortune, who could possibly rival him? Even if all the real estate tycoons in the world united to compete, Ye Kun could effortlessly subdue them all. Crush them again. Possessing extraordinary abilities rendered him invincible. No rivals. Unstoppable. Goodness. Mr. Yi has already bid 38 billion, setting a new record for the land price in the Magic City. Not only had he shattered the previous record, but he had surpassed it by over 100 billion. Incredible. Mr. Yi was simply beyond compare. When Ye Kun announced his exorbitant bid of 38 billion, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Shock. Euphoria. This premier auction truly resembled a fierce contest, yet Mr. Yi stood out, unrivaled. Is that you, Shua? Mr. Yi indeed possessed an extraordinary spirit. We concede this round of bidding. The last remaining real estate mogul shook his head in resignation, choosing to withdraw from further bids. I concede. Ye Kun chuckled. 38 billion once. 38 8 billion twice. 38. 8 billion thrice. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively, heralding the birth of the new land king of the Magic City. Oh my. A new land king has emerged. Ding. Received a super critical value of admiration. 55-55. Ding. Received a super critical value of admiration. 66-66. Ding. Received a super critical value of admiration. 77-77. Ding. Received a super critical value of admiration. 88-88. Ding. Received a super critical value of admiration. 99-99. In the very moment the new land king of the Magic City was proclaimed, a frenzy of admiration values surged forth. As Ye Kun reaped a bountiful harvest of admiration, the gazes of numerous affluent individuals, socialites, and esteemed figures in attendance turned towards Ye Kun, imbued with a sense of reverence. Mr. Yi was simply lavish, invincible. Subsequently, the auction proceeded with a series of valuable items, yet Ye Kun refrained from participating, allowing others a fleeting opportunity. Next, we shall auction a remarkably exquisite jewelry necklace known as the Tears of the Fairy, the auctioneer announced, revealing a stunning necklace that captivated the entire assembly of socialites and affluent women, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The Tears of the Fairy was crafted by a world-renowned jewelry master, a unique modular masterpiece. This jewel was cut from a colossal 755-carat, pure-type IA diamond, known as the Cullinan Heritage. The designer incorporated elements of Dragon Kingdom culture, such as butterflies, jade, and white jade. The necklace, constructed from beaded strands, featured a reconfigurable design with as many as 27 different wearing styles. Legend has it that this necklace possesses an enchanting magic, illuminating the beauty of any woman who wears it. The starting bid for the Tears of the Fairy was set at 800 million, the highest opening bid for any jewelry piece thus far. However, this did not deter certain socialites from fervently vying for it. Some ultra-wealthy individuals were eager to acquire this precious necklace as a gift for their beloved. 1 billion. Soon, a socialite called out the price. 1 billion. 2 billion. 3 billion. Ms. He, the daughter of a gambling magnate from Australia, bid 3 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room. 2 billion. Ye Kun interjected calmly, making his move once again. This necklace, crafted by a master of Dragon Kingdom jewelry, was uniquely designed, blending many elements of the Dragon Kingdom. It was one of a kind globally. It was worth acquiring for collection. The key was that he had no shortage of funds. As soon as Ye Kun's bid of 2 billion was announced, the room erupted in shock. This price had already set a new record for the highest auction price of a jewelry necklace. In the auction hall, the youngest granddaughter of the gambling magnate cast a resentful gaze at Ye Kun's striking silhouette. She was furious. How could Ye Kun compete with her for this Tears of the Fairy necklace? 1 billion. The gambling magnate's granddaughter raised the bid again, clearly in a fit of pique. Moreover, she sought to challenge Ye Kun. Since childhood, she had been the apple of the He family's eye, the most cherished little princess. She had always gotten her way. 3 billion. Ye Kun raised his paddle again, speaking with indifference. Apologies, but he would not easily relinquish what he coveted, no matter who the opponent was. Unless he was in a good mood. If the opponent pleased him, he might even consider giving it away for free. Otherwise, it was futile for anyone to try. Mr. He bids 3 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer surveyed the room, then turned to the gambling magnate's granddaughter. Enraged, she stomped her feet. Glaring at Ye Kun's handsome figure, her face flushed with indignation. However, she found herself powerless against Ye Kun. The price of 3 billion made her hesitant to raise her bid further. 3 billion once. 3 billion twice. 3 billion thrice. Sold. The auctioneer struck the gavel decisively. Ye Kun acquired the Tears of the Fairy necklace for 3 billion. The gazes of the socialites turned fervent as they looked at Ye Kun. If only he could bestow this necklace upon them, they would undoubtedly become the most radiant women in the world. Yet, Ye Kun seemed somewhat aloof. They wondered what sort of woman would be deemed worthy of such a treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, our final and most significant item of the evening is about to be presented, the auctioneer proclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, the last auction item tonight is the bronze statue of the dragon head from the 12 zodiac signs. Simultaneously, the big screen began displaying information regarding the dragon head statue. The bronze statue is one of the 12 zodiac animal heads from the old summer palace, originally part of a fountain outside the Haiyan Hall. A red copper statue from the reign of Emperor Qianlong. Following the destruction of the old summer palace, the dragon head statue and others began to be lost overseas. To date, 5 have returned, including the ox head, monkey head, tiger head, pig head, and horse head, all repurchased for the homeland. The rat head and rabbit head have generated considerable buzz due to their auction at Christie's. Meanwhile, the remaining snake head, goat head, chicken head, and dog head statues remain unaccounted for. The starting bid for the dragon head statue is set at 300 million. Let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's words echoed, numerous patriots eagerly began to bid. Today, many affluent individuals specifically attended this auction to acquire the dragon head statue. 500 million, 800 million, 1 billion, 2 billion. Mr. Hua from Hong Kong called out a bid of 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 5 billion. Young Master He from AO City bid 5 billion. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? 6 billion. Young Master Hua from Hong Kong has raised the stakes to 6 billion. This figure marks a historic high for the bronze dragon head statue. His intention to bid on the dragon head is not for personal collection, but as a tribute to the nation. Young Master Hua from Hong Kong has placed a bid of 6 billion. Does anyone dare to outbid? The auctioneer scanned the room. 10 billion. Ye Kun raised his paddle, speaking calmly. He has dramatically increased the bid for the dragon head statue to 10 billion. The announcement of such an astronomical figure plunged the room into silence. The statue itself holds little intrinsic value. Its worth lies in its significance. The 12 bronze zodiac heads belong to the Dragon Kingdom and must return to their homeland. Moreover, the auctioning of the dragon head statue carries profound implications. First, reclaim the dragon head, which may entice the retrieval of the other bronze heads, and then devise a strategy to bring them back. Whether by auction or force, they must be returned to their rightful owner. Mr. Yi has bid 10 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer surveyed the room again. Yet this time, no one responded. 10 billion is simply too steep. Even for the sake of the nation, parting with such a sum is a painful sacrifice. Furthermore, Ye Kun himself is also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, which diminished others' desire to continue bidding. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion thrice. Sold. With the auctioneer's final gavel, Ye Kun secured the 12 zodiac dragon head statue for the staggering sum of 10 billion. At that moment, Ye Kun stood up and spoke slowly. I wish to return the 12 zodiac dragon head statue to the nation. Please have the auction house contact the relevant government departments for its rightful restoration. Upon hearing this, everyone rose in applause, the sound echoing throughout the hall, resounding for an extended period. The attendees, whether wealthy elites, social luminaries, or ordinary staff, cast admiring glances at Ye Kun. Winning the 12 zodiac dragon head statue and donating it to the nation embodies a patriotic spirit worthy of respect. Ding. Received a critical hit of admiration value 6666. Ding. Received a critical hit of admiration value 7777. Ding. Received a critical hit of admiration value 8888. Ding. Received a critical hit of admiration value 9999. A wave of admiration surged forth. In that instant, the admiration value skyrocketed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of acquiring the 12 zodiac dragon head statue and donating it to the nation. Ding. Host has gained prestige in the Dragon Kingdom. Respect. Prestige levels are categorized as indifferent, neutral, friendly, respect, reverence, and worship. As the auction concluded, a female journalist approached Ye Kun for an interview. Mr. Yi, may I ask why you chose to spend 10 billion on the 12 zodiac dragon head statue and donate it to the nation? What were your thoughts? The journalist gazed at Ye Kun's handsome visage with admiration. National treasures are priceless. The dragon head statue rightfully belongs to the Dragon Kingdom and must be returned. Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. Previously, his means were limited. Now that he possesses the financial capacity, he believes it is his duty to contribute to the nation in any way he can. Acquiring the 12 zodiac bronze heads and returning them to the country is within his capabilities. Mr. Yi, if you encounter any more of the 12 zodiac bronze heads in the future, would you consider acquiring them again for the nation? The journalist inquired. The whereabouts of the snake head, goat head, rooster head, and dog head bronze statues remain unknown. Should any national treasure resurface, regardless of the price, I will ensure it returns to our homeland. Ye Kun declared. Securing the dragon head is merely the first step. He will employ various means to reclaim the lost bronze heads. The national treasures that have been seized may yet be reclaimed. Chapter 47. Beauty Card, Divine Dance Skills. Just after completing the interview with the journalist, the goddess in Yubai approached him. Mr. Yi, do you truly agree to collaborate with the In Group to jointly develop that piece of land? And Yubai's beautiful eyes were fixed on Ye Kun as she asked. Her expression remained icy, yet her stunning beauty added to her allure. Indeed, Kunping Group can partner with the In Group. For specific cooperation details, you may consult President Qin. Ye Kun replied, addressing In Yubai. He is responsible solely for financial backing and enjoyment. The particulars of the business collaboration should be discussed with the female president. And you buy? Seeing that Ye Kun was not deceiving her and genuinely agreed to the commercial partnership with the group, could not conceal her delight. She cast a grateful glance at Ye Kun, beginning to perceive that this man possesses quite an appeal. He is handsome, capable, assertive, and a man of his word. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of collaborating with the group. Ding. Goddess-level beauty and Yubai's affection for the host has increased by 10. Ding. Goddess-level beauty and Yubai's affection for the host has risen to 30. Ding. Awarded a random lottery chance. It is gratifying that Yubai's affection for him has improved, although he still has a way to go to reach the threshold of 60 affection points. Some progress has indeed been made. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Ye Kun silently thought, deciding to utilize this lottery chance. Suddenly, a massive colorful wheel appeared in his mind. The wheel featured various peculiar treasures. Service items: 1 goddess-level housekeeper, 1 goddess-level personal bodyguard, 2 campus belle-level personal maids. What else? Handsome fellows are welcome to add more. Functional cards: 1 beauty card, 1 lucky charm, 1 misfortune talisman, 1 peach blossom talisman. Affection gifts: 1 compliment, 1 inspiration capsule, 1 show-off item. Flower scattering. God-level certification. Skill items: indestructible skill, invincible vitality, martial arts, swordsmanship. The array of rewards on the wheel dazzled Ye Kun, and he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming desire for them all. Does the host wish to begin the lottery? The system prompted. Start the lottery. As Ye Kun commanded. The colossal, colorful wheel in his mind began to spin slowly, then accelerated, transforming into a swirling vortex. Stop. The colorful wheel gradually slowed down and finally came to a halt, the pointer landing on a particular item. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 beauty card. Description: using the beauty card is akin to employing a beauty camera, capable of eliminating imperfections and enhancing attractiveness. Although he did not draw the indestructible skill or invincible vitality, which was somewhat disappointing, the beauty card is still a valuable item. If a campus belle of unparalleled beauty were to utilize a beauty enhancement card, her allure could be elevated to the divine level. For the average individual, employing such a card would be akin to using a beauty filter, resulting in an undeniably significant enhancement of their appearance. It is worth noting that even those women who are ordinarily unremarkable transform into stunning beauties when they utilize the beauty features of live streaming. This clearly illustrates the potency of such beauty functionalities. Following the conclusion of the auction, a grand soiree was held in the hotel banquet hall, attended by numerous affluent socialites, celebrities, and esteemed figures who had participated in the auction. Many wealthy heiresses and glamorous stars seized this opportunity to familiarize themselves with Ye Kun. Soon, a voluptuous and enchanting figure, with long legs striding confidently towards Ye Kun, made her entrance. She was none other than the sultry songstress Wang Jingtong, who had performed at the auction that evening. Mr. Yi, might I have the honor of inviting you to dance? She inquired, her voice laced with charm. The admiration and adoration in her gaze towards Ye Kun were unmistakable. He was the most extravagant and commanding man she had ever encountered. At the auction that night, Ye Kun's opulence was unparalleled, dominating the scene and leaving everyone astounded, causing countless socialites to harbor secret infatuations for him. Beep. A goddess-level beauty detected. Name: Wang Jingtong. Attractiveness: 96, goddess level. Height: 172 centimeters. Measurements: 87-60-91. Bust: 34D. Initial affection level: 30. Character traits: ethereal voice, alluring and charming, both innocent and desirous. Wang Jingtong, a celebrated pop star, indeed embodies goddess-like beauty with an impressive score of 96. However, her most striking features are not merely her looks, but also her physique and voice. Her figure is alluringly voluptuous, exuding an irresistible charm. Her voice is melodious and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody, making the very act of listening to her a joyous experience. While her body is undeniably seductive, her visage possesses a sweet and innocent beauty. Truly, she is an exceptional woman. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's charm aura. Affection level increases by 20. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura. Affection level increases by 30. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's affection level for the host has risen to 80. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's affection level exceeds 60, rewarding the host with a physique boost of 10. Beep. Congratulations, host physique has increased to 68. Strength: 41, agility: 43, physique: 68, spirit: 45. In an instant, Ye Kun felt a surge of mysterious energy coursing through him, further enhancing his physique. He now possessed a physical prowess exceeding that of an ordinary person by over 6 times, truly invincible. Moreover, under the influence of the charm and identity auras, the sultry songstress Wang Jingtong's affection for him skyrocketed. Remarkably, her affection level soared to an impressive 80 points. It is known that once the affection level reaches 90, a beauty will actively pursue him. Beep. Random task triggered. Accept the invitation to dance from goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong to acquire divine dance skills. Incredible. A reward of divine dance skills as well. Ye Kun decisively accepted Wang Jingtong's invitation to dance. With a charming smile, she extended her delicate hand, inviting him to take hold. Ye Kun, not one to hesitate, grasped her hand and led her to the center of the dance floor. Beep. Congratulations. Host has completed the task of accepting the dance invitation from goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong. Beep. Reward. Host receives godly dance skills. In an instant, Ye Kun mastered various dance techniques, seamlessly integrating them to reach a divine level. Not only could he perform a myriad of social dances, but he also excelled in street dance, folk dance, and classical dance. In essence, he seemed to possess an innate ability for all forms of dance, truly versatile. Chapter 48. Are you Ye Kun's cousin? As Ye Kun's arm encircled Wang Jingtong's soft waist, his demeanor and gaze transformed entirely, as if he had metamorphosed into a true dancer. No, he was a dance deity. In that moment, it was as though he had immersed himself in the art of dance for decades, his skills reaching a level of sublime perfection. Wang Jingtong, a graduate of Longjing Music Academy, had dedicated her life to music and dance, practicing yoga daily. Her flexibility was astonishing, appearing almost ethereal. As they danced gracefully on the floor, their movements were exquisite, captivating all onlookers. Despite the simplicity of their choreography, it was nothing short of enchanting. Who would have thought that Ye Kun was not only handsome and charming, but also exceptionally talented, dancing like a professional? His prowess transcended mere professionalism, achieving a level of artistry that left spectators in awe. Wang Jingtong, the sultry songstress, matched him beautifully, their synergy creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Beep. Awarded 666 admiration points. Beep. Awarded 777 admiration points. Beep. Awarded 888 admiration points. Ye Kun did not anticipate that a mere dance could yield such admiration points. Mr. Ye, your dancing is truly remarkable. Even I find myself humbled, Wang Jingtong said, her body close to his, her breath warm against his ear. She was genuinely captivated by his dance skills, each step executed with precision, effortlessly guiding her. Dancing with Ye Kun was an indulgent experience, free, unrestrained, and liberating. Not only was Ye Kun a wealthy tycoon, but his profound mastery of dance astonished her, significantly boosting her affection for him. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is impressed by the host's dance skills. Affection level increases by 5. Beep. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's affection level for the host has risen to 85. Your dancing is equally beautiful, and your body is remarkably supple, Ye Kun remarked, his hand resting on Wang Jingtong's waist as he whispered in her ear. With her affection level at 85, even intimate physical contact and flirtatious remarks felt entirely appropriate. After all, they were engaged in social dancing, where such closeness was quite natural. I have studied dance since childhood and practice yoga daily, so my body is naturally very flexible, Wang Jingtong replied with a playful smile, leaning closer to his ear. Mr. Ye, perhaps you could personally guide me in refining my dance moves one day? She chuckled, leaving a hint of suggestion in her words. Ye Kun, ever so naive, was oblivious to her insinuation. Soon, the dance concluded, and a throng of socialites surged toward Ye Kun, all eager to invite him to dance. This included the granddaughter of a gambling tycoon from Australia. Ye Kun had become the center of attention, a beacon of desirability, young, accomplished, the chairman of a billion-dollar corporation, strikingly handsome, and possessing extraordinary dance skills. He was undoubtedly the dream companion for many women. The simultaneous invitations from numerous socialites and heiresses for Ye Kun to dance left him in quite the predicament, as it seemed inappropriate to acquiesce to any one of them. The chaos was overwhelming and utterly tiresome. At that moment, Lu Yuxuan, a wealthy heiress from Hong Kong, approached Ye Kun and scrutinized him intently. Are you Ye Kun, my cousin? She suddenly asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. What is going on? Why are you suddenly acknowledging me as your cousin? Ye Kun responded, utterly bewildered. He had no recollection of such a cousin. Ye Kun, it's me, Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong. You used to carry me when I was little. Have you forgotten? Lu Yuxuan declared earnestly. Ye Kun looked far more handsome than in the photographs, which momentarily left her hesitant to recognize him. I carried you before? Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong? Ye Kun pondered, recalling that his family in Hong Kong had only one distant relative. Just how distant was she? It seemed to be from his Grey-Tance branch, the descendants of his grandfather's sister. After relocating to Hong Kong, they initially worked as dentists, but later some ventured into business. Real estate, trade, and finance, gradually developing into a wealthy family. Cousin, do you remember? When I was 6, I came back to visit our hometown with my parents. And you complimented me on my cuteness, pinching my cheeks, and carrying me. Lu Yuxuan recounted excitedly. You remember being carried when you were 6? Ye Kun was genuinely struggling to recall it. Cousin, I have a photo of you. Take a look. Lu Yuxuan pulled out her phone and flicked through her pictures. There were 2 images, one being a childhood photo of the 2 of them together. In it, a chubby, rosy-cheeked little girl was perched on the shoulders of a handsome young man. Lu Yuxuan as the little girl and Ye Kun as the young man. The second image was a recent photograph of Ye Kun taken just last year in Shanghai. My aunt gave me the second photo and told me to find you when I arrived in Shanghai, but you look even more dashing in person. I almost didn't recognize you. Lu Yuxuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, I remember now, little Yuxuan. You were like a porcelain doll, incredibly adorable and a bit proud. I often pinched your cheeks and indeed carried you on my shoulders. Ye Kun chuckled, finally recalling who Lu Yuxuan was. Time had transformed the once chubby, rosy little girl into a graceful beauty of school flower status. Cousin, you finally remember little Yuxuan. Lu Yuxuan squealed, throwing her arms around Ye Kun. Ding. The school flower-level beauty, Lu Yuxuan reunites with you after a long absence, gaining a favorability score of 60 with the host. Ding. The favorability score of school flower-level beauty, Lu Yuxuan towards the host, has risen to 70. Ding. Lu Yuxuan's favorability score surpassing 60 rewards the host with 10 spirit points. Ding. Congratulations, the host's spirit has increased to 55. Strength 41, Agility 43, Constitution 68, Spirit 55. In an instant, Ye Kun felt as if a surge of mystical energy had infused his mind, invigorating his spirit and enhancing his perception significantly. With Lu Yuxuan tightly embracing him, he could distinctly feel the softness of her figure pressing against him. Ahem, little Yuxuan, what brings you to Shanghai? Ye Kun inquired as he gently released her from the embrace. My grandfather fell ill, and the doctor said he needs a century-old ginseng as a medicinal catalyst. Which is why I came to Shanghai for this auction, Lu Yuxuan explained. As the only daughter in her family, the responsibility of bidding for the century-old wild ginseng had fallen upon her shoulders. Little did she know, her cousin was extraordinarily affluent and directly acquired the prized century-old wild ginseng for a staggering 1 billion. Your grandfather is ill and needs century-old wild ginseng? I can give you that ginseng, Ye Kun offered. No, that's too extravagant. Just a small piece for the medicine would suffice. There's no need for the entire root, Lu Yuxuan quickly declined. Chapter 49, on the self-cultivation of the affluent. Cousin, may I invite you to dance? Lu Yuxuan flashed a sweet smile at Ye Kun. Although she was a high-society heiress from Hong Kong, in Ye Kun's presence, she resembled a charming little neighbor, sweet, adorable, and refreshingly unique. Of course, dancing is certainly permissible. However, shouldn't you be addressing me as cousin? Ye Kun replied with a grin. Just moments ago, Lu Yuxuan had called him cousin, and now she was addressing him as brother. Though we are cousins, it's been several generations since. So I shall simply call you brother Ye Kun. Lu Yuxuan insisted playfully. Very well, if you prefer to call me brother, then so be it, Ye Kun chuckled, acquiescing to her choice. Reflecting on the times he had carried Lu Yuxuan and pinched her cherubic cheeks, he found it rather amusing. What a pure and delightful memory it was. Soon, Ye Kun and Lu Yuxuan found themselves gracefully dancing in the ballroom. Brother Ye Kun, since I've come all the way to Shanghai, you must accompany me for a delightful outing, Lu Yuxuan implored, her eyes sparkling. Today is a bit late. Let us explore tomorrow instead, Ye Kun suggested. All right, brother Ye Kun, Lu Yuxuan nodded obediently. By the way, have you booked your hotel room? Would you like me to arrange it for you? She asked. No need. I had already reserved a room before coming. Lu Yuxuan replied with a smile. Good to hear. Ye Kun nodded. As they chatted and danced, the atmosphere remained relaxed. Ye Kun did not showcase any extraordinary dancing skills, opting for an easygoing approach. Before long, they completed their dance and returned to the lounge, where Ye Kun was once again surrounded by socialites, most of whom were inviting him to dance, requesting his contact information, discreetly passing notes, or, in some cases, boldly inviting him to their hotel rooms for card games. Among them were wealthy heiresses, international models, film stars, and even aristocratic matrons. Most were genuinely distinguished socialites, hailing from remarkable backgrounds and possessing considerable wealth, unlike the pseudo-socialites often found online. The true socialites were undeniably attractive, typically scoring at least 70 or 80 in looks, with many reaching the level of school beauties. However, Those who achieved the status of school flower or goddess were still quite rare. Recently, with Ye Kun's elevated status, he found himself surrounded by numerous school beauties and goddesses. Yet, this did not imply that such stunning beauties were common. It merely indicated that, after acquiring wealth and a prestigious title, he was more likely to encounter high-caliber women. Like a top-tier player in a national gaming arena, the opponents he faced were mostly of equivalent skill. Conversely, a bronze-level player would generally contend with others of similar standing. When approached by women whose looks were below a score of 90, Ye Kun politely declined, turning down several models, actresses, and heiresses, all because their appearances did not meet the threshold of a school beauty. The international supermodels, with their towering heights and innate poise, often fall short in the realm of beauty, rarely attaining the standards of campus belles. Similarly, many seemingly radiant female celebrities do not quite meet the stringent criteria set forth by the system for such status. This system is indeed commendable, as it meticulously filters the eligible candidates. Despite Ye Kun's refusal of several socialites' invitations to dance, one individual approached him with an air of confidence. It was none other than the granddaughter of the gambling king of Australia. Today, Ye Kun had bested her during the auction for the Tear of the Fairy, leaving her quite discontented and a tad indignant. Having been the favored little princess throughout her life, she wondered why she should suffer any indignity at Ye Kun's hands. "Mr. Ye, may I have the pleasure of a dance?" She inquired as she stood before him, confident that her beauty, grace, and esteemed background would compel him to acquiesce. Beep. A campus belle-level beauty detected. Name, She. Beauty score, 94, campus belle level. Height, 168 centimeters. Measurements, 84-62-89. Bust, 34B. Initial favorability, 50. Personality traits, willful, proud, boisterous. Ye Kun could not help but inhale sharply. He had merely outbid She at the auction, and yet her favorability towards him had plummeted to 50. This marked the lowest score he had encountered thus far from a beauty. Indeed, she was just a headstrong, spoiled heiress. Beep. She's favorability has increased by 20 points due to the host's charm aura. Beep. She's favorability has increased by 10 points due to the host's domineering CEO aura. Beep. She's favorability towards the host has risen to 20 points. However, even with the dual influences of charm and status, her favorability remained negative. "Mr. Ye, may I invite you to dance?" She pressed, her expression tinged with irritation as she noted his silence. Despite Ye Kun's handsome and charismatic demeanor, she had little tolerance for men who did not yield to her whims. "I'm afraid, Miss He, I am rather fatigued from dancing and would prefer to take a brief respite," Ye Kun replied, dismissing her invitation without hesitation. Why would he extend warmth to someone whose favorability was negative? "You dare to refuse my invitation?" She exclaimed, incredulous at his outright rejection. This was the first time a man had the audacity to turn her down. She felt humiliated and enraged. How could the granddaughter of the gambling king be spurned so? "Miss He, why should I not refuse your invitation?" Ye Kun countered with a smile. He had already declined several socialites' proposals, and he was not inclined to be swayed by one more. Did her lineage truly hold that much weight? He had no obligation to dance with her, nor would anyone compel him to do so. What does it mean to possess financial freedom? The lower echelon of such freedom allows one to purchase anything without regard for expense. In contrast, a higher tier of freedom permits one to abstain from any activity at will. No one could coerce him. Ye Kun felt he had reached this level, where he could choose to engage or disengage at his discretion. Thus, he casually declined She's offer, adhering to his own desires without concern for others' opinions. This epitomized the self-cultivation of a true mogul. "Miss He, why should I not refuse you?" Ye Kun's retort left her momentarily speechless. Indeed, why could he not? Firstly, he had no interest in her wealth, for he was far more affluent. Secondly, he sought not her beauty, as he was surrounded by numerous goddess-level beauties. Lastly, he was unperturbed by her family's influence, given that he was the CEO of Confronting Group, wielding power that may rival hers. As the saying goes, desireless, one is strong. Ye Kun harbored no desires towards She, thereby feeling no need to appease her. He acted according to his own preferences. Accepting invitations he found appealing and rejecting those he did not, with an enviable ease. She, accustomed to being pampered at home, was willful, proud, and obstinate. Yet, in Ye Kun's presence, she would not receive such indulgence, nor would he ever fawn over her. His refusal left her utterly powerless. For the first time, she realized that there existed someone she could not manipulate. Previously, the men who pursued her sought either her wealth or her beauty, allowing her to treat them with disdain and indulge in her highborn temper. However, such tactics proved futile before Ye Kun. Suddenly, she recognized that this domineering, distinct man possessed a charm unlike any she had encountered before. Those sycophants were merely irksome, while Ye Kun's assertive and unique persona was what truly captivated her, offering an entirely new experience. Beep. Campus bell. She's favorability towards the host has increased to 10. Beep. Campus bell. She's favorability towards the host has increased to 10. Beep. Campus bell. She's favorability towards the host has increased to 10. Beep. Campus bell. She's favorability has risen to 10 points. In an instant, she's favorability towards Ye Kun surged by 30 points, leaving him bewildered. How could her rejection result in an increase in her favorability? Was it possible that these affluent heiresses harbored tendencies towards masochism? Miss He, do you require anything further? Ye Kun inquired, his stance unchanged. I wish to know how you plan to handle the tier of the fairy necklace. She pondered aloud. Her curiosity piqued. Ye Kun had acquired the necklace for a staggering 30 billion, likely the highest price in auction history. Would he keep it as an investment? Or perhaps gift it to a beloved? I shall keep it for now. If I find a woman worthy of adorning it, I will present it to her. Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. I understand. Should you find yourself in Australia, do not hesitate to seek me out. She declared, elegantly turning to depart. Though Ye Kun had rebuffed her, she felt no indignation. Rather, she regarded him with newfound respect. What do you truly understand? Ye Kun shook his head, doubting that the willful and proud young lady could comprehend anything. Just then, the goddess-like beauty Yang Yijuan, with her long legs, approached him. She was the only woman who harbored a remarkable affection for Ye Kun, reaching a staggering score of 95. Ye Kun, did you decline Miss He's invitation to dance? Yang Yijuan inquired. It seemed that the haughty heiress of the He family had encountered a setback with Ye Kun. Indeed, I turned down several socialites tonight. Perhaps this is the burden of being too popular. Ye Kun jested. This evening, he had rejected numerous wealthy young ladies, models, and even a few affluent matriarchs. Although he possessed the ability to live off others, he chose to rely on his own merits, which he found quite tedious. May I invite you to dance? Yang Yijuan's enchanting eyes fixed on Ye Kun as she smiled. In her eyes, this man possessed an irresistible charm. The moment he leaped into the pool to rescue her and performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, she had already fallen for him. Now, she was utterly captivated, unable to extricate herself from her feelings. No. Ye Kun shook his head. Yang Yijuan was taken aback. Could it be that she was unworthy of his invitation? A tumult of emotions surged within her, nearly causing her to faint. You cannot invite me, for it is I who wishes to invite you to dance. At that moment, Ye Kun extended his hand towards Yang Yijuan, smiling. Goddess Yang Yijuan, would you honor me with a dance? A man must take the initiative when the moment calls for it, and elegance must not be forsaken. I am willing. Yang Yijuan, both astonished and delighted, promptly nodded in agreement. Ye Kun was quite mischievous. She had thought he truly rejected her. Her emotions were a roller coaster, and her heart could scarcely bear it. However, the fact that Ye Kun could take the initiative to invite her to dance filled her with joy. Ye Kun took Yang Yijuan's hand and led her to the center of the dance floor. His arm naturally encircled her slender waist. Her softness was enchanting, and the sensation was delightful. Yang Yijuan, indeed a goddess with a score of 96 in beauty, possessed a stunning visage, delicate features, cherry lips, skin as smooth as cream, and a figure that was both graceful and mesmerizing. As Ye Kun twirled her on the dance floor, they appeared as a pair of celestial lovers, a sight to behold. Especially as Ye Kun showcased his extraordinary dancing skills, flawlessly executing each step and leading Yang Yijuan through a series of exquisite movements that left the audience in awe. Ye Kun, I never anticipated your dancing would be so magnificent. You have lifted me off my feet. Yang Yijuan's body pressed close to Ye Kun, her breath like fragrant orchids in his ear. Her dancing skills were merely amateur, yet dancing with Ye Kun made her steps light and airy, akin to a sprite gliding gracefully, free and enchanting, as if she were floating. It was truly a marvelous sensation. Chapter 51. The Female CEO, Hu Yuqi. While Ye Kun and Yang Yijuan danced, a pair of beautiful eyes remained fixed upon him. She was Hu Yuqi, a goddess-level beauty and a true heiress of high society. Ye Kun's charm was undeniably potent, even captivating Yang Yijuan. Hu Yuqi's eyes sparkled as she observed him. This evening, Ye Kun had demonstrated absolute dominance at the auction. Essentially, every item he had set his sights on was acquired by him. When he made a move, it was always with precision, leaving the audience astounded. He had astonishingly secured a century-old wild ginseng for 1 billion, a precious jade bracelet for 500 million, a necklace of fairy tears for 3 billion, and an unidentified titanium alloy for 100 billion. Additionally, he generously donated a bronze statue of the 12 zodiac signs, worth 100 billion, to the nation. He outbid everyone for a prime commercial plot in the heart of the city for a staggering 38.8 billion, setting a new record for land prices in the metropolis, thereby claiming the title of the new land king. Each auction item he acquired shattered previous records in auction history. His spending at the auction alone approached 1,000 billion. It was simply inhumane wealth, unheard of. Without a doubt, he had become the focal point of the evening. Ye Kun's identity was equally remarkable, being the enigmatic owner of Confronting Group. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome, exuding a charm that was simply irresistible. Yes, it was this damned allure that made her unable to resist his appeal. Fuyuchi had encountered many top-tier young talents from various prestigious backgrounds, yet compared to Ye Kun, they all paled in comparison. At this soiree, Ye Kun had undoubtedly emerged as the most sought-after man among women. Over 20 socialites had invited him to dance, including daughters of wealthy families, film stars, international supermodels, and aristocratic matrons, each a paragon of beauty and grace, many of whom hailed from distinguished lineages. Yet, most of them had been declined, including the haughty heiress of the He family. Ye Kun had danced with only 3 women, the sultry diva Wang Jingtong, the heiress Lu Yuxuan, and the current partner, Yang Yijuan. Each of these women was at least a campus beauty in her own right. It was entirely natural for an exceptional man to be surrounded by beautiful women. Only the mundane would find themselves overlooked. Fuyuchi did not find this surprising. Despite the throngs of beauties around Ye Kun, none of them might successfully capture his heart. Observing closely, she discerned that Ye Kun's rapport with Wang Jingtong and Lu Yuxuan was merely platonic, whereas his connection with Yang Yijuan was markedly more intimate. This instilled a sense of urgency within Fuyuchi. She was captivating and stunning, with very few men catching her eye, yet tonight, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Ye Kun. Unbeknownst to her, she had succumbed to his charm. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative. In terms of figure, beauty, talent, and family background, I am no less than Yang Yijuan. Why should she be the one standing beside Ye Kun? A competitive spirit ignited within her. As Ye Kun and Yang Yijuan concluded their dance and prepared to leave the banquet hall, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared before him. Mr. Yi, I have a significant project I would like to discuss with you. Would it be possible to take a moment of your time for a private conversation? Fuyuchi smiled alluringly at Ye Kun, her beauty unparalleled. She was indeed a goddess-level beauty, rated at an impressive 97, with elegance and a commanding presence. Every glance and smile radiated sophistication. Rather than directly inviting Ye Kun to dance like other socialites, she sought him out under the pretext of discussing a project, making it impossible for him to refuse. Ye Kun cast a polite glance at Yang Yijuan, then followed Fuyuchi to a quieter corner of the banquet hall. Ms. Fuyuchi, what kind of collaboration would you like to discuss with me? Ye Kun inquired of Fuyuchi. Their interactions had been rather limited, having exchanged only a few words at the auction. However, Fuyuchi's beauty and poise were undeniably captivating. Moreover, her position in seat number 2 at the auction suggested that her background was far from ordinary. Mr. Yi, please refrain from addressing me as Ms. Hu. It feels too formal. You may simply call me Chi-Chi, Fuyuchi playfully chided, exuding an enchanting charm. Very well, then you need not refer to me as Mr. Yi either, just call me Ye Kun, he replied. Fuyuchi's smile possessed an irresistible allure, compelling one to draw closer to her. All right, Ye Kun, you have successfully bid on that prime piece of land in the Magic City, intending to establish a commercial hub, a colossal and intricate project that requires a few capable partners. Our Hu Real Estate possesses substantial experience in commercial property operations and is eager to collaborate with the In Group and your Confronting Group for development. What do you think? Fuyuchi's beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Kun as she spoke. I have entrusted the development of that land to President Qin Lan. If you wish to collaborate, you may reach out to her, Ye Kun responded. He was solely responsible for funding, leaving the profit-making endeavors to his capable subordinates. Additionally, it seems you may have offended Huang Yueying, the female president of the Huang Group, during your bidding for the Tycoons Hewen jade bracelet today, Fuyuchi remarked, her eyes sparkling. Huang Yueying intended to acquire the Tycoons Hewen jade bracelet as a prized possession for her store, but it was disrupted by you, she elaborated. And what of it? Ye Kun chuckled, unperturbed. Bidding is a matter of the highest bid winning. I harbor no fear of offending anyone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Both in Yubai and I are commercial rivals of Huang Yueying, and we are currently investing in a large shopping center, seeking a robust partner. Would you be interested? Fuyuchi proposed, her demeanor radiating an executive aura that was quite captivating. At that moment, a notification chimed in Ye Kun's mind. Ding. A random task has been triggered. Engage in a business collaboration with Fuyuchi. Ding. A random task has been triggered. Engage in a business collaboration with Fuyuchi. Task Reward 1. Increase favorability with goddess-level beauty, Fuyuchi by 10. Task Reward 2. one random draw. Ye Kun was momentarily taken aback. Having triggered a system task, he found it difficult to decline Yuchi's proposal. Moreover, his impression of her was quite favorable, despite being a wealthy heiress. She treated him without a hint of arrogance. Her commanding presence was undeniably attractive, aligning perfectly with his tastes. "What kind of shopping center are we discussing?" Ye Kun inquired. Feigning interest. "The Jinyu Shopping Center," Yuchi replied with a charming smile. It was a large-scale project that she, along with Yu Bai and Chang Yueshi, had invested in together. "The Jinyu Shopping Center?" Ye Kun queried, perplexed. Perhaps his infrequent shopping excursions rendered him unaware of it. "The Jinyu Shopping Center is located on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. We have completed the first phase of the project and are now planning to invest in the second phase. Come, I shall take you to see our shopping center." Yuchi's enchanting gaze was fixed on Ye Kun. Right now? Ye Kun hesitated. As he had planned to dance with Yang Yijuan later that evening, wouldn't departing now jeopardize that delightful prospect? "Yes, right now?" Yuchi, exuding confidence, decisively took his arm and led him out of the banquet hall. Ye Kun, feeling helpless, followed her lead. Yang Yijuan, noticing Ye Kun being whisked away by Yuchi, felt a surge of urgency. Could this prized opportunity truly be snatched from her? No, that analogy felt somewhat off, yet the sentiment remained. She recognized Ye Kun's desirability. Nearly every socialite at the gala was fixated on him. However, Yuchi's boldness in taking him away was unprecedented. Yang Yijuan sensed a formidable rival in Yuchi, who matched or even surpassed her in beauty, figure, and lineage. "Ye Kun, Yuchi, the gala has not yet concluded. Where are you two headed?" Yang Yijuan asked, her tone tinged with reluctance as she cast a wary glance at Yuchi. "Apologies, but I must discuss a collaboration project with Ms. Hu," Ye Kun responded apologetically. Their intentions were purely business, though Yang Yijuan likely would not believe it. "Indeed, I am set to discuss a multi-billion collaboration project with Mr. Yi," Yuchi interjected, arching an eyebrow and casting a victorious glance at Yang Yijuan. She was aware that Ye Kun and Yang Yijuan were not yet in a romantic relationship, and thus, she resolved to seize the opportunity swiftly. Without waiting for a reaction from Yang Yijuan, she took Ye Kun's hand and departed the hotel banquet hall. Yang Yijuan watched their retreating figures, infuriated. This coveted opportunity had indeed been snatched away. Yuchi was akin to a siren, daring to compete for Ye Kun's attention. However, it was no surprise that an alluring and affluent man like Ye Kun would attract competition. It was akin to the fabled Tang Sung meat. Who could resist a taste of immortality? Yang Yijuan lamented her slow response, wishing she had acted sooner to ensnare Ye Kun in her web. Determined, she resolved to seize the next opportunity to dance with Ye Kun. Yuchi held on to Ye Kun's hand until they reached the elevator, where she finally released him. "Are you reluctant to leave? Am I the one hindering your good fortune?" Yuchi teased, sporting a mischievous smile. Being a woman of discerning intellect, she quickly discerned the complexity of Ye Kun's relationship with Yang Yijuan. Yet, it appeared they had not yet taken significant steps in their relationship. This insight had prompted her decisive action. Had they been firmly established, she likely would not have been able to separate him from her. "There's nothing to be reluctant about. Discussing the project is of utmost importance," Ye Kun replied with a light-hearted demeanor, fully aware of Yuchi's intentions to disrupt his evening plans. He made a mental note to address that matter later. Soon, they arrived at the hotel parking lot. Yuchi's vehicle was a striking red Ferrari LaFerrari, a breathtaking sight with a price tag in the tens of millions. Such a limited edition marvel was not easily obtainable, clearly indicating her immense wealth as a super-rich woman. However, Ye Kun was unfazed. His own domestic marvel, the Hongqi Tianqisport, boasted a factory price of 30 million. In terms of aesthetics and performance, it rivaled the LaFerrari. The two individuals sped side by side, swiftly making their way from the bustling Lujiazui of the Magic City towards the Bund. Given the short distance, they soon parked their vehicle near the pedestrian zone of Nanjing Road. Together, they strolled towards Nanjing Road, the most vibrant and prosperous pedestrian street in the Magic City. With its 10-mile-long Western-style streets and century-old architecture, this locale is steeped in countless captivating tales. Here, amidst the dazzling lights and throngs of people, it remains one of the most affluent places in the Dragon Kingdom. That ahead is the Jinyu Shopping Center, Yuchi exclaimed, pointing towards a massive, stylishly designed mall. Ye Kun felt a flicker of astonishment within. Establishing such a vast shopping center in the precious real estate of Nanjing Road undoubtedly required a significant investment. However, it mattered little to him. Money was not a concern. Before long, Yuchi led Ye Kun into the Jinyu Shopping Center, which was adorned with opulent and extravagant decor. The mall sprawled across a vast area, divided into 3 levels, housing many prestigious international luxury brands. As they wandered through the shopping center, side by side, engaging in lively conversation, They resembled a couple enjoying a leisurely day out. Ye Kun, strikingly handsome and exuding charm, walked beside Huyuchi, whose beauty was rated at an impressive 97, with an alluring figure and an irresistible aura of sophistication. Their captivating presence elicited gasps of admiration from passers-by, drawing envious glances from all around. This place boasts an exceptional high-end men's bespoke tailoring service. Let me show you. Huyuchi guided Ye Kun into an upscale men's bespoke store. What do you think? Would you like to order a few sets of high-end custom suits? This is the finest tailoring in all of the Magic City. Huyuchi assessed Ye Kun's attire, noting that he was clad in ordinary trendy brand clothing worth only a few thousand. She suggested he treat himself to a few sets of exquisite bespoke suits, believing that a man of Ye Kun's caliber would elevate his allure to another level by donning such garments. Sounds great. Let's customize a few. Ye Kun replied with a smile, confident that spending money was of no concern to him. Previously, he had been unaware of where to find quality bespoke men's tailoring in the Magic City, but he trusted Huyuchi's choice would be exceptional. Chapter 53. The more you buy, the more you earn. Sir, would you prefer full customization or semi-customization? A beautiful fashion consultant inquired with a smile. Full customization. Ye Kun responded. What season do you intend to wear these garments? The consultant continued. 2 sets for each of the 4 seasons. Ye Kun considered and replied. It seemed only prudent to have at least 2 sets for each season, as a basic necessity. However, upon hearing his response, the consultant's delicate hand trembled slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at him. The high-end bespoke service from Mark Jackbloom commands exorbitant prices, with the most premium packages reaching an astonishing sum of 23 million. Mark Jackbloom is a venerable European fashion brand, Huyuchi interjected. Most people are entirely unfamiliar with it and would struggle to find it online, as it has never ventured into the mid to low-end market over the past century. It caters exclusively to a select group of high-end clientele. Only the wealthiest individuals opt for this brand's bespoke services. Wow. 23 million for a single bespoke suit. Ye Kun gasped, taken aback. The price of this suit rivals that of an ordinary villa. Are we truly talking about wearing diamonds and gold? In fact, such extravagant cases do exist. Some haute couture fabrics are indeed infused with diamond and gold dust, glimmering brilliantly, an absolute favorite of the Dubai elite. In the realm of the affluent, the unimaginable becomes reality. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in Ye Kun's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is engaging in high-value spending, rewarding a 10-fold cashback card. The cashback card is valid for 1 day. Excellent, Ye Kun thought, as this timely assistance from the system promised a delightful return. The more he spent today, the greater the reimbursement he would receive. Of course, not every piece from Mark Jackbloom's collection is priced so extravagantly. The costs vary according to the style, fabric, materials, craftsmanship, and design. But none of the high-end garments fall below $1 million. Huyuchi, a true heiress, was well-versed in these matters, articulating her insights with authority. How exorbitant. Let's order 5 sets for each season. Ye Kun declared. Goodness, this brand's bespoke clothing is indeed shockingly pricey. Then let us order more. The cashback makes it all the more exhilarating. The fashion consultant stood there, her jaw agape in disbelief, utterly stunned. Ye Kun had just declared the garments too expensive. Yet he proceeded to add several more to his order. Truly, he was extraordinarily generous. Huyuchi, however, remained unfazed. For Ye Kun, this level of expenditure was merely a trifle. Next came the meticulous selection of styles, fabrics, materials, and craftsmanship, each stage requiring great attention to detail. An arduous process indeed. Huyuchi offered her suggestions and patiently assisted Ye Kun in making selections. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the choices alone. Then came the fitting session. A European lady of refined elegance led Ye Kun to a private room for a discreet measurement. In truth, it was not overly intimate. It merely involved some pinning and measuring with silver needles, followed by soft measurements and straight-edge assessments. After taking his measurements, they proceeded to select the designer for each suit. Based on Huyuchi's recommendations, Ye Kun chose 4 distinguished French designers to craft his bespoke garments for each of the 4 seasons. Finally, they reached the exhilarating payment phase. Sir, you have ordered a total of 20 suits across 4 seasons, the consultant calculated before announcing the grand total. The total cost for your bespoke garments is 120 million yuan. Upon hearing this figure, even the consultant was taken aback. Goodness! Spending 120 million on bespoke suits is something ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom. That is simply extraordinary. 20 bespoke suits at 120 million translates to an average price of around 6 million each. This was without Ye Kun opting for fabrics enhanced with diamond and gold dust, which would have escalated the cost even further. Swipe the card, Ye Kun said nonchalantly, producing a sleek black gold card. Today's expenditures were entirely deducted from the disposable funds, and with a tenfold cashback, a direct deposit of 1.2 billion could be made. What a delightful experience. Ding. The host has spent 120 million, disposable account balance, 680 million. Ding. The expenditure funds are returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1.2 billion. Disposable account balance, 1.88 billion. Astonishing. With a single maneuver, he has become immensely wealthy. Previously, Ye Kun's disposable funds had dwindled to 800 million. Now, after a bout of spending, not only has he not lost money, but it has surged to a staggering 1.88 billion. Truly exhilarating. Ye Kun then turned to Huyuchi and said, "To express my gratitude for your company in choosing today, I shall accompany you on a shopping spree." "Accompany me on a shopping spree? Will you be footing the bill?" Huyuchi's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed. Deep within every woman lies an inherent fervor for shopping, an insatiable urge to indulge. Should someone be willing to pay without limits, they could very well empty an entire department store. "Tonight, you shall handle the shopping, and I will take care of the expenses. Whatever you buy, it will all be on my tab. How does that sound?" Ye Kun chuckled. Huyuchi, a true heiress, undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary shopping prowess. The more she purchased, the more Ye Kun profited. It was an opportunity to enhance Huyuchi's fondness for him. What could be better? "You will cover the bill. All my purchases will be yours. You mustn't regret it." Huyuchi's eyes gleamed as she exclaimed, "I'll unleash my shopping prowess to the fullest. You may even question your existence." Although she was a wealthy woman who enjoyed shopping, she usually exercised restraint. Now, with Ye Kun, the affluent benefactor, agreeing to cover her expenses, her excitement was palpable. "Then indulge to your heart's content, but only for today." Ye Kun smiled. The more Huyuchi bought, the happier he became. Thus began Huyuchi's fervent shopping journey. With confidence, she strode into a Chanel boutique, pointed at several items, and declared, "I don't want this one, or this one. Pack up the rest." Huyuchi exuded an aura of dominance, akin to a powerful CEO, a scene typically reserved for films. The Chanel staff were left astounded, followed by a wave of exhilaration. Ye Kun remained utterly composed. Even if Huyuchi were to deplete the entire Chanel store, he would not bat an eyelash. In fact, he would be elated. "Special thanks to the gift of the exquisite show from Meng Patang. You are the most dazzling one, truly remarkable." Chapter 54. The Versatile Goddess, Huyuchi, is the true diva. After sweeping through Chanel, Huyuchi proceeded to Dior, followed by Givenchy, Prada, and Hermes. She nearly cleared out the merchandise from these luxury boutiques. A shopping frenzy. Her purchasing power was astonishing. Huyuchi assumed that Ye Kun would be taken aback by her fervent shopping vigor. However, he remained unfazed. "Ye Kun, I wish to visit the Loco boutique. The prices may be rather steep. Is that acceptable?" Huyuchi linked her arm with Ye Kun's as she spoke. "Loco?" Ye Kun inquired, slightly puzzled. He had never heard of this brand. Was it even more expensive than Chanel or Hermes? "How exorbitant is it?" Ye Kun asked. He was untroubled by high prices, only concerned if they were not exorbitant enough. Holding a tenfold cashback card, he felt invincible. "A pair of shoes from Loco starts at 520,000, and a complete set would not be less than 5 million, Huyuchi explained. The Loco brand is typically unattainable for the average person, and many have not even heard of it. While she often purchased Loco clothing, she never indulged excessively. "Buy. I must buy." Upon hearing the staggering prices at Loco, Ye Kun waved his hand in agreement. Loco has only 5 locations worldwide, one in New York, one in Paris, one in London, one in Russia, and one in Shanghai. Moreover, the Shanghai store is located within the Jinyu shopping center. Thus, Ye Kun and Huyuchi made their way to the Loco boutique. Inside, there were various professional outfits, maid costumes, casual wear, CEO attire, sailor suits, and JK styles. The designs, styles, and fabrics were of the utmost caliber globally. "I typically favor a sharp, CEO-like, and aloof style, hence I purchase casual wear, CEO outfits, professional attire, and JK styles," Huyuchi explained to Ye Kun. She was a devoted admirer of Loco and frequently shopped there. "However, today, I also wish to try on Lolita, sailor suits, and maid outfits," Huyuchi said with a flirtatious smile directed at Ye Kun. Although her usual style projected a commanding presence, she yearned to reveal a softer side in front of Ye Kun. The formidable and CEO-like persona was merely a facade for the outside world. Her aloofness was a mere shell disguising her inner tenderness. When she encountered someone she genuinely cherished, she could transform into a delicate woman. She could be both commanding and endearing. "Lolita, sailor suits, and maid outfits? Would you like to try them on?" Ye Kun asked, his eyes lighting up. Today, he was enlightened, realizing that women's clothing could be so finely categorized. Various styles and types were available. Moreover, Huyuchi appeared capable of effortlessly mastering any style. That was rather impressive. Yes, I want to wear them for you. Huyuchi replied with a charming smile. She then changed into a Lolita outfit, instantly embodying an adorable, youthful charm. Next, she donned a sailor's suit, exuding an enticing allure. Finally, she slipped into a maid outfit, appearing obediently cute and utterly delightful. She even wore an anti-gravity skirt that defied the laws of physics, where the hem would not flip even when inverted. Huyuchi seamlessly transitioned between various styles, leaving Ye Kun mesmerized and elated. If he were to date Huyuchi, it would be akin to having a multitude of girlfriends. She could effortlessly embody any style. In the end, Ye Kun indulged in another shopping spree at Loco. CEO outfits, professional attire, maid outfits, casual wear, Lolita, sailor suits, and JK styles. All were swept away in a frenzy. He purchased an array of stockings, black, white, and skin-toned, as well as thigh-highs and knee-highs. A complete conquest. What a thrilling shopping experience it was. Spending was exhilarating, but the payment felt even more exhilarating. Ye Kun spent a total of $360 million at the shopping center. Ding. The host has spent $360 million. Disposable account balance. $1.52 billion. Ding. The expenditure funds are returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for receiving $3.6 billion. Disposable account balance. $5.12 billion. Astonishing. After this wave of spending, Ye Kun discovered that his disposable account funds had remarkably surpassed the $5 billion mark. Money. The more one spends, the more one accumulates. Truly exhilarating. Invincible. Ding. The host's actions have captured Huyuchi's heart, increasing fondness by 5. Ding. The goddess-like beauty. Huyuchi has elevated her fondness for the host to 65 points. As Ye Kun swiped his card to settle the bill, Huyuchi's affection for him increased slightly as well. However, after spending a staggering $360 million, her fondness had only risen by a mere 5 points. It appears that winning Huyuchi's favor is no simple feat. Perhaps it is because she is already affluent. For her, such indulgent shopping is merely a delightful embellishment. Thus, the increase in her fondness was not particularly pronounced. Ye Kun could only surmise this. Different goddesses have varying methods for enhancing affection. For instance, a financially struggling campus beauty might find her fondness fully blossomed after spending a few $100,000, while for a wealthy heiress, such an expenditure might barely make a ripple. Other forms of gestures may prove more effective in nurturing affection. As they passed a watch store, Huyuchi paused once more. "There's a limited edition Longines watch I have long desired," she declared, her captivating gaze fixed upon Ye Kun. "Purchase it," was Ye Kun's succinct reply. "How audacious." "No, I shall pay for this one," Huyuchi asserted with a commanding presence, firmly refusing to let Ye Kun foot the bill. Ye Kun acquiesced to her wishes. For Huyuchi was indeed a super-rich lady, capable of affording whatever she desired. Together, they entered the Longines boutique, where Huyuchi's intentions were clear. She immediately selected a couple's watch named Heart of True Love. This exquisite timepiece featured an inner frame crafted entirely from top-tier pink diamonds, encased in a gold diamond bezel, exuding unparalleled luxury and exorbitance. The price was equally staggering, $66 million. Ye Kun had previously believed that the Patek Philippe he wore, valued at over $8 million, was the pinnacle of watches, only to be utterly dwarfed by this revelation. He realized that Huyuchi was the true embodiment of a goddess in the realm of wealth. While his own perspective and self-cultivation as a wealthy individual required considerable enhancement, "I shall cover the cost of this limited edition watch," Ye Kun announced, fully aware that had he known the exorbitant price, he would never have allowed Huyuchi to pay. "No, we agreed that I shall pay," Huyuchi replied with a charming smile, producing a black card to swipe for the price of both watches. One watch cost $66 million, making the couple set worth over $100 million. "Today, you have gifted me lavishly, and I am elated. This Heart of True Love watch is my gift to you," Huyuchi said, her enchanting eyes locking onto Ye Kun as she adorned his wrist with the male version of the diamond timepiece. Chapter 55. Acquiring all renowned watches. This was the first time Ye Kun had received such a precious gift, a couple's watch valued at $66 million, especially from a goddess-like beauty such as Huyuchi. He felt a surge of emotion, as if his heartstrings had been gently plucked. Now, as a super-rich individual, he was not swayed by the price of the watch, but rather by Huyuchi's gesture. The fact that she gifted him a couple's watch symbolized a bond of friendship. The kindness of a beautiful woman is indeed a heavy burden to bear. Such affections should never be taken for granted. However, Huyuchi's fondness for him still stood at a modest 65, indicating mere liking rather than profound love. Therefore, Ye Kun remained rational, viewing the watch as a token of Huyuchi's reciprocation without overthinking it. "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Ye Kun inquired of Huyuchi. Today, he was determined to fulfill her every desire. No, I have purchased everything I wanted, she replied, shaking her head, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Today marked her most extravagant shopping spree yet. She had nearly emptied the shelves of Chanel, Givenchy, Prada, Hermes, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Van Cleef Arpels, acquiring all the top-tier items. She had also swept through the Loco store, collecting various chic outfits, professional attire, maid costumes, sailor suits, and JK uniforms. This shopping extravaganza had brought her immense joy and exhilaration. Well then, it's my turn to indulge. Ye Kun chuckled, for he possessed a tenfold cashback card, valid for only one day. He needed to consume extravagantly within that time frame to amass wealth swiftly. This opportunity must be maximized. A moment of indulgence would lead to continuous delight. Are you still looking to shop? Huyuchi asked, astonished. Ye Kun had already spent several billion that evening and was still not satiated. Ye Kun nodded, ready to revel in his own spree. He then turned to the sales associate at the Longin store and inquired, "Do you have any more of the Heart of True Love watches in stock?" "Sir, the Heart of True Love is a globally limited edition, one-of-a-kind couple's watch," the Longin staff respectfully replied. Ye Kun nodded slightly. Huyuchi had indeed chosen well. The couple's watch they wore was truly unique. "All right, I will purchase all watches priced above $1 million," Ye Kun declared nonchalantly to the sales staff. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. An expensive timepiece can equate to several luxury cars, and it is compact, making it easy to store. He planned to scour all the renowned watch boutiques for pieces exceeding $1 million, ensuring he would reap the rewards of his tenfold cashback swiftly. "Mr. Yi, are you truly saying you wish to buy all the watches priced above $1 million in our Longin store?" The sales associates were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Purchasing high-priced watches as if they were mere cabbages was beyond their comprehension. Indeed, take a moment to prepare all the watches in the store priced above $1 million and calculate the total, Ye Kun instructed the sales staff. He was only interested in timepieces of $1 million or more. Anything below that would simply take up space. "Understood, Mr. Yi. We will prepare everything for you immediately." The sales associates were enveloped in sheer delight. Today, they had encountered a true tycoon. This day sales could fulfill several years' worth of their targets. Unbelievably impressive. "Let us head to Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin next," Ye Kun said, taking Huyuchi's delicate hand as they walked toward the Patek Philippe store. Huyuchi's skin was as smooth as jade, and her hand felt incredibly soft in his grasp. It was a wonderful sensation. Naturally, since they were on a quest for luxury timepieces, they could not limit themselves to just Longines. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lang, and Piaget. He would not overlook a single one, intent on acquiring them all. Thus, Ye Kun and Huyuchi arrived at the Patek Philippe boutique. Ye Kun calmly summoned the general manager of Patek Philippe and nonchalantly declared, "Pack up all the watches priced over $1 million. I shall acquire them all." His tone was serene, yet it resonated with profound astonishment. "Sir, are you implying that you wish to purchase every single timepiece from Patek Philippe that exceeds the $1 million mark?" The female manager of Patek Philippe gazed at Ye Kun in disbelief. Patek Philippe is a premier international watch brand, with numerous exquisite timepieces priced well over $1 million, and many surpassing $10 million. To buy all the watches priced above $1 million would surely amount to an astronomical sum. Surely, this individual cannot be jesting? The manager, noticing Ye Kun's youth, harbored doubts regarding his financial capability. "Rest assured, the distinguished guest before you is the proprietor of Kunpeng Group, and he possesses the means to meet any price. Proceed as instructed," Huyuchi interjected with an air of authority. Her demeanor was calm, yet her presence exuded a formidable aura, reminiscent of a domineering female CEO. "Yes, Ms. Hu, we shall comply immediately." The general manager of Patek Philippe recognized Huyuchi as one of the owners of Jinyu Shopping Center, nodding fervently, no longer daring to harbor any doubts or show any negligence. What a delightful surprise. The owner of Kunpeng Group is here to shop at Patek Philippe. Moreover, the presence of CEO Huyuchi alongside him indicated a remarkably close relationship. "Come, let us proceed to Vacheron Constantin." Ye Kun smiled at Huyuchi. "Ye Kun, do you intend to sweep up all the luxury watches priced above $1 million?" Huyuchi inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Having completed his purchases at Longines and Patek Philippe, he was now setting his sights on Vacheron Constantin. "Indeed, today I aim to acquire every luxury watch from Jinyu Shopping Center," Ye Kun replied with a grin. "By securing all the top-tier products from your shopping center, I shall also enhance the reputation of Jinyu Shopping Center. By the end of this night, a legend will circulate throughout the city of magic about a super-rich individual who recklessly shopped at Jinyu Shopping Center, purchasing all the premier timepieces and leaving others with none to buy. The renown of Jinyu Shopping Center would undoubtedly soar in the industry. Furthermore, the more he spends, the greater the financial returns. At this moment, there was no need for restraint. He would simply sweep everything up in a frenzy. Very well, since you have decided to acquire all luxury watches in the shopping center, I shall summon all the relevant managers at once, sparing us the trouble of visiting each store individually. Huyuchi commanded, her words exuding authority. With a single utterance, she could summon the heads of luxury boutiques who usually held themselves in high regard. Chapter 56. Challenge successful. Any request can be granted. Huyuchi spoke, issuing her command. The managers from brands such as Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, IWC, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lang, and Piaget hurried over to meet Ye Kun. At this moment, Ye Kun was their financial benefactor, ready to acquire all their premier watches. Soon, Ye Kun delegated responsibilities, instructing the managers to gather and tally their luxury timepieces. He then called his personal secretary, asking Chen Wenwen to follow up on the developments. Now was the time to put his personal secretary to work. Ye Kun certainly did not have the luxury to remain in the store and wait for them. The super-rich had much to attend to. Ye Kun, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Shall we dine at You Buy Gold and Silk for some delectable cuisine? Huyuchi naturally linked her arm with his, suggesting. After a day of shopping, it was certainly time for a culinary indulgence. You Buy Gold and Silk? Such a melodious name. The character you must have some connection to you, I presume? Ye Kun chuckled, his mind instinctively associating the restaurant's name with Huyuchi. Hee, You Buy Gold and Silk is a high-end dining establishment co-founded by You Buy and me. Located on the third floor of Jinyu Shopping Center. Allow me to take you there. Huyuchi giggled, leading Ye Kun toward the third floor. Jinyu Shopping Center spanned 3 levels. The first floor was for shopping, the second for leisure and entertainment, featuring an exclusive private club, while the third was dedicated to gourmet dining, a perfect integration of shopping, entertainment, and cuisine. Before long, Ye Kun and Huyuchi arrived at the You Buy Gold and Silk restaurant. Welcome, esteemed guests. As they entered, 2 rows of elegantly dressed hostesses bowed in greeting, creating an ambience filled with ceremony, offering a warm and inviting atmosphere. Here, we pride ourselves on being a high-end restaurant, providing only the finest ingredients, treating each customer as if they were a president, Huyuchi remarked with a smile. As Ye Kun surveyed the surroundings, the You Buy Gold and Silk restaurant was exquisitely decorated, characterized by understated luxury and charm, making it an ideal venue for intimate conversations. Huyuchi selected a prime table by the window, and they sat facing each other. Does the You Buy Gold and Silk restaurant have any signature dishes? Ye Kun inquired. Allow me to recommend our house specialty, the soft-shell golden jade, which is priced at 220,000. Huyuchi replied with a grin. Their restaurant exclusively offered ultra-premium cuisine, with ingredients meticulously sourced from around the globe. Each dish carried a hefty price tag, and the soft-shell golden jade was certainly her top recommendation. Oh, a dish priced at 220,000? What ingredients compose it? Ye Kun asked, slightly taken aback. Previously, he considered meals costing a few thousand to be extravagant. Yet here was a dish worth hundreds of thousands. The soft-shell golden jade features premium Australian king prawns for the soft-shell component, golden sweet sugar wafers for the golden, and bok choy hearts for the jade, Huyuchi elaborated enthusiastically. This dish not only boasted exquisite ingredients, but also involved intricate preparation, achievable only by top chefs. I shall eagerly try this soft-shell golden jade. Ye Kun smiled. As a super-rich individual, the price no longer concerned him. Whether a dish cost 22 or 220,000, it made no difference to him. At this moment, a waiter presented the menu to Ye Kun. As he casually flipped through it, he noted that every dish was priced in the tens of thousands. This was the most expensive menu he had ever encountered. Today, this meal is on me, Huyuchi declared, after Ye Kun practically cleared out the entire shopping center for her. It was only fitting that she treat him to this meal. Who pays is of little consequence. What would you like to eat? Ye Kun smiled. At this point, he had reached a level where price was no longer a consideration. I fancy steak, carrots, and dompa pork, Huyuchi replied with a sweet smile. Thus, Ye Kun perused the menu and selected the Australian prime filet mignon, the Ching Tian by Ri, the fragrant dompa pork, and, of course, the house specialty, soft-shell golden jade. The Ching Tian by Ri was simply a high-end name for a dish of greens and mushrooms. Each dish may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet the ingredients are meticulously selected. What else would you like to order? Ye Kun inquired as he presented the menu to Huyuchi. Let us add a spicy boiled fish to the order. Huyuchi responded without needing to consult the menu. Are you particularly fond of spicy food? Ye Kun asked, eager to discern Huyuchi's preferences. Oh, I absolutely adore spicy food. Huyuchi nodded enthusiastically. I must tell you, This spicy boiled fish is no ordinary dish. The ingredients include deep-sea king sturgeon, top-grade wild Sichuan pepper, king devil chili, and a blend of natural spicy base ingredients. King devil chili? Ye Kun sensed an extraordinary aroma. He believed he had heard of this chili before. The king of chilies. Incredibly fiery, it is practically the overlord of all chilies. Indeed, it is the king devil chili. Let me enlighten you about the spiciness levels of various chilies. Regular chili is rated at 5 degrees. Dried chili skin at 15 degrees. Rice chili at 30 degrees. Chowhong chili at 45 degrees. Black chili at 200 degrees. Indian chili at 1000 degrees. Devil chili at 3000 degrees. And the king devil chili at a staggering 5 million degrees. Huyuchi said with a proud smile, articulating the spiciness levels with expertise. Gasp. Ye Kun involuntarily gasped at the revelation. Regular chili being 5 degrees, while the king devil chili is a mind-boggling 5 million degrees. This is akin to an ordinary human's combat power being rated at 5, while a super science reaches 5 million. A super scion could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Such terror. Few could possibly endure this level of spiciness. Hehe. This spicy boiled fish is laced with king devil chili. Only I can handle this level of heat. Huyuchi declared with an air of pride. Impressive. Your prowess in handling spice has evidently transcended interstellar boundaries. Ye Kun remarked, filled with admiration. If spiciness were measured by combat power, he would be a mere novice. While Huyuchi's prowess would soar to 5 million. This spiciness is indeed formidable. A true master. Hehe. If you can conquer this spicy boiled fish infused with king devil chili, I shall grant you one request tonight. Huyuchi smiled at Ye Kun alluringly. Any request? Ye Kun felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of making a request was enticing. Indeed, as long as you successfully challenge the king devil chili, I will fulfill any request you desire tonight. Huyuchi affirmed, brimming with confidence. Thus far, only she had managed to master the fiery king devil chili. Chapter 57, Culinary Delights and Beauties. Alright, it's settled then. If I triumph over the king devil chili, you must grant me a request. Ye Kun grinned. To win over the goddess Huyuchi, he was indeed willing to take on the king devil chili challenge. The ability to request anything was simply splendid. He began to ponder what he might ask of the goddess later that evening. Great. Then rise to the challenge. But if the spice brings you to tears, don't blame me. Huyuchi teased, her interest piqued by Ye Kun's determination to tackle the king devil chili. I fear nothing. If I merely furrow my brow, I shall concede defeat. Ye Kun declared with unwavering confidence. Let me tell you, even the 3000-degree devil chili can cause gastric perforation. Are you certain you wish to challenge the 5 million-degree king devil chili? Huyuchi blinked, seeking confirmation. The heat of the king devil chili was not something an ordinary person could withstand. It was a challenge at the very limits of human capability. Indeed, I am set on challenging the king devil chili. Ye Kun nodded affirmatively. He aimed for the utmost in spiciness. To consume the spiciest chili and then rest beside the most beautiful woman. What a thrill. There have been instances where individuals have recklessly challenged the king devil chili, only to be rushed to the emergency room. If one is not exceptionally adept at handling spice, they should not attempt this challenge. Huyuchi began to caution him. Among her many friends, none had succeeded in conquering the king devil chili. Fear not. The mere king devil chili will not daunt me. Ye Kun laughed. His body had undergone numerous evolutions, and he truly believed he could withstand the heat of the king devil chili. Moreover, he had the system as a support. He was already in an invincible position. I do hope you can still smile afterward. Huyuchi observed Ye Kun's resolute attitude and ceased her attempts to dissuade him. Those who had never tasted the king devil chili could not comprehend its terrifying spiciness. Before long, their ordered delicacies arrived at the table. Before tackling the king devil chili, let us first savor the other culinary delights. Huyuchi suggested with a smile, try our crispy dompa pork. It's one of my favorite dishes. I adore dompa pork from the Song dynasty as well. Ye Kun replied with a grin. Dompa pork, a renowned dish from Hangzhou, is popular in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, attributed to the northern Song poet Su Dompa. However, this dish truly tests the chef's skill. If the timing is off, the flavor may fall flat. Our restaurant's crispy dompa pork adheres to traditional methods, with no water or oil added, allowing the rich aroma of wine to shine through. It's the authentic, crispy, old flavor, Huyuchi said, revealing an incredibly sweet smile, holding a small plate in one hand. She picked up a piece of crispy dompa pork with chopsticks and brought it to Ye Kun's lips, sweetly saying, "Here, let me feed you a bite." Gasp. At that moment, Ye Kun felt utterly enchanted. The beauty was personally feeding him crispy pork. He was deeply moved. His heart felt as if it might melt away. Ye Kun, unreserved, accepted the crispy dompa pork and savored it. Well, what do you think? How does it taste? Is it delicious? Huyuchi asked eagerly. The rich aroma of wine, delicate and melt-in-your-mouth tender, was deliciously fragrant without being greasy, leaving a hint of her gentleness lingering on his palate. After savoring for a moment, Ye Kun replied to Huyuchi. Having tasted the piece she fed him, he could truly appreciate the sweetness lingering on his lips. Dining with a beauty is indeed delightful. Upon hearing Ye Kun's words, Huyuchi also smiled knowingly, feeling a sweet satisfaction in her heart. Come, allow me to feed you a bite. In the spirit of reciprocity, Ye Kun picked up a piece of crispy dompa pork and offered it to the beauty. Huyuchi was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes glancing at Ye Kun before she opened her cherry-like lips and gently bit into the piece of crispy dompa pork. Having someone feed her made the flavor seem extraordinarily delectable. Her heart felt warm and sweet. Ding. Goddess-level beauty. Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased by 5. Ding. Goddess-level beauty. Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has risen to 70 points. Ye Kun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that merely feeding Huyuchi a piece of crispy pork would elevate her favorability by 5 points. Notably, he had previously spent 360 million, yet only garnered a mere 5 points in return. It seemed that Huyuchi's favorability was not difficult to attain. One merely needed to strike the right chord. She is not lacking in financial resources, and the marginal utility derived from her expenditure is diminishing. Instead, it is the subtle details that truly touch her heart. The next highlight is the delightful dining experience, where the two engage in lively conversation and laughter, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Ye Kun is immensely satisfied with every dish served at the U by Gene C restaurant. In particular, he cannot help but rave about the signature dish, the soft squid with golden jade. The top-quality Australian king prawns are transformed into prawn strands and paired with delicate golden sugar flakes, preserving the prawn's authentic flavor while adding a delightful hint of sweetness, resulting in an extraordinary and delicious experience. A dish priced at 220,000 is not merely summed up by its deliciousness. It represents an epitome of culinary excellence. How monotonous, how unadorned. As Huyuchi watches Ye Kun continuously extolling the virtues of Yu by Gene C's delectable dishes, she beams with joy, a smile gracing her face. Then, the piece de resistance arrives. A large platter of spicy boiled fish is presented at the dining table. The deep-sea sturgeon is complemented by premium wild peppercorns, the king of devil peppers, and a blend of nature's spicy base. One word describes it: spicy. The vibrant red of the spicy boiled fish, with its alluring aroma, immediately suggests an intense heat. Not only does it appear fiery, but the very air is suffused with a spicy fragrance. What do you think? Are you sure you wish to challenge the king of devil peppers? Huyuchi inquires with keen interest, her gaze fixed on Ye Kun. Challenge? Absolutely. Just tell me what constitutes a successful challenge. Ye Kun replies with a grin, resolutely undeterred. To propose an audacious request to the goddess Huyuchi, he is determined. It's quite simple. If you finish this platter of spicy boiled fish with the king of devil peppers, you will have succeeded in your challenge. Huyuchi chuckles. This spicy boiled fish is undoubtedly delicious, but few can truly withstand the heat of the king of devil peppers. How difficult could it be? I adore spicy boiled fish. Ye Kun laughs, picking up a piece of the king of devil pepper with his chopsticks. At that moment, a system notification chimes. Ding. Detected that the host is challenging the king of devil pepper. Would you like to spend 50,000 worship points to exchange for the spicy god skill? Note: once the spicy god skill is acquired, you shall become the deity of spiciness, capable of enduring any level of heat. How splendid. The system's assistance arrives just in time. The deity of spiciness. Invincible. System, immediately exchange for the spicy god skill. Ye Kun silently urges within himself. Ding. 50,000 worship points have been spent to acquire the spicy god skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have become the deity of spiciness, capable of enduring any level of heat. Splendid. In the next moment, Ye Kun's gaze towards the bowl of spicy boiled fish becomes fervent. Previously, he could only smell the pungent aroma of the king of devil pepper, feeling a bitter sting from its heat. Now, it simply entices his senses. Thus, he picks up that piece of king of devil pepper. Wait, what are you about to do? Huyuchi exclaims, astonished as she sees Ye Kun about to eat the king of devil pepper directly. Eat. Ye Kun replies with a smile. He now finds the king of devil pepper extraordinarily fragrant. Hold on, let me tell you, I once ate half of a king of devil pepper, and it left my throat in agony for ages, rendering me speechless. Now, I hardly dare to eat the king of devil pepper directly. Huyuchi says with a lingering sense of dread. She can easily handle devil peppers, but nearly lost her life over the king of devil pepper. It was terrifying. The burning sensation was so intense it felt like it could tear her soul apart. She never wishes to experience that again. I believe I can give it a try. Ye Kun chuckles, raising the king of devil pepper to his mouth. Wait, don't eat it directly. Even the spicy king ended up in the hospital after consuming the king of devil pepper. Moreover, there was someone who challenged this level of heat and was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately did not survive. This pepper does not merely affect taste. It directly impacts the pain receptors, and the body cannot handle it. A king of devil pepper with 5 million Scoville heat units could easily destroy the stomach of someone who has trained in martial arts for years. Huyuchi states earnestly, "This king of devil pepper is too fearsome. Consuming it directly is beyond what an ordinary person can bear. It is famously known as the soul-rending pepper." Haha, I think I can take on the challenge. Ye Kun replies, unperturbed. He tosses the king of devil pepper into his mouth. He is now a spicy god, unafraid of any level of heat. Moreover, his body has evolved, boasting strength many times that of an ordinary person. Fearless. Crunch. Crunch. Ye Kun begins to chew the king of devil pepper. How are you faring? Can you handle it? Please don't overexert yourself. Huyuchi watches Ye Kun with bated breath, her eyes glued to his expression. The moment she senses something amiss, she will rush him to the hospital. However, Ye Kun does not display any signs of discomfort. Rather, he appears to be relishing the experience. Indeed, it is pure enjoyment. It seems as though the 5 million Scoville heat units of the king of devil pepper are trivial to him. Truly delightful. Ye Kun chews a few more times and swallows the king of devil pepper whole. This scene leaves Huyuchi utterly dumbfounded. It is her first time witnessing someone eat a king of devil pepper and derive genuine pleasure from it. Shouldn't they be overwhelmed by the heat? Shouldn't it be soul-crushing? How can Ye Kun be enjoying it? Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. After a moment, Huyuchi finally asks, her face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Are you truly unharmed? Ye Kun grins. I'm perfectly fine. It doesn't feel that spicy at all. Huyuchi's expression shifts from astonishment to shock and ultimately transforms into admiration. She has never seen anyone consume a king of devil pepper with such calmness and emerge unscathed. Ye Kun's tolerance for spiciness is simply extraordinary. Moreover, he can handle spiciness better than she can. This is a miracle. He has challenged the impossible. Ding. You have received 999 points of supercritical worship value from Huyuchi. At this moment, Huyuchi gazes at Ye Kun with profound admiration. Why are you looking at me like that? Ye Kun chuckles. It's just a king of devil pepper. Does that really warrant such admiration from Huyuchi? Don't idolize me. I am merely an ordinary spicy god. You are the most capable of handling spiciness I have ever seen. You can endure even more than the spicy king. Huyuchi expresses with admiration. Only those who have personally tasted the king of devil pepper can comprehend the sheer terror of its heat. Of course, how could the spicy king compare to me? I am a spicy god. Haha. Ye Kun laughs heartily. A new spicy god has emerged. Though this skill may not be frequently utilized, being able to showcase it in front of the goddess Huyuchi already demonstrates its value. You really are not modest at all. Huyuchi rolls her eyes at Ye Kun playfully. However, it is true that Ye Kun can handle spiciness far better than the spicy king. Come on. You are also incredibly adept at handling spiciness. Let us together conquer this bowl of spicy boiled fish. Ye Kun smiles, inviting Huyuchi to share in the culinary delight. Indeed, Huyuchi smiled and nodded. In the past, it was quite a challenge for her to find someone who could accompany her in savoring the spicy and fragrant boiled fish. Now, Ye Kun had fulfilled that desire. Thus, the two of them joyfully indulged in the culinary delight together. The king sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with the royal devil chili, created an exquisite and tantalizing flavor that was simply an unparalleled experience. It was exhilarating, spicy enough, refreshing enough. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has reached 10. Ding. Congratulations. Goddess-level beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has risen to 80 points. Hiss. Ye Kun was both astonished and thrilled. Just sharing a bowl of spicy boiled fish had elevated Huyuchi's favorability towards him by 10 points. It was exhilarating. Now, Huyuchi looked at him with a gaze filled with tenderness and affection. Congratulations on your successful challenge. What request would you like to make? Huyuchi gazed at Ye Kun with deep, affectionate eyes. Any request is permissible? Ye Kun confirmed once more. Yes, as long as you propose it, I shall grant it. Huyuchi displayed a charming smile, looking at Ye Kun with eager anticipation. I wish to see you in various costumes: maid attire, domineering CEO outfit, office lady ensemble, sailor suit, JK uniform. I want to see them all. Ye Kun, captivated by Huyuchi's exquisite beauty, remarked. Previously, witnessing her change outfits at the lock store was a visual feast. A sight to behold. Unfortunately, it always felt somewhat lacking. Something was missing. Just this? Huyuchi raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Ye Kun's request. Will this satisfy you? Ye Kun nodded and inquired further. Absolutely. Come to my villa tonight, and I shall let you indulge to your heart's content. Hu Yuqi flashed a seductive smile and said, To your villa? Ye Kun was slightly taken aback. The goddess Hu Yuqi had invited him to her home. Of course. If I don't go to my villa, how could I change outfits for you? Hu Yuqi rolled her beautiful eyes at Ye Kun, yet her charm was irresistible, captivatingly stunning. All right. Ye Kun nodded. He was fearless. Let us go. I will take you to my magnificent villa right now. Hu Yuqi stood up, grasped Ye Kun's hand, and headed outside with urgency. Chapter 59, The Villa King. When Ye Kun and Hu Yuqi returned to the first floor of the Jinyu shopping center, a female secretary along with a dozen bodyguards clad in black were already waiting attentively. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, donned a professional OL outfit paired with high heels and black stockings, exuding a blend of competence and sensuality. Her figure was elegantly curvaceous, particularly accentuated by her prominently elevated assets. The dozen bodyguards were led by Captain Zhao Hu, each wearing a serious expression, standing tall and impeccably trained. None of the bodyguards provided by the system were ordinary. They were either former special forces or elite mercenaries. Among them were true kings of warriors. Good day, boss. The female secretary and the cadre of bodyguards simultaneously bowed to Ye Kun, creating an impressive spectacle. Ye Kun nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bodyguards. He then focused on one of them. This bodyguard was tall and robust, standing out distinctly among the others. His aura was commanding, his expression stoic, and a scar ran across his neck, subtly exuding a sense of danger. It was as if he had emerged from a battlefield, a harbinger of doom. Ding! A super bodyguard has been detected. Name, Lu Tianqian. Height, 202 meters. Appearance, 59. Loyalty, 99. Skilled in various martial arts, firearms, cold weapons, heavy weaponry. Capable of operating tanks, cruise ships, airplanes, and submarines. Personality traits, taciturn, loyal, and reliable. Evaluation, King of Mercenaries. Ye Kun nodded slightly at Lu Tianqian, particularly noting him. His bodyguard team was truly remarkable, harboring the King of Mercenaries. Though his appearance was somewhat ordinary, his loyalty was commendable. Additionally, his skill set was extensive. He could operate tanks and aircraft, even submarines, mastering various cold and hot weapons, truly deserving of the title King of Mercenaries. Upon noticing Ye Kun's nod, Lu Tianqian remained expressionless, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Ye Kun was unfazed, assuming that such a king of mercenaries must always uphold a cool exterior. Boss, after preliminary calculations, among the luxury watches you purchased today, 3 are priced over 100 million, namely Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, and Breguet, while those over 10 million include. Chen Wenwen, holding a tablet, was compiling a statistical report for Ye Kun. This moment showcased her formidable work capability. As Ye Kun's personal secretary, she was not merely a decorative figure, but a versatile talent. Otherwise, she would not be earning an annual salary of 10 million. No, her current salary had increased to 20 million. There's no need for a detailed report. Just tell me the total price. Ye Kun replied casually. He had acquired so many luxury watches today that he simply lacked the time to delve into each one. Yes, boss, your total expenditure tonight amounts to 3.08 billion. Chen Wenwen announced a figure that made her heart race with excitement. Today, the boss had virtually swept through the top luxury watches in the Magic City. These watches would require at least 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to transport. This group of bodyguards was specifically tasked with escorting the luxury watches. The boss was simply extravagant. What a bargain, less than 5 billion. Ye Kun remained calm, unruffled. He had initially intended to splurge all over 5 billion from his disposable account, thus earning over 50 billion in returns. A direct leap into immense wealth. But it was all right. He would continue purchasing villas and buildings later. The effectiveness of that tenfold return card lasted 24 hours. In truth, he had become less interested in making money. He preferred to immerse himself more in life and enjoy its pleasures. Soon, Ye Kun used his black card to purchase 3.08 billion worth of items at the Jinyu shopping center. Ding. The host has spent 3.08 billion. Available account balance, 2,040,000,000 yuan. Ding. Expenditure returns tenfold. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30,800,000,000 yuan. Ding. Available account balance, 32,840,000,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 3.08 billion, earning 30 super rich points. Remaining super rich points, 37. This wave of extravagant spending had catapulted his disposable assets to over 30 billion. It was exhilarating. Moreover, having spent tens of billions tonight, he finally accumulated 37 super rich points. This included the points accumulated from previous expenditures. It was no easy feat. Spending money was truly exhausting. Ding. Received a super critical hit of admiration value. 6666. Ding. Received a super critical hit of admiration value. 7777. Ding. Received a super critical hit of admiration value. 8888. Ding. Achieving a staggering 9,999 in admiration points. Simultaneously, a frenzied combo of admiration points ensues. After tonight, the legend of a super wealthy individual will emerge in the magical city. After Ye Kun swiped his card, he sauntered away, leaving all subsequent matters to his capable secretary, Chun Wenwen, who would handle everything flawlessly, sparing him any concern. Next, he was to visit the opulent villa of the goddess-like beauty, Huyuchi. This was the most anticipated moment of the night. Huyuchi linked her arm with Ye Kun's as they strolled towards the parking lot, drawing the gaze of countless passers-by with their perfect pairing of talent and beauty. Let us head to my villa. You one need to drive. Just take the passenger seat. Huyuchi beamed cheerfully. Her vehicle was a striking red Ferrari LaFerrari, its impressive butterfly doors gracefully opening. Sounds great. Ye Kun nodded in agreement. Blissfully unaware of Huyuchi's residence location, driving seemed cumbersome. Sitting in the passenger seat felt far more comfortable. Once inside the LaFerrari, Huyuchi drove in the direction of her villa. What is the name of your villa, and where is it located? Ye Kun inquired with curiosity, pondering what sort of villa a goddess like Huyuchi would inhabit. The villa I reside in is called Maple Leaf Villa King, nestled at the foot of Chilan Mountain, within the prestigious villa district of Gyua Lake in the magical city. Huyuchi replied with a slight smile. Villa King? Ye Kun was momentarily taken aback. A place designated as Villa King surely was no ordinary abode. The Maple Leaf Villa district comprises only 7 villas, inhabited by super-rich individuals or hidden tycoons. To put it plainly, the newly crowned richest individual in the Dragon Kingdom also owns a villa in Maple Leaf, yet it does not qualify as Villa King. My villa spans approximately 50 acres, with a construction area of 9,634 square meters, making it the largest and most luxurious villa in the Dragon Kingdom. Hence its title of Villa King. Huyuchi smiled, her tone remarkably calm, yet her words were anything but mundane. The revelation was indeed astonishing. Wow. The largest and most luxurious villa in the Dragon Kingdom. Ye Kun finally grasped why Huyuchi was assigned to seat number 2 at that national auction event of the highest caliber. Huyuchi's worth and status were undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Ye Kun was indifferent to her wealth and identity. Tonight, he was there to witness the transformation of the female CEO. Chapter 60, The Female CEO's Costume Show. Huyuchi maneuvered the LaFerrari into the Maple Leaf Villa district. After traversing a lavish private garden, they arrived at the extraordinarily luxurious Villa King. Huyuchi took Ye Kun's hand and entered the villa. Ye Kun scanned the living room, where the ceiling soared beyond 10 meters, creating an atmosphere of grandiosity. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung elegantly from above, a sight to behold. The floor was adorned with top-grade sandalwood, and the walls were embedded with exquisite marble, radiating opulence. Come on, there is nothing much to see here. Let us head to my bedroom. I'll change outfits for you. Huyuchi playfully smiled, pulling Ye Kun into the elevator. Together, they entered Huyuchi's expansive bedroom. Decorated in a princess style, all pink and fragrant. Would you like to have a glass of red wine first? Huyuchi asked with a seductive smile. Absolutely. Ye Kun nodded. Entering Huyuchi's private chamber, he felt a surge of excitement. A drink to calm his nerves. Huyuchi fetched a bottle of Charles X wine for him. So, what outfit do you wish to see me wear? Huyuchi inquired. Her enchanting gaze fixed on Ye Kun. The moment of excitement had finally arrived. I want to see everything. Maid outfit, domineering CEO attire, Lolita, sailor suit, and JK uniform. Ye Kun exclaimed with a grin. He was utterly captivated by Huyuchi and eager to witness her in various ensembles. You're quite greedy. Huyuchi shot him a playful glance, her charm radiating in myriad ways. How could I not? You are a shape-shifting goddess, and every outfit suits you perfectly, keeping me endlessly enchanted. Ye Kun wrapped his arm around Huyuchi's slender waist, smirking. Her waist was delicate, incredibly soft. What style do you want to see me in first? Huyuchi, feeling a blush creep to her cheeks from his compliments, felt a sweetness in her heart. What woman doesn't enjoy being praised? I want to see you in a maid outfit first, Ye Kun whispered in her ear. Huyuchi typically exuded a powerful, mature aura. Yet he particularly desired to see her in a maid outfit for the contrast it would present. I rarely wear maid outfits. But I'll make an exception for you today. Huyuchi gave Ye Kun a playful glare, but did not refuse. I'll go change in the dressing room. Wait for me a moment. Huyuchi glanced back with a charming smile and sauntered towards the dressing room, her long legs captivating. Ye Kun eagerly anticipated seeing Yuchi's transformed appearance. He poured himself a glass of Charles X wine, a bottle priced in the 7 figures, and not something one could acquire merely with wealth. Much like Romani Conti, the production of Charles X was exceedingly limited, available only to a select few esteemed clients. Moreover, Charles X was even more expensive and rarer than Romani Conti. While the latter was said to be affordable for millionaires, only billionaires could indulge in Charles X. It was truly the pinnacle of luxury in the realm of wines. Ye Kun savored a sip of the Charles X wine, realizing that this single sip amounted to tens of thousands. What he consumed was not just wine, but also the loneliness and monotony of life. No, with a beauty by his side, loneliness was far from his fate tonight. Only the mundane remained. At that moment, the room's lighting dimmed dramatically. Yuchi emerged, adorned in a beautiful maid outfit. Unlike the typical black and white maid attire often seen in films, which seemed all too ordinary, Yuchi wore a pink and white ensemble. The pink dress featured a white hem, embellished with lace at the neckline. It resembled a maid outfit, yet possessed a touch of Lolita's adorable charm. The pink and white maid outfit complemented her complexion, making her skin appear as delicate as jade, radiantly fair. Her skin glowed with a rosy hue, seemingly so fresh that one could almost squeeze water from it. Additionally, she wore white stockings, exuding a refreshing cuteness that was utterly enchanting. So what do you think? Is it beautiful? Yuchi asked, lifting her skirt and blinking her beautiful eyes with anticipation. Stunning, Ye Kun exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Yuchi, unable to look away. A beauty is far more intoxicating than wine. Yuchi, already breathtakingly beautiful with a striking score of 97, was a goddess in her own right. Clad in that maid outfit, her allure intensified. The domineering female CEO transformed into a charming little maid, exuding an entirely different kind of charm. Is it really that lovely? Yuchi's cheeks flushed, revealing a shy expression. She had never worn a maid outfit for a man before. Moreover, this ensemble diverged significantly from her usual style, creating a striking contrast that rendered her somewhat bashful. After embodying the role of a domineering CEO, it seemed quite delightful to take on the guise of a submissive maid for a change, an entirely novel experience. She looked exceptionally stunning, exceedingly enchanting. Ye Kun nodded in agreement. Yuchi, with her striking beauty and long legs, donned a pink and white maid outfit that accentuated her allure. Do you like it? Yuchi playfully twirled before Ye Kun, allowing the white hem of her dress to swirl around her. It was a tad mischievous. Absolutely. Ye Kun's gaze was fixated on Yuchi, his heart racing. So what are you waiting for? Yuchi flashed a flirtatious smile at Ye Kun, exuding charm. Action speaks louder than words. Ye Kun dashed forward, wrapping his arms around Yuchi's slender waist, pinning her against the wall with a gentle yet assertive gesture. Chapter 61, A Rhythm of Invincibility. Yuchi nestled comfortably in Ye Kun's embrace. He tenderly placed a kiss on her forehead. After numerous enhancements, his physique had become several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Yuchi, being an ordinary woman, was no match for him. Yet, she poured her heart and soul into loving him, evoking a profound sense of tenderness within him. Ye Kun held Yuchi close, his heart aching for this foolish girl who embodied a spirit of selfless devotion to love. In that moment, she felt utterly filled with love, an unparalleled happiness enveloping her. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Yuchi's affection for the host has increased by 5. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Yuchi's affection for the host has increased by 5. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Yuchi's affection for the host has increased by 5. In an instant, Yuchi's feelings for Ye Kun surged dramatically. She had truly fallen deeply in love with this man. Ding. The goddess-level beauty Yuchi's affection for the host has risen to 95. Ding. Congratulations. The host's physique has been enhanced by 30. Ding. Congratulations. The host's physique has risen to 98. In that moment, Ye Kun felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through him, restoring his vitality and invigorating him. He was taken aback with joy. Wow. Yuchi's affection for him had skyrocketed by an astonishing 15 points. It was noteworthy that once affection surpassed 90, rapid increases became exceedingly rare. With Yuchi's affection soaring to 95, it was evident that she was deeply in love, an intense, profound love. Ye Kun embraced Yuchi, who had succumbed to slumber, while he perused his personal information. Name, Ye Kun, strength, 41, agility, 43, physique, 98, mentality, 55, charm, 9, charm aura, wealth reserve, 99999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. Available wealth, 32. 840 000 yuan. Skills, God-level driving, alcohol tolerance, invincibility, master of spice. Auras, charm aura, celebrity aura, identity aura. Reputation, respected reputation at Magic Capital University of Finance. Respected reputation in Dragon Country. Items, 1 inspiration capsule, 1 beauty card. Godly points, 37. Ye Kun gazed at his impressive personal information with a satisfied smile. His abilities in every aspect were rapidly amplifying. An extraordinary physique, limitless wealth, and an array of marvelous auras and capabilities. He was on the path to invincibility. Early the next morning, Hu Yuqi awakened groggily. She had enjoyed a restful night. Ye Kun had held her throughout the night, cradling her in his arms. Being held by him felt warm, secure, and incredibly sweet. She was enveloped by a profound sense of happiness, her heart soaring. Never before had she felt such bliss. From this moment on, she would no longer be alone. Even his sleeping visage was striking. Hu Yuqi gazed up at Ye Kun, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. A sweet smile gracing her lips. Chapter 62, Evolution Capsule. As morning light filtered in, Ye Kun and Hu Yuqi found themselves entwined once more, akin to a newlywed couple. Inseparable. System, can I enhance Hu Yuqi's physical attributes? Ye Kun inquired of the system. Affirmative. Method 1. Utilizing 3 times the godly points can enhance the other party's basic attributes by 1 point. Method 2. Purchasing an evolution capsule. Consuming 1 will enhance all physical attributes by 10. Evolution capsule price, 1 million worship points. Currently, Ye Kun had amassed only 37 godly points, which, if used solely to enhance Hu Yuqi's attributes, would yield only a modest improvement. However, he had accumulated over 1 million worship points, just enough to purchase an evolution capsule. Hu Yuqi was his beloved, and Ye Kun resolved to have her consume 1. System, exchange for an evolution capsule. Ding. 1 million worship points have been spent to acquire an evolution capsule. The evolution capsule has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Now that he possessed the evolution capsule, the challenge lay in persuading Hu Yuqi to consume it. Ye Kun decided on a straightforward approach, explaining the evolution capsule to Hu Yuqi and gauging her willingness to try it. Chi-Chi, I have an evolution capsule that can significantly enhance your physical abilities. Would you like to take it? Ye Kun said, pulling her close and revealing the capsule. Hu Yuqi was no ordinary woman. Her perspective and intellect were ahead of the curve, placing her at the forefront of her era. Thus, Ye Kun felt emboldened to discuss the evolution capsule openly with her. An evolution capsule? Has the Kunpeng Group's biotechnology company developed it? No wonder you are so formidable, Hu Yuqi exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in her eyes as she accepted the capsule. It resembled a standard cold medicine capsule, housing small red particles within. She was aware that elite billionaires and biotech companies worldwide were researching drugs to enhance human evolution and strength. With the Kunpeng Group being a colossal corporation, it was no surprise that they were involved in the development of an evolution capsule. Ye Kun's extraordinary physique was likely the result of consuming such a capsule. She had personally experienced his strength and exceptional nature, likening him to a small Superman, which filled her with both admiration and trepidation. This evolution capsule could potentially double your physical attributes, and there is only one in existence worldwide. Are you brave enough to consume it? Ye Kun gazed intently into Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes. Hu Yuqi, having surmised that the evolution capsule was a product of Kunpeng Technology's biotechnology division, required no further explanation. I dare to try it. You would offer me the only evolution capsule. Kun-gu, you are truly wonderful to me. Hu Yuqi was deeply touched. She trusted Ye Kun implicitly, and, without hesitation, consumed the evolution capsule. Ding. The divine beauty Hu Yuqi's affection for the host has reached a remarkable 96. Ding. Hu Yuqi's affection for the host has elevated to 96. Ding. The host is rewarded with an increase of 20 in strength. Ding. Congratulations. The host's strength has risen to 61. Strength, 61. Agility, 43. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 55. In an instant, it felt as though a wondrous energy surged within Ye Kun, causing his strength to skyrocket and his physical attributes to be further enhanced. Ding. A friendly reminder. Hu Yuqi's affection for the host has reached an unwavering 96. Once Hu Yuqi's affection for the host reaches the maximum value of 100, the title of Unwavering Devotion will be awarded. Unwavering Devotion title. Both the host and the recipient will experience a simultaneous enhancement of 50 to all physical attributes when appearing together. The effect will temporarily vanish when apart. To achieve a perfect score of 100 in affection and obtain the title of Unwavering Devotion is astonishing. Moreover, the effects of this title are truly remarkable, providing a boost of 50 to all attributes for both parties. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Brother Kun. At that moment, Huyuchi called out sweetly. Ye Kun turned to her, and he noticed her complexion was radiant, her skin as flawless as a delicate flower in full bloom. Enchanting in every way. Chi-Chi, how do you find the effects of the evolution capsule? Ye Kun inquired. The effects of the evolution capsule seemed to manifest, as Huyuchi appeared even more stunning than before. This was indeed a reflection of her comprehensive physical evolution. Brother Kun, I feel absolutely amazing right now, brimming with incredible energy, as if I have boundless vitality, and my thoughts have become remarkably agile, Huyuchi expressed with delight. Upon consuming the evolution capsule provided by Ye Kun, she felt as though she had undergone a transformation beyond imagination. It's simply marvelous. Haha, that's wonderful. The effects of the evolution capsule are immediate. Ye Kun gently caressed Huyuchi's exquisite face, smiling. Kiss me. Huyuchi's fair, jade-like arms wrapped around his neck. Ye Kun embraced her slender form tightly and kissed her passionately. After taking the evolution capsule, Huyuchi's combat prowess had notably increased. Chapter 63, A Smile That Captivates a City. System, apply the beauty card to Huyuchi. Ye Kun silently commanded in his mind. As Huyuchi was his beloved, it was only fitting that he bestow upon her such a remarkable gift. Furthermore, with her beauty already rated at an impressive 97, he eagerly anticipated the changes that the beauty card would bring. Was there a possibility of witnessing beauty that surpassed a score of 97? Could there exist a level above divine beauty, a woman even more exquisite? Ding. The beauty card has been successfully applied to the divine beauty, Huyuchi. Ding. All minor flaws in Huyuchi's appearance have been rectified, allowing her to achieve beauty even in her natural state. Ding. Huyuchi's beauty rating has reached 98, elevating her to the status of a captivating beauty. Note, the rewards triggered by the captivating beauty status will surpass those of a divine beauty. Huyuchi has ascended to the rank of a captivating beauty. Splendid. Ye Kun couldn't help but cradle Huyuchi's charming face, examining her closely. Brother Kun, why are you staring at me like that? Huyuchi's cheeks flushed slightly as she blinked her beautiful eyes. Chi-Chi, you are so beautiful. You have become even more radiant. Ye Kun gently caressed her flawless visage, smiling. Now, Huyuchi's beauty could only be described as immaculate. This was true perfection, devoid of any blemish. She appeared even more resplendent, breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the very essence of allure. Her skin was as delicate as a baby's, so moist it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. I was already beautiful. Huyuchi, feeling a bit proud, retorted, believing Ye Kun was merely flattering her. She had always been beautiful, a fact that she had known since childhood. No, I mean you have become even more beautiful, as if you have used a beauty filter. With not a single flaw in sight, Ye Kun clarified. Now, Huyuchi truly embodied a smile that could captivate a city. She was simply too beautiful. Truly a captivating beauty. Her mere smile could enthrall all. Impossible. I am barefaced right now? Huyuchi exclaimed in disbelief. While she was indeed beautiful without makeup, it was unimaginable that she could achieve such extraordinary effects. If you don't believe me, take a look in the mirror, Ye Kun suggested with a grin. Huyuchi, curious to see her immaculate reflection, picked up a small mirror from the bedside. As she gazed into it, she beheld a radiant, flawless visage staring back at her. The shape of her face, her contours, and her expression had not significantly changed. Yet, her beauty was unmarred, glowing with brilliance. The more she looked, the more delighted she became, her smile enchanting enough to captivate a city. This beauty has undeniably increased. Even the small scar on my forehead has vanished. It's astonishing. Huyuchi exclaimed, filled with wonder and joy. As a child, she had acquired a noticeable scar on her forehead from a mischievous tumble. Though she had undergone corrective surgery later, a faint trace remained, prompting her to hide it with bangs. Now, that tiny scar had completely disappeared, revealing her true, unblemished beauty. Ding. The host is rewarded with an increase of 30 in spirit. Ding. Congratulations, the host's spirit has risen to 85. Strength, 61. Agility, 43. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 85. In a fleeting moment, Ye Kun felt a surge of marvelous energy coursing through him, invigorating him with vitality. His mental acuity sharpened, and his perceptive abilities significantly enhanced. Just then, an abrupt voice echoed through the room. Miss, it is time to rise and enjoy breakfast. You have overslept by 2 hours today. The voice emanated from a smart device in the room. It's my maid, Chunjingi. She manages my personal affairs. Huyuchi pouted slightly, feeling her moment of bliss had been interrupted. Your maid? Ye Kun inquired, puzzled. He had not encountered the maid when he returned with Huyuchi the previous night. However, in such a grand villa, it was inconceivable that there would be no maid. One should note that the room Huyuchi occupied alone spanned over 500 square meters. This indicated just how vast this villa truly was. Chapter 64. The Villa, the Maid, and the Servants. The Fengluai Villa sprawls extensively, featuring an expansive, luxurious private garden. Therefore, a butler, maids, and gardeners are certainly indispensable. Moreover, such a grand estate necessitates a security team. Last night, as Ye Kun rode in Huyuchi's Ferrari into the villa area, he noticed a multitude of maids and bodyguards. There were even elite warriors present within the villa community. Indeed, my magnificent villa is home to a total of 4 maids, 42 servants, 15 gardeners, 104 bodyguards, along with retired special forces for protection, Huyuchi proudly stated. Her tone was serene, yet her words could leave an ordinary person utterly astounded. Despite Ye Kun being well aware of Huyuchi's status as a wealthy heiress, he was still taken aback by the extent of her affluence. In his earlier, more humble days, he had fantasized about acquiring a grand villa, employing 2 female housekeepers and a dozen maids. Such a life, he thought, would be a simple yet monotonous existence of wealth. Little did he expect that Huyuchi's lifestyle would be even more unadorned and tedious than he had imagined. Within her villa, there were 4 housekeepers, a staggering 42 maids, and over 100 bodyguards. Indeed, it was poverty that had constrained his imagination. Surely, the 4 housekeepers must have distinct roles. Ye Kun inquired. Now that he too had ascended to the ranks of the super-rich, purchasing a villa was an undeniable necessity. It was imperative that he understood the responsibilities of housekeepers and maids thoroughly. Indeed, each housekeeper has their own unique duties. Some oversee daily living arrangements. Others manage food and supplies. Some are responsible for safety and sanitation, while others handle personal finances. Housekeeper Chinjingi is in charge of managing my personal affairs. If I indulge in a lazy morning, she will certainly rouse me. Huyuchi replied, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Oh, what is the status of your housekeepers and maids? Ye Kun asked, intrigued. Both housekeepers and maids are categorized into levels. Generally, the higher the level, the greater the salary and the stronger the image and capabilities. The housekeeper in my villa is at the highest level, level 8, while the maids are all at level 5, Huyuchi explained. There are stringent criteria for the classification and promotion of housekeepers and maids. However, as the employer, she also has the authority to elevate their ranks directly. Just then, a notification chimed in Ye Kun's mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Purchase a luxury villa. Requirement. The market price of the villa must not be below 1 billion. Reward. 1 LV9 goddess-level housekeeper for LV6 campus belle-level maids and 16 loyal bodyguards. Note, the more expensive the villa purchased, the greater the rewards. Wow. Purchasing a villa comes with housekeepers, maids, and bodyguards, and they are all top tier. What a delightful prospect. Even more thrilling is that as long as one buys a villa worth over 1 billion, they will receive housekeepers, maids, and bodyguards. This is not a one-time service. I am quite enamored by this. Of course, I intend to acquire more than one villa. Let us collect the super villas in the Magic City, Demon City, Immortal City, and Dragon City. This wave of villa purchases is going to be exhilarating. Let us rise and have breakfast. Huyuchi said sweetly. Although she longed to remain entwined with Ye Kun, it was time to indulge in some culinary delights. If it weren't for the evolution capsule she had consumed, her body would have long since succumbed. All right, Ye Kun chuckled, sitting up. He then revealed his strong, sculpted 8-pack abs and perfect V-line through numerous physical enhancements. His physique had nearly reached perfection. A flawless figure, exquisite muscle definition, and extraordinary explosive power. Your physique is nothing short of perfect, Huyuchi exclaimed. Upon seeing Ye Kun's magnificent muscle contours, the pounding of her heart intensified. She slowly turned away, striving to calm her racing emotions. After taking a deep breath, Huyuchi finally rose from the bed. After using a beauty card, her appearance had not only improved, but her figure had also become flawless. Chapter 65. Campus Belle-Level Housekeeper. Multilingual Proficiency. After a refreshing wash-up, Huyuchi took Ye Kun's hand and walked out of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Their intimacy remained palpable. Upon reaching the elevator, Ye Kun noticed a woman clad in a housekeeper uniform standing upright. She glanced at Ye Kun before quickly averting her gaze. Good morning, miss. The housekeeper greeted Huyuchi with a bow. Huyuchi nodded slightly. She then introduced Ye Kun, saying, This is my life housekeeper, Chunjingi, a level 8 housekeeper. Graduated from the Royal Butler Academy in the UK, responsible for managing my personal affairs. Ye Kun scrutinized Chunjingi a moment longer, noting her beauty, graceful figure, and dignified demeanor. She could easily be a campus belle at any school. Remarkably, she was merely a housekeeper in Huyuchi's villa. Huyuchi then turned to Chunjingi and said, This is Ye Kun, my man. You must treat him with the same respect as you do me. Understand? Understood, miss. Chunjingi replied with a nod. She then offered a respectful greeting to Ye Kun, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Ye." Ding. A campus bell level beauty detected. Name, Chunjingi. Attractiveness, 91, campus bell level. Age, 23. Height, 166 centimeters. Measurements, 34B. Initial affection level, 0. Occupation, personal housekeeper. Housekeeper level, 8. Alma mater, Royal Butler Academy in the UK. Indeed, Chunjingi's beauty had reached the campus bell level, as confirmed by the system. Ding. Campus bell level beauty Chunjingi has been influenced by the host's charm aura, resulting in an affection increase of 30. Ding. Campus bell level beauty Chunjingi has been influenced by the host's domineering CEO aura, resulting in an affection increase of 10. Ding. Campus bell level beauty Chunjingi's affection for the host has risen to 40. Good morning. Ye Kun greeted the housekeeper Chunjingi, nodding in acknowledgement. Though the housekeeper Chunjingi could not resist the allure of his charm aura, she exhibited considerable resistance to the domineering CEO aura. Ye Kun observed that different beauties responded differently to the influences of the charm and identity auras. For those who were visually inclined, the charm aura caused an immediate affection surge of 30 points. Conversely, for those who prioritized status, the domineering CEO aura also resulted in a direct increase of 30 points. In contrast, if someone possessed a certain resistance to both beauty and status, the rise in affection would be considerably less. Subsequently, Ye Kun followed Huyuchi to the dining area on the first floor of the villa. There, another beautiful woman in a housekeeper's outfit, along with a number of maids, awaited them. This housekeeper was a stunning blonde with blue eyes. Huyuchi conversed with this housekeeper in impeccably fluent British English, imbued with a regal tone. Listening to their exchange was akin to watching an old British film, reminiscent of adaptations of classic literature. In this moment, Huyuchi exuded an air of elegance and nobility, a stark contrast to her alluring demeanor in the bedroom. This is also my housekeeper, named Alice, who has previously served 2 British queens. She primarily manages the daily food supplies for the villa. Huyuchi introduced to Ye Kun. Your command of British court English is quite impressive, Ye Kun remarked, nodding and smiling at Huyuchi. This was the first time he had heard such courtly English in real life. That is nothing. I can speak 32 languages, Huyuchi declared with a face full of pride. Oh, 32 languages? Ye Kun was taken aback. He had only heard of remarkable individuals who could speak 5 or even 10 languages, yet he had never encountered anyone capable of mastering 32. However, since Huyuchi claimed to possess this extraordinary skill, it must be true. Perhaps she had been surrounded by maids and nannies from 32 different nations since childhood, which would make her fluency in so many languages less surprising. Ding. It has been detected that the stunning beauty Huyuchi has mastered 32 languages. Would the host like to spend 100,000 admiration points to exchange for proficiency in all languages? At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. Wow. Proficiency in all languages. That is simply fantastic. Exchanging for all language proficiency. Ye Kun did not hesitate and promptly chose to exchange for this linguistic skill. Language is a tool for communication. Sooner or later, he would venture abroad, and with mastery of all languages, he could roam freely across the globe without concern for misunderstandings due to language barriers. Ding. You have spent 100,000 admiration points to acquire all language proficiency. Ding. Congratulations. The host has mastered the skill of all languages. Splendid. In an instant, Ye Kun had acquired fluency in the languages of every nation worldwide, reaching an advanced level of proficiency. Having such a cheat code is exhilarating. Back in school, he had to memorize English vocabulary daily, which was utterly tedious. Now, it was all achieved in a mere moment. Truly exhilarating. At that time, the female butler, Alice, approached Ye Kun and greeted him in impeccable British English. Ding. A school flower-level beauty has been detected. Name, Alice. Attractiveness, 92, school flower level. Age, 24. Height, 172 centimeters. Bust, 36F. Initial affection, 0. Occupation, private female butler. Butler level, level 8. Alma mater, Royal Butler Academy of England. Work experience, previously served 2 British queens. This female butler, Alice, was indeed a beauty of school flower caliber. Dull. Ding. The school flower level beauty Alice's affection for the host has increased to 20 due to the host's charm. Ding. The school flower level beauty Alice's affection for the host has increased to 20 due to the host's domineering CEO aura. Ding. The school flower level beauty Alice's affection for the host has risen to 40. Ye Kun spoke, directly engaging Alice in standard British court English. Alice was astonished. She had not anticipated that Ye Kun would speak such fluent and precise court English. Ding. The school flower level beauty butler Alice's affection for the host has increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, the school flower-level butler's affection for the host has reached 50. Ye Kun smiled, calm and unperturbed. Speaking British court English was no trivial feat. He could also converse in French, German, Italian, Arabic, Latin, Ukrainian, Siberian, as well as all minority languages of the Dragon Kingdom and thousands of dialects. Mastery of all languages made him truly invincible. Following this, Ye Kun and Huyuchi took their seats at an extraordinarily luxurious, grand rectangular dining table. Several tall, beautiful young maids presented exquisite delicacies, transforming an ordinary breakfast into a royal feast. How mundane. So plain. Chapter 66, A Surge in Assets. Chi-Chi. I plan to purchase some high-end villas. Do you have any connections? After finishing breakfast, Ye Kun inquired of Huyuchi. As a super tycoon, how could he not possess his own magnificent villa? He needed to swiftly complete the villa purchase task assigned by the system and subsequently organize the butler, maids, and bodyguards. You can reach out to Inubai. She specializes in the villa business, Huyuchi replied. Inubai's villa enterprise is quite expansive, encompassing both vacation areas and villa districts. My set of super villas was custom-made through Inubai's company. Then please help me contact Inubai. I want to purchase a villa today, Ye Kun stated. His tenfold cashback card was only valid for 24 hours, and he had to act swiftly. Buying a villa today would also yield profits. Moreover, the more he spent, the more he earned. Are you in such a hurry? Inubai also resides in the Maple Leaf Villa District, and she's my neighbor. She'll be over shortly to discuss investment in the Jinyu Shopping Center, so you can consult her about the villas in detail, Huyuchi chuckled. The Maple Leaf Villas were developed by the In Group. She lived in Villa 001, while Inubai resided in Villa 002. All right, Ye Kun nodded. The In Group's enterprises were vast, spanning pharmaceuticals, real estate, and vacation areas. It was not surprising that Inubai lived in this villa district. Before long, Inubai arrived at Huyuchi's villa. Upon seeing Huyuchi for the first time, she was utterly stunned. Yuchi, what cosmetics did you use today? You look so beautiful. Inubai exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the radiant and exquisite Huyuchi stood before her. Previously, both had been goddess-level beauties, each captivating in her own right. But now Huyuchi appeared undeniably more enchanting. I haven't used any cosmetics. Today I'm completely barefaced. Huyuchi replied with a hint of pride, her expression replete with conceit. Witnessing Inubai's astonished demeanor, she secretly reveled in her newfound allure. Now radiant and flawless, she scarcely needed any makeup at all. How is that possible? You look this beautiful without makeup? Inubai was incredulous. In modern society, women are nearly inseparable from various cosmetics, moisturizers, serums, concealers. All must be applied in succession to maintain a facade of beauty. The notion of remaining beautiful without cosmetics was beyond her comprehension. Inubai reached out to pinch Huyuchi's cheek, which was so supple it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Impossible. How has your skin become so dewy? Inubai's eyes widened in shock. Huyuchi truly had not used any cosmetics, and her skin was luminous and pristine. How had Huyuchi transformed overnight into such a stunning vision? It was as if she had been reborn, eclipsing Inubai entirely. Hee. I no longer need cosmetics because I am now nourished by the essence of love. Huyuchi intertwined her arm with Ye Kun's, her face radiating sweetness and happiness. You two have already shared a bed? Inubai was even more astonished. She observed the intimate rapport between Huyuchi and Ye Kun, evidently indicating a relationship beyond the ordinary. Simultaneously, she scrutinized Huyuchi and Ye Kun with a look of skepticism. Is this essence of love truly so effective? How come I was never aware of it? Inubai, why must you be so blunt? Huyuchi cast a playful glance at Inubai, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Ye Kun is still here. What's the matter? There's no outsider present, is there? Inubai, unperturbed, shot a sidelong glance at Ye Kun and replied nonchalantly. Ye Kun, too, was momentarily taken aback. His first impression of Inubai at the auction was one of aloofness. She appeared exceedingly cold and taciturn, choosing her words with great care. To his surprise, she was quite vivacious in private, displaying a straightforward personality. She certainly had the potential to become a formidable queen of mischief. Inubai? Let's discuss the main business first and finalize the collaboration on the investment in the Jinyu Shopping Center, Huyuchi suggested. Indeed, we should address the primary matters. Inubai suppressed her playful demeanor and resumed her persona as the commanding and imperious female CEO. The group made their way to the spacious and opulent living room. Settling down comfortably. This time, we intend to bring in a capable strategic investor for the second phase of the Jinyu Shopping Center project, and we believe that Mr. Ye Kunping Group is ideally suited for this role, and Inubai articulated with confidence, exuding an air of authority when discussing work. Mizzen, I've already decided to invest in the Jinyu Shopping Center. Just tell me how much I need to invest and what percentage I will hold, Ye Kun stated. his focus solely on the investment amount. He was indifferent to concerns about the shopping center's profitability or the payback period. Very well. You will invest 20 billion. Acquiring a 25 stake. How does that sound? And Yubai proposed after a moment of contemplation. 20 billion. Ye Kun chuckled. That amount is rather modest. Well within my disposable capital. I'm in. I can transfer the funds to your company account right now. As for the specific collaboration details, you can discuss that with President Qin, he declared, showing little interest in haggling or engaging in tedious negotiations. He viewed it as an investment in Hu Yuqi's company, a way to support the woman he cared for. A mere 20 billion was a trifling sum. Moreover, he anticipated a tenfold return on his investment. Spending 20 billion would promptly yield a return of 200 billion. Such a rate of return eclipsed any other investment opportunity. Mr. Yi is truly audacious. I am confident our collaboration will be delightful. And Yubai responded with a smile. Pleasantly surprised by Ye Kun's straightforwardness and lack of negotiation over the substantial investment. His decisiveness was nothing short of astonishing. Soon, Ye Kun transferred 20 billion to the company's account. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have invested 20 billion, receiving a tenfold return of 200 billion. Notification. Available account balance, 212. 840,000,000 yuan. What a thrill. A single investment had inflated his disposable funds to over 200 billion. Spending money had never felt so exhilarating. Notification. Congratulations, host, for investing in Hu Yuqi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center. Task completed. Notification. Hu Yuqi, the stunning beauty, has developed a goodwill of 1 towards the host. Notification. Hu Yuqi's goodwill towards the host has increased to 98, granting a reward of 30 agility. Notification. The host's agility has risen to 73. Strength, 61. Agility, 73. Constitution, 98. Spirit, 85. In an instant, Ye Kun felt invigorated. The rewards from Hu Yuqi's heightened goodwill upon her transformation into a stunning beauty were indeed substantial, significantly bolstering his agility and addressing that particular shortcoming. What a delight. Chapter 67. The Super Villa and the Villa King. Notification. Congratulations, host. Task completed, and you have earned a random lottery opportunity. Ye Kun, having invested in Hu Yuqi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center, had also gained a lottery chance. He decided to save this opportunity for a more opportune moment to draw. Mizin, I understand that your group specializes in the development and construction of high-end villas. I wish to purchase several super villas, Ye Kun expressed to Yubai. When it came to purchasing, he sought nothing less than super villas, not ordinary or even high-end ones, but super villas. How many super villas do you wish to acquire? And Yubai's eyes lit up. Villas worthy of the title super villa commanded prices starting from 2 billion and upwards. Ye Kun was about to make a significant purchase. And not just 1 or 2, but several. Indeed, the more expensive and upscale the villa, the more I am inclined to acquire. Ye Kun remarked with a grin. Do you prefer villas located solely in Magic City, or would you consider those in other cities as well? And Yubai inquired. Given the exorbitant prices of super villas, even in top-tier cities like Magic City, there were only a handful available and none in ordinary first-tier cities. Super villas in Magic City, Demon City, Fairy City, and Emperor City are all acceptable. Ye Kun replied with a smile. He intended to purchase villas not only in Magic City, but also in other major metropolitan areas. Who would ever complain about having too many villas? After all, he was no longer constrained by financial limitations. Moreover, with every villa purchase, the system rewarded him with a goddess-level housekeeper, a campus belle-level maid, and an array of loyal bodyguards. Very well. I shall briefly introduce you to some of the super villas under the group. And Yubai declared. Super Villa number 1 in Long City, located in Emperor City. Priced at 2.5 billion. Rosen Super Villa, situated in Demon City, priced at 3 billion. Dragonbone Super Villa, located at the foot of the mountain in Fairy City, priced at 5.8 billion. Tang Palace Super Villa, situated in Magic City, priced at 6 billion. Liuha Longyuan Super Villa, located in Emperor City, priced at 8 billion. And Yubai succinctly detailed the locations and prices of several super villas before casting her gaze towards Ye Kun. Each villa she mentioned was indeed a super villa, and anyone capable of purchasing one would undoubtedly qualify as a super rich individual. Excellent. I am interested in all of them. Please provide further details about these super villas. Ye Kun responded, maintaining an air of calm. He was now a super affluent individual, and these prices were hardly a concern. All right, given your unperturbed demeanor, I shall continue with the introductions. Super Villa number 1 in Long City boasts a construction area of 1,888 square meters, covering approximately 15 acres, and is situated in the top-tier villa district of Emperor City, featuring an exceptionally luxurious European architectural style. The Dragonbone Super Villa encompasses roughly 600 square meters, spans about 30 acres, and is positioned at the foot of the mountain in the Dragonbone Resort area of Fairy City, showcasing the ancient and elegant architectural style of Huaxia. The Tang Palace Super Villa has a construction area of approximately 5,000 square meters and is located in Magic City. Liuhe Lanyuan, with a construction area of around 600 square meters, is situated in Emperor City, featuring a traditional courtyard style reminiscent of the last century in Dragon Country. And Yubai thoroughly introduced the details of the super villas, then turned her gaze back to Ye Kun, anticipating that with his financial prowess, he would likely purchase several of them. Yet, Ye Kun's next words were astonishing. Very well, I shall acquire all 5 of these super villas, Ye Kun stated calmly. Purchasing 5 super villas would only amount to around 20 to 30 billion, an inconsequential sum. It barely scratched the surface of his account's balance. Are you truly acquiring all 5 of these magnificent villas? And Yubai inquired, her expression one of mild astonishment. She had not anticipated Ye Kun's extravagant intent to secure all 5 opulent estates. It is worth noting that an ordinary super-rich individual would consider it a remarkable feat to purchase a single super villa. However, she was well aware that Ye Kun was no ordinary affluent magnate. Indeed, I shall take all 5 of these super villas, Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. Are there any even more lavish villas available? The notion of villas priced in the tens of billions seemed somewhat lackluster to him. Yes, beyond the super villas, there exists the Villa King, each of which is custom-made and priced above 100 billion, and Yubai affirmed. Both my family's villa and Huyuchi's villa are valued at over 100 billion, categorized as super Villa Kings. In truth, Villa Kings are bespoke creations, utilizing only the most luxurious materials of the highest caliber. Ordinary individuals have virtually no access to Villa Kings, nor can they find any information regarding them. Oh, then please introduce me directly to the Villa Kings. Ye Kun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There truly existed an even more extravagant option than the super villas. Above the super villas, there resided the Villa Kings. The U-City Villa King is an exclusive, bespoke creation that harmoniously blends the opulent European architectural style with the nostalgic elegance of Chinese aesthetics, encompassing an area of 9,700 square meters, making it one of the few Villa Kings both domestically and internationally. Situated in the southern suburbs of Xiandu, the U-City Villa King boasts an expansive footprint. It was designed by the renowned British architect John Schultz, with interior design and decoration completed by Colin Eads from England and an Indian designer. The U-City Villa King features a vast architectural volume and a modern emergency shelter system, representing a new era of luxury residences. Its raw materials and craftsmanship are unparalleled. Even Buckingham Palace would struggle to compete. And Yubai began to earnestly expound upon the grandeur of this U-City Villa King. From her description, it was abundantly clear that this Villa King was an epitome of unparalleled luxury, fittingly described as extravagantly opulent. Just disclose the price. Ye Kun maintained his composure. Regardless of how lavish or exorbitant the U-City Villa King might be, there was nothing he could not afford. The U-City Villa King is custom-made for me. There are only 2 units in total. One is for my personal residence, priced at 128 billion. While the other is available for sale at 88 billion. And Yubai stated, wow, a super Villa King priced over 100 billion. Ye Kun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Is that all? Just a little over 100 billion for a super Villa King? One word, buy? I shall acquire both of these super Villa Kings. Ye Kun fixed his gaze on Yubai, speaking with serene determination. If I'm buying, it must be the super Villa King. The more expensive, the better. The higher the price, the more generous the rewards from the system. You intend to purchase both super Villa Kings? And Yubai was taken aback by Ye Kun's intention to acquire 2 units. However, she swiftly shook her head and said, that is impossible. The 128 billion Villa King is custom-tailored for me. All the materials and furnishings were personally selected by me, and I have already moved in. There is no way I can sell it to you. You can only purchase the other unit. Very well. I shall reluctantly take the 88 billion U-City Villa King and become your neighbor. Ye Kun pondered briefly before responding. Since Yubai had already moved into that super Villa King, it was inappropriate for him to contest it. The 88 billion Villa King was not even the most expensive. How monotonous. It seemed that he would also need to custom order a super Villa King in the future. Chapter 68, Dawn Mountain Villa. The U-City Villa King is located in Xiandu. Are there no super Villa Kings in the Magic City? Ye Kun inquired of Yubai. He primarily resided in the Magic City and preferred to purchase a super Villa King there. There are none in the Magic City. Super Villa Kings are all bespoke creations. The U-City Villa King was also custom-made by me, developed and constructed by the In Group. One unit is for my residence, and the other is the only one available for sale. and Yubai shook her head. Super Villa Kings are privately tailored for the super rich. Simply having wealth does not guarantee access. There are no Villa Kings available for trade in the market, let alone Super Villa Kings. Isn't there a villa on Chilan Mountain, atop Gayu Lake? At that moment, Huyuchi interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Yubai. Are you referring to Dawn Mountain Villa? Yubai's fair complexion displayed surprise as she recalled the enigmatic Dawn Mountain Villa. Precisely, it is the Dawn Mountain Villa. Huyuchi nodded, her captivating gaze shifting back to Ye Kun. What are you all discussing? What villa? Ye Kun inquired. Puzzled by the sudden transition from Super Villa Kings to villas. Ye Kun, have you ever heard of the Dawn Mountain Villa? Yubai fixed her gaze on him. Inquiring. Ye Kun gently shook his head. He had never had the opportunity to encounter any villa, let alone hear of the Dawn Mountain Villa. Super Villa Kings are already rare and impressive, but there exists something even more exceptional and scarce. Private villas. Yubai declared. Currently, there are no more than 3 individuals in the entire Dragon Nation who own private villas. Ma Yin does not possess one, while Ma Tung Tung, who has consistently held the title of the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Nation, owns a villa named Listening Snow Villa. There are also some invisible wealthy individuals not listed among the affluent who possess private villas. Yubai and Huyuchi seem to navigate an elevated social circle, well-versed in matters far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, discussing topics that felt like tales from a distant realm. What then is this Dawn Mountain Villa you mentioned earlier? Ye Kun, intrigued by the existence of something more impressive than Super Villa Kings, probed further. The allure of private villas made the Super Villa Kings seem less appealing. The Dawn Mountain Villa is located on Chilan Mountain, near the Villa District, and has been under development for over 30 years. It is said that even in the event of a nuclear war, the Dawn Mountain Villa would remain unscathed, serving as a beacon of hope for the world. The owner of the Dawn Villa is shrouded in mystery, and no one knows their true identity. Recently, for unknown reasons, the owner seems to have a willingness to transfer ownership of the Dawn Mountain Villa, but due to the exorbitant price, there are almost no capable individuals to take over. Yubai's expression turned serious as she spoke earnestly. The owner of the Dawn Villa is incredibly elusive. Even she has never seen them in person. She has only heard their name, but never encountered the individual. Oh, since the owner of the Dawn Villa is open to selling, could you assist me in contacting them? I am inclined to purchase the Dawn Mountain Villa. Ye Kun smiled. As long as the owner is willing to sell, it would be manageable. There is nothing in this world that this trillionaire cannot acquire. The owner of the Dawn Villa does not meet with outsiders. But our group has previously supplied raw materials for the Dawn Mountain Villa, so I can help you connect with the owner, and Yubai offered. She is among the few capable of communicating with that mysterious owner. Excellent. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. As long as the owner is willing to part with the Dawn Mountain Villa, the price is of no concern, Ye Kun affirmed. With the acquisition of a private villa, he found his obsession with super luxury villas somewhat diminished. A wealthy individual ought to reside in a private estate. Subsequently, Ye Kun decisively purchased all the super villas under the group, as well as the prestigious Villa King. The 5 super villas are as follows: the Longqing No. 1 super villa in the capital city, priced at 2.5 billion. The Luosan super villa in the enchanting city, priced at 3 billion. The Longgu super villa in the fairyland, priced at 5.8 billion. The Tangong super villa in the magic city, priced at 6 billion. And the Liuha Longyuan super villa in the capital city, priced at 8 billion. Additionally, there is a Super Villa King, the Yuqing Villa King in the Fairyland, priced at 88 billion. Ye Kun, the total cost for the Super Villas and the Villa King amounts to 114.7 billion yuan. Given the colossal transaction amount, I shall waive the surplus of 4.7 billion as a gesture of goodwill, allowing you to pay only 110 billion. And you buy? With her beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Kun, revealed an enchanting smile on her otherwise icy countenance. Ye Kun had unexpectedly purchased all the super villas under her group, along with a Villa King, making him a significant client with a transaction exceeding 100 billion. Despite her usual cold demeanor, she could not help but display a pleased smile. Having swiftly recouped over 100 billion in funds, the group could now embark on numerous grand ventures. And you buy? Do you look down upon me, Ye Kun, and not regard me as a friend? Ye Kun feigned anger. Huh, I do not look down upon you at all. We are friends, are we not? And Yubai replied, bewildered. Her lovely face bore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend Ye Kun's sudden displeasure. Waiving the surplus of 4.7 billion implies that you hold me in contempt. I, Ye Kun, never require discounts when making purchases. If you truly consider me a friend, sell it to me at the original price without any reduction. Otherwise, I shan't buy the villa, Ye Kun said with deliberate coldness. And Yubai realized that by waiving the 4.7 billion, she would be sacrificing a significant amount of profit, 470 million. That surplus cannot be overlooked. What? You mean you do not want any discounts and wish to purchase all the villas at the original price? And Yubai was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an odd request from Ye Kun. Granting him a discount of 4.7 billion had, unexpectedly, displeased him. However, some affluent individuals do possess peculiar quirks. Indeed, do not waive the surplus. Let us finalize the transaction at the full price of 114.7 billion. Ye Kun asserted resolutely. Very well, as long as you are happy. And Yubai reluctantly agreed. She understood that certain wealthy individuals indeed prefer not to have discounts on their purchases. I will transfer the funds to you first, and then I will arrange for my secretary to hand over the villas to you, Ye Kun remarked, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Beep. The host has spent 114.7 billion, available account balance, 98,140,000 yuan. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold refund on expenditure. An amount of 147 billion yuan has been credited to the account. Beep. Available account balance, 245,140,000 yuan. Chapter 69. Huyuchi's Luxury Car Collection. Beep. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's affection for the host is at 10. Beep. The goddess-level beauty and Yubai's affection for the host has increased to 40. Following the completion of a monumental transaction, and Yubai's affection for Ye Kun naturally grew. The gaze she cast upon him now carried a hint of admiration. Yet, there remained a distance before it could blossom into genuine fondness. Alas, and Yubai's affection is rather challenging to cultivate. It has only reached 40 points, which is barely passing. Ye Kun mused. However, with the stunning Huyuchi by his side, he placed less significance on winning and Yubai's affections. The low level of Yubai's regard did not inspire in him any desire to seek her favor. He had come to understand a fundamental truth. Women are not won through flattery, but through attraction. Winning them through flattery is futile, even if one manages to do so. Such a connection will ultimately fade. Only those drawn by genuine attraction will remain. You know, Ye Kun, our collaboration has been quite delightful. I hope for future opportunities to work together, and Yubai said, extending her delicate hand towards him. Indeed, next time I shall seek you out for super villas. Or even to customize a Villa King. Ye Kun replied with a smile, taking her soft hand in his. Excellent. You are now a super client of our group. Whatever kind of Villa King you wish to customize, you may approach me. And Yubai beamed, pleased by the sale of all her super villas. By the way, regarding the Dawn Manor, I would appreciate your assistance in contacting its owner. I am sincerely interested in purchasing it, and I am open to any conditions, Ye Kun said, his thoughts lingering on the Dawn Manor. With over 10 billion in capital at his disposal, acquiring the Dawn Manor should pose no significant challenge. Very well. I will contact the owner of the Dawn Manor as soon as possible, and Yubai nodded. The owner of the Dawn Manor was shrouded in mystery, and their identity remained an enigma. While others found it difficult to reach the owner, she had the means to do so. Ye Kun, I have many matters to attend to at my company, so I shall not disturb you two any longer, and Yubai said as she stood to bid farewell. All right, let us arrange another time to gather. Huyuchi smiled at Yubai. Then, Huyuchi escorted her dear friend out of the villa. Brother Kun, do you like sports cars? Huyuchi asked, intimately linking her arm with Ye Kun's. Quite so. I am a car enthusiast and have an interest in all kinds of vehicles, Ye Kun replied with a grin. That is wonderful. I have a total of 65 supercars in my underground garage. Let me show you my collection, Huyuchi said, eagerly wanting to share her treasures with Ye Kun. 65 supercars? Ye Kun was astonished. Xiaoqi, you could practically hold a private car exhibition. Yes, exactly. Though, only 2 or 3 of them are truly remarkable. Huyuchi remarked nonchalantly. Very well, then take me to see your luxurious car collection. Ye Kun nodded, aware that Huyuchi's collection would be far from ordinary. Then, Huyuchi waved her hand, and a blonde, blue-eyed beauty clad in a butler's uniform approached them. She was not the previous housekeeper, Alice, but another one. Good day, miss. Good day, Mr. Yi. The female butler greeted them, speaking in a refined British courtly English. Despite her butler attire, she exuded an unmistakable air of nobility, leaving an impression of elegance as if she had been raised in a palace rather than trained for the role. Her name is Nobinos, and she primarily oversees the overall security of the villa and the cleanliness of each floor, Huyuchi explained to Ye Kun. Beep. A campus beauty-level female detected. Name, Nobinos. Beauty score, 93. Age, 22. Nationality, British. Occupation, private female butler. Level, grade 7 butler. Note, Nobinos was once the 14th princess of Britain. Oh, a British princess has come to serve as a butler in Huyuchi's residence. This is quite an extraordinary circumstance. As for why Nobinos, this British princess? ended up as a butler for Huyuchi, Ye Kun found it inappropriate to inquire further. Ding. The school beauty, Nobinos, is influenced by the host's charm, receiving affection from all, increasing her favorability to 30. Ding. The school beauty, Nobinos, is affected by the host's domineering CEO aura, raising her favorability by 10. Ding. Nobino's favorability towards the host has risen to 40. The female butlers in Huyuchi's luxurious villa are all stunning beauties of school goddess caliber. Ye Kun was no longer surprised by this. If even a British princess could be recruited as a butler, what more could be said about school beauties? When seeking a female butler, he expected nothing less than a school goddess, preferably a divine one. If he could entice a few European princesses to serve as female butlers or maids at the villa, that would be even more splendid. This is the level of elegance befitting a true, super-rich individual. Nobinos, please lead us to the underground garage. Huyuchi addressed Nobinos in impeccably fluent British court English. Although Nobinos exuded an air of European nobility, she appeared somewhat overshadowed in the presence of Huyuchi. Huyuchi radiated a more refined and regal elegance. This air of nobility was not a mere facade, but rather an intrinsic essence. Very well, miss. Nobinos responded with utmost respect, executing an elegant courtly gesture. Subsequently, under Nobino's guidance, Ye Kun and Huyuchi took the elevator to the basement, passing through intelligent security checks to reach the garage. There, Ye Kun was greeted by an array of luxurious vehicles, resembling a grand auto exhibition. Porsche 718, Porsche 911, Porsche 918, McLaren GT, McLaren 720S, McLaren P1, Lamborghini Aventador, Lamborghini Reventon, Aston Martin DBS, Aston Martin DB11, Maserati MC20, Koenigsegg CCXR, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Dawn, Rolls-Royce Wraith. Even more astonishing was the presence of over 20 different models of Ferrari in the garage. Ferrari F8 Tributo, Ferrari 812, Ferrari Roma, Ferrari LaFerrari, Ferrari LaFerrari, Ferrari Enzo. Here, almost all limited edition Ferrari models were gathered, including the Ferrari Enzo, of which only a few exist nationwide. The last time Ye Kun witnessed such a plethora of Ferraris was in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE. That was at a Ferrari exhibition owned by a prince of Dubai. Chi, is this what you referred to as ordinary sports cars? Only 2 or 3 of them are presentable. Ye Kun playfully pinched the soft flesh at Huyuchi's waist. Not to mention the Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Reventon, and Koenigsegg CCXR, which are valued in the tens of millions. Just a single limited edition Ferrari Enzo would incite a commotion and draw a crowd. Is this still considered ordinary? Indeed. Brother Cohen, these are just ordinary sports cars, nothing extraordinary. Allow me to show you my 3 favorite divine cars. Huyuchi chuckled, suppressing Ye Kun's mischievous hand. Goodness. There are even more extravagant divine cars. Ye Kun was genuinely eager to see them today. Chapter 70. The 3 ultimate divine cars. I am the car god. Huyuchi had almost amassed all the top-tier models from Ferrari, Porsche, and Lamborghini. These were merely a fraction of her collection. Thus, Ye Kun was keen to discover what other elite divine vehicles Huyuchi had in her possession. Soon, under Huyuchi's guidance, Ye Kun beheld a strikingly low-slung, rose-gold supercar. This vehicle was not a common brand found on the market. Brother Cohen, this car is called Alice Lingwe, a private custom design with only 2 in existence worldwide. One of the kings among divine cars, priced at 24 for billion. Huyuchi introduced it to Ye Kun. A 24 for billion Alice Lingwe. And it's a private custom? However, isn't the chassis too low? Ye Kun observed that the Alice Lingwe's chassis was exceedingly low, almost grazing the ground. This car could only realistically perform on an F1 racetrack. Yes, the ground clearance of the Alice Lingwe is merely 1 centimeter, on poor road conditions. It could be utterly ruined. I usually hesitate to drive the Alice Lingwe. If the chassis gets scratched, repairs would cost over 60 million. Equivalent to the price of 3 Lamborghini Aventadors. Huyuchi stuck out her tongue playfully, stating, the Lamborghini Aventador has become a unit of measurement. Ye Kun chuckled. The Lamborghini Aventador, often boasted about by ordinary rich second-generation individuals, merely serves as a unit of measurement here. Even the Lamborghini Veneno pales in comparison to the Alice Lingwe. After all, this is a 24 for billion super divine car. Yes, the over 10 million Aventador could barely purchase a single component of my car. The steering wheel of the Alice Lingwe alone costs 33 million. Huyuchi remarked. The Lamborghini Aventador isn't even sufficient to buy a steering wheel of the Alice Lingwe. How mundane. So, what special features does the Alice Lingwe possess? Ye Kun inquired. The engine cover of the Alice Lingwe can be opened with a mere touch of a finger, showcasing its intelligence. Huyuchi elaborated. However, the most remarkable feature of the Alice Lingwe is its incredible speed. On the racetrack, it can reach speeds exceeding 600 km/h, enough to outpace the vast majority of divine cars in the world. I rarely drive the Alice Lingua, Brother Kun. If you wish to race on an F1 track, you may take it for a spin, Huyuchi said, linking her arm with Ye Kun's. Very well, if I do race on the track, I would certainly like to experience the Alice Lingua's top speed. Ye Kun nodded in agreement. The Alice Lingua is unsuitable for ordinary roads. It thrives on the racetrack. Brother Kun, allow me to show you my second favorite divine car. Huyuchi pulled Ye Kun forward. Then, Ye Kun beheld a stunning deep blue Pagani divine car. This is the Pagani Huayra, the king of the Pagani family, fully bulletproof, globally limited to 4 units, incredibly rare, priced at 35 for billion, and virtually priceless. Huyuchi stated calmly. Wow, a bulletproof Pagani Huayra, valued at 35 for billion. In the presence of the Pagani Huayra, even the Pagani Zonda, Pagani Huayra Roadster, and Pagani Zonda Revolucion appear inferior. The Pagani Huayra is a divine vehicle rarely seen in public, and most sports car enthusiasts have likely never even heard of it. A divine car priced over 3 billion, globally limited to 4 units, and Huyuchi possesses one. Brother Kun, let me introduce you to the final divine car. Huyuchi led Ye Kun to a Bugatti divine vehicle. This magnificent vehicle is the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, one of the most elite supercars in existence. With a global production limited to only 5 units. One of these rare specimens resides with a prince in Dubai, priced at an astounding 500 million. Yet remains a mere figment of desire. Huyuchi remarked. Wow, another supercar that ordinary people have scarcely heard of. Vehicles like the Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Huayra, and Koenigsegg 1 pale in comparison to the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The price tag of 500 million for such a supercar is no jest. Brother Kun, you may drive any of the divine cars I possess. Choose whichever you desire. Huyuchi said, affectionately linking her arm with Ye Kun's. Ye Kun was the man she cherished deeply, and she felt he could take any car he wished. Ding. Detected the stunning beauty. Huyuchi possesses over 65 luxury cars. Triggering a random quest. Quest requirement. Collect 100 supercars. Each vehicle must be priced no less than 10 million. Quest Reward 1. All attributes increase by 30 points. Quest Reward 2. 1 random lottery draw. Wow. A supercar collection quest has been triggered. Moreover, the system demands that he collect 100 supercars. How extravagant. However, as a super-rich individual, Ye Kun knew that he must match, if not surpass, Huyuchi's impressive collection. To reap the generous rewards, he must accomplish this task of amassing 100 supercars. Brother Kun, which supercar do you wish to drive? Huyuchi inquired. Let us take the most expensive one. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Ye Kun replied with a grin. If we're going to drive, we might as well choose the most luxurious, the most opulent, and the fastest supercar. All right, then we shall drive the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Huyuchi nodded enthusiastically. With a wave of her hand, the female butler, Nurbinus, presented the keys to the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. As the car door swung open, Ye Kun slid into the driver's seat, with Huyuchi settling into the passenger seat beside him. The interior of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire was nothing short of opulent, almost entirely crafted from carbon fiber. The central console was extraordinarily sleek, evoking the sensation of piloting a fighter jet. Possessing divine driving skills, Ye Kun easily commanded the supercar as he exited the underground garage. Roar! The Bugatti La Voiture Noire unleashed a feral symphony of power. Its acceleration was breathtaking. A mere tap on the gas pedal sent the vehicle surging forward. It zipped along the road like a streak of lightning, making it feel less like driving and more akin to soaring through the skies. What a sensation of flight! Were it not for Ye Kun's exceptional driving prowess, an ordinary person would struggle to control such a supercar. The villa area featured an impressive racetrack, nearly devoid of external traffic. Ye Kun navigated the Bugatti La Voiture Noire around the circuit, the speed exhilarating, occasionally drifting around corners. Ye Kun and the car became one. And in that moment, he was the deity of the automobile. Ye Kun, I never imagined your driving skills were this remarkable, Huyuchi exclaimed, astonished by his prowess. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire's capabilities were so formidable that she found herself unable to fully harness its potential. Yet, Ye Kun effortlessly maneuvered the vehicle, executing various drifts with ease. Haha, haven't you experienced my driving skills before? Ye Kun teased her with a mischievous grin. I am the god of cars. There is no supercar I cannot master. As Ye Kun expertly piloted the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, he and Huyuchi reveled in a thrilling experience of speed and passion. His driving skills were unquestionable, swift and steady, as he executed a myriad of turns, drifts, and accelerations, creating an unparalleled thrill. Initially maintaining her composure, Huyuchi soon found herself gasping in delight as the speed escalated. With the car god at the helm, the union of man and machine was utterly unbeatable. Upon returning to the villa area, however, they encountered a dazzling golden supercar approaching. This vehicle was entirely crafted from pure gold, its striking design nearly blinding. Goodness! The golden sun god Apollo. Ye Kun, being a connoisseur of automobiles, instantly recognized the car. The approaching supercar was indeed the golden sun god Apollo, a rare gem from Germany, with an exceedingly limited production run each year. The Apollo IE has only 10 units worldwide. This supercar resembled an alien spacecraft poised to wage war against humanity, featuring an audacious design and a breathtaking appearance. The golden sun god Apollo stood alone in its uniqueness, rumored to be owned by a mysterious billionaire. Wait, the golden sun god Apollo belongs to Chang Yueshi. It's usually parked in her garage and rarely seen on the road. Why is it out today? Hu Yuqi remarked, her expression mirroring her surprise. Chang Yueshi? Ye Kun pondered, the name vaguely familiar. Yes, Chang Yueshi is the president of the Chang Group, residing in Villa 003 of Maple Leaf Residence. She is somewhat of a neighbor to me, Hu Yuqi explained. She resided in Villa 001, and Yubai in Villa 002, and Chang Yueshi in Villa 003. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire and the Golden Sun god Apollo both boasted impressive speeds. With a whoosh, the two supercars swiftly passed one another. Chang Yuetong. Ye Kun's keen eyesight caught a fleeting glimpse of the individual behind the wheel of the Golden Sun god Apollo. It was the enchanting DJ, Chang Yuetong from the bar. Does Chang Yueshi have a sister? Ye Kun queried Hu Yuqi. Indeed. Earlier at the TX bar, Chang Yuetong masqueraded as her sister, Chang Yueshi. Hu Yuqi affirmed. Oh, I see. Ye Kun nodded in realization. Chang Yueshi and Chang Yuetong were indeed twin sisters. Before long, Ye Kun maneuvered the Bugatti La Voiture Noire back to Hu Yuqi's villa. Noticing an unread message on his phone, he discovered that Chang Yuetong had invited him to race at Siming Mountain. He had previously agreed to go racing with her. Chi-Chi, I'm heading to Siming Mountain for a race shortly. Would you like to join? Ye Kun inquired. Siming Mountain was located near the bustling metropolis, featuring a winding mountain racetrack favored by racing enthusiasts. I think I'll pass on the racing. My skills aren't up to par for such activities, Hu Yuqi replied. Shaking her head. You could sit in the passenger seat with me, Ye Kun suggested with a smile. Brother Kun, your speed is simply too exhilarating. I cannot bear the thought of racing on the track with you. Besides, I still have matters to attend to at the company. Hu Yuqi shook her head, still feeling a bit unsettled by Ye Kun's extraordinary driving abilities. The speed was simply too much to handle. Very well. I'll invite a good friend to join me for the race at Siming Mountain, Ye Kun decided. Hu Yuqi, an esteemed female CEO, was far too occupied to join him, so he refrained from insisting. Moreover, he had a close friend named Wu Han, a fervent racing enthusiast, whom he could invite along. All right, then take the Bugatti La Voiture Noire for a spin on the track. You will undoubtedly leave everyone in the dust and claim the top spot, Hu Yuqi remarked, intending for Ye Kun to drive the exquisite Bugatti, valued at 500 million. Never mind, I shall take my Hongqi sports car to the racetrack instead. Even with a domestic Hongqi, I can still secure first place, Ye Kun replied, shaking his head. He was confident that his Hongqi could conquer the Siming Mountain circuit and earn him the title of Siming Mountain Racing King. Seeing Ye Kun's determination to drive the Hongqi, Hu Yuqi chose not to press further, respecting his decision. In truth, whatever Ye Kun wished to pursue, Hu Yuqi would always support him. Let us drive together to the Jinyu shopping center. Your car is still parked there, Hu Yuqi suggested. Sure, I'll drive today, Ye Kun responded. Hu Yuqi continued to commute to work in her Ferrari LaFerrari, which, compared to the 3 hypercars worth over 100 million in her garage, was rather understated. Ye Kun swiftly departed the Villa district in his Ferrari LaFerrari. The road from the Villa area to the metropolitan district was equipped with a dedicated highway, and the traffic was sparse. Utilizing his exceptional driving skills, Ye Kun sped along, reaching the vicinity of Nanjing Road in less than half an hour. After parting ways with Hu Yuqi, Ye Kun called his good friend Wu Han. Hey, Kun-gu, what brings you to call me today? Wu Han inquired excitedly. I've gathered a group of wealthy second-generation heirs for a race at Siming Mountain. Are you in? Ye Kun asked Wu Han, knowing his friend would relish the opportunity. A race at Siming Mountain? Count me in, absolutely. I just upgraded my Wuling Hongguang, and I'm eager to showcase its prowess on the track. I, Wu Han, shall be the racing king of Siming Mountain. Ha! Wu Han laughed heartily, his enthusiasm infectious. Ye Kun was not at all surprised by Wu Han's exuberance. It was quintessentially him. After all, he had spent tens of thousands on a Wuling Hongguang, but invested over $1 million in modifications, a rather unique endeavor. His ambition was to dominate the Siming Mountain circuit in that very vehicle. Haha, Xiaohan, you might not be able to claim the title of Racing King, for I, Kun-gu, am destined to be the Siming Mountain Racing King. Ye Kun chuckled, catching Wu Han's contagious excitement. Kun Gu, no offense, but when it comes to racing, I'm the professional here. You'll only see the taillights of my wooling divine chariot. Ha! Wu Han responded, his exuberance shining through. When it comes to racing, he was fiercely competitive. We shall meet at the foot of Siming Mountain for a showdown, Ye Kun exclaimed, setting a rendezvous with Wu Han at the base of the mountain. Chapter 72. The childlike face of Lolita Guling. Ye Kun arrived at the foot of Siming Mountain in his Hongqi supercar, where he was greeted by a long procession of luxurious supercars. Many of these were rare, worth over 10 million, and some were limited editions. The traditional trio of supercars, Porsche 918, McLaren P1, and Ferrari LaFerrari, were present, but not even the most conspicuous among the fleet. Other notable supercars included the Lamborghini Reventon, Veneno, Pagani Huayra, Aston Martin Valkyrie, and Bugatti Veyron. Each of these vehicles could astound the average person, drawing crowds of admirers. Yet, none of them were the stars of today's supercar lineup. The true center of attention was the golden sun god Apollo. The wealthy heirs surrounding the Apollo were utterly captivated, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this is the golden sun god Apollo. Crafted from pure gold and globally limited to just one unit, something even the Prince of Dubai cannot possess, as it cannot be purchased with wealth." They marveled. The Apollo was valued at 3.5 billion, possibly even more, and was considered priceless. Chang Yuedong's prestige is remarkable. She managed to bring out the golden sun god Apollo, overshadowing Li Xiao's Bugatti Veyron. Indeed, witnessing the legendary golden sun god Apollo today has truly broadened my horizons. I must snap a few photos to flaunt on my social media. The elite heirs of the city eagerly gathered around the Apollo, taking pictures, just as ordinary people would do upon encountering such extraordinary vehicles. Some of the affluent heirs were clustered around the enchanting Chang Yuetong, showering her with compliments. She stood at the center, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Ye Kun, driving his Hongqi supercar, gradually approached Chang Yuetong's location. His 30 million Hongqi was not particularly striking amidst the luxurious fleet, yet it held its own. After parking, he made his way toward Chang Yuetong, who had invited him to the race. It was prudent to greet her first. Ye Kun. Upon spotting him, Chang Yuetong's eyes sparkled, and she stepped forward to greet him. Her fondness for Ye Kun had reached a level of 70 points, indicating a considerable degree of affection. Consequently, she displayed genuine warmth and enthusiasm upon seeing him. Her cordiality toward Ye Kun caught the attention of the surrounding elite heirs, eliciting curiosity, admiration, and even jealousy. Who exactly is this Ye Kun, that he commands such favor from the second daughter of the Chang family? Yuedong. Ye Kun acknowledged her with a nod, having previously shared drinks and conversations. They were not strangers. Ye Kun, you arrived just in time. The vice president of the Shanghai Supercar Club is here for the racing event today. I'll introduce you, and you can join our club, Chang Yuetong exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Sounds good, Ye Kun replied. He lacked a strong interest in joining the club, yet he did not oppose the idea. Expanding his social circle could prove beneficial for networking and meeting more remarkable individuals. Yuedong, aren't you going to introduce me to this handsome fellow? At that moment, a youthful-looking girl with a childlike face spoke up. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on Ye Kun, revealing her keen interest in him, despite her youthful appearance resembling that of a Lolita. However, the grandeur of the place was indeed vast. There, the scenery was breathtaking, with undulating mountains that could easily rival the stature of Secretary Chen Wenwen. It was truly astonishing. Ah, Linger, allow me to introduce you. Chang Yuetong nodded. This is Ye Kun, handsome and dashing, with a wealth of talents, she introduced. Then, pointing to the youthful girl with a cherubic face, she continued, this is Gu Linger, the cherished daughter of the illustrious Gu family. Greetings, Ye Kun, I am Gu Ling, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Gu Linger gazed at Ye Kun with sparkling eyes, exuding an enchanting aura. She extended her delicate, fair hand toward him. Her voice was sweet and melodious, irresistibly inviting one to cherish her. She was both vivacious and adorably charming. Beep. A goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Gu Linger. Identity, heiress of the Gu family. Appearance score, 96. Goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 166 centimeters. Measurements, 88-62-92. Cup size, 36D. Initial favorability, 30. Personality traits, youthful and lively. Playful and cute, with a hint of mischief and cunning. This Gu Linger is quite fierce yet delightful. She is a goddess-level beauty, undeniably a youthful cherub. The striking fact is that her initial favorability towards Ye Kun reached an impressive 30 points. Beep. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger cast an extra glance at the host. Influenced by the charm of being adored by all, favorability 30. Beep. The goddess-level beauty Gu Linger, under the influence of the host's charismatic aura, favorability 30. Beep. The goddess-level beauty Gulinger's favorability towards the host has increased to 90. Beep. Congratulations. The goddess-level beauty Gulinger's favorability towards the host has surpassed 60, awarding 20 strength points. Beep. Congratulations. The goddess-level beauty Gulinger's favorability reached 90, awarding 30 constitution points. Beep. Congratulations. The host's strength has risen to 81. Beep. Congratulations. The host's constitution has risen to 128. Beep. Congratulations. The host's constitution has exceeded 100, achieving the attribute of invincible vitality. An array of notifications rang out, causing Ye Kun to inhale sharply, a mix of astonishment and delight washing over him. Wow. Gulinger's favorability towards him surged to 90 upon their very first meeting. This was a first for Ye Kun. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. After all, Ye Kun was undeniably handsome and captivating. It was only natural for a youthful cherub to be enchanted by his charm. The key point was that Gulinger's meteoric rise in favorability had directly granted him an additional 20 strength points and 30 constitution points. He had truly become invincible. How lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 73. He is President Yi. Wuhan confronts the top-tier wealthy heir. Hello, Gulinger. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance. Ye Kun gently grasped Gulinger's petite hand, feeling its exquisite softness. Gulinger was playful and charming, undeniably beautiful, which endeared her to him even more. Ye Kun Gij, you can simply call me Linger, he. Gulinger playfully smiled at Ye Kun, her demeanor inviting. Goodness. She is already calling him Ye Kun Gij. Indeed, when a girl's favorability towards him reaches 90, she becomes quite proactive and affectionate. There was no need for Ye Kun to pursue. The goddess would naturally draw closer, bridging the gap in their relationship. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across a mountain, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. If a woman is willing to take the initiative, the bond can easily strengthen. Linger, stop being infatuated and let go of Ye Kun's hand. Chang Yuetong reproached as she noticed Gulinger clinging to Ye Kun's hand. She secretly harbored some affection for Ye Kun, and witnessing Gulinger's boldness and her calling him Ye Kun Gij stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Gulinger stuck out her tongue and finally released Ye Kun's hand. Her affectionate demeanor towards Ye Kun also attracted envious glances from some wealthy heirs nearby. However, they were all top-tier heirs from Modu, with family assets starting in the billions. They were not the sort to act recklessly. Until they understood Ye Kun's status, they would refrain from mocking or provoking him, lest they offend someone they shouldn't. After all, Ye Kun's close relationship with the heiress of the Chang family suggested he was no ordinary individual. These elite heirs were often quite shrewd, possessing deep insight and intelligence, and would not act as foolishly as depicted in many novels, readily mocking the protagonist. They were well aware of whom they could provoke and whom they should avoid. Ye Kun, let me introduce you to the vice president of the Modu Supercar Club, Chang Yuetong said to Ye Kun. Certainly. Ye Kun nodded. President Lin. Chang Yuetong waved her hand, and a distinguished young man approached. His name was Lin Zichen, the heir of the Lin family, the first successor of Hengza Group. Primarily involved in venture capital and international trade, as well as being a supplier of limited edition luxury cars. Ye Kun, if you wish to purchase limited edition luxury cars, Lin Xiao is your best bet, Chang Yuetong introduced. Ye Kun turned his gaze toward Lin Zichen, observing his refined demeanor, exuding politeness and sophistication. This is Ye Kun. Just as Chang Yuetong was about to introduce Ye Kun to Lin Zichen proactively grasped Ye Kun's hand. President Yi, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Lin Zichen. You may call me Xiao Lin or Zichen. Lin Zichen held Ye Kun's hand with both of his, expressing great excitement and respect. You know me? Ye Kun raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Given Lin Zichen's reaction, it seemed he recognized his identity. President Yi, I was present at the auction last night. Your generosity left the entire room in awe. I truly admire and respect you. I cannot believe I have the privilege to meet you here. It is an incredible honor. Lin Zichen exclaimed, visibly thrilled. At that elite auction, Ye Kun had showcased a dominating presence, astonishing all the top tycoons. He single-handedly spent hundreds of billions to acquire numerous significant lots, leaving all the affluent guests in his wake. Upon realizing Ye Kun was the mastermind behind Confronting Group, Lin Zichen had wished to make his acquaintance. However, he had never found the opportunity to speak with him. Who would have thought he would encounter Ye Kun in this supercar club event? Lin Xiao, you are too kind. I am actually looking to purchase a batch of limited edition luxury cars. Perhaps we could collaborate. Ye Kun replied with a smile. Though Lin Zichen was clearly eager to befriend him, he did not come off as overbearing. Rather, he presented a pleasant demeanor. Furthermore, Ye Kun was in the market for 100 luxury cars, each priced over 10 million. making it fortuitous to meet someone like Lin Zichen. As the saying goes, a friend is a channel. Given that Lin Zichen was involved in the limited edition luxury car business, it would be wise to forge a friendship. President Ye, whatever limited edition luxury car you desire, consider it done. After the racing event, our supercar club will host a gathering where we shall discuss matters in detail. Lin Zichen assured, patting his chest. All right. Ye Kun nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed not the time for discussions. Who exactly is Ye Kun? Why does Vice President Lin show him such courtesy, even respect? An auction? Could it be that Ye Kun participated in that prestigious auction last night and secured some significant item? My father mentioned that a century-old wild ginseng fetched a staggering 10 billion. My mother heard that a necklace called Tears of the Fairy sold for 30 billion. My grandfather mentioned that a magnate spent 100 billion on a bronze statue of the 12 zodiac dragons as a tribute to the nation. My maternal grandfather noted that last night, a new land king emerged in the Magic City, with a magnate acquiring a plot in the central area for 388 billion. Some rich second-generation youths began to whisper among themselves, speculating about Ye Kun's identity. The auction last night was of the highest caliber, attended by wealthy elites, many of whom were not even qualified to participate. Yet, they had gleaned snippets of information about the auction from their elders. Ye Kun, what is your true identity? Chang Yuetong also inquired curiously. Lin Zichen seemed to know Ye Kun, yet she remained unaware of his background. She only knew that Ye Kun was extravagantly generous. As for his business dealings, she was in the dark. Oh, it's nothing much, merely a small company under my name. I attended an auction last night, hence Lin Xiao knows me. I'll tell you more when I have the chance, Ye Kun replied with a smile. Out for leisure. He was reluctant to discuss business matters, but could share them privately with Chang Yuetong. Chang Yuetong showed no intent to press further. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby, as if a quarrel had broken out. What the hell? Today, our Magic City Supercar Club is holding a racing event at Siming Mountain, and every car is worth millions. Are you an idiot for driving a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang to join the fun? Country bumpkin, hurry up and drive your junk away. A few rich second-generation youths surrounded a somewhat handsome young man, speaking with blatant disrespect. What's wrong with the Wuling Hongguang? Is it burning your family's fuel? Who said it can't participate in a racing event? The young man, who was none other than Ye Kun's good friend Wu Han, stood his ground against the rich youths, his spirit unwavering. Chapter 74, The Pagani Phantom's Heir, The Temptation of the Passenger Seat. Today, Wu Han hurriedly brought his girlfriend Lin Xinyu to Siming Mountain for the racing event. However, due to driving the Wuling Hongguang, they were intercepted by several rich second-generation youths, who mercilessly mocked and belittled them. Kid, do you even know what car this is? Xiao Tianyuan stepped forward from the crowd of wealthy youths, pointing to his flashy supercar and casting a disdainful glance at Wu Han. It was truly laughable that this kid, driving a worn-out Wuling Hongguang, dared to join their elite racing gathering. Pagani, Lin Xinyu tugged at Wu Han's arm, appearing quite anxious. The rich second-generation youth drove an incredibly stylish Pagani, far beyond the capabilities of Wu Han's Wuling. So what if it's a Pagani? If we race on the Siming Mountain track, my Wuling might just outperform it. Wu Han retorted defiantly, his faith in the Wuling unwavering. No matter how modified it is, my Pagani Phantom, worth 76 million, is not a comparison your junk can make. Xiao Tianyuan scoffed. The Pagani Phantom was a rare gem in all of Asia. Just the oil change cost over 100,000, enough to buy several Wulings. Even a modified Wuling could not match a single tire of his Pagani. 76 million for the Pagani Phantom. Lin Xinyu was taken aback. She knew Pagani was expensive, but she never imagined this particular model would cost over 70 million. So what if it's a Pagani Phantom? Racing is about driving skills. Does your Pagani dare to compete with my Wuling on the Siming Mountain track? Wu Han remained undeterred by the Pagani Phantom's prestige. The Siming Mountain track was a winding course that tested a driver's skill, and he did not believe his Wuling would lose to Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani. Do you really think your modified Wuling can compete against my Pagani Phantom on the track? You're not worthy. Just drive your junk away. Xiao Tianyuan's expression was unfriendly, refusing to give Wu Han a fair chance to race. He only played with those of his own caliber, clearly dismissing Wu Han as an ordinary person. It was harsh and realistic. Wu Han had driving skills, yet he was denied the opportunity to showcase them. Xiao Tianyuan, that was a bit harsh. We are all car enthusiasts. Racing on the mountain track requires both a good car and driving skills. There's no need to belittle someone just because they drive a Wuling. At that moment, a young man from the crowd of wealthy youths stepped forward to speak up for Wu Han. Not all rich second-generation youths were arrogant. The one defending Wu Han was named Li Shubua, also a top-tier rich second generation. His vehicle was a Bugatti Veyron, granting him considerable respect among the elite circle in Magic City. When he spoke, the others fell silent, acknowledging his authority. However, Xiao Tianyuan remained relentless. Li Xiao, Isn't this against the rules? When did a Wuling Hongguang become eligible to race alongside us top supercars? I can't afford to lose face. Xiao Tianyuan said coldly. He and Li Shubo were of the same status, both top rich second-generation youths, and they had a history of rivalry, so he refused to show any respect. Kid, you should just drive your Wuling away. Even if it's modified, it's not on the same level as my Pagani Phantom. Xiao Tianyuan sneered at Wu Han. He had his pride. Racing his limited edition Pagani Phantom against a Wuling was beneath him. Wu Han, why don't we just leave? You could have bought an imported luxury car, but you insisted on getting a Wuling and even spent money to modify it. Now they want to even race with you. Lin Sinyu, with a stern expression, said. Wu Han had eagerly brought her to the racing event today, only to find that these rich youths would not engage with him and even wanted them gone, leaving her feeling humiliated. Sinyu, how can you say that? They are the ones who look down on us and dare not race against my Wuling. Wu Han gazed at Lin Sinyu in disbelief. It was one thing for others to belittle his Wuling, but to hear his girlfriend look down on it was truly heartbreaking. What is so great about a Wuling? You even spent over $1 million to modify that junk. You should have listened to me and bought an Audi R8 instead. So you wouldn't have to face this humiliation. Lin Sinyu replied coldly, her face devoid of warmth. She had been Wu Han's girlfriend for 2 years. During her university days, she found Wu Han's possession of a Wuling van rather impressive. However, after graduation, her perception shifted, and she increasingly felt that Wu Han's Wuling was beneath her. On several occasions, it caused her to lose face in front of colleagues and friends. She urged Wu Han to purchase a luxury car, like an Audi or a BMW, but he dismissed her suggestions and even spent money customizing his Wuling. The Wuling is my faith. I aspire to drive this vehicle and become the king of Siming Mountain, Wu Han declared with determination. His desire to become the king of Siming Mountain stemmed from a racing film he had watched, and he had always believed that Lin Sinyu would understand him. Wu Han, you are being utterly juvenile. You cannot expect to become a racing legend while driving that pathetic vehicle. People won't even associate with you. Lin Sinyu scoffed. Once, she found Wu Han's immaturity endearing, but now it seemed ludicrous. Women are indeed fickle. During their university years, she regarded Wu Han's quirks as charming. But in the professional world, they had become liabilities. I'll call my buddy Ye Kun. If they want to race with me, I'll race with him, Wu Han exclaimed, pulling out his phone to make the call. Save your breath, Wu Han. Calling Ye Kun want to help. Those elite heirs from Shanghai want to let you on the track, even if he shows up. Lin Sinyu replied, aware that although Ye Kun had some clout, he still paled in comparison to the wealthy heirs driving multi-million-dollar supercars. Hey, beautiful, would you care to take a ride in my Pagani Huayra? At that moment, Xiao Tianyuan flashed a teasing smile at Lin Sinyu, attempting to charm her. Noticing her beauty, which was comparable to that of a campus belle, and sensing her apparent materialistic tendencies, he entertained the thought of toying with her emotions. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. He believed Lin Sinyu would find it hard to resist the allure of sitting in a Pagani. Would you like to sit in the passenger seat of a Pagani Huayra? Lin Sinyu hesitated upon hearing Xiao Tianyuan's invitation. The Pagani Huayra was a supercar worth over 76 million. She rarely had the opportunity to ride in such an extravagant vehicle. If she could attach herself to such a wealthy heir, she could soar to new heights. I can't believe you would flirt with my girlfriend in front of me. Wu Han, known for his fiery temper, charged towards Xiao Tianyuan, ready to confront him. However, he was swiftly restrained by several wealthy heirs. Xiao, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Li Shubo frowned, unable to watch any longer. Is it too much? I'm not coercing anyone. I'm merely offering this lovely lady an additional choice, Xiao Tianyuan said, fixating his gaze on Lin Sinyu with mockery. There are plenty of women eager to sit in a Pagani. He was merely curious to see if Lin Sinyu could resist the temptation. If she declined, he wouldn't press the issue. The thrill of manipulating emotions provided him with a perverse pleasure. Sinyu, don't go. Wu Han's face contorted with anguish as he watched Lin Sinyu stride toward the Pagani. We aren't compatible. Let us break up. Lin Sinyu's demeanor turned cold and resolute, as if she had made up her mind. Why? Why? Is our 2-year relationship worth less than a seat in a Pagani? Wu Han roared, unable to comprehend that Lin Sinyu would choose to end their relationship for the allure of a wealthy heir's supercar. It was utterly infuriating. Humph. I believe the Pagani suits me far better than that Wuling. Lin Sinyu sneered, walking toward the Pagani. Reality was not a film, and she had grown weary of riding in a Wuling. With her campus belle looks and alluring figure, why shouldn't she aspire to drive a Pagani? Previously, she had never encountered a wealthy heir with a Pagani, but now an opportunity lay before her, and she couldn't let it slip away. While Wu Han was not impoverished, he could never afford a Pagani Huayra, valued at over 76 million, even with a lifetime of effort. Given the existence of a better option, why should she not choose it? Lin Sinyu, he is merely playing with you. Can't you see that? He doesn't truly love you. Wu Han felt a chill wash over him, but remained unwilling to relinquish Lin Sinyu. I would rather weep in a Pagani than laugh in a Wuling. Lin Sinyu coldly retorted as she settled into the passenger seat of the Pagani. Ah, Lin Sinyu. You will regret this. Wu Han clenched his fists in rage, unable to believe that such a humiliating situation was unfolding before him. Ha ha ha, my friend, take heart. It seems you don't know your girlfriend well enough. She prefers the Pagani, not the Wuling. Oh wait, she is not your girlfriend anymore. Xiao Tianyuan laughed heartily, patting Wu Han on the shoulder, reveling in his perceived triumph. How about a race, then? I want to prove that my Wuling can compete with your Pagani. Wu Han declared defiantly. Wake up, buddy. What does it matter if you win? Besides, your Wuling isn't even in the same league as my Pagani. Xiao Tianyuan replied coldly, denying Wu Han the opportunity to race alongside him. Just then, Ye Kun approached. Having spotted his friend Wu Han being pinned down by two wealthy heirs, he rushed over, swiftly toppling the two heirs and liberating Wu Han. He scanned the area and noticed Xiao Tianyuan. At that moment, Chang Yuedong and Lin Zicheng arrived, helping to stabilize the situation. Wu Han, what happened? Ye Kun inquired, wishing to understand the situation. Kun, they wouldn't let me drive my Wuling onto the Siming Mountain track, and Wu Han recounted the events in detail. How unbelievable that while he came to enjoy a race, his girlfriend was whisked away. Beep. Random task triggered. Stand up for your buddy Wu Han. Task reward. A chance for a random lottery. Upon hearing Wu Han's account, Ye Kun recalled the system's notification. Even without a task, he would have stood up for Wu Han. What do you want to do about this? I'll take charge, Ye Kun said calmly. He was also acquainted with Lin Sinyu, as they were all university classmates. He had witnessed Wu Han's relentless pursuit of her for a long time. And now it was shocking that she would kick him to the curb for a chance to ride in a Pagani. A university romance ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of life. Brother Kun, I wish to race that scoundrel, using my Wuling divine chariot to triumph over his Pagani Huayra. Wu Han declared, his fists clenched in defiance. Wu Han, even if you manage to defeat him, you and Lin Sinyu cannot return to the way things were. Do you understand? Ye Kun cautioned Wu Han. Once a woman's heart has changed, there is no point in trying to win it back. A mirror, once cracked, cannot revert to its original form. I understand, Brother Kun. I am not seeking to prove anything, nor do I wish to salvage anything. I simply desire to reclaim my dignity. Wu Han tightened his fists. He was not foolish. He comprehended Ye Kun's insinuations. That is good to hear. I will take charge of this matter for you. Ye Kun patted Wu Han on the shoulder. He then strode before Xiao Tianyuan, stating coldly, Wu Han is my brother. He wishes to challenge you to a race. You cannot refuse. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, leaving no room for dissent. Xiao Tianyuan met Ye Kun's gaze, replying, he is not yet worthy to be my opponent, unless you are willing to compete with me. Ever since he was humiliated by Ye Kun at the bar, he had been seeking an opportunity to restore his pride. Now, that opportunity had presented itself. His driving skills were exceptional among amateurs, and with the Pagani Huayra at his disposal, he was confident of besting Ye Kun. Very well, count me in. How do you propose we compete? Ye Kun replied nonchalantly. Quite simply, we race on the Siming Mountain circuit. Whoever reaches the finish line first is the victor. However, there must be a wager. Xiao Tianyuan insisted. What wager? Ye Kun inquired. If I lose, my Pagani Huayra will belong to you. If you lose, you must offer up a supercar of equivalent value and publicly apologize to me, calling me grandfather 3 times. Xiao Tianyuan stated coldly, recalling the previous humiliation. Agreed. If you lose, the Pagani Huayra will be mine, and you must apologize to my brother, calling him grandfather 3 times. Can you manage that? Ye Kun fixed Xiao Tianyuan with a steely gaze. Chapter 76. The Masterful Skills of the Legendary Driver. Very well, I accept your terms. However, my vehicle is the Pagani Huayra, the king of race cars. Defeat is simply not an option. Xiao Tianyuan scoffed. With the Pagani Huayra, a supercar of extraordinary prowess, losing to a domestic Hongqi or Wuling would be unthinkable. This race was becoming increasingly intriguing. My Apollo Sun God shall also participate. Chang Yuetong chimed in, eager to join the fray. Her golden Apollo Sun God was the most expensive supercar on the scene, commanding attention. Cousin, my Ferrari Enzo requests to enter the fray. A sweet-faced girl, Lin Xintong, linked arms with Chang Yuetong, announcing her intentions. Her red Ferrari Enzo was a rarity, with only a few in the entire nation. My Pagani Silver Wing is the fastest divine vehicle. A youth with strikingly handsome features, and Chun, proclaimed with an air of defiance. He was the young master of the in-group, and his silver Pagani Silver Wing was not only stunning, but also exceptionally rare. Being one of only 2 in the world, a bespoke masterpiece. He was convinced that his Pagani Silver Wing was swifter than Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Huayra. Ha ha. When it comes to racing on the track, my Bugatti Veyron reigns supreme. Li Shubo laughed, boasting of his all-white Bugatti Veyron, a true king among cars. Haha, Yi. Let us all compete together for the title of Siming Mountain's racing god. Is that acceptable? Lin Zichen grinned at Ye Kun. His vehicle today was an Aston Martin Vulcan. Another super rare divine car, limited to just 24 units globally. Absolutely, competing together is far more engaging. Ye Kun nodded. The venue was filled with divine vehicles. But only he could claim the title of racing god. On the Siming Mountain circuit, his Hongqi supercar was more than capable of eclipsing all other divine cars present. Very well, let us determine the starting order through a drawing. Lin Zichen, as the vice president of the Shanghai Supercar Club, was tasked with orchestrating the day's racing activities. Wu Han, during the race, do not be impatient. Maintain your composure, and I will support you. Ye Kun reassured Wu Han with a pat on the shoulder. Despite Wu Han's professional driving skills, his modified Wuling faced significant disadvantages against a lineup of supercars. Understood, Brother Kun, Wu Han nodded. His gaze fixed intently on Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Huayra. Ye Kun made his way to his Hongqi supercar, where he found Gu Linger eagerly waiting. Brother Ye Kun, may I ride in your passenger seat and race with you, please? Gu Linger sweetly clung to Ye Kun's arm, her tone playful and endearing. She had been smitten at first sight, feeling an overwhelming desire to be close to him. Could I possibly refuse? Ye Kun sighed. Realizing her affections had surged to a remarkable 90, she was clearly pursuing him. Do not deny me, Linger. You are simply too adorable. How could Brother Ye Kun bear to turn you down? Gu Linger fluttered her large, sparkling eyes, presenting a charmingly innocent demeanor while playfully swaying Ye Kun's arm. One must note that she possessed a youthful allure and an astonishing figure. With each playful shake of her arm, the effects were mesmerizing. Goodness, how can anyone resist this? If you keep that up, I might just lose my composure. The invincible Ye Kun found himself momentarily overwhelmed by Gu Linger's youthful charm. So Brother Ye Kun has consented for me to sit in the passenger seat? Gu Linger beamed with mischief, her expression one of triumph. All right, hop in. Ye Kun opened the butterfly doors of the Hongqi supercar. With a joyful laugh, Gu Linger settled into the passenger seat, while Ye Kun took his place behind the wheel. Virum. The moment Ye Kun revved the engine, he felt an extraordinary connection with the vehicle. Brother Ye Kun, are your driving skills impressive? Gu Linger asked, her eyes full of curiosity as she settled into the passenger seat. She had yet to experience the thrill of Ye Kun's driving prowess. Yet, the sight of him gripping the steering wheel with one hand was undeniably captivating. Rest assured, your brother Ye Kun is a master driver. I guarantee I can take you for an exhilarating ride. Ye Kun smiled at Gu Linger. In terms of driving skill, he humbly claimed the second position, for none dared to claim the first. Such was his prowess. The skills of a racing god were no idle boast. Various techniques displayed with flair would leave one in awe. Is that so? Today, many divine vehicles have come to contest for the title of Siming Mountain's racing god. Brother Ye Kun, can you secure the first place? Gu Linger's enchanting eyes were fixed upon Ye Kun's handsome profile as she inquired. Today, an extraordinary number of supercars have gathered for the Siming Mountain race, a veritable spectacle of divine vehicles. Although Ye Kun's Hongqi Tang supercar boasts commendable performance, it certainly does not rank among the finest, even failing to secure a place in the top 10. The sheer abundance of limited edition supercars present is overwhelming. At this juncture, the skill of the drivers will truly be tested. Only the most formidable drivers can claim the title of Siming Mountain's racing deity. Haha. The title of Siming Mountain's racing deity belongs to none other than myself, Ye Kun declared, brimming with confidence. He possessed unparalleled driving prowess. Who could rival him? Regardless of the divine machines others drove, none could challenge his supremacy as the racing god. Ye Kun Gij is so confident. I must experience your driving skills thoroughly. Gu Linger teased with a playful smile. If Ye Kun Gij dares to call himself the racing deity of Siming Mountain, you must be quite extraordinary. Fasten your seatbelt and hold on tight. The racing god will take you for a thrilling ride. I guarantee you'll be screaming with exhilaration. Ye Kun chuckled. His driving skills were nothing short of transcendent, an exquisite delight. Soon, Gu Linger would experience the heart-pounding thrill of the race. Ye Kun Gij. Take me for a spin. I'm not afraid. Gu Linger replied playfully. She double-checked her seatbelt, reassured by its security, though it felt a tad snug. Before long, the Siming Mountain race commenced officially. Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar was positioned at the rear, with an array of dazzling supercars ahead, each more captivating than the last. Among them, however, was Wu Han's incongruous Wuling, standing out like a sore thumb. In the air, dozens of drones hovered, capturing and documenting the entire racing event. Chapter 77. Let them run 1,000 meters ahead. This Siming Mountain race was the pinnacle of supercar racing in the Magic City. A veritable gathering of divine vehicles and luxury cars aplenty. Rarely seen limited edition supercars were in abundance here. The McLaren P1, Porsche 918, and Ferrari LaFerrari. The traditional triad of supercars paled in comparison amongst this luxurious convoy. The Ferrari Enzo, Aston Martin Vulcan, Pagani Huayra, Lamborghini Veneno, Koenigsegg 1, Pagani Zonda, Bugatti Veyron, and the Golden Apollo. Each one alone could dazzle the average onlooker. Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar appeared rather unremarkable amidst this assembly of divine machines. Meanwhile, Wuhan's Wuling seemed utterly out of place, akin to a commoner crashing an aristocratic gathering. It was utterly embarrassing for Wuhan to race alongside this elite group in a Wuling. Lin Xinyu, seated in the passenger seat of the Pagani Huayra, felt a surge of nobility, deriding Wuhan and his Wuling with disdain. Thank goodness I decisively kicked Wuhan to the curb and aligned myself with someone like Xiao Tianyuan, a true scion of wealth. I have the physique and the looks. I deserve to ride in a divine vehicle like the Pagani Huayra. Lin Xinyu began to fantasize about securing a wealthy partner or even marrying into a prestigious family. However, Xiao Tianyuan paid her no mind, not even casting a glance in her direction. Xiao, your Pagani Huayra must be the most expensive car here, right? Lin Xinyu asked excitedly, running her fingers over the luxurious interior. This was her first opportunity to sit in a supercar valued at over 70 million. A woman who had been pampered by an eagle could no longer settle for a sparrow. Having sat in the Pagani, she could never return to a Wuling. In fact, she considered riding in a BMW or Audi to be an affront to her dignity. Her aspirations were now firmly set on million-dollar supercars. Yes, she would not lower her standards. Hee, I wouldn't dare claim my Pagani Huayra to be the most expensive. Do you see that golden Apollo ahead? It's worth $3.5 billion, and you can't even buy it with money. Xiao Tianyuan scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Lin Xinyu. How could he ever be interested in a gold-digging woman like her? He might play with her for a while, but that would be the extent of it. Lin Xinyu's desire to cozy up to a super-rich heir like him, dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family, was nothing but wishful thinking. His true aim was to woo the daughter of the Chang family, who owned the Golden Apollo. For top-tier heirs like him, interests always took precedence. Even in choosing a marriage partner, Xiao Tianyuan longed for a union with the Chang family, but unfortunately, neither of their daughters found him appealing. This left him feeling frustrated and resentful. $3.5 billion? The Golden Apollo. Lin Xinyu was utterly stunned, rendered speechless. She had believed that the 70 million Pagani Huayra was the pinnacle of supercars. Little did she know, there existed supercars worth billions. The Apollo, crafted entirely of gold. Was this truly the world of the ultra-rich? Rube. Foolish woman. Xiao Tianyuan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xinyu. He then pulled out his phone and sent a covert message. Once the race commences, ensure that the Hongqi and Wuling are eliminated. I do not wish for any unforeseen incidents during the race. After sending the message, he revealed a sinister smile. He had already arranged for several lackeys to disrupt Ye Kun and Wuhan during the race, ensuring they could not compete effectively. Although he did not perceive Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar and Wuhan's Wuling as a real threat to his Pagani Huayra, he would not grant his opponents an opportunity to triumph. As the saying goes, only the ruthless can be deemed worthy. As long as victory was within reach, he would employ any means necessary. Meanwhile, Ye Kun sat in his Hongqi, observing the array of flashy limited edition supercars ahead. The lineup of divine vehicles participating in this race was undeniably extravagant, yet there could only be one racing deity at Simi Mountain. It was not merely the possession of a limited edition supercar that conferred the title of racing god. Only the most skilled driver could claim that singular distinction. Ye Kun Gij, our starting position is rather far back. There are so many supercars ahead. Gullinger pouted, clearly dissatisfied with their position in the lineup. Ye Kun Gij, you are at a disadvantage. Not at all. I can let them run 1,000 meters ahead. Ye Kun smiled, exuding an air of nonchalance, entirely unfazed. With his extraordinary driving skills, racing against these amateur enthusiasts felt like child's play. What did it matter if they ran ahead for 1,000 meters? Oh well. Letting them run 1,000 meters ahead. Ye Kun Gij, you are amazing. Gullinger gazed at him in admiration. Ye Kun Gij, you possess the demeanor of a racing god. You are so cool. Ding. Gained 666 points of admiration from Gullinger. Ye Kun paused momentarily. With just one statement, he had inspired such admiration in Gullinger. This little girl seemed to be quite blindly enamored. However, this admiration was not entirely unfounded. He truly intended to allow the other racers a head start of 1,000 meters. This was the essence of a racing god's poise and self-cultivation. Soon, alluring racing models approached the front of the lineup, brandishing signs. After issuing the racing command, the Simi Mountain race officially commenced. Virum, virum, virum. A symphony of feral roars erupted from a fleet of racing cars, a deafening cacophony that ignited the blood and sent adrenaline surging through the veins. At the forefront was the young master in Shun, piloting his Pagani Huayra, launching forth with a catapult-like acceleration. Close behind him, Chang Yuetong expertly maneuvered her golden sun god. Apollo, swiftly closing the gap. Lin Zichen's Aston Martin Vulcan let out an enraged growl, trailing closely in third place. Following suit was Xiao Tianyuan, navigating the Pagani zone to sync with the swiftness of a phantom. The procession continued with the likes of the Porsche 918, Ferrari Enzo, Lamborghini Veneno, Koenigsegg 1, McLaren P1, and Bugatti Veyron, each one unleashing a wild symphony as they raced towards the serpentine roads of Siming Mountain. Even Wu Han, in his humble Wuling, refused to be left behind, fervently pursuing the pack. Yet, Ye Kun remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm detachment. He observed the high-performance vehicle's speed past, unmoved. His red flag supercar still idle at the starting line, the engine yet to roar to life. Brother Ye Kun, are you really going to let them run 1,000 meters ahead? Gu Linger exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Kun was not jesting. He genuinely intended to allow the others a head start of 1,000 meters. What remarkable confidence and composure he possessed. Only a true racing god would dare to do such a thing. Indeed, if I said they could have 1,000 meters, then let them have it. Ye Kun chuckled. The pride of a racing deity. Chapter 78. The Championship Challenge. This fellow means business. As all the supercars participating in the Siming Mountain race surged forward, Ye Kun's red flag supercar remained steadfastly in place, exuding an air of tranquility. He was resolute in his decision to allow the other supercars a 1,000-meter head start. After all, winning too easily would be rather dull. He sought to begin from the very back, overtaking one supercar after another, savoring the thrill of the chase. Meanwhile, drones swirling overhead captured the spectacle, relaying the footage to the Supercar Club's monitoring room. This Ye Kun was intriguing. A mysterious figure sat in the president's chair, overseeing every aspect of the race with meticulous precision. From her graceful silhouette, it was evident she was a woman. At that moment, a system alert chimed in Ye Kun's mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Seize the championship of Siming Mountain Race. Reward 1. Earn the title of Siming Mountain Racing God. Effect. Racing enthusiasts will venerate you as a racing deity, with a probability of triggering a loyalty effect, turning you into their devoted follower. Reward 2. 1 Bugatti La Voiture Noir worth 500 million. What a thrill. Winning the championship of Siming Mountain would confer upon him the esteemed title of Racing God, a title that intriguingly included the potential to attract followers. Moreover, a Bugatti La Voiture Noir, a supercar valued at 500 million, was a prize beyond mere purchase, a true gem of the automotive world. Having previously driven the La Voiture Noir, Ye Kun understood its performance to be of unparalleled excellence. Brother Ye Kun, why aren't you moving yet? The other cars have already covered over 1,000 meters. Gu Linger urged, her impatience palpable as she watched Ye Kun remain still. Fear not, I shall have us soaring shortly. Ye Kun replied with a composed smile as he finally ignited the engine of his red flag supercar. Roar, roar, roar. The red flag supercar unleashed a primal growl, before launching forward with a catapult-like start, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing onto the Siming Mountain track. Wow, that launch was incredible, Brother Ye Kun. Gu Linger exclaimed, instantly becoming his fervent admirer, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Steady now, there are even more impressive feats to come. Ye Kun replied with a serene smile. With a firm press of the accelerator, the red flag supercar surged toward the Ferrari Enzo ahead. On the winding roads of Siming Mountain, the red flag supercar showcased its exceptional performance. Under Ye Kun's masterful control, the car maneuvered with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly closing in on its first target. Oh, that's Lin Xintong's Ferrari Enzo ahead. Gu Linger exclaimed, clearly recognizing the vehicle's owner. Do you know her? Shall we greet her? Ye Kun inquired, pressing the gas pedal to accelerate towards the Ferrari Enzo. Meanwhile, Lin Xintong, noticing Ye Kun's red flag supercar tailing her, hastily pressed the accelerator to evade being easily overtaken. However, a sharp bend appeared in the road, compelling her to reduce speed. As an amateur racing enthusiast, she dared not accelerate through the curve. Yet, Ye Kun maintained his speed, even accelerating further. Screech, screech, screech. The red flag supercar skidded against the ground, tires screeching as Ye Kun executed a flawless drift around the bend, swiftly catching up to Lin Xintong's Ferrari Enzo. Wow, you drifted around the corner. Brother Ye Kun, you're amazing. Gu Linger squealed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ding. You have gained 6666 super admiration points from Guam Linger. Super admiration points. Ye Kun felt a surge of delight within. Having the adorable Gu Linger by his side was undoubtedly a wise choice. Along this journey, she would likely contribute a considerable amount of admiration points. Such a charming young girl with a youthful visage was simply irresistible. At that moment, Ye Kun's red flag supercar drew level with Lin Xintong's Ferrari Enzo, both cars side by side. Behind the wheel, Lin Xintong was a stunning beauty, her features sweet and endearing. "Sister Xintong, it's me, Linger," Gu Linger called out from the passenger seat, waving enthusiastically. "Little Linger," Lin Xintong responded with a radiant smile, warmly greeting her. She then turned to Ye Kun, offering a polite smile, exuding grace and poise. "See you at the finish line," Ye Kun said, not lingering for long. After a brief exchange with the beautiful Lin Xintong, he accelerated away in his red flag supercar. Brother Ye Kun, that Lin Xintong is the heiress of the Lin family, and her boyfriend is no ordinary man. He is the national heartthrob, Tang Nani. Gu Linger informed Ye Kun from the passenger seat. National heartthrob Tang Nani? Ye Kun mused thoughtfully. Tang Nani was a household name in Longhua, known for his charm, composure, and immense wealth, earning the title of national heartthrob. The Tang family was a colossal multinational conglomerate, spanning various industries and even influencing the economies of smaller nations, leaving the extent of Tang Nani's wealth shrouded in mystery. Indeed, Tang Nani is the president of the Tang family conglomerate, wealthy enough to rival nations. His family background is formidable. His grandfather is a general in the military of the capital. Gu Linger elaborated, her own lineage suggesting she understood much about such matters. "Oh, his grandfather is a military general? That truly is an impressive background." Ye Kun nodded slightly, committing the name Tang Nani to memory. After becoming a wealthy magnate, his horizons had broadened significantly. He had come to understand that the depths of this world were far more profound than they appeared on the surface. Some hidden tycoons had not graced the Forbes rankings, yet they wielded immeasurable wealth and influence. Still in the midst of the race, Ye Kun did not dwell on these thoughts. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, pursuing the McLaren P1 ahead. Roar, roar, roar. The Hongqi supercar emitted a beastly growl, swiftly closing the distance to the McLaren P1. Mastering divine driving skills, he became one with his vehicle. Catching up to the McLaren P1 was a mere formality. However, that McLaren began to employ evasive maneuvers, weaving and swerving, even occupying 2 lanes to thwart Ye Kun's overtaking attempt. What was going on with that McLaren up ahead? Was it deliberately causing trouble? Even Gu Linger sensed something amiss. This fellow was clearly up to no good. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Ye Kun's mouth. He showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he slammed the accelerator, chasing after it with fervor. Chapter 79. The Unparalleled Female CEO, Chang Yueshi. After noticing the McLaren's serpentine movements deliberately obstructing his path, Ye Kun did not shy away or decelerate. Rather, he surged forward, intent on crashing into the rear of the McLaren. This reckless act sent the rich second-generation driver into a panic. If the Hongqi supercar collided with his McLaren, it could topple it over, even sending it off the cliff to a catastrophic end. A madman, this was a complete lunatic. The rich heir frantically spun the steering wheel to evade, fearing an impending collision with Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar. He was merely a lackey dispatched by Xiao Tianyuan to sabotage Ye Kun. Little did he know, Ye Kun was far more reckless than he had anticipated, showing no hesitation in his pursuit. Zoom. As the McLaren swerved aside, Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar accelerated past it effortlessly. Such a rich second generation was nothing more than a paper tiger, valuing his life more than anything. Ye Kun was even more daring and reckless, causing him to wilt under pressure. Yay, brother Ye Kun is amazing. He surpassed that irritating McLaren. Gu Linger exclaimed excitedly. She too had realized that the McLaren was deliberately obstructing Ye Kun. Yet, Ye Kun had effortlessly resolved the issue, overtaking the supercar. The rich heir driving the McLaren was nothing but a paper tiger. Ye Kun's aggressive acceleration had frightened him senseless. Following Ye Kun in the race was simply exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations. You have gained 666 admiration points from Guam Linger. Gu Linger remained as adorable as ever, once again contributing 666 admiration points to Ye Kun. Subsequently, Ye Kun continued to overtake a Lamborghini Reventon, a Porsche 918, and a Pagani Huayra. Then, he spotted Wuhan's modified Wuling. Wuhan possessed driving skills akin to those of a professional racer, and his modified Wuling boasted impressive power. Thus, his speed was no slouch. On the winding semi-mountain racetrack, he held his own against the top-tier supercars. However, he soon encountered the same predicament Ye Kun had faced earlier. 2 supercars were blocking his path side by side. One was a Lamborghini Aventador, and the other a McLaren. Wuhan attempted to accelerate past them multiple times, but the Lamborghini and McLaren obstructed his route, leaving him no chance to overtake. Damn it! Wuhan slammed the steering wheel in frustration, yet he found himself powerless. The semi-mountain track was narrow, and with 2 cars deliberately blocking the way, overtaking was nearly impossible. At this moment, Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar came charging in. Ling hold on tight. Ye Kun instructed Gu Ling. Then, he slammed the accelerator, crashing violently into the rear of the Lamborghini Aventador. Boom. The front of the Hongqi supercar collided forcefully with the rear of the Lamborghini, staggering it, nearly toppling it over. The Lamborghini driver, oblivious to the danger, failed to yield and even attempted to confront Ye Kun's Hongqi. Boom. Ye Kun showed no mercy, flooring the pedal again and crashing into it, sending the Lamborghini off the track. The Lamborghini's front smashed into the mountainside, billowing smoke and flames, rendering it incapable of continuing the race. This frightened the other McLaren into retreat, as it dared not block the path any longer. With a surge of speed, Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar zipped past. This scene was captured in its entirety by a drone hovering above. At that moment, a stunningly elegant female CEO sat before the monitors in the control room, savoring the thrilling racing spectacle. She possessed an ethereal beauty, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, perfectly arched brows, and a heart as graceful as a lily. She was Chang Yueshi, the CEO of the Chang Group, with an appearance strikingly similar to her twin sister, Chang Yutong. Their dispositions, however, were worlds apart. Chang Yueshi exuded a formidable aura, her beauty and grace reaching an almost otherworldly level. Any man fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her would inevitably be captivated. This Ye Kun not only showcased extraordinary driving skills, but also possessed remarkable audacity and exceptional presence. Chang Yueshi's captivating gaze remained fixed on the monitor, a thoughtful expression gracing her beautiful features as she observed Ye Kun confront the maliciously obstructive car without flinching. This seemingly reckless action was, in fact, entirely under his control. The angle of the collision, the speed, and the outcome of the crash were all calculated within his mind. Such finesse was rare. Even professional drivers could not match his level of skill. Subsequently, Chang Yueshi shifted her focus away from Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar, directing her attention to another monitor. In one of the videos, her sister, Chang Yutong, was driving the golden Apollo Sun God, currently in second place, fiercely competing with a Pagani Huayra in a thrilling chase. Behind them, a Bugatti Veyron and a Pagani Zonda were hot on their heels. Chang Yueshi's mesmerizing eyes remained fixed on her sister's golden Apollo Sun God, her expression inscrutable, leaving no hint of what thoughts occupied her mind at that moment. Returning to Ye Kun's racing scene, as he toppled a Lamborghini Aventador and overtook another McLaren, Gu Ling erupted into cheers once more. Yay, this is so thrilling. Brother Ye Kun is so domineering. Seated in the passenger seat, Gu Ling was not at all frightened by the crash. Instead, she appeared utterly exhilarated. Her inherently quirky personality found the racing scene refreshingly stimulating. Ding! You have gained 666 admiration points from Guam Ling Gu Ling once again showered Ye Kun with admiration points. This is fantastic. Haha, there's even more excitement to come. Ye Kun exclaimed. The real show has only just begun. At that moment, Wuhan's Wuling Xunshe surged forward, overtaking and racing alongside Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar. Chapter 80. The taillights of the Hongqi were nowhere to be seen. Brother Kun, thank you for coming to my rescue. Wuhan expressed his gratitude with a heartfelt glance towards Ye Kun. Just moments ago, Ye Kun had chosen to directly charge through the two supercars blocking their path. A decision fraught with peril. Yet, he executed it flawlessly, achieving success. Truly, Brother Kun's prowess left him in deep admiration. Haha, it was nothing. Just dealt with a few pesky obstacles. Ye Kun replied with a nonchalant smile. Brother Kun, while we are indeed good friends, I shall not go easy on you, Wuhan declared, pressing the accelerator with fervor as the Wuling Xunshe sped ahead. The title of the King of Siming Mountain belongs to me. Ye Kun chuckled lightly. The Hongqi supercar accelerating furiously in pursuit. The chase between the Hongqi supercar and the Wuling Xunshe ensued, a thrilling game of cat and mouse. Ultimately, Ye Kun's exceptional driving skills enabled him to leave the Wuling Xunshe far behind. Apologies, little Han, but you can only glimpse my taillights now. Ye Kun laughed, accelerating even faster. Indeed, Brother Kun was remarkable, his driving skills unparalleled, leaving Wuhan in awe. As he gazed at the receding taillights of the Hongqi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He had given it his all, yet Brother Kun's mastery of the craft was simply beyond his reach, and the Wuling Xunshe performance was ultimately lacking. After leaving Wuhan's Wuling Xunshe in the dust, Ye Kun swiftly caught up with a Ferrari LaFerrari, a Lamborghini Veneno, and a Koenigsegg one supercar after another succumbing to the pursuit of Ye Kun's Hongqi. The Hongqi supercar, rising to the occasion, became a striking sight on the Siming Mountain racetrack. After executing a drift around another corner, Ye Kun surpassed Lin Zichen's Aston Martin Vulcan. At this point, Only 4 cars remained ahead of Ye Kun's Hongqi. Leading the pack was Chun in the Pagani Huayra, a vehicle that soared like a silver lightning bolt. In second place was Chang Yuetong, piloting the Apollo Intensa Emozione, also a skilled driver. In third was Xiao Tianyuan in the Pagani Zonda, known for his exceptional racing abilities among amateurs, closely tailing the Apollo. Finally, in fourth place was Li Shubua in a Bugatti Veyron, a paragon of automotive excellence. Brother Ye Kun quickly overtake that Bugatti Veyron ahead. Gu Linger, seated in the passenger seat of the Hongqi supercar, exclaimed with enthusiasm that rivaled Ye Kun's. No problem. Consider it done. Ye Kun pressed the gas pedal, charging forward. Although the Bugatti Veyron was also a formidable supercar, Li Shubua's driving skills paled in comparison to Ye Kun's. In no time, Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar caught up to the Bugatti Veyron and then surged ahead. Brother Ye Kun. Just ahead are Chang Yuetong's Apollo and that fellow Xiao Tianyuan in the Pagani Zonda. Let us go. Gu Linger's face flushed with excitement. Piece of cake. Ye Kun responded, shifting gears rapidly as he pursued the frontrunners. At that moment, the Apollo and the Pagani Zonda were embroiled in a fierce contest, each vying for the lead. Tong Tong, if I win this race, will you agree to be my girlfriend? Xiao Tianyuan teased Chang Yuetong from behind the wheel. He had initially set his sights on the enigmatic Chang Yeshi, but her aloofness made it nearly impossible for him to approach her. Thus, he shifted his focus to her twin sister, Chang Yuetong, believing that any connection to the Chang family would be advantageous. Get lost. Do we even know each other? Chang Yuetong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Tianyuan and his companion, Lin Xinyu. She then accelerated, leaving the Pagani Zonda in her wake. Just as Xiao Tianyuan was about to pursue her further, he noticed in the rearview mirror a striking blue Hongqi supercar rapidly closing in. Damn, that Ye Kun's Hongqi is catching up. Xiao Tianyuan cursed under his breath. Hadn't he dispatched 3 henchmen to impede the Hongqi's progress? Why was it now gaining on him? At that moment, Xiao Tianyuan abandoned his attempts to engage Chang Yuetong and began plotting how to deal with Ye Kun. Losing this race would not only cost him the over 70 million yuan Pagani Zonda, but also force him to address Wu Han as Grandpa 3 times. A humiliation he could not fathom. Soon, Ye Kun's Hongqi supercar was nearly alongside Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Zonda, the gap between them merely 2 or 3 car lengths. What blistering speed! Xiao Tianyuan exclaimed in frustration. Given Ye Kun's velocity and skill, it was only a matter of time before the Hongqi surpassed his Pagani. In a desperate move, he veered his car to the center of the lane, attempting to block Ye Kun's overtaking maneuver. Foolish. Here we go again. Ye Kun disregarded the tactic entirely, flooring the accelerator and aiming directly for Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Zonda. The Pagani's erratic movements could easily lead it off the track or even cause it to flip, sending a chill of dread down Xiao Tianyuan's spine. All right, I'll concede this time. He hastily maneuvered to make room, fearing a collision with Ye Kun's Hongqi. Ye Kun maintained his speed, closing in on Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Zonda, while Xiao Tianyuan, unwilling to fall behind, pressed the gas pedal and matched the pace of the Hongqi. In terms of raw performance, the Pagani Zonda should have had the upper hand, but in skill, Ye Kun entirely eclipsed him. As they approached a turn, Ye Kun maintained his speed, executing perfect drifts with each corner. The tires of the Hongqi screeched in a fierce display of friction as it glided through a perilous drift, leaving Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Zonda far behind. Wow, brother Ye Kun is amazing. That drift was incredibly thrilling. Gu Linger clapped her hands in admiration. The sensation of the drift had left her feeling weightless, an exhilarating experience unlike any other. Unbelievable. You can drift through that turn? This is absurd. Xiao Tianyuan watched in disbelief, utterly astonished. His Pagani Zonda was relegated to trailing behind Ye Kun's Hongqi, reduced to mere dust in its wake. Eventually, he could no longer see even the taillights of the Hongqi. Xiao Tianyuan, in a fit of exasperation, unleashed a torrent of eloquent invectives.